me higher. I'm ocean deep in your desire. I've been baptized by your fire. So when you say my name, it's like a choir.
Standing on the edge, I see a starting point where there's no limit. Look up, I'm done with looking down. People told me not to dream, to live in their reality, but I am walking through those doors, 'cause I am sure there's something more than what I've been told. Oh, I know I'll find my way, even if they tell me that it's make-believe. Oh, tomorrow's a brand new day, and the whole world is gonna know my name. Close my eyes and I can see the first chapter in my story. The strongest, brave and me. 'Cause through the dark I'll find the light and rise to it all. Oh, I know I'll find my way, even if they tell me that it's make-believe. Oh, tomorrow's a brand new day, and the whole world is gonna know my name. I know I'll find my way, even if they tell me that it's make-believe. Oh, tomorrow's a brand new day, and the whole world is gonna know my name. Oh, I know I'll find my way, even if they tell me that it's make-believe. Oh, tomorrow's a brand new day, and the whole world is gonna know my name.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling. I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my my greatest. Oh.
Time stands still, feels like you're lost. Scared of falling apart. Looking for somewhere to run. For a shoulder to cry on. You've got to hold on to your fire. Never let it be tamed. You've got to keep your head up, fly higher. I will carry your flame. Pay no thought to what people say. Don't let them stand in your way. Yeah, in our hearts we know the truth. I believe in you. You've got to hold on to your fire. Never let it be tamed. You've got to keep your head up, fly higher. I will carry your flame. Hold on to your fire, fire, fire. Hold on to your fire, Bring it on, and you will see I'm ready now for victory. I'll carry on, I'll win the game, I'll take it all, I'll hold the flame. I will rise to the top and watch you fall. This is me, it's my time, my curtain call. I want it all, I'll get back up again.
this will lead us into an end. Took time to understand. Tell me why, tell me why I am smelling gasoline. Tell me why, tell me why, tell me why you do this to me. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on It seems to be reality, and none of this is truthfully. How dumb can I possibly be? Just step into your harmony. Tell me why, tell me why I am smelling gasoline. Tell me why, tell me why, tell me why you do this to me. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on I try to step out of the line. I just need your hand in mine. Will we stand the test of time? Let's find out. I'm on fire. 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 I'm on.
Let's take it from here. Let's take that something. I'll take it all for you. When we go out there, we'll find a way through and give it back to you. Just not rip it apart. Don't throw it away. Once more, we're here to consider. If we do it again, we can turn it around for you. We're here to deliver. We stay together all night, standing together and fight. This is our power and right, fighting together tonight. We stay together all night, standing together and fight. This is our power and right, fighting together.
open door. Finally, yes, I know where I've gotta go. And what I have to do. Where did they take you? I need you now. Hurry, you are my only way out. Running from a dark to a tough room. We've got to hurry. Waiting for the moment you shut these lights out. Where did they take you? I need you now. Hurry, you are my only way out. We're running from a dark to a typhoon. We've got to hurry, waiting for the moment you shut these lights out. You can't be scared of the dark. Oh, you're right. You can't be scared of the dark. Oh, you're right. Don't wanna be scared of the dark. Oh, my. Don't wanna be scared of the dark. Oh, my.
We've got the habit to help people we love the most. The never-ending why remains untold. Countless words were spread out, but we've fallen quiet. Thought everything is alright. I still believe in us.
从未如此迅速的重逢，请为我欢呼，为我喝彩 ，OK？ 今天售票员阿南将为你们带来这个夏天最后的观赛指南，要珍惜这段时光，要好好的将它珍惜。一切都还要从那场和 LGD 的对决说起。LGD 仿佛斩断了 RNG 夏季赛的命脉，自那之后便一蹶不振，3-1倒在了 EDG 大兄弟的怀里。如今割裂的胸肌，你还想靠吗？而 EDG 则完美诠释了相信、希望，对于他们来说可能是一种 debuff。二次交手 TES 10000经济领先，中路有落，淀粉听了直呼
警告！警告！
今日的 LPL 德比是 EDG 告诉我们，不被期望的他们才是究极完全体，还是 RNG 告诉我们，赢的人才是版本？两支战队之间所有的恩怨情仇都聚焦在了9月2日下午4点，银龙再慕金鱼。他4次资格赛经历，从露露到鳄鱼，指挥小无敌，人性计算机，而他年年院长，2球1击，举世闻名。无论如何，你一定听过那句
谢谢老板生能载一个飞机，谢谢。
你永远可以相信宋一金。俗话说得好，打拳的硬币，吃草的肉鸡。不知这次硬币哥还能不能让我们一睹那套拳法？而飞舞这里，卡哥，我们火了啊，卡哥！还会再见吗，卡哥？冒宝赛里没有我没关系啊，你要赢啊，卡哥！卡哥，这次世界赛没有你，我可怎么活呀，卡哥？
行了，我感觉我的话已经触及到你的灵魂，多的我就不说了。你的对手会在9月3号下午4点告诉你，
总之，3胜1地齐聚资格赛，我感觉可能在世界赛4强之前都不可能看到有如此含金量的死亡之组了。我知道你们很急，但别急，让我先急。LPL 开冲！
Welcome everyone to the LPL Regional Qualifiers. I am Mazel, joined by Hysterics and Lyric. I can't coin the term that you guys usually use. You told me I would get lawyers sent at you.
We own it. Hysterics is our thing.
All right. As long as I don't say it. Guys, how you doing? Hysterics.
I'm okay. I mean, yesterday was... Oh, dude, what a start yesterday, man. I had a ball. I feel like my voice is still recovering, but it's good to be more casual on the couch and, yeah, definitely different attire today.
I'm digging the boots.
Not bad, are they? Shout out to Rivers back in Oz.
Oh, no.
You know,
I gotta
new
say,
brand.
yesterday was fun, you know,
Yeah.
Hysterics. We got Ox, like, literally right there. But the thing I'm most excited for is the fact that you host over an academy, and you finally get to host on LPL, and we get to be a part of it.
Whoa.
Yay! It's so exciting. I'm happy to be here, and especially to get to see who our world seed for third place is going to be, right? The third seed is all available now, and especially looking at our world seeds so far, where JDG and Top Esports already representing us, we still got 2 more to go there.
As we said yesterday, man, the finals was banging. Just touching on 5-game series. It doesn't matter that Jackie Love's been flamed online. And
I just want to say I called it 1 month ago on
did.
last episode of Last Hit before regular season ended. I said JDG winning the finals.
But no, who got the right predictions? It was me.
But I will say that Game 5 was Top Esports, man. So I was a 3-2
Jackie
TS.
Love said, if you beat me, you're the best AD carry. We saw it all online, right? Everyone's saying Jackie Love wanted to beat himself.
That's
so,
true.
you know, fair play to him. Fair play to him.
Can't be
But,
taken.
you know, obviously we have our first and second seeds already done. We'll find out our third seed today, which is kind of crazy that it's between RNG and EDG. And then, you know, having the rest of the bracket to go through and see who's going to get that 4th slot and playing play-ins.
Speaking of the bracket, we have to bring it up. It makes me sad that we won't get to see all of these teams at Worlds, which at this point, you know, just give us the 5th seed. We'll see how that works out. But obviously in round 1 today, we have RNG versus EDG. And then in the lower bracket already, we have V5 and LNG.
How crazy is it that, you know, the members we're looking at, Xiaohu, Scout, Rookie, Doinby, 2 of these players aren't going to be making it to Worlds. Like, they're classics in the LPL.
I mean, all 4 have won internationals.
That's right. They're so skilled at the game, and it's really sad. You know, especially for V, right? I was a big V5 fan. I think, you know, Lyric kind of gave me that energy last year or the year before when you and I did 2020 summer. V5 have been so close to making it to Worlds time before, and just seeing them in the lower bracket, it really...
I know we've joked about it many times, but just imagining that a Plains team is going to have to play against either Doinby, Scout, Rookie, or Xiaohu. It's just, it's kind of sad and terrifying at the same time.
It'd be funny.
I lean on the terrifying part because anybody that's going to go into those matchups is going to be a little bit scared. But we got to focus on today, and it is one of the oldest rivalries we could possibly have, but especially now that we have it in regional qualifiers. It's incredible to see EDG and RNG go at it. We actually got to take a little bit of a look at some of their historic best of 5s and their finals, so let's go ahead and throw to that.
There's a headbutt actually Whoosh taking a fair bit of damage. He's gonna die. Yeah, Mako's in so much trouble. Doesn't have the flash, of course, as the teleport's coming in. Clear Love's down here as well. They might be able to try and get a double kill as the end of line comes in. But Xiaohu over the top picks up Clear Love. Pawn is able to grab one for himself, but Mata's here still.
Here comes MLXG.
Oh my god, Pawn's dead. Def now trying to kite around.
Go.
This was Voyage coming in. Mata forced to use the ultimate early. Scout could have got locked down before he could use his ultimate. Mako eats him to make sure he stays alive. Scout goes back in. still looking for it. Locks down Xiaohu, gets a double kill to start things off. Mouse is going to go into the back lines and pick that one up for him. And RNG, they're getting obliterated. EDG are tearing through them.
They're not done, though.
One by one, they take down Lupus Guardian Angel. LSG's is down as well. Uzi's locked down. He's getting destroyed. Clearlove picks up the kill. And RNG, they're going to get an ace here by EDG.
And that's it. EDG will be...
So quickly, gonna move over the wall. No!
It's confirmed by Uzi. What is it with EDK securing Barons? And that will be the kill onto MLXG from Scout. EDG are chasing them down. He's
iBoy's going.
iBoy gets the first, reset follows, and that is not the place that Ming wants to be. Off for the distance, iBoy gets another. Uzi gets out just at the last moment.
Brahms. They're waiting to see if EDG return towards top side of the map.
No, there's no more Garden this time.
Poor iBoy steps up. Flash, what an instant flash! iBoy is an absolute monster! Turns around and says, I will take all of you. Taste it. His team are trying to pull him over the line, and even the crowd knows.
The Horde is out.
Let me wants it now. Nocturne's going in, and the AD carry is dead. Chasing the back lines. Scout using the stasis, but he's going to go down as well. Uzi picks up a double, and there's only one member left, and it's Ray.
All they need to do now is dot the I's, cross the T's. RNG, they have set themselves up to win.
Where were you when history was made? Because here comes Uzi.
The curse lifted. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Uzi now reigns as king. Royal, never give up. Champions, and they will take on the world at MSI.
I have chills in my arms, hysteric. The oldest rivalry is back again.
I mean, there was so many back and forth finals. Like, you know, people look overseas, look like the TSM CLGs or like the real old school matchups. Ours has always been RNG, EDG, some of our oldest organizations, but more importantly, some of our most competitive organizations. But I feel like some of the best players in history in the league too.
Oh, 100% right. I mean, even just seeing, once again, seeing names like Clearlove, and even thinking back to splits like last year, right, where Clearlove did come back in for like a short time.
Yeah.
And like, just some of these players, the history between these orgs, and the fact that this rivalry does still hold up, right? Because you look at some other classic rivalries, things like TSM CLG over today, which haven't been able to stand that test of time. Sure. And the fact that EDG RNG has is just so incredible.
Yeah, it really is. And speaking of that legacy, speaking of the time that these two have been competing, it is all about, you know, looking at that history for either organization, and especially looking at how many years they have been in the LPL, right? RNG 6 years now in the LPL as RNG, and EDG 9 hysterics.
And we're not including Royal Club, right? That's just RNG, you know, 2016. Before that, remember, like Royal Club starting in 2013, they were the representatives at the start when LPL actually grew, or actually
thinking back to like some of those older rosters, Godlike, Zero, White, going all the way back
good
in the
names
day.
there.
And then and EDG on the opposite side, right? Just so many different players, and even stylistically, both teams being so similar throughout the years up until recent years, because both teams were like so bot focused and playing around those superstar
amazing
AD
team
carries.
fights all the time, right? Like, you know, we had players like Uzi, and then Deft was in the league at one point on
Going
EDG.
back far enough, like Name back season 4 on EDG. Just I mean, these two have been able to keep up, bringing in and holding on to star-studded talent.
And speaking of, you know, we got to look at domestically how dominant they've been and holding multiple championships apiece, right? EDG themselves having 6 titles, and then RNG having 5, respectively, Lyric.
I mean, these are the 2 most decorated teams in the LPL. That's why coming in today, we're like, this is crazy that this is for 3rd seed going in, because it feels like at the end of the day, even when you don't believe in one of these teams, they're able to get the job done, whether it was like RNG being able to win that MSI when Xiaohu was playing in the top lane, or even looking at EDG winning Worlds last year, where they won finals. Despite that, a lot of us still had faith in FPX taking that title, but at the end of the day, these two always get the job done.
It's so crazy to me that, you know, it's always neck and neck, right? Like, we've often looked at historic stats, either in broadcast or just, you know, on social media, and that head-to-head always grows. There's always one, like, taking over, but it's only by an inch, right? EDG recently, because they took 2021 summer, but it's like, man, RNG were always the team that would, you know, like go to the grand final, go to the 5 games and usually win it out.
Yeah, I definitely want to look at, you know, those Worlds attendances, the Worlds appearances, and then lead that into the international titles, because I think it's really interesting to see both teams obviously neck and neck, right? Like RNG are 5 appearances, EDG are 6, but you also were talking about the Star Royal Club as well, so it's interesting to talk about.
I mean, 2013, 2014, you know, in rehearsal, talking a little bit about like the good old days. As I said, the start of LPL in 2013, if people don't remember, like I'm young. Look, no offense to the Bunchables who can't hit the
trying to flex
and Lyric, you know. 27, I can still be a pro player for another couple of years. But point being is that like 2013, 2014, the good old days, man, Starhorn Royal Club, remember finals? They came through, they got knocked out by LCK.
This guy just casted a 5-game JDG Top Esports series.
Yeah.
It was like the good old days, back in
Yeah.
season 3. I mean, like you said, Worlds always appearing. Sadly for LPL back in the day, right, it was always hit or miss in how well they would do at Worlds. But point is, they're always getting there and they're always contenders.
Well, hey, then we got to look at the awards, the titles. As you know, we were already talking about EDG claiming 1 world championship. They also have their own MSI championship, and then RNG sit there with a 3-peat of an MSI championship, Asterix.
The only team, by the way, to do it. You know, only team to have 3 MSIs. By the way, you know, even SKT couldn't do that. So we're like
legacies, dynasties,
hey, all that kind of stuff. I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying it's a huge milestone.
Sounds like you're throwing a little bit of shade.
Dude,
It's a little bit of shade. I don't know if I can see it.
All I promise you is to say that, like, RNG have done what no other organization could do, and it's so funny the differences. Like EDG did what RNG could never do, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? Kind of the Kings of Spring against a team that has been able to outshine RNG once we get to the summer split.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially looking at the pieces that have shined for either side. I think you have to put a huge onus on the mid lane, on Xiaohu and Scout, because both respectively in their own right have made incredible stories for themselves. But when you're looking at Scout specifically, I think it's an interesting conversation to see his growth throughout the last couple of years, Asterix.
Oh, man. Honestly, like, we look at both these players, and, you know, starting with Scout as well, Scout's always been someone who has been in the league, and I feel like has been consistent enough from my angle, right? He's been someone we talk about every single year, but is not someone who, you know, Lyric, you're saying this a lot as well. You feel like he hits margins in playoffs or crucial moments.
Scout's so weird to me because, like, throughout a year, he is always, you know, whatever, there's like a top 5 mid laner, like, in the LPL. But it feels like there's times in the regular season where he's not playing bad, but he's a little bit quiet. He's not stepping up and carrying those games where maybe someone like Knight or Rookie are. But anytime you get into a playoffs, I mean, Scout is just absolutely popping off. I mean, that's why he's picking up things like you know, series MVPs, worlds MVPs, and able to show his stuff and, you know, pulling bans, pulling respect from other players.
Isn't it funny? Like, people like Knight, like our up echelon mid laners, they get to playoffs and like, man, Knight's not looking as good as normal. And Scout suddenly just like, dude, it's pressure. This is where I thrive.
I'll say, Asterix, we got to move your head a little bit.
Oh, man.
At least see that. No, I'm just messing with it. It is 3 LPL championships for Scout, as well as 4 Worlds appearances, which incredible stuff already talking about that for EDG. But on the other side, you got the Tiger, you got the General, however you want to call it.
Dude,
I'll give you your soapbox, Lyric.
Just, Xiaohu is such a phenomenal player, right? That even going back to his time coming into the LPL, always someone who's been at the top of his role. And he's so flexible, right? He's changed with the times. He's someone who's been able to play out like numerous styles, whether it's now, like how he moves and enables his side lanes. Back when he was a carry and playing these control mages like Azir, thinking even to like 2019 where him and Firestone were like the hot pot combo, the rumble coming out mid. And I mean, heck, he is the most decorated player in the LPL. Him and Clearlove have won the most LPL titles. And sure, he might not have that World's achievement, but I mean, the 3 MSI titles on top of being the most decorated with LPL titles, this guy's just an absolute stud.
And he's played with so many different members of RNG. He's very versatile. We saw 1 MSI as a top laner, then came back and won it as a mid laner again, by the way.
I could think of
a flex.
I can think of a buzzword for a franchise player, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
I think that sounds about right.
He's been on longer than Scout, so to be fair, Lyric's dead on there. But I think the biggest thing for Xiaohu for me is, like, you know, 2018 and previous MSI or Worlds, people looked at him as like, oh, he's not really the strength of RNG, especially in the Uzi days. 2021 and, you know, 2020, RNG, the dynamic of this team built around a top laner that's
he literally roll swaps, slams everyone in top lane for a year and just pieces out. I mean,
it's like deuces.
What's more gangster
brings
than
it
that?
to mid.
Yep.
Brings it to mid is like, wow, like Xiaohu is actually the dynamic of RNG now. I mean, that's growth.
And Lyric, we got to look at the head-to-head. We got to look at, especially looking what breaks down these 2 players.
Yeah, and I think that, right, they're very different right now in their current forms. I think when you look at Scout, he is way more indexed into, like, his individual performance. He comes out ahead in lane. He's able to slam if he does get a winning matchup. He is someone who could be a primary carry of his team. You look at those solo kills that came out throughout the split. Turn on the opposite side for Xiao, who we know he has kind of taken this backseat leadership role. And it's like, okay, I'm going to pick these things that can engage fights, that can enable my side lanes. It's not about my laning phase. It's about playing the map. And despite doing that, he is also still a huge carry, putting out big numbers for the side of RNG.
The mid game is insane. I feel like Xiaohu stepped up. Like, that Talia pick was my favorite because watching him through the regular season, you know, we didn't see much of playoffs, of course, RNG only in one series versus EDG, but in regular season, people are like, man, Talia, you know, this Talia's doing nothing in the first 15 minutes of the game. We get to mid-game, and Xiaohu's set up on fight. Some of the best Weavers walls I think I've seen this year, maybe even historically, it's come directly out of the character.
Think about it, too. I think a lot of Talias we see for the first 15 minutes, not doing as much, right? More of a scaling pick now, but Killswitch season 15, first in the league. Like, he is someone who just makes things happen. So that's why I think this matchup's so cool, because it's like, okay, you know Xiaohu, it's not going to be about that 1v1, but can Scout keep him there? Can Scout pull him into that no-holds-barred 1v1 matchup?
Now, we did actually go through a lot of their career highs and looking for some clips, and getting to see some highlight moments from both these guys is so important, Hysterics, especially starting with Scout.
Dude, it wasn't hard. Let's be real.
It wasn't.
Scout highlights. Oh, Scott. We've got Dude, I loved going through this because simply you have a plethora of plays, right? Whether it's on the international stage or domestically. And we look at the versatility of Scout. I think that's one thing for me. We talk a lot about control mages, but we also know things like Silas, Ari have been coming through as
Honestly,
well.
I think some of his best years, even thinking back to when I first came into the LPL in 2020, was his performances on things like Silas, and especially his Aurelia pick, was something where he can get into that side lane. He's going to find those solo kills. He's just going to completely take over. So even though, like, on the opposite side, we're saying Xiaohu's shown flexibility over a career, Scout is someone who comes into every split and can pick any type of champion.
And I think when I was talking about dynamic for Xiaohu, it's wrong of me not to say the same for Scout. Like, he has been, you know, he has been a split behind Faker as well, learning from SKT. And when he came over to the LPL, he had big shoes to fill in Pawn. Remember, back in the day, that was the MSI champion, the first ever MSI. And when Scout came through, like, it took a while, but this guy was obviously so skilled. And then you look at like Xiaohu and you're like, man, he worked his way up against more from the bottom here.
He was someone who just, you know, for some splits just didn't have that respect, right?
Yeah,
for a lot of his career, known as the choker, like, sure, great in the regular season or great in spring, but the second they get to an international, he wasn't someone that fans or the team believed would be able to step up. And I can remember back in 2020 that I was coined as the Xiaohu apologist, because when RNG was struggling, I was like, no, like, this is not on Xiaohu. You look at how he's playing the map, this still works. And it's just nice that RNG have finally found a squad that is defined by him and Ming. And even when you like look at the content behind the scenes, right? He described himself and Ming as mom and dad. I do believe, I believe he was the dad, if I remember correctly.
All right, just gotta make sure.
But point is, right, he was one of the leaders. He was one of the cooks in the kitchen, making sure the team camaraderie's there.
Yeah, and I think that's so important, especially when you call him, you know, the general, or looking at that mid lane and the influence he's had. But speaking of influence, we also got to look at a little bit of recency bias, because I'll just say RNG might be holding a little bit of bad blood going into EDG, because they did lose 3-1 to them there in the summer playoffs, Lyric.
I think it was rough, right? I think coming into like this meta, I think EDG do just match stylistically really well into what RNG want to do. Bot lane and like the 2v2 having so much importance, laning phase having so much importance right now, and then transitioning into those later team fights. So when we saw this series, Viper and Mako were just able to find a lead consistently. Even just looking at this clip, right? 8-0 on 3 on the Zeri, hammer in on bot, and then you're able to transition that Elsewhere. Scout was able to lock Xiaohu into that 1v1, to where it's like, sure, Xiaohu's not necessarily going to get solo killed or fall too far behind, but he's not going to be able to find that impact to make sure the rest of the map is able to get what it needs.
And I love that you started with laning, right? Not just Viper and Mako down on the bottom lane. It extended throughout EDG. Even Flandre.
He solo killed Breeze.
Dude, the criticism he received last year and being the weakest member of EDG, and even, you know, start of this year too, I feel like he's built on that. And coming back to the laning, that's what we described EDG as. Clean through lanes, find themselves an individual lead. And as you said, against RNG in this meta, where we're so defined on how the early game transitions, I feel like EDG were just set up in such a beautiful position with the skill they have through this map. Damn.
And you know, like, obviously, top esports JDG, right? They went to finals. They were the best teams we have. I still think EDG were one of the better teams at transitioning a lead. It's why they were able to take the series. RNG, luckily, were able to find a game, which is why I don't think it's impossible. And RNG are one of the teams who I think can be incredibly deadly with prep and like coming into a best of 5. Like, I think their coaching staff is a coaching staff that you can believe in. I just want to see like what they take away from this. And I think actually RNG have a bit of the easier job, because when you win a series, like, what do you really dissect in terms of like, what do we change? Where RNG, they could change up their whole plan. And I mean, EDG, how do you prepare for that? How do you prepare for like big curveballs that RNG might be preparing to throw at you?
That's the most interesting thing, especially coming into this, right? It is, you have some breathing room. You do want to lock in the 3rd seed, right,
Yeah.
for the LPL, but it is a double elim to some extent,
Or wait,
right?
or
So-
do you?
Or do you?
Do you want the warm-up games and playing?
That is true.
I mean, look, I'm pretty confident this year. Just saying that our top 4 seeds will make it into knockouts. I'm dropping this here because
Getting all 4.
look at the teams, man.
Yeah.
How can you not say something like that? But yeah, look, LCO teams, my home region. So sorry. What's going to happen?
I have to give the apology there, but
I
especially
should apologize to every other region
yeah,
as well.
yeah. I mean, really.
the heart, you know?
But in all actuality, like we were talking about, obviously the mid lane matchup, but I think you have to look at the bottom lane so heavily because the duality between the two, it's so interesting. And looking at Viper Mako first, it's a key part to EDG. Look at Viper. Like, you give this guy Zeri, it's over.
Dude, you give him a chance in lane and it's over. Like, we even saw things like Lucian Nami coming through as well. I feel like Viper is so versatile. Heck, the Sivir Yumi lane that we saw, I believe in playoffs too, was just insane. And Viper and Mako have been on a tear. And I will say that Mako through the regular season, I didn't feel confident with his performance. And Lyric, I think you were the one telling me, like, man, we've seen a lot better out of this guy, but Viper was definitely the stand stronger.
Yeah, it felt like coming out from Worlds, Viper was the one who, I mean, since coming into the LPL, I think Viper has been the defining AD carry to where people like Jackie Love have gone up and down. Gala, I think, has had like quieter moments. Viper has always been a standout. And when you look at Mako, people talk about like the World's hangover, an international hangover. Kind of felt like Mako was the one who suffered from that, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, we came into the year and it's like, okay, Mako's like doing all right, not really finding that same impact in lane. Really not much presence on the map. Luckily, though, Hysterics, I feel like we have seen him step up a little bit more recently.
Yeah, and I will say as well, it's kind of that bar you put on top players, like we would say a rookie. It's like, remember the time when Rookie wasn't playing as well.
Rookie was like, maybe the 2nd or 3rd best mid lane in the league, but he wasn't gapping everyone.
Mako's not bad. Mako's still good. It's just like we know the caliber, right?
Yeah, exactly that. But across from them, as you were saying, some quiet moments from Gala, but you also have to look at Ming,
exactly.
Star Wall performances.
Because I think the same story goes for Ming in terms of like the Viper story, where even when RNG necessarily aren't performing or when like Gala can be having those quieter series, I think Ming is always a standout. He has some bad series, but I think that's Ming's play style of like, Ming is very willing to go for a lot of these plays, and RNG overall are a team who I think are willing to greed or over-index into certain picks when they shouldn't. But Ming, the way he plays the map, just thinking back to when they made that swap for Xiaohu, and like, this guy was the one who was like, sorry, Gala, I'm supporting top lane, constantly making those roams. I think he works really well around the mid lane as well. Like, he knows how to play those timers to help unlock Xiaohu, works well with Wei. This guy just does it all. I honestly don't know if there is a support you'd want over Ming.
Yeah.
Even if, like, let's say in a split, like maybe because like Missing had a better split right now, or so on and so forth. You just look at how consistently this guy has been a top 2 player in the league. You just can't argue it.
And I know you like that keyword, right? Like franchise player, Ming's been there
franchise player
for so long, dude. And I will say that, like, while we talked about Xiaohu being integral to RNG, Ming is right there with him. We'll talk about engaged supports in a bit, right? But Ming has had insane performances in the past, in the history of LPL.
Yeah.
Alistar, Nautilus, those are the picks that I throw up at the top, even the Leona, right? I feel like Ming is so good and was robbed in 2021, by the way. I'm still not over that.
He was.
Both MSI and, like our domestic championships, MVP goes to Gala, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, man, this is support, mate.
Man, even like the amazing Gala play and the amazing Gala call.
I was going to say, I wanted to shout out
the amazing Gala
call.
call. Ming in that play was insane. Gala, still standing out, has picked up some pentakills this split, like good team fighting. I do feel like it hasn't been the same level of carry performances you can see at like, MSI or Worlds, where I feel like, Gala seems like another player who under pressure can really just start to be this carry that you put everything into and just exceeds expectations.
But what I love is we were talking in rehearsal, and it is kind of that duality I'd mentioned earlier, right? Like you have Ming on one side that is the guy that seems to be pulling the weight, it feels like a lot of the time, and then on the other side you have Viper, and I think that's such an interesting conversation to have, especially going into a series like this, Lyric.
It is weird, right? And that's a nice thing, right? That you have one member in the bot lane who I think is able to keep up that consistent high, and then you have these other members where I love that you said it's all about expectation, right?
Yeah.
It's that people like Mako and Gala do have those ceilings and can hit those crazy moments that when they are just absolutely gapping everyone, you're like, hey, what's going on here? So coming in today, the problem is, right, we're going to be looking at which one does step up or who can step up more. Like we said, I feel like Mako has been having a much better playoffs this time around.
Yeah.
And we said, hey, when Gala's back's against the wall, he's there. And this is the time. This is when back's against the wall.
And no holds barred because we're still domestic at the moment, right? But like coming quickly to Lyric point, dude, remember, RNG were pitted against even in MSI, right? We got to Worlds last year for EDG, and they're like, oh man, EDG are not favored here either. Backs against the wall is like the great territory for RNG, EDG, even in recent history.
Exactly that, and that's what I'm so excited for this matchup in particular. But speaking of excitement, Lyric, you had some picks to watch for this series particularly. I think it's super interesting to keep that in mind as we go forward because at least for EDG, there's at least Azir, Silas that are terrifying, it feels like.
I feel like this is a problem coming into today's matchup, right? Because we hit on for Xiaohu that like over his career could play anything. Problem is he's so indexed into one style right now. When Scout is playing things like the Silas, like the Azir, like Azir right now in this meta, I feel like is a champion where there aren't a whole lot of lane answers for.
Yeah.
So like in the 1v1, sure, Azir isn't this champion that necessarily moves and impacts the map, but if he can shut you down in the 1v1 and scale up for those team fights, which are defining what's good right now, what do you do? Feels like that maybe has to just be banned by RNG. Silas, I feel like very much in the same boat in terms of maybe not that same win lane, but with how many insane ultis there are right now, literally in every role, like if you're not playing this, it just feels hard.
And I will say as well, with the amount of skirmishing we see in the LPL, right, like we haven't really changed play style throughout the patches. It feels like we're still looking for early dives. We're still setting up in front of these like neutrals, especially with the heightened stats that have come through in the past patch as well.
Yeah.
It feels like things like Silas as well, when we are so skirmish heavy, sit perfectly. And as you said, the ults on the board right now with champions like Vi, Wukong, Poppy as well.
Poppy,
I'm throwing the Amumu.
Like we could just sit here all day, right?
Yeah.
There's so much to take away, and LPL Silas has hit different.
They do.
Our mid lanes in the league.
But two more picks you got to watch out for EDG are the Draven and the Lucian, Lyric.
I mean, we said, right, last series kind of came out from like a laning phase gap from EDG's bot lane.
Yeah.
Draven has been a champion that everyone other than Jackie Love has had to keep permanently banned against Viper. And we said, right, Viper kind of came in, like could play a little bit of Draven, but it was when he lost to Jackie Love, just started spamming the pick now. Absolutely unbelievable. And EDG's bot lane, I think, has been specifically our best bot lane on playing the Lucian Nami, like understanding that, hey, even if this pick isn't as heavily indexed into needing to win lane, that's something Ox has talked about a lot. They're a bot lane duo that can hard win lane on this. They can take advantage of that one item power spike. And again, I feel like it's something else you can't give over to the side of EDG. There's just so many picks that RNG aren't playing right now that you can't take away.
Yeah, I think it's really important to look at EDG's picks, but you also quickly moving through RNG's picks. And Vi coming through with the Nautilus, you're talking about engages, you're talking about it all day.
I mean, it's Ming's bread and butter, right? Especially in this series. I think it's important that you brought this up, Lyric, because Mako as well, historically, also another great engaged support. We know he's more flexible towards things like enchanters. To be fair, though, so is Ming. Like,
no big deal.
They both are. But yeah, the setup here and giving a lot of direction for RNG in the draft, I think is something important that needs to be mentioned.
It's something EDG took away in their last series. They kept banning this out from Ming. When Ming's on an engaged pick, you can just dictate so much of what's happening on the map. And that's why I also feel like the Vi is another thing for Wei. RNG were the first team that leaned heavily into being like, Vi is a champion worth first picking. I remember halfway through the split, I'm looking at myself like, why are RNG first picking this on blue? And now that's just like a normal thing in this meta, point-click CC, being able to queue over walls, find interesting gank angles. And that experience on the pick and comfortability, I think, is one of the ways that RNG can lean strong to be able to find those picks and skirmishes that they need.
Let's quickly look at the last two picks before we get to the opening ceremony, as is Lissandra and Talia. A lot of setup, a lot of positioning possible here.
You did already highlight one of these.
Yeah, I did. Which one was it, Lissandra?
It was, maybe that one right there.
Yeah, it was. Dude, both. And it's so funny as well because I feel like we could see it out of both mid laners, but especially when the setup in the mid game from Xiaohu has been brilliant. Like the map movements, because RNG's not about the lane. We don't talk about RNG being like, man, they're like a top esports lane. They're like an EDG lane. We talk about how RNG play their mid game and play their setup around neutrals, and it feels like with Xiaohu on that, which needs to be banned.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Lyric.
The other side. Hey, like, it's mirrored. It's mirrored.
Both are rough.
All right.
And like you said, right, having this that can impact side lanes, that can play out a smart mid game, but also brings damage is huge. This one, since we are in a meta where bot lane is a lot more about pairings, right? You have a lot of these picks where you want Enchanter support, Xiaohu then needs to pick up the role of main initiator and main engage.
All right, guys, I got to go ahead and say we got opening ceremony for regional qualifiers. Let's go ahead and see what we have in store.
Dear Summoners, good afternoon. This is the League Carnival and the 11th anniversary. And I'm your host, Yu Shuang. We've just seen an interstellar agent from a warship to find another 4 mysterious heroes in the vast universe. He thought he has found their traces, but indeed put himself in a bigger puzzle. You could feel the colorful space is breeding a legend called Steel Valkyrie. I believe the amazing Hybrid Strike squad have already impressed many summoners. If you want to chase the starlight and learn the story, let's enter the game and explore more together. And after we have enjoyed the beauty of the armored suit, the 2022 LPL World Championship Regional Qualifier is about to begin. And now, let's wait and see. Welcome back. The 2022 LPL World Championship Regional Qualifier is about to begin. Today's match will decide who will get the 3rd ticket to World Championship. And next, let's welcome the strong competitors. Royal Never Gave Up and Edward Gaming Hacken. First of all, let's welcome the top laners. RNG, Brace. EDG, Flanger. And now let's welcome the junglers. RNG, Wei. EDG, Junjia. Let's welcome the mid laners. RNG, Xiaohu. EDG, Scout. Let's welcome bot laners. RNG, Gala. EDG, Viper. And now, let's welcome support. RNG, Ming. EDG, Mako. And now, heroes are ready. 2022 LPL World Championship Regional Qualifier Day 1 is about to begin.
Welcome back. It is incredible. It is a great opening ceremony. A little bit interstellar there. Yeah, I know, right? But in all actuality, it's great to kick off the regional qualifiers where we will get our 3rd and 4th seeds for Worlds. I think it's so important to highlight who's going to be winning predictions for the regional qualifiers. All right, Lyric?
You guys actually can't catch up to me. I've
you know
won too
what?
hard so
You
far.
know what? I don't want to hear any of that rubbish. Yeah, exactly. I'm taking some of your wording. But in all actuality, we got to bring up the predictions here and show off a little bit of what we got, because I know there is a singular
RNG. No, wait, stop. I want to be incredibly biased right now, because I'm on the desk. I get to be biased today. I want RNG to succeed. I have an RNG jersey, but like I said earlier, stylistically, I feel like EDG matched too well into them. But I hope,
you're all up and ready.
You're correct. The Kings of Spring, it could still be springtime.
Dude, we talked about Bot. How does Bot lose this from EDG, man? We didn't get to talk about it. I know they were on the caster desk, but if Junja's starting, the aggression Bot, Viper and Mako, man, that's what sells it. It could even be a 3-0. I should have had the Ashin energy from yesterday to get me through, but
I will say, I don't know, I have just voted 3-2s for every series, I think, for the last 3 weeks.
You just vote what you want. Yeah.
I just want 5 games, honestly. That's all I want. But just a quick little breakdown, Lyric, especially when you were looking at those picks to watch and importance in going into the game itself. Who are you looking to step up today?
I feel like for RNG, it's not even just individual members. I feel like we need to see something more out of them from draft, coming from picks. Because, again, they just lean so heavily on the Lissandra, the Talia, the Nautilus coming out. There's so many meta picks they haven't played, right? Like Xiao played a little bit of the Azir. We had a bit of Silas, but we really haven't had everything we need, I think, to match into what EDG play. The only other thing I could see them doing is maybe targeting Flandre, targeting Junja in the jungle. Flandre has had a good playoffs overall, but he did struggle in their last series.
I was also going to say, like, in terms of just champion pool, I don't feel like, you know, Flandre is someone who's had an expensive champion, but like a Yone top.
I mean, he played Malzahar top back in the day. He's played Azir top. Like, he's played everything.
And the Vladimir is a big thing as well. I mean, just while we're talking about picks, I know we didn't mention it, but Vladimir is something that's been constantly banned against EDG in the regular season. It was something as well that Flandre would willingly pull out into things like the Na matchup.
Hibbers, we got Annie. He played that
true.
as well.
Yeah, and that's why it's so hard to look at. But like, I feel like there's going to be a lot of dynamics up in the top lane, even though weirdly it's not a top lane meta, but after yesterday,
and honestly,
I'm just convinced we're swapping.
Neither of these teams play towards their top side, but I guess the point is, why I predicted EDG and what we need to see from RNG is we need to see something different from their formula that they've never had to deviate from.
True.
And sadly, it's just not really the meta for it.
Well, I guess we're about to find out, so let's go ahead and kick it over to the casters for game number 1 of EDG versus RNG.
Thank you so much, Mazel, Hysterics, and Lyric. I am Oshin. I am It's a full Irish desk, lads. Go full Hell Irish. Yeah. Hell yeah. We're adopting you. You got a passport, so you're all good. So.
I qualify.
And that's all that matters. And that's all that matters today is qualifying. Beautiful segue as we come into this series.
Flawless.
Flawless. No one ever noticed it. But anyway, coming into this one here, RNG versus EDG. Of course, the desk we're talking about it. I do want to hit back onto the stylistic kind of style of those, how EDG go into RNG. And RNG, they're going to have to change some stuff up.
Yeah, I really do think so. I mean, when we looked at this team the last time these two squads faced off, it was a lot of this Galio mid, the Lissandra trying to be played by Xiao, who it felt like they still heavily relied on Xiao, who to be that engaged tool, especially as they swapped Ming over towards more Enchanter style picks, and the Nautilus was consistently banned against them. So I agree with Lyric on the desk. I feel like we need to see something new.
Yeah, and I feel like something that also really hurt them was the bans, because game 1, they banned Kalista, Silas, Draven, and then the Yuumi was a big problem. So for the rest of the series, it was Kalista, Yuumi, Draven on both sides. You'll notice yesterday, Yuumi was 100% banned, but it was the red side team. And I feel like RNG are really hating themselves by the fact that Gala doesn't play Kalista, doesn't play Draven, and they don't really feel comfortable with the Yuumi for Ming either. I feel like I'm hoping we've had time off, we've had time away. I'm hoping they've come back, they've practiced some of those picks, they've adapted, and they're no longer forced to ban all three of those on both sides.
And even when we look towards 2021 as well, we look at this team as like, yes, RNG got knocked out in summer 2020 in the exact same fashion. They were knocked out down into the regional. They came back into regionals with a bang, but it's, as you mentioned, very different meta. It feels like it just doesn't really fit into the wheelhouse of how they want to play the game.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one coming in today. I feel like I'm going to be looking at early skirmishes around neutral objectives. Like if you look at game 1 and game 2 of the last series, a huge amount of that game was defined by the fact that, hey, Viper got 2 kills on Zeri up towards the Rift Herald in game 1. You look at him getting kills towards the Dragon in game 2. It felt like it was a lot of this was decided by those neutral objectives. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on how RNG try to approach this and how EDG are going to set up for them.
And for, again, onto how EDG are going to set up, it's a bot lane meta. It's Viper. Like, again, someone we've always touted as possibly the best AD carry in the world. I think if you're EDG, Ox, you're feeling pretty comfortable with knowing that you're going to have a powerhouse in that bot side.
I feel like if it goes to late game team fights, the meta is so good for Viper. You know, the Mako, Shujin, Enchanters. Like, this is the reason that EDG made such a big resurgence and RNG has fallen away. But it's like, Enchanters for Mako. His world skin is Yumi. Like, I don't feel like I need to say anything else.
Permanently.
And I think that's a really big part, especially for Mako at Worlds last year. That's where we started to see the support arc kind of changing for him, moving over towards the Enchanters. And I feel like he's just had so much time to grow on these Enchanters, both from Worlds 2021, now all the way into this. Like, we're seeing, as you say, like the Yumi for him. I think his Lulu has looked great. You get something on Viper like the Zeri, he just seems to pop off. It just feels like the whole bot lane is situated perfectly for them. And I think that's, as you, Ox was already kind of alluding to, the big problem here. We just don't see those kind of picks coming through from Ming and Gala to the same success as we get from EDG.
Yeah, I think EDG, again, they won this matchup already in this playoffs, 3-1. Even in the regular season, there was a 2-1 to RNG, but it was exceptionally close. It was kind of almost, it wasn't almost, it was a flip at Baron that literally led it to being a win for RNG. So it is kind of, again, in my mind, despite my prediction, it's more hopium than anything else. It is EDG favored.
But it's not only just the bot lane, right? Like, when you look towards the mid lane champion pool as well, I think Scout, one of the best Syluses we have in the league. The best Azir we have in the league, at least in my opinion. Like, I think the way that you try and look at this is like, okay, well, what do we get from the opposite side, right? I don't feel like I can push Xiaohu onto an Azir because then you can see that the whole game plan starts to fall apart from RNG because you don't get to go for these big engages on the Azir. It feels like their whole early game starts to be a bit of a mismatch because you can't really get Xiaohu to play side lanes properly anymore. Like, it just feels like so many of the meta picks don't fit either the support or the mid lane, and that's where the 2 veterans are in this squad.
Well, we'll have to see where they end up kind of going right now. We are jumping straight into picks and bans. The Lucian being banned away here by RNG alongside the Kalista, so focusing in towards that bot side. Yet to see the Draven be banned.
Yeah, Yumi as well, not banned by RNG, so they're still concerned about the Kalista, still clearly not wanting to deal with that or thinking it may be something that is prioritized, not going to be prioritized by... not going to be prioritized by Gala. But in this situation, the question is, do EDG ban Yumi, or are they happy to trade it over? And what will RNG face? Because it's still the Vi available, still the Zeri, still the Yumi if it gets left open.
Poppy's still there, Silas, as you said, an Aatrox ban. This is a very different style from what we've seen before. So looks like we are actually going to get RNG starting to mix things up. So going for the Yumi themselves, which, as Ox said earlier on, was highly banned by them in the previous series. But you still have things like the Zeri here, the Poppy here, that I think EDG would be more than happy to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as well, Scout's pool is pretty wide open. We saw in that game 1 in their previous matchup, Sylas was banned in the first rotation, but here he'll take his Azir. And now they have a bit of choice here. They could just go for AD carry, but that does mean that Vi is left available. So RNG could go Vi Sivir in this situation, which I think would be a fantastic answer.
Yeah, I think that's your best bet here. But again, I think the Poppy more than likely just going to be the response here from EDG. I think it can do reasonably well here. Can actually like set up as a disengage for some of the backline against RNG. Although, as you got the Sivir with the spell shield, can make things a bit easier to avoid that big knockback. But it feels like just taking your jungler here is going to be your best bet.
So the only other thing is a Lulu, just a matchup in terms of those enchanters. It does mean that jungle pool is going to get pinched here. I expect the Poppy to be banned. I expect that to be targeted away from Junja. But now EDG, they can actually look at Xiaohu's champion pool. They pick the Azir, which is going to do pretty fantastically into most things in the meta, but you can really start to hammer down and trim Xiaohu's options. Ahri is something that pairs fantastically with the Vi, and they'll ban that away.
Yeah, I think the Ahri is going to be a good shout to get rid of that. And then I think on the opposite side, I think alluding to things like the Trundle could be very good, the Poppy to ban away and make sure that you're just not going to have Junja as comfortable as possible in that jungle scenario. And then you've already got, like for RNG, a very easy to access engage tool, which is one of the big things we always watch out for RNG, is like a definitive go button. And it also opens up Xiaohu then a little bit more to kind of play what he wants here in the mid lane.
And this was my big question is, you know, RNG have been very much Xiaohu and Ming are calling the shots, calling the engages. Having Wei on a pick like Vi, he is going to be the one who has to lead the charge. And for teams like Top Esports and JDG we saw yesterday, Kanavi and Chen are fantastic at doing that. They feel so suited. So I'm hoping this is the sign that RNG are ready to put that trust into Wei's hands.
Especially when he has the devil on his shoulder, right? You stick the Yumi in there with him as well. It's like, go for it. Go for it. You can do it. But we'll have to see how it is going to work out. The Style is going to be banned away, which was the other big pick we're kind of keeping our eye on in that mid lane. Going to be taken off the board. So I think definitely the Talia still can be relatively high priority here in the mid lane. I feel like that's what Xiaohu's going to go for. And then it'll be a case of for RNG, like trying to utilize this more pick-orientated composition, like spread out the fight with the Weaver's Wall, have Vi direct herself onto one target, and see if you can pick apart EDG in that way.
Yeah, and I think as well, I mean, Talia obviously offers so much late game DPS. Obviously, the range of this is a big factor, but it means if you do go to those later stages, you can kind of hold up with those front-to-back fights. But you see the Renekton coming in, something that has been really high priority, and Flandre willing to pick that out. Does make it interesting they're leaving jungle to last pick, so could have something, you know, spicy there. But we'll see what RNG want to respond with for Breathe in the top lane.
Yeah, I'm curious if he just goes back towards something like the Kennen. Just kind of goes, okay, look, I can still get this great CC, be a big engage tool, follow up easy on the Vi, can help to separate people if needs be, decent in flank positions, and just, I know it's a bit of a skill matchup in the top lane, but it was certainly something Breathe has been comfortable on in the past.
Let's see where they want to go with this one. I do say that, like you said, the kind of extra engage could bring you in, someone who can follow up with the Vi. Got to be careful of the Renekton, though. If the Renekton gets 1 or 2 kills in that matchup, can just kind of snowball away from you. It looks like Breathe going to an old favorite, going to pick up the Jax here. So we're getting ourselves a little bit of a side lane pressure for both sides here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is not where you're going to have the early pressure from the Renekton, but the Jax in the late stage of the game could really take over the matchup, be a menace to the side lane, and also at least offers a bit of a dive buddy for the Vi. Now, did see EDG actually harboring the Jarvan, which is a really popular pick, into the Sivir, but it looks like they might just go for something a bit more reliable, something we've seen pretty constantly in the meta, which is that Trundle.
Yeah, I think Trundle's just incredibly strong, especially against like a relatively short-range composition like this. Trundle can do so much work, and if you're trying to play around that bottom side of the map, that pillar becomes so good, especially against something like a Sivir who tends to be a little bit further pushed up in the lane, and the spell shield doesn't really work too hot against him.
Yeah, another big thing as well in the Jax, his ult gives him like a boatload of armor magic resist, so a good option to steal those stats away from him.
Yeah, even if the Vi is just flinging herself in, right? Steal away the stats, instantly burst out the Vi, and suddenly it's not as big of an issue anymore. So I actually really like what EDG have gone for here. It feels like it fits into their playstyle, right? Hey, we can play around bot lane with the Trundle, we can try and look for these early objectives with the push in mid, and then we can actually try and go for these big team fights with Flandre looking for that flank.
Yeah. For RNG, feels like they're just kind of looking for that side lane pressure. You've got the Weaver's Wall, you've got the Jax that if he's able to kind of get up to those 1 or 2 items, he just becomes a monster in the side lane. So it does feel like RNG kind of adapting a little bit to what their kind of style has always been, to try and play the map a little bit smarter than their opponents, but again, still very difficult to do into this EDG composition.
To me, this is adaptation we got, because I feel like this is a more balanced draft between the two, whereas I feel like RNG were really struggling in the last series. They have engaged tools despite having an enchant in the support role. It's an active mid for Xiaohu, but still a pick that can be relevant provided DPS can scale up well. And then Breathe also has that bonus option on the side lane pressure, so it kind of ticks all the boxes for what I need, but it's still going to come down to how they execute with it.
It's all about execution. We are jumping into game 1 of this best of 5. They've met each other here many times, but this time around, winner locks in their spot at Worlds. They will be getting themselves on a plane to North America. Loser will still have one more shot, but you start to get a little bit more worried. You're down into the 4th seed. You're in Last Chance Saloon. You want to try and tie it up in a nice little bow right now. EDG versus RNG. How many times have we seen it? We're going to see it a couple more times today.
I always love seeing these two teams face off. That old rivalry that at the desk pretty much hammered home that these two teams have been some of the longest standing organizations in the LPL, and it always feels like when these two teams face off, we get an absolute banger. I think a little bit of a slower paced game is probably expected than what we saw yesterday, but EDG, at least in a couple of their playoff series, has definitely turned up the pace.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Junja coming in, a big point with him is like he has been this superstar in solo queue, and when he's come onto the roster, it has been a bit more aggression, a bit more agency, trying to get those early advantages, which can make all the difference in a game like this.
And that's what we saw from EDG in the last series against RNG, was a huge amount of this pressure around the bottom side of the map. And now that Viper's got his hands on the Zeri again, it feels like that is the win con for EDG here, right? Like, obviously you've got Scout who can provide that late game damage, but this has been a lot of the Viper show for EDG in playoffs.
See if he's able to turn it back on. It has been definitely a couple of highlight reels for Zeri over the last couple of weeks. Has been fairly decent at creating.
Yeah,
some of
just a bunch of pentakills here and there.
20,000 damage in a fight, breaking records.
Kind of disgusting. Now, I really love what Viper Mako are doing here, playing really aggressively because, early levels, the Yuumi can't do as much, whereas the Lulu has the harass. The Zeri can really try and apply pressure. You're going to win the wave push, but instead of just trying to push the wave in and harass them in the tower, they're trying to really zone them off and put some pressure down. Another thing to note is that if Ming uses the passive and gets the shield, Viper can just steal it away from himself.
And as much as we are focusing on Viper as this big carry on the side of EDG, a little bit of focus goes on to Gala. Like they said on the desk, Gala hasn't really shown up in playoffs, hasn't looked comfortable in this meta. And again, some of the best champions he's on are just not really viable right now. So we're going to have to keep a keen eye on how he's able to kind of be positioned in these fights.
Yeah, especially when he's on something that's as short range as this Saber, and you've got things like Scout who can go in with the swoop and boop. You've got the pillar that can come in from Junja. Splendre looking for flanks as well. He's going to be very careful when he gets towards these fights, but I definitely think for the early stages here, we're going to see at least a little bit of pressure here from Junja up towards this top side. You want Splendre to be able to get a decent opportunity in this top side matchup, and both junglers are up here already.
Yeah, I do love, though, we saw on the bot side, Viper going for that ward to cover their push. Breed did a similar thing, but it doesn't matter if you have a ward if you're still going to get caught out like this.
I mean, yeah, you got the ward, you know it's happening, but you don't really have a response to this right now. Pillar of Ice goes down. He's going to try and get the counter-strike, still has flash available, going to use it, but that's Summoner down.
Yeah, you can see the Wei was on his way top. But Junja now got to realize that he's here.
Yeah, maybe you're going to try and see if they can burn this flash off of the troll. He's actually taking a bit of a 1v1 of double flash, triple flash coming in here between EDG's top and jungle. But now you get a leap strike in. One more auto attack, but he gets the shield. First blood going over to the side of RNG.
That was so close. Just one more swipe would have done it, but Breathe manages to get the save on Wei. Brilliant stuff from the RNG duo.
And you really do not want to be falling behind as the Renekton in this situation. I think Breed did a fantastic job to mitigate that initial gank, using the counter-strike so well. We're going to get a replay off it, but here, this is where Wei gets the jump onto Junja, gets the channeled Q. That makes him unable to take the duel, despite the fact that Trundle does a pretty good job just because of his strength. But here, Breed pops the counter-strike and releases it as soon as possible to layer that stun.
Oh. Yeah. Also, just the fact that that frozen domain was initially used in that topside gank meant that you didn't have that available for Junja in that play, so it doesn't get the attack speed buff, doesn't get the extra little bit of damage off, and he will end up falling. So nice job by Wei to at least get RNG on the board for the get-go.
And again, similar to what we were talking about yesterday, it's millimeters. It's tiny little things that can be the difference, and this is great to see from RNG. Like we said, an adaptation kind of coming in and recognizing, like you mentioned, Junja's probably going to show a little bit of aggression towards that top side.
Yeah, I feel like, they have still stuff that we expect from RNG. Like, I feel like Jax for Breed, something we would definitely expect to see him playing, but they've still adapted. They've still moved a bit different, but Wei doing a fantastic job getting that early play, and if you set this Renekton behind, if you get Breed ahead, it's really going to pay dividends later on in that side lane for that pressure.
Yeah, the getting Splendre behind part is not going so hot, though. When you look at the CS,
I was going to say,
Splendre's done a pretty good job of getting control over that top side. So I think, again, we're going to be looking kind of more towards Splendre to see what happens when we get towards Rift Herald fights and that sort of stuff. But the fact that the flash was burnt by Splendre in that initial fight means that he kind of becomes a little bit more subdued when we get towards those later fights, when we look towards things like the neutral objectives. But I think the biggest point now is trying to see what is Junja going to try and come back with, right? Because I think you've got good late game scaling here for EDG, but we know that they like to try and play towards dragons. We know that they like to try and play towards these neutrals, and we got to see now what Junja can try and aid in that respect.
See what he's able to work around right now. Of course, that was a bit sore, a bit bitter when you blow your flash in the gank and, or even on a skirmish and you don't have anything to kind of go with right now. But Wei, without his flash, maybe looking to try and get Scout. Scout got a huge amount of mana. The Unraveled Earth is there, but it doesn't really do a lot afterwards, so Scout just walks himself away. Wei just showing presence.
Yeah, it was nice from Xiao to throw down the Unraveled Earth first, so that Scout couldn't just dash out the seismic shove, but, you know, some fancy footwork from Scout does get him away. We see Junjie just moving towards the Dragon. If they get this early, remember, 6% AD and AP, this is fantastic for both these compositions to have these scaling carries.
Also, just a really nice timing window here. Like, Xiao Hu has no mana, so he has to reset before he can go for this fight. Scout took the quicker reset and TP back in, so you will get mid-push, which can help out, and there's no way for RNG to try and contest this. So EDG just using a nice little timing window they had off both the mid and also the bot lane there.
And RNG recognizing this, you can see that Wei is up on that top side, taking away those Krogs, trying to get some kind of an semblance. But I will say, as Flandre, you got to recognize no one on your team is top side. You need to play respectful. It's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm not sure they can go for a dive yet without the Vial at this point with him so healthy. Flandre not stepping up to trade with Breed, puts him in a fine spot. And something I'm going to say is, we don't typically see dragons this early in the game since they buffed the health on them. To have a dragon already secured for EDG this early, and then being able to reset, move towards the top side for that Herald as well, this is a fantastic start for them.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here so far for EDG on map play, but as we're already looking at RNG at least getting one kill back in their favor in that top side. So I'm curious now to see how we try and set up for these Rift Heralds. At least with Viper and Mako having push on bot side, they should be the ones that are able to move up. But Xiao Hu has kind of been drifting towards this top side every time the lane and the wave in mid has just kind of moved out. So I think they're putting a lot of pressure on towards Flandre to play a little bit more respectfully and make sure that he isn't going to get caught out.
And that's the big thing as well. Something that we always see from Xiao Hu historically is how he plays around Fog of War. It's not about if he goes for something, it's the possibility that he might. He always kind of just drifts off, like you mentioned, off to the side, off into the Fog of War. You're not quite sure exactly where he is. And with something like a Talia that fits in his wheelhouse of like, I can just arrive at a location, you have to be so respectful. And speaking of being respectful, you got to be careful of Flandre on this Renekton.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Wei's going to plan here, though. Already in the bot side, has that ult available. This is what I would love to see from Wei. Like, try and make a play in the lane before the Rift Herald spawns. Like, use the fact you've got that point and click CC. I thought it might have been up towards Flandre in the top side because he had no flash. Then you can lean in towards the Rift Herald. But looks like because you've committed everything to bot side here as RNG, EDG are just going to start up the Herald.
Oh, decent attempt for Xiao, but this is a problem, right? Everyone has a dash on the side of EDG in the lanes. Mako's the only exception, but honestly, it just feels like the fact that now everyone has flashes again. It's really hard for Wei to get into a lane, pop the ultimate, and not have them like just dash and flash and be so far away that you may get turned around on. So doesn't find any opportunities there. Is leaning towards his Herald though, and it looks like both bot lanes moving up to try and secure mid priority here.
Yeah, Flandre already moving, knowing that that wave is pushing in towards Breed's turret. There's the engage onto Wei. He's forced to flash immediately out over the wall. Bit of a messy setup here from RNG.
Bit of a messy setup, but EDG kind of stepping to the beat right now, saying, cool, you move your bot lane, we move ours. We get first step onto you. You've got to respect us now. You were without a flash here from Wei, but both teams now kind of setting up. But we do see a little bit of a reset coming in here for Scout.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if EDG were just going to try and look for a little bit of poke there, see if they could try and push RNG off. But it looks like at the moment they're just waiting for Scout to come back. But I mean, Scout's going to be very late on this, so honestly, I think you just give up on the play and move Viper back off.
They're going to fully engage here. There's going to be the cease and desist. They are burning him down. The exhaust and the final chapter comes out. Flandre's in no man's land. What the hell did EDG think was going to happen?
I don't understand the thought process. It's so easy for a Vi to just jump onto you and have the follow-up there. The Yuumi being there as well makes all the difference. And EDG, they're standing around there. They're split up. Scout isn't even there. Just so many things wrong with that play for them.
And you've even got the Simper ult there as well to make sure the cavalry arrives the second you do jump in. Like, I don't know why you don't just send Viper back to bot side. You've already got one plate for yourself. You could have gotten 2 more off that push, and then you just go, cool, well, we've taken 3 plates for the 2 that's guaranteed from Rift Herald. Maybe we can try and make something happen, but yeah, Junjie walking up way too close there, and RNG just pounced.
I mean, it's just, you can even see Flandre, he pops the ult, but he's kind of in, out, he's not really quite sure, and even on the mini-map.
all about.
Yeah, you know, well, he's shaking because he's going to die. It's a scary situation, but again, it just felt like a very disconnected call from EDG where your bot lane wasn't committed, Scout had just reset, but you're still looking for the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact they lose those 2 kills, losing the Herald isn't that big of a deal. If you're like, okay, Scout doesn't have a good reset timing, keep Viper bot, that would be okay. But the fact they commit the resources and drop there, still to be said, Viper does have a significant CS lead, but depending on where this Herald is used, it could really push RNG forward.
And that's the very big difference from the last time we saw these 2 teams face off. Last time it was EDG getting advantage advantages around these neutral objectives, finding ways to get the dragons, finding ways to get Viper kills at this Rift Herald. But at least in game 1 of this series right now, 3-0 to RNG. A sizable CS lead, and Scout's in trouble.
Oh, he needed to be so careful. He did thread the needle between the unraveled earth right there to make sure that he actually went for a dive on bot side using the wild growth and the subjugate. So EDG not finding any purchase.
Yeah, but look at all the summoners that just got burned. You know, with Flash down for Gala, Ghost as well, and the heal for Ming being to defend themselves. So sure, they don't get the play, but a lot had to be invested to stop that happening. And we'll just see the replay here. Yeah, I mean, pretty solid play from them just to get those. And the interesting thing for me is, can they go for a repeat play onto Gala and punish him with his cooldowns being unavailable?
That's the big thing we always look at. It's always about kind of the repeat ganks. Like, yes, you got the summoners, good job you, but now you need to go back and double down on that advantage.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at how RNG can try and use this Rift Herald, right? The fact that you've actually burnt those summoner spells now in the bot lane leaves that bot lane very vulnerable. So Wei now kind of is forced to try and play around this bot side a bit more, use this Rift Herald in the bot lane, which makes it a little bit easier for EDG to try and respond, make sure that you aren't gaining like maybe a full tower or even, you know, a charge on a tier 2 off of this Rift Herald push.
I feel like it's so hard to try and find this play onto Scout. They keep trying, they keep going for it, but it's like, you know, you're a lot shorter range. Well, it's not that much of a difference as Talia, but to get your combo on him, Scout really has to be stepping up, and he's just been playing at the edge of that range as effectively as possible, walking out of it, and where he can't just, you know, pop R on him, otherwise he will dash into the tower and then slam him even further.
Xiaohu playing with that Fog of War again as they get the push now towards this bot side. Wei is here off basically all the bot side of the map, from mid all the way down to the support here, stacking on this bot side because they know Dragon is up and available and they want to try and stop that stacking from EDG.
And I feel like the Dragon's a big factor, but also the Herald is starting to time out. These plays made this lean bot lane with 4. It feels like they're trying to find a good window for Herald, but they're still yet to find one.
And this is what we were talking about, right? Because all the summoner spells were burnt by RNG in the bot side, they have to try and play around this bot lane, because if you use the Rift Herald top, Junja dives bot again, and then you're only going to trade kills plus the turret gold. But, I mean, look, Scout, under a bit of pressure here from RNG, but, I mean, as long as EDG don't overextend here, they're going to be able to match what Wei's trying to achieve.
Well, they see Junja there, so they know that the Trundle is hovering around. Not really a 2v2 you want to be taking right now, as we can see a 1v1 happening in the top side. Breeze is starting to take over. He's got the Divine Sunder right now.
Go.
And Junja now resetting himself down the spot side. He is alone, and the RNG actually burned on the hunt, so no Sivir ultimate. They just got to give up this Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not just a Dragon. You're going to lose plates. They are making a top side play, though.
Oh, TP.
Rough TP timing.
Yeah, they're going to get a double TP coming in. There's the Dominus, but the stun does not land because of the counter-strike. And now EDG, they're looking a bit floundering right now because they kind of had to push for this.
Oh, they had to pop the Herald, who's running out of time, so sure, they'll get the damage, but they can't actually finish the tower now. And we look on the bot side, Dragon being secured by EDG, and on top of that, pressure coming out for the bot lane.
They're not done.
Yeah, this is really good from EDG in the defense, but RNG, they're just trying to brute force this. I don't think you want to do that, though.
Oh, they're looking for it. The flash is good, but they get the ultimate down. They're going to try and burn down Scout, and they should get him. Their tower aggroing, swapping it perfectly.
Oh,
2 kills, but on the bot side of this one, Gala almost goes down.
Yeah, but he just managed to survive, and that was so close on the top side of the map, but RNG managed to pull it off. You can see Scout went for the shuffle play, couldn't quite find it, and RNG will pull ahead in kills and will be able to get that first tower.
A great flash from Xiaohu on that play means he doesn't get caught out by Scout. And the fact as well, so you get the charge on the Rift Herald right before the turret plays down on top side, but you're not able to answer on EDG's bot side. So overall, RNG just kind of barely pipping them to the post on this play as well.
We can see on bot side as well, again, they look for the play, but Junja was finishing off the Dragon. They burn multiple summoners to try and make it work. I feel like a little bit more patience from EDG, and they would be so much more clean.
Honestly, I think the play would have been have Junja go for the bot dive with 3 members, make the play work, and then get the Dragon on the exit. Or worst case scenario, you lose 1 Dragon, you already have an Infernal in pocket. It's not that big of a deal. I feel like EDG try to win everywhere on the map. They wanted the objective, they wanted to win bot, they wanted to win top, and as a result, they were spread a bit too thin.
Yeah, and again, I think they saw the play in their eyes, but on top side, but just weren't quite able to make it work. The flash coming through from Xiaohu, the great juggling of the turret aggro as well, and even just the fact, oh, we're actually going to get the replay here, just the fact that you end up with Wei being able to pip Scout just in the edge of turret range as well as Scout tries to flash away. You see it here, like, it actually means that Scout is caught just in the edge of turret range. They can finish him off, and that allows them to start that tower jump.
Yeah, and Breathe as well with the ult from Jax, just so tanky with the extra resistance you get. But also, I mean, the big thing with Wei was he buffered the ult from Scout with his ult so he wouldn't get interrupted. Just so many little micro things that meant that was a successful play when it could have easily flopped.
And EDG, they just need to just calm it down a little bit. You can even see, oh, well, they ain't going to calm anything down because you cannot stop the Vi from getting right on top of your face. Flandre, or not Flandre, excuse me, it's going to be Breathe getting himself on top of that. And then again, just overextending themselves just a little bit too much.
Yeah, and Wei plays it so well. As soon as he gets on top of Scout, you can see Scout's looking for the angle to dash away, and he just keeps standing on him because, you know, if you connect with an enemy champion, it will get interrupted. So did a good job to body block that.
And now you got a 3-0-3 Jax in your hands. Blade of the Rune King nearly completed for him, and he's going to tear through side lanes. And this is basically what RNG needed, right? The ability to try and take down top lane, take down tower bot, open up the map for themselves so they can start to look for picks with this composition and look to play side lanes with Xiaohu and Breed.
And I love this adaptation we're seeing as well. Yes, it's an incredibly heavy focus on the team fights later on for the bot lane, but in the early game skirmishes, RNG has just said, cool, top side, we can get so much going for ourselves.
Yeah, and I mean, bot lane is still going to be strong. We have seen a bit of the CS discrepancy. Viper is ahead, but you have Sivir, Yuumi. Sivir can obviously boost up the rest of your teammates just with the movement speed, but you're still going to have that big DPS threat.
Yeah, the fact that you just got the Rift Herald, though, means that, like, you're kind of being able to separate EDG from the win con a little bit here as RNG, right? If you can take mid lane turret with this, all right, now we can play it through sides. If we can get all these tier 1s down, right, it becomes a lot more difficult for EDG to contest vision for the next dragon in minute 45. And then you can actually try and get picks, look to separate the team with Xiaohu's Weaver's Wall and make these fights a little bit more uneven for EDG.
Yeah, and I just got to say, though, 2 dragons in EDG's pocket, you know, it's definitely a factor, but it's fine as long as RNG control it from here. If they start giving over more dragons, Mountain Soul is going to be a super big problem, but also the dragons 9% armor and MR. I feel like Mountain Dragon's just absolutely ridiculous. Even giving 1 could just make a huge difference because it's not just making the frontline tankier, but 9% armor and MR, even just with the base stats of like an 80 carrier mid laner, makes them so much more difficult to kill. So RNG want these on lock.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense as well. You see the Blade of the Ruined King now finished up for Breed on that top side with Dragon Stack. He's going to be unstoppable. No one can go toe-to-toe with him, so the next Dragon fight is going to be key, and you can see already, Dagda, RNG are really setting themselves up saying, look, in the next minute or so, never mind, we're going to go right now. They're going to be able to get the final chapter, the flick back, and even with the Immortal Shield Bow, you shall die. TP on the backside here. Scout does not get his ultimate to really do anything. Flandre has to slice and dice to get himself to safety, and RNG, they're just owning these fights.
Wei played that so well. He knows Viper has no flash, commits the ult, and the follow-up is there from Xiaohu, from Ming, the root, and then the knockback, and then the stopwatch as well. It looked like they were going to turn on away, lose the jungler, you might lose the dragon, but the stopwatch keeps him alive, flawless from him.
The big thing, though, is that you're going to be looking at maybe still a contest from EDG. Viper should be able to get here just as the dragon spawns, although I will say with literally every single ultimate burnt by EDG on their side, maybe they're going to think twice about going for this, but we're going to catch this on the replay. As Ox pointed out, Viper, no flash, gets the heal, gets the wall grow, tries everything to escape, but there's so much follow-up, he just doesn't get to play the game before this is all over. And Wei, fantastic stopwatch there. It feels like Scout is just going to be banging his head against the wall of frustration with all these, the way these are going.
Yeah, and they are going to give up the dragon and lead the top side, but I just want to highlight Wei. We said RNG struggle when it's not Xiaohu, when it's not Ming calling the shots, leading the engages. This is Wei being put into that role, something they've clearly practiced in their time off, and he's doing a fantastic job.
It is funny, though, that the more things change, the more they stay the same, right? Because we're still seeing RNG playing side lanes. They're still trying to see if they can play at the map, and when we get to this mid-game now, this is where it feels like they're going to be the most threatening. Bot lane turret has gone down. That's going to be the second one in the game for them. And now you have the opportunity for Xiaohu to push in side lane. Okay, cool. Let me Weaver's Wall in behind the turret. Let me put pressure there so then Gala can try and take down this mid structure. This is where RNG get to open up the map, and this is where RNG have been comfortable throughout the season.
And it's beautiful to see, again, like you mentioned earlier as well, they've kind of just delayed pretty significantly EDG's win condition towards that bot side. They've said, no, look, top lane is where we're going to be having. And honestly, they've kind of exposed Flandre a little bit, and even Scout getting very overzealous for these fights, just not really positioning himself for success.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. This Renekton is useless for the rest of the game, right? He is just going to try
I didn't want you to say it, but
it's how it is, right? Yeah, I mean, you're right, Rob. I will say, Herald is nearly done, and you want to get that mid-tier 1, taking down a tower when the enemy team has Azir, and even Zeri with a W over the turret is very good at wave clear, so they're going to put a concerted effort in here, and I think EDG expected, though, look, they have 4 members, 5 actually, Flandre's there as well, hovering around mid. They don't want to lose their mid-tier 1, but time is ticking. You've got to pop it now.
Yeah, he's going to drop it just behind the tower so it doesn't get immediately burned. He wants to try and bring it in with the minion
with a wave, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So they're going to have that. They even have Breathe pushing in that top side, and then they're going to be able to move him down to try and protect it.
And that's the thing, it syncs with the wave in mid, but also syncs with that wave that Breathe is pushing in that top side, right? So now you're going to end up with the double threat here. Flandre immediately has to move top, he has no TP, Breathe moves mid, and Xiaohu's going to wrap around in behind this turret and throw down this Weaver's Wall to try and separate EDG away from us.
Really nicely done there. They get everyone away. They get the charge off. They're even putting in a hell of a lot of damage on the Junja, who smites to get all of his health back. But EDG still defended, and they don't lose the tower structure.
Yeah, I mean, I think RNG did everything correct there, but the problem is it was still telegraphed. EDG was still there. The charge comes in, but the tower still remains, which is pretty big for EDG. Losing that mid-tier 1 really allows teams to push forwards, deepen their vision, and start to aggressively invade the jungle. So for the time being, EDG at least trying to slow the game down by keeping that alive.
And as we were already talking about, it's so important to hold on to this, to hold on to vision for Dragons. Like, EDG's win condition is team fights, getting Scout and Viper to a point where they can just free fire and do a ton of damage. But you're not going to be able to do that if you're being controlled by RNG.
I think they'd lose this 2v1, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, I have a lot more faith in a 2-item Jax than I do in a very far behind Renekton Trundle. But with the 2 members going topside, Scout showing on bot lane, it feels like you just mentioned, yes, they did all the telegraph, EDG calls it, but they don't hold it at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're just bleeding out in these side lanes. I mean, look what's happening.
Look what's happening indeed. It's a solo bolo, perhaps. No, but the Gordrick is good. Breathe. He needs to flash in there. Oh, not quite able to keep him alive. The last breath does end up getting a trade of 1-for-1.
I mean, that is absolutely worth for EDG in terms of being able to get that big shutdown. Renekton, maybe slightly less useless after that, but you can see Breathe trying to leverage the advantage, does overstep, does get punished on it, and finally EDG on the board in those kills.
Yeah, but I think the big thing is that we're already seeing RNG starting to put the regular stranglehold on this game. You've got the dive that's going on in top side. They'd already committed a ton of vision to that top side to allow Breathe to go for the play. Now that we're going to have Dragon in a minute and a half, we're going to see them pushing mid, drifting on this bot side. You probably have Xiaohu pushing that bot wave as well, and they're going to start to set up for this Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, this was actually pretty well played by Flandre because he survives just enough to be able to get the stun in, gets the Gordon heal, and then dashes away and Breathe. He thought he had the kill. He'd already committed to finish off Flandre, so just literally down those little centimeters making the difference there.
As we come back in, minute till Dragon spawns. This is honestly such a departure from the series last time we saw these guys, and this is what makes RNG such a scary team as well, because RNG are just a team that when they have control, when they're able to dictate the pace of the game, they're the ones that are just so smart about how they play around the map, and it feels like they've gone home, they've done their homework, and they're coming in looking all blazing basically on this particular matchup.
Let's talk about EDG, because this Dragon is going to be a bit of a pain if RNG get it. More stats, more resistances for that Jax is a problem, but we're still not quite at the point where I feel really comfortable in their carries. We're still not at that 3-item for the Zeri, so they could give this up, but I feel like they're still trying to posture, still trying to fight, because those extra resistances will be such a pain.
And the big problem for this is that now the Flandre is very far behind. You don't really, and no flash, you don't really have someone that can play for that engage tool either. You're heavily reliant on a pillar, maybe setting something up, but honestly, it's going to be Scout with this Zhonya's Hourglass that has to make a big play to set up Viper to actually go for something, because otherwise RNG, they're the ones with the go buttons.
Well, they've got the go button now, and Scout's getting himself separated. He does get the ult over the wall, though, which completely isolates Xiaohu. They're going to try and get the final chapter here, but Xiaohu is dead. That just feels like Scout finally finding an opportunity. He catches out the mid laner.
That was so fantastic. It looked like Scout was the one trapped out, and Xiaohu even body blocks his dash, but just knocks him over to the other side of the wall, basically puts him on a silver platter, and now EDG, this is the thing I was worried about for RNG. One Dragon away from Soul and getting all those extra stats to boot. Yes, there's a 3,000 gold lead, well, almost 4,000, but when you think about the stats from that mountain, from that Infernal, it does do a lot to try and mitigate that.
And that's the thing, because Breathe went for that dive on the top side, they'd already committed all the resources, all that vision to the top side of the map, so they don't actually get to establish themselves in that bottom side. So RNG, without knowing exactly where EDG are, tried to make the play, and I mean, I literally just said it beforehand, it was like Scout with the swoop and boop needs to try and make the play, gets the Emperor's Divide over the wall, brilliantly set up, and it's just such a good job job from Scout.
Yeah, and ultimately the mistake here from Xiaohu was not using the stopwatch on the Emperor's Divide. He had to stop the knockback, because by the time he did it there, he was already dead, already out of position. So a bit of a misplay from him, but just great heads-up play from Scout on that one.
EDG not willing to let this one go. Yeah, like you said, it's an advantage for RNG, but it's not insurmountable. It's not, in fairness, we've seen 10,000 gold leads go the wayside of the most recent series here in the LPL.
We've seen a team win a 5v5 against the Elder Dragon yesterday.
Like, the problem is, it was EDG who lost that 10,000 gold leads.
It was.
So let's not touch the sore spot, right?
So they know where they're at. They know what's going on. They know that anything is possible in the LPL as we come into this one here. But again, it's going to be on RNG to try and kind of keep EDG pinned back. And the big thing is now, like you guys mentioned earlier, it's soul point. You are looking at a Dragon Soul, and having that extra shielding to stop the burst could be huge for the side of EDG.
Well, at the moment, we're just trying to see if RNG can get vision control over this top side. We're not really seeing RNG use their side waves as much as they'd like. Breathe, as you can see, just on Krugs at the moment. So I think they need to get some space, and EDG have kind of realized, hey, we're not under threat. Let's see if we can start this fight, at least push RNG back. Make sure we're keeping the vision that we need to stop RNG from being able to play out sides as much as they'd like.
Yeah, you can see the confidence that EDG now have at this point of the game. They're still down in gold, but really starting to leverage them being grouped up. We need RNG to push that wave on the bot side from Breathe, make someone answer. And it looks like EDG, they might try and force something on this Baron, try and force a TP, but it looks like they aren't that confident yet. And now, this is the point where they lose the pressure. Flandre has to go bot, they're going to go for the resets, and now RNG can start to take control.
Yeah, Breathe is the weak point of EDG. You need two people to deal with him right now. Like, even though you got the Sterix Gauge, it will help out, right? But, I mean, it's very difficult to try and stop Breathe. He pops the counter-strike, he can finish off this turret, and he just ignore Flandre.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, honestly, I mean, that's a lot of damage, I think Breathe wins it around.
He's not a 1v1 for much longer, though. Scout was roaming down, but yeah, gets the tower and trying to get himself out. Does have a blast cone there, and Scout should not be able to catch up to him.
Yeah, so able to get away, you bring so much attention down to the bot side, and ultimately, if Scout had come sooner, yes, they might have killed Breathe, but I guarantee that RNG would have started the Baron, forced those TPs, maybe even disengaged off the back of that, and that's if they managed to kill Breathe. They would still have to commit so much resources.
And that's the thing, is that Breathe is going to be free to pretty much do this over and over because, well, who's your engage, right? Like, there's nothing that's really like a heavy, easy CC to lock down this Jax, who has a flash, who has the wards that he can leap strike to. So it's going to become very difficult to try and keep this Jax in check. And whenever RNG are threatening position over Baron, they can very quickly go for a pick on someone who ends up left alone, especially if you overcommit members from EDG to dealing with Breathe on the bot lane.
But I am going to say, this is a big point for EDG. Yes, they're still down in gold, but next Dragon in a minute 30, that would be sold for them. And we've just had Viper pick up the Infinity Edge, that huge spike for the Zeri. Yes, Gala has one as well, but the thing with Zeri, she does a lot of magic damage, so it's not as big of a deal that you don't have the armor pen, whereas for Gala, going up against the likes of this Renekton and this Trundle, even the Azir with his Sonyas make a lot of difference, and you can see the poke already really hurting.
Yeah, we're going to have the final chapter come out here, which is going to force the flash out of Junja because Breed's on a little bit of a flank. They're going to go in with the ultimate. It's going to be 5 members right on top of this vibe, but Wei has a GA, so he'll BK. This Sivir is getting to free fire and just kind of ricochet across people. Scout's in a lot of trouble, and Breed jumps over the army and says, hello, everybody. Now Viper trying to see if he can turn around this fight. Gets a nice W over the wall, but not quite able to kill anybody else. It's still a minute till Dragon, but RNG get the pick.
Yeah, I think the big thing to track here is Summoner's Burn, because everyone's going to be back alive for this fight, right? And Scout even has TP. Viper kept his flash, Gala kept his flash. Both the mid laners did, but a lot of the engage options, this top jungle, did end up being the Summoners, and importantly enough, Wei lost his GA. So yes, RNG were the one who came out of that with a kill, but a big cost for it.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. EDG, you're even looking at in the mid lane, Zhonya is still available for a Scout. The flash still available for him. We're kind of saying, hey, look, this guy, he's got to step up. Now, we've seen it from Scout in the past. His Azir has been incredible in clutch moments, and now with the TP about to come through from Scout, he needs to do it again.
Breathe is on the backside, though. The TP on the back line is going to catch on to 2. They get the flick back, and they are burning these tanks down. There's going to be Flandre going into stasis to try and keep this fight going for himself, but he shall be sent to the grey screen. The Dragon is alive, but look at the health bars in EDG. Actually, did even see RNG, they're looking for a flank. They're looking to try and catch anybody who might be on the escape path.
Yeah, very quick resets coming through from EDG. They want to get the hell out of dodge, make sure that they're back to try and contest every wave that's going to be pushing in. But great job from RNG. They find the isolated front line and they pounce.
Yeah, they just do so much damage, I feel. Talia absolutely shredding at this point with the Void Staff, but even Garland, I was saying, doesn't have the armor pen yet, but I think just the fact that Junja and Flandre behind, it just means it doesn't matter too much. And now they're They're going to move over the Baron and try and threaten this and force EDG to contest it. Flandre just had TP and he's up in 10, but this is going fast.
They destroy it. You've got a Sivir, you've got a Talia, and you've got a Jax with a Blade of the Ruined King. It's down to 2,000 HP. You don't have flash on Junja, so he's not able to get into the pit. So not only do you get the Dragon, you might be able to get the Baron in the fight as well. Junja walks too far forward. Viper goes into stasis. We do see a fantastic ult from Scout to deliver the rest of the team on a silver platter, and now Viper can really start to do well. Gala just about survives. The Wild Growth keeps Viper healthy, but he needs to be very careful. Oh, he just about gets himself sidestepped, but RNG do get the Baron.
Accepts the stun, will not accept his fate there in that play. Just about able to escape, but that was so close to EDG turn around. We saw Scout go for that hero play, but just with Breathe having that Counter-Strike available, Viper couldn't quite finish him off.
And look, this was a fantastic passage of play for RNG. They got the Dragon, they got the Baron, and the fight started off really well, but you start to see some of the problems going up against this Zeri, and Viper really popped off on this one. Scout with a huge shuffle, but then Viper just starts to become such a menace. Kills Ming, Gala nearly gets taken out as well, and here, I love the decision-making from Viper. He just sees the Unraveled Earth comes out and dashes through it. Yes, he gets stunned, but make sure there's no follow-up.
The big thing, though, is that now there's no stopwatch for Viper. So the whole reason that play worked so well was that Wei uses the engage into Viper. Viper goes golden. You don't get the connection on the Zeri. Now, though, because you don't have that available, it's still much easier now to try and get on towards Viper. And that GA not going to be as clean as that stopwatch.
Oh my god, Flandre taking so much damage. And yeah, Ox, I'm going to go ahead and say he's probably as useless as he said he was at the start of this game. He just cannot survive.
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton really just isn't offering much in these fights other than something for Gala to bounce ricochets off, to be honest.
Yeah, the meat shield not working out so hot here for the Renekton. And now you got Breathe pushing top. You've already lost the mid lane turret as well. And this is not looking so hot for EDG. It feels like RNG really want to get themselves towards Worlds in this first round.
I feel like the fact that Breathe is one of the people who kept Baron really frustrating in this situation. And he's just a menace in the side lane. We do see the wall cutting off support, but the wave's not there, so I don't think there's too much of an issue
early
for EDG.
This has also just been a fantastic game from Breathe. Someone who's taken a huge amount of... actually, I was going to hold on to that. But a huge amount of... hate on this squad. To see him popping off here, having a great performance, really does fill you with confidence to see what he can achieve as he starts to go forward.
I mean, he goes forward with the Counter-Strike because not only does it block auto attacks, it also gives you some passive stats as well to give you, be a chunky boy walking forward. And now with the bot lane now cracked open, you've got mid lane gets synced up with the wave, but with the two cannon minions, there's nothing you can really do here as EDG. You're waiting for a mistake from RNG, and historically, RNG don't make mistakes.
Plus, it's as Dagder's been saying throughout this entire game, they don't have the engage. Like, even if someone is a little bit out of position, it's so hard to actually start the fight, especially when you're against the Yuumi, against the Talia, two champs that make gap closing very difficult. And now we get the reset come in. Mikhail's picked up for Ming, GA for Gala. It's going to be so hard, even more so to try and punish them. We have triple GA available across Breathe, Wei, and Gala in this situation. So I feel like options are really running out for EDG, and they need to completely pop off in this next fight if they're going to bring the game back in their control.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, like, for RNG, they've done a really, really good job of making sure that Flandre and Junja don't have flashes whenever these big fights are up, right? Like, we've seen them constantly fighting towards Flandre on the top side. They get rid of his flash. Now, it wasn't quite just as Riptide was coming up, but you can see the idea. We're getting to the Dragons as well, where they initially try and blow some of these. And I think this is the first time we'll actually see Flandre have a flash for a Dragon fight that's going to be up. So we'll have to see if that is going to make a difference. Maybe it sets up a little bit easier for Viper and for Scout if they can set up for this kind of front-to-back fight. But with how far ahead RNG are, it just feels so difficult.
I mean, Breathe is just a monster. It feels like Breathe has one target, and it's Viper. That's all he's going to do. He's just going to jump on the Viper with the Counter-Strike and kind of say, right, even if you're not dead, you're not in the fight. And that's all really you got to go, because then you're down to one threat. You're down to the Azir, and honestly, you can see with Xiaohu playing, obviously, the Hysterics mentioned it on the desk. This man on Talia just knows how to play with it, knows how to position with it, and just feels like such an incredible threat. So for EDG, they're looking for different ways in, but it is going to come down to either a miracle or a mistake.
I mean, the problem is the ideal fight scenario for EDG is they kite out RNG and just constantly pepper down damage. Zeri gets to pop off, Scout gets to get value on the Azir. You're this a Vi. How do you kite a Vi? It just doesn't fundamentally work.
Difficult.
Yeah. And it's like, even if Viper doesn't die, if he's just ulted by Vi, locked in place, maybe he goes in his GA, in all these scenarios, he's not doing damage. Flandre's not doing damage. Junja's not doing damage. Scout might, but as soon as you target Viper, you know the rest of the focus will lean onto this Azir, so they need to find space, but it just feels so hard.
Especially since you don't have the Rabadon's death cap completed on the Azir. Like, they would love to have that finished, and maybe he will get off this reset. He's been sitting close to it now, but that would be such a big item break point for Scout, and maybe now he can try and churn out that damage. But again, like, you're heavily reliant on these flashes from your front line with Flandre and Junja to find the engages, which nearly got burnt there. So we're real glad Junja got out of that one, because again, I mean, you steal away this Mounted Soul, it could be so important for EDG.
Yeah, I think one problem though is I'm looking at the summoners. Scout's flash is coming up pretty soon, but Vipers is a little bit further away with 45 seconds from Dragon. I don't think he's going to have it available, and that's going to be such a massive issue in this fight.
Yeah, at least he has the GA, which kind of helps, but again, we kind of already touched on it. Like, the GA kind of just leaves you as a sitting duck in this scenario, especially if you don't have the damage to try and force RNG away from where Viper goes down. So I feel like Viper definitely has a big old target on his back, and it's going to be on Scout to see if he can buy that space for Viper once this fight kicks off.
I mean, yes, Gala is going to be a massive carry in this, but look at the items now onto Xiaohu on this Talia. He's got 4 damage. It hasn't gone for the Zanya, so he is pure damage output right now, a full item ahead, and he's just going to feel so hard to deal with. If he lands some of these oil pumps, they don't even need to fight because they're just taking a turn. He can ignore the Renekton. He doesn't care.
Yeah, and I mean, Flandre can't defend the inhib with no tower. He's just going to have to back up. Oh, if he dies here, it's a disaster. He's going to have to defend the Nexus towers, and EDG, they start rushing the Dragon. They know time is not on their side.
They have to go for something. There's going to be the Shirelia's battle song to try and maybe speed them up, get them into a good position. Xiaohu looking to see maybe he can go for this one. It's going to be a straight up flip, but the TP's going to be coming from the Jack. They're going to go for it. No! Denied! RNG get themselves up to 3 Mountain Dragons, and now you can see Viper just backing away. Breathe finds his mark, and now Scout has to be the kiter for away, goes into this GA just to try and keep this fight going. Flandre on the front lines, but Breathe is just knocking everybody down. Their man has a lamppost. Imagine giving him a real weapon.
Breeze played this fight so well, just constantly hunted down Viper, and sadly Viper couldn't create enough space, couldn't create much time. We even see the TP come in from Xiaohu. RNG with a bit of a masterclass in this game 1.
Really good, patient play. They took the mistakes from the first series in playoffs, which they lost to EDG, and they've 100% learned from those errors. RNG will take the advantage, and Munchables will lose its prediction of 3-0.
A brilliant game 1 from RNG. Breathe, the man on your screen, popping the hell off in this game. The fact that he was able to get so many of these successful ganks into that top side, shut down Flandre early, just absolutely destroy that 1v1. And then from that point forward, EDG just had no way of contesting on the map. Like, it all went disastrously.
I feel like so many good things for RNG. The fact that they made the Yuumi work, which means they don't have to ban it on blue side anymore because they can just first pick it. Maybe EDG will not have to ban it when they're on the red side, but also Wei on the primary engage, being that person who led the fight and it working so well for them. A lot of the issues being solved, but as you said, Breeze was really the standout.
Yeah, and I think now this becomes really interesting coming into the draft for game number 2, because I'm looking at things like that fight going, well, I don't want to give that across the way, right? That felt like too easy of a go button for them. So do you try and get rid of that? Do you then feel like you have to ban the Yuumi on red side? Like, I feel like there's so much now that opens up in this draft, and a lot of those question marks that were being posed to RNG before we entered this series are suddenly being answered very loudly by RNG.
I was going to say, what a level up, what a glow up from RNG, because again, we were all talking kind of like before this series, and every single person was like, stylistically, just the way the meta is right now, I just can't see RNG really kind of plugging all the holes. And instead of plugging them all, they just kind of embraced it. They kind of said, right, we can just swim. If we learn how to swim in these particular waters, we can make this one work. And it does feel like RNG, again, just did their homework, knew how to come back into this strong, and EDG, like you mentioned, have a hell of a lot to kind of talk about and to kind of change coming into the next game.
Yeah, I mean, there is one thing to mention is that this was RNG on the blue side, right? And we saw yesterday blue side won 100% of the games. It's a definite advantage. So I'm interested to see how this carries over when we switch sides. Presumably, EDG with selection next will go for blue. Can we still see these adaptations that RNG made work? Are they still going to be able to get their hands on so many fantastic tools? And how do we see them go when we do go to that game 2?
And I love the fact that we mentioned, obviously, during the cast, Breathe My God, finally looking like the player that we've known for so long in the LPL, but also when he was, being swapped in for Bin at the start of the split, we said, look, this is a perfect fit. It didn't really work as well as we thought it would. Finally feels like he's found his footing.
On the opposite side, though, we're kind of seeing Flandre the same as we saw him against top esports, right? Not having the best of impacts, falling out, getting caught out as well in that mid lane. Like, there seemed to be a lot of scenarios where Flandre just wasn't performing, and I mean, this Renekton definitely not looking so hot.
No, it definitely... Look, Renekton's back. But he's not back in every situation, you can't just pick him blind.
I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where, like, we saw the out-execution from RNG, but maybe if the game goes a little bit differently and we see, EDG coming out ahead in those skirmishes, maybe it could be a different game. But at the end of the day, that is the gambit you take with Renekton, because the emphasis is on you to use that strength to get ahead. If you end up fudging it, then, yeah, I mean, this is what you get.
Yeah, this is what you get. Well, RNG take a 1-0 advantage so far. We're going to send to a break, and then the analyst desk will be breaking it down before game 2.
我猜是谁操作很下饭那种，就这个意思，就是有人有瞎操作了就发这种表情，
应该就是那个类似 LPL 下饭的意思吧？看到下饭的操作就发这个表情。
第一个就是哈哈哈的意思吧。뭐지? 놀랐다? 모르겠네. 대단하다? 대단하다?
操作和吃的情况下，这个就是有好玩的事情发生的时候。
有点看不懂，只能看出他笑得很开心。
应该会触发一个很好笑的操作吧，然后这种表情吧。
肯定是看到好笑的场景。
不知道呀，看不懂。就是笑的意思吗？
感觉这个表情的含义应该是看到了很搞笑的操作在笑吧。
我估计就是笑死，就是那种夸张的 LOL 差不多。
这应该是无聊的时候发吧。
就是不好玩。这个我完全猜不到什么意思。
这应该就是看，说白了，两队太无聊的时候，应该会发这个。
这个表情有点明显吧，感觉就是有点困，可能就是看 LCK 比赛看的。
这个应该在 LCK 比较常出现。这个表情因为都不打架，要睡着了。 啊，这个表情的话，应该是就是打的话比较就是太运营了，然后没有触发人头这种吧。
第二张的话，就是感觉应该出现了很离谱的操作，让人窒息吧。
这个是看到选手操作窒息了吗？
这个应该是很窒息的时候吧。
这个我就感觉就是看到那种令人很窒息的操作，然后就感觉要做那个下人中那个动作一样。
我觉得这个表情应该是看不下去了，就可能辣眼睛。这一看就不像国内的人会用的，一般都是看别人赛区就发这个，或者赛区对打就发这个，摆烂。 不玩了，摆烂。
这是喜欢的队伍被团灭了，那种。这蜥蜴吗？还是什么？这个猜不了。
你还是不知道什么意思，完全猜不到。
这个应该是有一波很帅的操作，然后张大嘴尖叫。
뭐 슈퍼플레이한 거야? 슈퍼플레이했나?
可能出现了搞笑的操作吧，然后大笑。
反正这个就可能是比较好的操作，也有可能是比较可怕的操作吧，就是感觉两种都可以用这个。
这种一般就是被某位的选手的操作惊呆了吧，要么就是那个人实在是太搞笑了，玩的就是。
这表情是个鳄鱼啊，可能就是一直在打架，然后比较血腥，就会发这个表情吧。
这张是凶残吗？血腥还是什么？
这个表情。 看我们比赛像吃了碗大饭吃饭吗？
第三个是666，
这是表示很惊讶吗？
看不明白，这个看不明白。
哎，这东西谁不会啊？
是这算我对吗？应该算我。
这是啥呀？这熊吗？啊，这这个呀是吧？麦是吧？啊。
谁厉害？我厉害。
哎呀，找个角度。
这样子。
那就这样呗。
要嘴张这么大。
就这样。
模范嘴巴张得很大那一个，这样吧，应该是吧。
We've got the habit to hurt people we love the most. The never-ending why remains untold. Countless words were spread out, but we've fallen quiet. Thought everything is alright. I still believe in us. We belong together. Oh, everywhere, drums and gunfire. Did we just hear the end of love? Memories always hurt. We expected so many things in our world. No common future to grow old. I can't take this weight on my shoulders no more. Still hear you walking down the floor. I still believe in us. We belong together. Oh, everywhere, drums and gunfire. Did we just hear the end of love? Memories always hurt. One wrong move, still made, fall apart. We did choose too late, and you start. Take your time, cry it out, let it out. One wrong move, still made, fall apart. We've got the habit to hurt people we love the most. The never-ending why remains untold. I still believe in us. We belong together. Oh, everywhere, drums and gunfire. Did we just hear the end of love? Memories always hurt. I still believe in us. We belong together. Still made. Oh, everywhere, drums and gunfire. We did choose too late. Did we just hear the end of love? Memories always hurt. Still made.
Always thought that you were safest left behind your walls. Spend your hours running circles in your empty halls. Be the friend of who can reach you. You don't hear the calls. Open up the gates, you'll see it all. Leave the fortress that keeps you.
我觉得跟季后赛比的话，在冒泡赛中就应该，更加谨慎吧，就是失误要犯的少一点，因为就是一点一点就没有退路了。我觉得在冒泡赛打其他3支强队的时候，我觉得不太需要担心对手是谁，主要是完善我们自己吧，就是让我们自己的状态好就行。
Welcome back, everyone, to the couch, the analyst couch here in the LPL Regional Qualifiers. I'm Mazel, joined by Sterix and Lyric yet again. After a very roundabout victory from RNG in game number 1. I think it gave us some moments of pause where we're seeing Viper pop off on the Zeri, but all in all, especially looking at the draft lyric, it was really important for RNG to come out swinging this time around.
I think just coming in with the game plan, right? The last thing we hit on before we went into the game was like, it could be actually kind of hard for EDG to prepare coming into this since they won the last time so decisively.
Sure.
RNG are the ones who can change pretty much anything, and as EDG, you have no way to read it. So coming in with the first pick, Yuumi, I mean, I think caught all of us by surprise, and then them making that pivot towards topside, right? We saw, I think Flandre's had a really good playoff so far, but looking to punish him because he struggled in their last series, them being willing to bring out that Jax pick, I know it's something both of you love downstairs, and just make it work so beautifully, was just a really nice, I mean, just completely different plan that we haven't seen from RNG all split long.
And as you said, caught us off guard. Like, I think it hits the nail on the head perfectly to start this series because what we mentioned is a lot of the bot side mechanics, especially with EDG in the picture, right? How Xiaohu will move in the mid game. We saw a lot earlier in the map movement, especially on Xiaohu's Talia, right? Towards that top side. Breathe in a great position. And I feel like just coming back to the first pick here, Lyric, because I want to discuss this with you, because we look at that Yuumi first pick, right? But we still have the old dynamics of RNG with the priority and things like the Vi as well shifted in, right?
And I think that's what's important, right? Because when we talk about, okay, typically it's had to be Ming being the main engage, or then it's fallen onto Xiaohu. The fact that RNG have gravitated towards this pick so heavily, and I mean, EDG not giving it the respect that maybe it deserves, and allowing him to keep finding those picks, I mean, that's one of the reasons why they were able to win so comfortably in my mind, as we saw throughout fights, whether it's the Vi, whether it's the Jax, they were always able to find a way onto Zeri once Viper started to get to a point where we started questioning what would happen.
Yeah, it was all about decision making, and it worked out for RNG very well. Now, we did grab some clips here to kind of discuss and dissect the early game, but as well as the game plan from RNG, Lyric.
Yeah, I think it was really surprising what we said, playing up towards this top side, and we saw it from very early on. I think some mis-execution coming out from EDG in these earlier plays to where maybe they could have both either gotten away or gotten kills. Things like the Herald, where you look where other members are on the minimap, should you really be here? And it seemed like EDG, EDG were just all over the place in my mind, where they didn't fully commit to maybe just being like, okay, topside on an island, our bot lane's winning, let's all in, or let's cover up and make sure Flandre gets through laning phase fine and play for scaling.
Because there's a lot of criticism towards Flandre as well. I don't feel like he's the only person to blame there, right, as well. And you know, looking at EDG, the pressure on Junja coming through, where Junja did play, you know, some of the regular seasons, we saw a little bit in playoffs as well, but that early aggression was normally towards the bottom side. Playing towards top side as a response with RNG adapting, it just felt like Junja was kind of left out a little bit, and you know, those first 2 kills on the top side, the Herald especially, really hurt the game, where even though RNG started kind of shifting gears themselves, it just feels like that early success on Breathe made all the difference, right?
Yeah, I actually agree. We do have to give out the MVP, and I'm glad you talked about him, because it is Breathe who gets MVP for game number 1. So incredible stuff as well on the Jax. Coming out, we were excited for the pick. I was looking for the Fiora, the Jax. I'll take it, all right?
And this is Breathe, right? This is what we know from the XWE top laner, how they play towards topside. Breathe would be on these incredible carries and things like the Jax, the Fiora. This is what you can expect out of the man. I'm so glad we got to see a resurgence here in our regional qualifier to kick off.
And we'll give a special shout out to Wei as well, because I feel like Wei had a phenomenal game. It was really those two working in tandem to set up Breathe on this top side of the map. And then Breathe, once Breathe got the lead, just playing so fearlessly. I remember early on, right, him committing to get a plate, you know, gets chunked super low, just kind of peace out and gets away, then trying to go for the solo kill, which doesn't work out, but that's the kind of confidence you need when you're bringing out a pick like Jax if you're really going to push that advantage forward, especially since they were giving away so many of these dragons to EDG, since, you know, EDG being like, hey, we're going to play towards this bottom half. And yeah, I mean, Breathe just maneuvered it really well.
And once we kind of got away from that soul condition as well, RNG start building up, we just saw the side lane threat move mid to late. Breathe breaking over bottom in here, ready for next dragon as well. The pressure's there, then just start shifting gear. And if the game went any further, I feel like we'd just see Breathe end up, you know, taking over the map and pretty much ending it off. So, you know, RNG playing really well towards side lanes. And Jordan, this is like you and I having a big discussion about RNG in 2021. Remember crying days when we had Xiaohu up on the top side, you know, playing towards top, enabling Xiaohu top. Now it's Breathe. And I guess Xiaohu's just the new Crying in the roster.
And I mean, I think it's a nice pivot, especially considering that, right, when we Xiaohu top, it was a lot of like these range champions coming to Breathe, a top laner through going back to his OMG curse days, able to play a lot of these picks that, I mean, Mizzle, you were hitting on do work in this meta and are able to come out as these counters. So for RNG, I'm curious to see if they keep going towards this, especially as, you know, they are going to swap over to red side. And do you save that counter pick for Breathe and you keep looking to index into top? Or if they come in more flexible, more able to pivot and kind of answer EDG toe-to-toe, whether it's playing through mid, like we saw JDG do yesterday and TS try to do, or, you know, them having strats for bot. Because it's a best of 5, right? You kind of want deep pockets with your strat book.
But speaking of, I want to go back to kind of the conversation that you were having about the top lane, but as well as the influences from the jungle. And Wei versus Junja, I think, is something we have to keep such a big focus on going into game 2, going into later games, because Wei definitely had the upper hand in game number 1, Lear.
Oh, he did. I mean, just overall, he was matching quite well early on. We saw like the early play come out actually from Junja first, right? They were able to blow Breed's flash, but then making his way up towards top side, catching him out. And then for the next few levels, he was matching a lot of the aggression, kind of outdoing him before EDG realized, hey, we actually can't match what RNG are trying to do. We got to play towards the opposite side of the map. The one thing I like for Junja is I don't expect it to temper his aggression. I know going on to, you know, the caster desk, we talked about it, that, you know, Junja has been a little bit more aggressive than JJ. It's something that we can expect to see more from. But kind of pivoting the conversation to EDG a little bit more, I know all of us were still very afraid as the game went on, as we just saw what Viper was able to start doing on that
Give him Zeri, man. I don't know.
Especially with the early dragon stacking, right? I feel like EDG were pivoting towards the 5v5. You know, we're getting towards late game. Yeah, Renekton gets a little bit more useless, but acting as a front line, the ability to play that style that enhances Viper, that's what we know EDG for. They're still great laners, but it's always the team fighting that I fear the most. And, you know, giving away the Zeri, it is refreshing that a Zeri doesn't win League of Legends for once. I'm talking to
Is that what you're going to stick on? I like it.
However, as Lyric said, it was a pretty close call, but I have to give props to, you know, Xiaohu later in the game for kind of disabling and having some really good pickoffs after some rough moments of
after
the Weavers.
The wall,
Yeah, true.
Xiao just sends him in.
No.
Well, guys, we are ready to go to game number 2, so let's find out if EDG can respond after RNG came out swinging.
Thank you so much. Mazel, I gotta say massive props to Mazel. Keeping a tab on that particular desk has to be so rough, you know, just kind of getting them to shut up, you know, it's just like, you know, he's 10 feet, he's not even 10 feet, he's about 4 feet over there, but congrats to Mazel to keep him there. But we're gonna talk about draft, we're gonna talk about now EDG on the blue side, and Ox, we were talking about that Yuumi being first pick priority. I suspect RNG are gonna have to ban it on red.
Yeah, and that kind of begs the question, what is gonna be left open? Because they banned the Lucian before, they banned the Kalista, they banned the Wukong, they are banning that Yuumi, so one of them has to go. Do you give over the Kalista to Viper and risk that, or do you give over that Wukong? And especially with Vi banned, it's even higher priority.
That's the big change up here for me. The Vi ban coming through from EDG, respecting that from the last game. And now that we got the Poppy gone as well, it feels like they're trying to set up for some sort of Wukong pick, make sure that they're the most comfortable in the jungle. And I'm curious now how RNG are going to respond. Do they ban? No, it's going to be these leaders. So I think it'll either be the Sylas, the Wukong, or the Zeri, but I actually think Wukong is your best bet here. Make Wei uncomfortable and get him onto something where he can't play that engage tool like we saw in the last game.
It's also a gambit because we've seen RNG consistently ban Kalista on both sides against EDG last time they played. So if EDG take the Wukong, they may still be able to lean on the Kalista, assuming Gala isn't willing to play it. But EDG go a completely different direction and lock in early Sejuani pick, which is a flex, but not something I expected to be first picked.
Yeah, because now I feel like you can just take the Wukong, take the Zeri. You end up in a really good spot here for RNG, both in your jungle matchup and also on the bot side. I mean, unless they're thinking, hey, look, we'll like take Trundle here for Junja or something along those lines, like try and find the counter matchup to the Wukong. But I just think that Wukong is so strong, especially when you're looking at the way that RNG are now trying to play the game with Wei being the engage tool. Like, it just feels like Wukong is the easy bet here.
Yeah, we'll see how it develops. One thing that we have seen LNG do very effectively with their big playoffs run is that they would put their Sejuani in the jungle and they'd have like a melee top laner and often a melee mid laner, but they'd be able to lead into their solo lane. So maybe concerned about how Flandre did in the last game, they want to try and ensure either he has a safe lane with the Sejuani or a lane they can lean on if it's a Sejuani jungle.
Yeah, and maybe that's why they're thinking, hey, look, if it is going to be Sage jungle, let's just take the Sylas, right? Let's get that picked up nice and early. But I mean, maybe the Kog'Maw Lulu going to come through here. But no, look, yeah, I think the Sylas is probably saying, look, this is going to be the Sejuani jungle. We're going to try and go for these melee champs, and we'll have to see exactly what the answer is going to be for the rest of this now.
The big thing I'm looking at right now is that because you've obviously picked up your, what we assume is a top laner and your mid laner, and not your support on this kind of, 3 picks, you're now leaving RNG to pick up the Lulu for the Zeri, and then just start banning away things that work well with the Zeri.
Well, here's the thing. It feels like a call-out, right? You take Lulu, okay, well, now we've got a good matchup for the Sylas. You take the mid lane, which it looks like Shehu's going to go for, well, then we ban away the supports that can be the enchanters that Zeri wants to play with. So I feel like that's basically what EDG were calling out here.
And I like the RNG go for the mid because, yes, you would have the Lulu, you'd have that enchanter advantage, but the thing is with the Civi, you could go in 2 directions. You go towards the engage support or, things like the Renata, but ultimately the mid pool will get pinched. And I think here RNG know, look, we are going to have counter pick if we want full breed. We'll be able to see where the Sejuani goes, but also we get first choice of support coming out the next rotation, so we can make sure that if the pools get pinched from both sides, we still come out with first choice in that regard.
I'm quite curious to see, though, what EDG want to leave open if they are thinking, look, we'll ban support. So Braum going to be taken off the board. It feels like they're setting up for like a Leona or Nautilus or something along these lines, but almost feels like they're trying to bait RNG into taking that Ming Nautilus as well. We know Ming's incredible on it, but it means you end up giving the depth charge over towards someone like the Sylas that can also then play that engage tool on EDG.
I feel like Nautilus is just so hard to play against Sivir because she has the spell shield. I know it's such a good pick for Ming, but I probably would have banned it there. The Amumu makes sense as well because it's so good into Zeri, but they have left the Nautilus open, so we'll see what EDG do. If they do ban the Lulu here, that might end up just forcing RNG to take that Nautilus. Might be something they commit onto. We'll see what direction they go, but there's also like Renata they could pick into, which does well into a lot of these engaged supports.
I'm curious to see if they kind of go, look, we won't take the Nautilus. What we'll do is we'll actually take something like a Gnar here for Breathe on this next rotation. Okay, actually, I think you just go back to Lulu here if they're going to just go for the Renata ban. But I was going to say you could take like top lane for Breathe, leave counter pick for Ming. If they take the Nautilus, you go Leona. Well, then you got a good matchup at least for the laning phase, and you can move on from that. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is.
I just think it's too risky. I think when you have a Sejuani in the jungle already, if Flandre picks a pick that is really going to punish Breathe, like if we get the Renekton again, and it's Renekton Sejuani into a Gnar, they could really set your top lane behind. So there's risks with taking the Lulu here, but I think it makes the most sense. And now for EDG, I feel like maybe just take the Nautilus in this situation. Like, it's not the Vi from last game, but it does the same thing. You can't cleanse the CC from him. It's point and click, so it's very effective against the Zeri, and it looks like they're going to pick that one up.
Yeah, I think it's just a great addition. As you say, like, more engage, follow up with the Sejuani. You've already got an enabler now for the Sylas as well, and looks like it is going to be the Renekton for Flandre. So do we just go back towards the Jax here, or is he willing to take the more aggressive side of the matchup? I saw that Aatrox over there, and see if they can go for the full bloodbath on the top side.
I would love that. Just randomly whip out like Comet Aatrox and be like, no, even though this is specifically a Gnar build, I'm going to go for the Eclipse build. But looks like RNG are happy to kind of, like you mentioned, get that counter pick in. They're taking their time with this last one here. It looks like they might be going back to it. Again, very difficult to dive in Aatrox post 6, so they're going to lock and load that one in and get themselves, again, something that in topside can do well.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely punish the Aatrox. If you get up in his face, you get the stun, you get the layer and the CC. But the reason I think this pick is coming out for them is you're against 4 melee champions and a short-range AD carry. If you get in the mix as this Aatrox, you can get so much value from the Qs.
It's a twofold, right? I think it's a very snowbally matchup in the top side. Like, if you can get way up there early, swing it in Breed's favor, I think he's going to be a good spot. But it also doesn't actually give a great ultimate over to Scout, right? We think of a lot of the traditional top laners that we're seeing at the moment, like a Gnar, a Kennen, anything like that. Just an Ornn all give great ultimates across the Scout. This doesn't, and as Ox was rightly pointing out, like, you're up against a very short-range composition, which actually enables this Aatrox brilliantly.
And I think the big thing as well, I'll let you bring up the Sylas as well. We obviously see so many amazing clips, specifically of Scout in recent days, but it does feel like it depends on the ultimates available to him. Obviously, that last clip, it was the Kennen and things like that that can kind of snowball you away. But in this one, there's not really a huge amount to kind of grab that would have that kind of same pop-off performance.
Yeah, it's like there's some CC options. Like, you have the Wukong, which is okay. You have the Wall, which has some utility. Zeri ult actually has a decent AP ratio. Lulu ult, yeah. I mean, they're all okay, but normally when you pick Sylas, you want one like really good ult that you can rely on. That's why we saw so much into the Gnar, because it's like it was short cooldown. Every fight in the late game, you have this fantastic ult, and I just don't think Scout really has that. I don't think that's a massive problem, but I do feel like you have a great point that you said, Rob, where RNG haven't given a fantastic tool over to the side of EDG.
I think as well from RNG, like, you have so much control over this early state of the game, right? Like, the push that you get in mid, you can always lean that up towards top side, especially as you hit level 6 with Xiao, who start to turn that matchup in your favor like we saw in the last game. Breathe is going to be so good into this short range combo. I just love what RNG are bringing to the table.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like if it does go into the later stage of the game, having the Talia into a bunch of melee champions, having the Lulu in a bunch of melee champions, I feel like RNG are so favored. So EDG did lose out on the top side last game. They need to make it work for this one to go in their favor.
Advantage to RNG. As the EDG now look to try and equal up the series again. Winner of this best of 5 goes to Worlds. That is what is on the line. You're not quite out of it just yet if you lose, but you definitely want to be trying to secure that as quick as possible. EDG now on the blue, looking to try and see if they can get something going for themselves. And now RNG, see what they're able to kind of do. Because again, like you mentioned, we saw a lot of focus in that first game on that top side of the map. We'll see if RNG want to try and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, but I feel like it's more about matching, because I think it's hard to beat like Renekton and Sejuani in that 2v2, just because if Renekton connects the stun, you instantly proc the follow-up stun for Sejuani, and it just means you can instantly press that E. It's very hard to compete against. That's not to say it's impossible, but I think for the side of RNG, I want to see them tracking Junja. I want to see them scouting him out and making sure he isn't able to leverage that pressure top.
And it feels like it is a case of RNG want to try and outman or outnumber the people on the top side with Xiao, right? You get pushed mid, then you lean top, then you have the numbers advantage up there. But already we're seeing Flandre getting some nice trades, but this is a very snowbally matchup, so every little bit is going to help.
Well, the sweet spot's coming out here as both these top laners look to try and make it some form of an advantage for themselves. And actually, you can see Flandre, he was willing to let go of minions there just so we can get the early push.
And I feel like an interesting thing to talk about is always, yeah, just a little bit like poke. Interesting thing to talk
like
about.
how you held it as well.
Yeah.
You were like, do I continue?
Interesting to talk about when you see lanes is like how aggressively are they willing to trade to set it up? Because if Flandre is confident that Junja is going to be top soon, then going for a heavy trade, so both of them are low health, is going to be beneficial. Whereas if you're in a position to breathe, trading, even if you come out slightly ahead in the trade, if your jungler is not going to be topside anytime soon, which looking at the map isn't the case, you're going to be in trouble.
Also, I think you just did a really good job of pushing Breathe back, forcing him away from the minions. I'm pretty sure you actually lost the experience there for Breathe off those first 2 creeps. Our first creep that died as well. So just getting these little advantages where you're seeing Flandre already with the level 3 and now a potential dive coming in on that top side.
Yeah, notice Breathe actually popped the health potion as well, just to make sure he was as healthy as possible, expecting maybe a dive in the stacked wave. And also Xiaohu does a fantastic job of chunking out Scout, because Scout is trying to move in. They want to make this 3-man dive happen. And I feel like getting Scout low helps, but it's still going to be so rough for Breathe.
It's going to be rough for Breathe. He's got himself a couple of different moves. We're going to see now Junja taking the aggro, and Juggernaut takes the kill, flashes away, keeps himself alive.
Brilliant job from EDG. Scout trading his health bar in the mid lane to make sure he could get up for that dive. You've got the damage there with the easy CC from that top jungle duo, and that was just brilliantly executed.
Yeah, and especially Junja being the one to take aggro, being a Sejuani with Aftershock, you really don't take that much damage from those early tower hits. Now, would you see a gank coming in bot lane? Viper Maker overextended.
Yeah, they're a bit overextended. We are going to see the heal used there to try and speed them up a little bit. Ming actually flashed in forward as well. The Nautilus taken very, very low. Will he go down? Yes, he will. Gala flashes in for the kill on that particular one, and they do get the trade back on the bot side.
That was so volatile, though, because the thing with Garly is finish with the right click. If you didn't have enough damage, if you miscalculate, you can't queue through, because obviously it hits the target in front of you. Fantastic blocking for Viper, but still, it's RNG who managed to trade at the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and nicely done. I mean, getting the kill onto that Seri as well, so important in getting this Seri up and rolling in the early stages. And I mean, especially when you're kind of seeing the top side of the map not going so hot at the moment for RNG, finding the advantages on the opposite side is going to be crucial to keeping this game within touching distance.
And I mean, you have a Zeri buffed up with a Lulu. This is going to be that late game powerhouse. But, you know, EDG have set that game plan up. I want to see them try and keep putting that pressure onto the top side of the map. Keep trying to find these plays, find these moves, especially before level 6 when Xiaohu gets his wall.
And I love that we're seeing Scout like playing into that win condition, right? Like oftentimes when you see a Sylas in a lane like this, he's going to be using the chain lash to try and farm up. He's not going to be trying to go over aggressive, but speaking of aggression.
Yeah, they're going to try and jump on the Flandre here, who does flash from Breathe just to try and bring him in, but the Infernal Chain shall not whip him back. So Flandre gets himself a summoner advantage, but Scout might have gone a little bit too far forward here in the mid lane. The flick back is good. He's got nowhere to go because Ming got himself a very nice roam. Xiaohu picking up the 1 kill in mid lane.
I mean, really good roam there, but we may not be over. Junja's fell way, and oh, this ain't his day.
No, it ain't his day right now. He's going to be CC'd down, but again, he's still a Wukong, still has the decoy, still would have been able to get himself away. And Flandre's actually taking a pretty bad trade, so scraps across the map.
Oh, but I just think it's such a fantastic read from RNG, because when the reset timings came in, the whole team opened up top lane. Ming was ready because he knew there was a gank coming in top. So if, say, Mako had gone for a roam and was going to match him being there would still give them that advantage. But then we see him just divert that attention to mid to get that kill. So really heads up play. But it looks like EDG are trying to find something in return.
Yeah, they're going to look for him. He's in the fog of war right now. Breathe is playing respectfully, and it's just kind of waiting for this wave to push into him. It is stacked in his favor, so he doesn't need to overextend.
But this does feel like old school RNG, doesn't it? Like, hey, look, we want to try and play around this top side. Let's start getting Ming roaming. This is like 2021 RNG trying to play around the top side of the map and see if they can make it work. But at the moment, or EDG just have the numbers advantage on that top side, with Ming needing to go back down towards that bot side. And looks like Scout once more might be able to get a push in the mid lane, but Xiaohu level 6 and covering this potential top dive.
This is the pain point. One Xiaohu has that level 6. He's so good at covering side lane. Something we really praised him for in spring at MSI was, even if the team was focused a bit more around the bot side of the map, for example, he would shadow top and be able to lean in and cover the plays. So despite the fact EDG had, you know, 2 members there, didn't feel confident in making the play happen. And I feel like that's the big effect of the Talia. Once that 6 is hit, you have to be so certain that you can make the play and get out again before Talia turns up.
Still though, moving back down towards this bot side, EDG looking at maybe trying to set up around this Dragon for the moment. They have push in mid for a Scout. You don't have Viper in the lane though, so he'll have to push out this lane before they try and make anything happen, but just going to take the Scuttle Crab for the moment.
You see a little bit of a shift there from Junja. The aggression we talked about in Game 1 definitely coming to the forefront in Game 2. Obviously, the Renekton and Sejuani exceptional at kind of making that happen for them. But right now, it is on RNG to try and, like you mentioned, mitigate that. With the Weaver's Wall now available, you're waiting for that Cyclone, that big kind of roam to a lane, overload it, kind of just force bodies on top of it. Could be very difficult for EDG to deal with, and they've got to be ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like EDG want to keep pushing the momentum forwards, want to be setting up for skirmishes. You have a Renekton, you want to be picking up that first Herald and pushing the pace of the game forwards. So the note here is they have this stacked wave in the bot lane with that cannon. If they push this wave in, we could see their bot lane make the first move to the Herald, and that could be enough to get an advantage, but Wei might have snuck in on a really sharp timing.
And Wei's doing such a good job of tracking these plays from EDG. Like, look, you'd look at the play potentially top, but Wei's already here.
Yeah, Wei is here, but again, no Cyclone, not level 6. Was going to try and thin out this wave to make sure he can try to get up to that spike.
It's such a good play, though. Wei's going, hey, look, Breed doesn't have flash. Junja is looking at Rift Herald. He's pathing back to topside. That's the most dangerous part of the map right now. So they're like, cool, let's make sure that we cover that.
Xiaohu.
Now you get to push out the wave. Is Xiaohu just about getting away from that?
Yeah, it feels like Xiaohu should have expected that, right? We knew that Viper and Mako were going to be moving up. Loses his flash in that situation, and the fact that the bot lane were later, we actually saw Gala and Ming started to move and then pulled back, which, you know, they don't get as much value as they could. But either way, EDG get what they want, RNG get a plate, but maybe could have got more if they just kept Gala and Ming bot.
I think that's what they're trying to set up here. Xiaohu was leaning down towards his bot side, maybe looking for a potential dive on Viper, but because they knew the Wei was kind of stuck on the top side of the map, Scout moves back mid, puts pressure on mid lane, and make sure that Xiaohu has to come back to cover his own turret. So at the moment, EDG starting to get a little bit of an advantage when it comes towards the L neutral objectives.
We're having a much, I think, much more tempered start to these games
this
compared to yesterday.
What you expected.
This is the chess portion of the chess boxing match. You got the boxing match in part 1. This is the chess
I was just
version,
thinking,
right?
like people watching yesterday, it was like fights over nothing. It was all hands diff, you know, hands checking everybody. Are your hands ready to go? This one's a bit more kind of like, right, you know, knight to c7.
This is your gentleman's LPL that we're getting right now.
This is a bit more tempered, but that does mean that we are starting to kind of get to a point where, you know, you do end up getting big power spikes, and it's a more intelligent style of the game. It's about where and when you fight rather than how you fight.
And I think the next topic has to be this Herald usage, because I'm going to be real, even though RNG won Game 1, some of the Heralds were a bit, maybe not the optimal usage, waiting a bit too long, not finding the right timing. I want to see EDG make a concerted effort to find an angle to get a good Herald, and they can leverage that quite easily through top, but also with Mako being level 6, if you can free him to move, you know, even if you go bot, but wherever you are, pop that ultimate on the Nautilus, get a pick, get a kill, you have the ult for the set you wanted to follow, and that is probably enough of an advantage for you just to slam Herald and maybe get a whole tower.
Especially if they can find a fight here. Dragon, I mean, level 6 for Mako, level 6 for Junja, TP for Flandre. Like, you have a lot of opportunities to try and find a big fight around this if you would like to. Even Breathe, look at him moving down here, trying to match the fact that Flandre had already started drifting.
And RNG just look like they're kind of happy to cover bases. They don't want to have anything to mess with right now. They know where their power lies. And it's definitely not walking into EDG in that Dragon Pit. So they back themselves away, and we can see a little bit of a fight over Scuttle. And Breathe wins that fight.
Yeah, the nice Infernal Chains there to lock up Flandre. We're like, no, this is mine. And now we'll go back to topside. But I think, honestly, like, for RNG, this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky, right? Because you're still trying to match where Junja is at the moment. You can see him kind of drifting in behind this mid wave, seeing if he can get a bit more gold for Scout. But you've also got to be careful of, like, hey, you know, Viper not being as far ahead. He would love to get some of that gold, but...
It's a 3v3 in mid lane. We're going to see the ultimates used. Xiaohu does get the Wild Growth given over to him. Stolen by Scout, so Scout knows he's going to be a little bit tankier. As we're going to see now, both junglers and supports just trying to hover around this mid side, waiting for the anticipated fight.
And that was a window we were looking for from EDG, using those pick tools to try and take out Xiaohu. If he dies, they slam the Herald mid, and they'll get it pretty low, chunk it pretty hard. But the cleanse from Xiaohu allows him to move away. The ult from Nautilus takes too long to connect, and they just don't quite have the damage to kill him with Ming there. So fantastic job from Ming to match. And now, Junja, time is running out. You've got a minute left on the Herald, and you're still trying to work out where to slam it down.
Yeah, but you can see the problem that EDG are going to have as we start to get into the later portions of the game, right? You've got great backline peel, and Flandre will be able to just scoot his way over this wall, but you got good backline peel and Ming. Xiaohu being able to throw then the Unraveled Lurk prevents Flandre, Junja, Scout, Mako all from having those dashes in. So you have to be very careful how you set up these front-to-back fights, and that's not even including something like a Cyclone from Wade that can also help to buy space. So you definitely have to see if EDG can try and find these more isolated skirmishes where they're able to separate RNG and play through, like, the fact you've got this incredibly strong trio on the top side.
And I'm going to be real, considering we saw that early attention top lane, we saw the Sejuani Renekton combo prioed, hasn't really amounted to much yet. And we see, finally, the Herald's going to time out, so they slam a mid, and they just get the bog standard 2 plates. They aren't able to leverage even more pressure. They aren't able to get more than what the Herald is worth. And as a result, despite the fact that they slam it down, they're not that far ahead in gold.
Hey, and I was told coming into this that, you know, Spring is supposed to belong to RNG, Summer is supposed to belong to EDG, but this is looking pretty damn good for RNG thus far, right? Up a game in the series. They're looking like they're in a good spot to control this. Even as you start to go towards the later of the portion of the game, you've got great late game damage from the Talia and the Zeri. Breed starting to take control over topside. Like, you need to try and hit your stride here as RNG, or EDG.
I mean, that's the big thing as well. Like, you know, EDG are the current reigning world champions. They want to go back to that world championship to defend their title. But right now, they're having to go against the current reigning MSI champions to kind of say, look, we deserve our shot at it. During spring, during the month of May, we were considered the best in the world. This is just a kind of a 2 powerhouses coming at each other within the LPL. And neither really wanted to try and give away an inch because they know that either side will take a mile. So very tempered, very slow to start off the game, but just very smart, honestly, from RNG to kind of just deal with any of those early aggressions from EDG.
And that's what they need to do. And I feel like this is textbook RNG and what we saw from them in spring. The top esports series, the 2 that they played, it was like top esports were a bat out of hell, and RNG were trying to bring things back in the mid game to great effect, honestly. If you watch over those series, top esports had an early lead more often than not, but couldn't extend it. And I feel like this is RNG's prime position. They have a comp that is going to favor them in the later stages of the game. The enemy team want to push the pace forwards, but every time they attempt to, they are just stonewalling them, blocking them, and trying to keep the pace of the game as slow as possible so it favors them.
And I've been really impressed with Wayne doing so, right? Like, he's been the person that is always showing up in the right place at the right time, like, just eking out that pressure on towards top side, beats out Junja to top lane, buys some space for Breathe. Then you see him matching a lot of those times that Junja is trying to move mid, is trying to move bot to use the Rift Herald. And even here again, you can see he's doing such a good job of matching where he expects any of this pressure to come from Junja. And it's why EDG just haven't quite been able to get use out of this topside trio that is so strong.
This time around, though, we do have EDG kind of moving up their bot lane. RNG have matched them, but they're already on to Shelly, who's been taken very low. And speaking of being taken very low, Mako gets caught, uses the stopwatch. I feel like that was a bit unnecessary, and now doesn't have that tool for any fight in the future.
Yeah, I mean, just trade it for the Rift Herald, right? Junja now is going to move topside and try to at least crack open this top lane structure, but you do still have to be careful of RNG, who are sitting in this mid lane, and with Dragon in 20 seconds, that they can just move over towards that objective and at least get themselves on the board when it comes towards these Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, Mako's going to be back up, but he has to run straight over, and the fact is, he's the one with the vision, right? He's the one with the wards. They'd committed their vision to the top side of the map, so now trying to contest this Dragon is going to be so difficult to do. We see the pick in the bottom right. Just Mako a bit overextended, tries to use that Q, that dredge line to buffer it. But now Dragon started by RNG. Junja can Q over the wall and contest this.
Here we go. He's going to go for the steal. Gets it within broad daylight. Wayne now trying to walk away because they don't have the Aatrox. Breathe hasn't joined this fight just yet. Couple of flashes blown here on the side of RNG as they fully disengage. RNG get both objectives, and that's a big win for them.
But EDG committed a lot to bot side. Breed still pushing in that top. Unfortunate, obviously, that RNG do lose the steal, but we have to see if they'll be able to get a little bit more. But now you get Rift Herald going down in the mid lane, and EDG looking to pick up the pace.
I gotta say, though, getting that Dragon for EDG was massive because their win con is looking towards that Soul. If they didn't get it, I would feel so rough about their chance in the game. We saw how strong Hextech Soul was yesterday because that was the Dragon, that was the Soul that Top Esports had when they won against JDG with an Elder buff. It really gives a lot of power, so EDG need to get every Dragon for the rest of this game. They need that one at 4 minutes, they need the one after that to keep their hopes alive, but it's still good passage of play. They get a Dragon, they get the mid lane tier 1, let's see what more they can do with the game.
Hextech Soul is also just so good for this composition. Like when you've got so many melee champions, having that slow to chase down members of RNG is going to be so crucial. Flandre now on the bottom side, and Xiaohu says, who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah, does dodge out though from the flick back. The polymorph used to stop him from flashing, but Wei is already on the back end of this one. No Dominus, no flash. He gets chill smited to make sure he cannot run away. And yeah, Cyclone, easy pick up there for the side of RNG, but they're still pushing in that mid lane, so they won't get this turret, but they'll be definitely putting down a serious amount of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure done here. Now they're looking for Breathe.
No, they pop down from the depths. They're going to use the Sejuani ultimate as well. Try and lock him down without any auto attacks coming out. It means he does not sustain. And all of a sudden, we're seeing some very big changes. And EDG are coming out on top. They're getting 2 lanes compared to the RNG of 1.
Yeah, I think I might have to check the replay to see if Breathe got to move on that play. But, I mean, mid-tower gone, top gone. Like, that was such a good upgrade for EDG. And you can see it reflecting the gold now. This is the first time they've really started to break away when it comes to the gold lead. And you're starting to see like big item breakpoints coming online as well, with Viper moving up towards his Phantom Dancer there, just completed. The reset going to come through from Scout. He's going to be in a good spot. I think they just love to see Scout getting a bit more involved in these plays so he can stack up things like this Dark Seal and really hit this mid game in his stride.
But at least some momentum, and I think that's really what EDG needed. Often the mid lane tier 1, breaking that open can allow you to lean a lot more pressure, but RNG's committed so hard to the bot side, kind of left out both of their mid and top out to dry. So we now have a point where eventually EDG have a bit of a goal lead, 2,000 ahead. And as you said, Viper with those 2 items in a position where he can be strong on this next Dragon fight. But EDG continuing to lean around their the top side jungle and are looking for Xiaohu.
Yeah, Xiaohu does not have flash, does have cleanse, but it's only a Sejuani. I say that he was not fully aware where everyone else was. Nautilus and the Sivir creeping up through that jungle means he had to get rid of that summoner spell pretty damn quick.
Yeah, and you can see the reverse, right? Now you got RNG moving bot side, and they're like, cool, Dragon in 2 minutes. We're going to establish full bot side vision control and make sure that we're going to be able to try and contest you as you look to take back control over River. Breathe pushing into the spot side as well. But I just want to quickly touch on the item picked up here for Xiaohu. I love that he's gone for the Crown of the Shattered Queen here. It means that his damage in late game won't be as high as something like the Leandri's Anguish, especially against a very tanky squad. But a lot of the burst damage is what EDG are going for. So having that little bit of a duration where you're going to be able to deny a lot of that upfront burst is going to be great, especially if you're the one getting picked.
Yeah, up against the likes of a Silas, like, it makes so much of a difference, able to extend the fights out as long as possible. And when you see him, I think he's just trying to finish off and get enough gold so he can upgrade into the Ceres, which he does have that tier fully stacked. This is the point where like teams are looking at the next Dragon. That is the major fight that we're looking towards. And I think setting up how these teams want to play, RNG have a lot of tools to try and pin down targets threatening them, right? The Unraveled Ear, the Polymorph, but really something that could favor EDG is if they're able to find good flank angles. If Flannery can get on the back line, especially on a Shao who has no cleanse, no stopwatch, that could make all the difference. So EDG want to be able to set a vision for this and approach this in a creative way.
Yeah, it feels like any of that top side of EDG finding a flank could be lights out for RNG, right? Like, they've got such good setup to allow the rest of the team to follow up. Junja with the CC that can get Flandre into position, Scout into position, and it definitely feels like they're going to be trying to eye up Gala in that play as well, see if they can get rid of this Zeri to kick things off. But we'll have to see if you can get the response from RNG. We talked about the peel from Xiaohu, peel from Ming, Wei trying to see if he can disrupt the follow-up from EDG. These are going to be crazy fights when they kick off.
I love just seeing all the item spikes come in. Literally, those two item pickup
Ding, ding,
from
ding, ding, ding.
everyone's ready. Fondre has a stopwatch. Everyone is gearing up for this to be ready for this fight.
I mean, even with the Hex gates coming out, but I will say, EDG, they've taken the time to put down the vision control. They're the ones that have got pretty much full control around this river. With Dragon now spawning live, that one little ward is spotting out towards the sides, and they know that Flandre isn't really taking the Dragon, so they know they've got time to move in now and take control around this pit.
Very early Shirelia's Reverie from Ming, though, just to buy themselves that space in River. So that won't be available if they're trying to see if they can kite away from EDG. But Gala just trying to see if he can land the poke. Same when you look at Xiao, who try to use that range advantage that they have.
Yeah, I love as well that Breathe is not only covering the flank here, but just making sure, like, they need control of the Hex Gate, because the threat is, with Hex Gates on the map, makes it a lot easier to find those angles, and now they're going in.
They are going in. We are going to see the Everfrost completely whiffed, and as Breathe kind of takes a little bit of a 1v2. There's the ultimate from Junja just to kind of get away, as EDG find themselves on a little bit of a bad side of the map. RNG very willing to try and turn onto that one, and we can come back into it. There's still a TP on Breathe.
Yeah, I mean, you chunk up Breathe, Breathe's going to be able to... Ooh! Gets the reset, but the fight's starting.
They were looking for it. It's a 4v4 for the moment. That's Wei's clone, as we're going to see a 3-man flick back.
God.
And that's the go single. They're going to use the Cyclone now. You don't have a jungler. Gala picks up the first kill, as we can see the Wukong pick up the second. And in the blink of an eye, a flick of a switch, EDG are completely routed. RNG have destroyed them in this fight.
It's decimation from RNG. What a flick from Xiao, who the seismic shove sets it up beautifully.
And man, I was honestly thinking one of the downsides to RNG is that they don't have as much engage tools, right? EDG have so many go buttons, so many ways to start the fight, and I was like, well, how is Talia supposed to start a fight? Well, like that, right? That beautiful triple knockback that we're going to see in the replay. And we see Flandre not able to stop the reset from Breathe, but they think, okay, we'll try and make the fight go. But over the wall, that control will give him vision. Just so well done.
Yeah, I mean, great bait on the TP as well, but it almost felt like Flandre tried to get onto Breathe, disrupted EDG's engage. They were all timing for Flandre on the flank, but he jumped back. It meant that you didn't have that 5-man collapse as quickly as you'd like, and with that seismic shove, RNG just get to chase them down.
It just feels like RNG have the coordination and EDG are struggling to match. And now that Dragon means even if EDG get the next one, they're still so far away from Soul. We're getting to the point where Zeri's nearly on her third item, and it's starting to feel painful, right? This Renekton hasn't really snowballed. There's so many tools on RNG to shut it down. The Sejuani, you know, isn't going to hold up as well in the late game when you're getting peppered by the tanks, but Wolfen fight coming out.
Both Flash going to be used there. Wei should be able to get out. And again, it's so difficult with a Lulu and a Wukong to actually break them down.
See, I'm going to need EDG to step it up because Ushin's going to be unbearable.
Yeah,
if RNG
buddy.
win, that Ushin is the only one
didn't
that is
have
voted
any
for them because RNG
You
are
said the
looking
same
so
thing
good.
yesterday about your 3-0 for JDG.
Was the correct decision JDG or not? Did you lose? Did you lose?
A 3-2 for top esports was a lot more accurate than your delusional 3-0
All right,
for JDG.
children, we got to hold off here. EDG and
predictions get heated. They get really heated.
So RNG still trying to see if they can play out the map. They're doing a good job of defending, at least on their top side here, to stop EDG from getting a ton of this vision control and trying to play for picks before this Baron potential fight. But I mean, RNG immediately rushing down to the bot side. This is something that RNG have been so good at when they get these leads, is very much establishing control in the enemy jungle, making sure you cannot move without them realizing what's happening, and just controlling everywhere that EDG gets to move.
And a big part of that is, again, someone who has stepped up massively in this series is Wei. 4-0 and 3 on the Wukong. You mentioned it earlier. Shadowing Junja, making sure he couldn't find that aggression, really stepping up for the side of RNG. And again, it's just they're one of those teams, if they're in control, if they're deciding the tempo, they're always going to be favored in my eyes.
And that's the thing, like, the keyword is deciding. They can really have their choice of what they want to do. Setting up around Baron, make the plays, especially on red side, can be rough because you get trapped in that pit. So there's no huge emphasis for RNG to really accelerate the game by trying to do some crazy Baron flip. Honestly, if I'm going to be real, maybe EDG try and do that. Try and find an angle to get a pick to start a Baron and make that happen. They are looking for Xiaohu now.
Oh, he goes in, but the flick back is good, and Scout's got to be a little bit careful. Never mind, he's got himself an entourage. So Xiaohu will go golden to now get his one, saying, hey, you got a team, I got a team. It ends up just being a trade of the Zonya's Hourglass. But at the end of the day, actually, no, it wasn't even the Zonya's Hourglass, it was the stopwatch. So they didn't know that that's down. We might see EDG maybe look to try and pressure around this Baron.
Yeah, I think the problem is, one of the sad things, if you're against an AP champion and you burn their stopwatch, it really doesn't have as much impact because they'll build the Zonyas eventually. But you can see EDG have the game plan. They want to pick to start the Baron. They're starting to feel the timer working against them, but it just wasn't enough of an advantage. You burn Xiaohu's stopwatch, chunked him out of it. He's got a Weaver's Wall. He could be back in no time. And with how strong RNG are, it was just too much of a risk.
And you can see that EDG are starting to realize, look, we've got issues when it comes towards these objective fights, because look, the Warmog's starting to come through for Junji. He knows he's going to get poked out by things like Gala and Xiao, who get that regen coming back in towards your favor. You're going to have to see if you can try and find these creative ways to close the gap here, because otherwise it just feels like at the moment EDG just don't have a way of really fighting against RNG, and they keep poking them down.
Little tidbit, I don't think Wei's actually taken his Krugs once. I think it's literally been Junja or Xiaohu every single time. Scout's not looking to see if he maybe catch out. Yeah, Clary's very scary right there for the bot lane of RNG. But again, Scout on the Silas, again, a pop-off performance we know he can perform on.
Look at that ward just next to the pixel bush there. Really well placed. And this is one of the things with playing support, is you have to get creative. There's optimal places to put your wards so you get the most vision in the area, but they're always swept. So you want to try and sneak them in, try and avoid the sweeper. We see a couple of control wards in the area. We saw Mako with the sweeper down, but they did miss that one. So Ming, as long as he keeps vision in that area, they can stop them doing Baron, but with Dragon and 30, that needs to be the new focus.
And that's the thing, all the wards are established on the top sides. Now both teams starting to move down, see if they can get control, but Scout getting good sideline pressure, he's pushing in on top side, so now you've got to go and respond to that. Or, you know, for EDG, not great to give over a second Dragon, but I mean, if you're going to start putting pressure on towards an inhibitor turret, maybe that is the call here.
You're looking for the Warmogs here for Junja, but you don't have it just yet, so this poke is going to hurt. You're basically just a massive meat stick right now. You have no real resistances, so that is still going to hurt.
Yeah, it's 3 items Zeri as well. Gala has hit critical mass, and I think for EDG, you have to kill the Zeri if you want even a chance in this fight.
They're looking for it. It's a bit of a pinch coming out here. You can see both top laners off to the side. The flash in from Mako. He wants to try and jump down on top of the Zeri. He's going to flash away. They get the hook back, but Gala's just not dying right now. They're committing so much. Eventually he falls, but look at these health bars. Viper's already out of the fight, and the rest of EDG need to try and kill Xiaohu, but they just cannot do it. This Aatrox and Talia are still valid threats. Almost Flandre gets down Xiaohu, but it's just too damn good.
They get Viper, but they get Gala, but it costs so much in that fight. They have to invest so many resources to take out the Zeri, and Xiaohu well, I mean, not untouched, he was very low at the edge, but did so much throughout the fight, getting the damage down. Yes, EDG did what they needed to, but it still wasn't enough.
That's the thing, the Immortal Shield Bow procced, Ming with the wild growth and the shields, and also being able to Whimsy, one of the divers here from RNG, made it so tough. Wei does a great job to get onto Viper to stop the follow-up. That's what we're talking about his job needing to be. But look how long Gala survives here. The Infernal Chains yoinking people off of Gala, then the Whimsy denying a ton of that follow-up damage. It means that they have to invest so much time around Gala that Xiaohu is able to get a ton of work done, and this is kind of heartbreaking for Flandre, but we might be into it again.
And Breed is just vibing, by the way, on the Aatrox. All these melee champions clumped together. He's like, this is go time for me.
I mean, like you said, it's Aatrox into all these short range, if not melee champions. He's just able to sit there, hit sweet spots over and over and over again. Xiaohu being the big damage dealer that last
fight. How did Gala get 2,500 damage off? That's what I'm more surprised at.
It's even more surprising, yeah. It's just one of those things. It's just Zeri things, my friend. Just Zeri things. But now the focus...
Maybe one W. One W.
Yeah. One W hit or, you know.
Yeah. It's part of the kit. You got to move forward with that. But now we move back up towards this Baron pit. We can see Xiaohu, or excuse me, Breed now maybe looking to try and defend this bot side. Scout and Flandre looking to maybe get a bit of a 1v2. Breed should be able to dash himself over the walls. That should be fine for him. But you're now showing 2 solo laners bot side. You're just going to give up pressure around the Baron.
And that's RNG leaning, trying to secure vision. There's still a Scuttle Crab there, so they can't do much, but I feel like RNG don't feel pressure to do anything desperate right now. It's EDG leading 2 members into the side lanes to try and make...
Oh, double TP!
Oh, this is crazy.
It's a bit of a pinch coming in right now, but they're going to have the Aatrox in. Oh my god! Xiaohu's damage is disgusting! Now you've no Sivir. It's going to be onto Scout, who does find out Gala, so no AD carries in this fight, but Xiaohu and Breed are just decimating, destroying, and absolutely rinsing EDG. There's nothing they can do because they're just too damn big.
It's crazy to say, but the Zeri just isn't mattering in these fights. Gala gets deleted, but the rest of the team are there. Wei and Xiaohu are huge, and honestly, Ming, that polymorph is so frustrating to deal with. Scout locked down for so long. Eventually, they clean it up, and they'll head straight over towards that Baron.
Really good stuff from RNG. These fights have been so well coordinated, and EDG once more routed as they try and go for the play. They tried to get creative with the TPs. It could have been so good, but it's just been Breathe decimating people in these fights, way consistently getting onto the backline. And the fact that Viper was gone before the fight even started made it so easy.
I just found it crazy, though, is like the TP started coming from EDG because they're like, okay, we need to force something. But at the same time, Xiaohu was going for this play in return. They ended up so manic, and then Wei finds Viper. He can't really play the game because the follow-up is there from Xiaohu. But then the extended fight, right, Gala does go down pretty quickly, isn't even able to stopwatch. But watch how much value Breathe gets in here, and then this polymorph onto Scout. He's trying to pop the W, trying to heal, and he just can't play the game.
It's just no hope. I mean, for EDG now, you're
hope played yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's why there is no. Yeah. But that's the thing. At this stage, you're completely outscaled, right? Gala is kind of hitting his stride. Xiaohu's looking fantastic. Breathe has been a menace in these fights. Like, what do you get to do?
I love how you say Gala's hitting his stride.
I
just like sandbagging in fight and letting his team clean up.
But he's definitely striding somewhere. I don't know if it's the right spot to stride to, but
hey, he's vibing in the gray screen. But the thing is that because they know that the Zeri is such a massive threat, you have to commit all those resources. You have to commit so much CC to it that you just can't really divide it equally across RNG.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, EDG are kind of doing the right thing in these fights, because imagine if they don't kill Gala.
It looks even worse.
The game is just done, and now he's got a stopwatch still in pocket, approaching the GA. It is gonna be hard to take him down, but RNG using that Baron, trying to apply pressure and take some more structures.
And this thing is like 3 potential Hextech Dragons for RNG's composition. It's just so disgusting. I mean, pretty much for any composition, but in particular for someone like Breathe in that top side, they get so much value out of both the ability haste and the extra attack speed for Gala. Like, it's just so nasty.
See if EDG have got anything to respond with right now. RNG kind of...
for a flank, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, I think you have to force a fight now. It's not getting better, it's only getting weird.
Here we go. They're going to look for Gala, but he slides and glides his way around. Now, Flandre thought he was on a flank, but he's actually caught in a cage match all alone, 5v1. He goes into stasis just to try and flash away, but you've now used everything before this Dragon. I don't think you can fight it.
That's the stride Gala needed to hit right there.
Oh, we're going to keep going onto this one. Flick back there onto Mako. He dies as Ming gets himself a little bit of a kill. 1-0 and 15. 100% kill participation for the support, and they are not done with this Baron buff. Still good for 40 seconds. They can crack open the base.
Yeah, they can go for this inhibitor tower if they want, and then there's the Dragon to pick up on exit. And I feel the difference is the amount of effort EDG feels like they're trying to put in to pick someone. And for RNG, it feels effortless. It's like, oh, okay, someone's there, they're dead. Easy as that, and they're getting everything they want.
I mean, this is a completely different RNG that we saw in the round against EDG. They've played this best of 5, and honestly, RNG looking like they're not even trying. They're just winning so easily.
This is the best player we've seen from RNG since they lost to LGT.
What are you gonna do?
It was all downhill from there, but you know, the time off, clearly they've gotten over that.
And I mean, look, this is what we wanted to see from RNG, right? The reigning MSI champions. They do not want to be the first team in history to win MSI and then not go to Worlds. But I mean, with RNG firing all cylinders like they are right now, it feels like EDG needs to dig deep, because this game too feels like it's going to RNG, and we might be looking at EDG staring in the barrel of trying to look for that reverse.
I mean, Ox, it's desperate. It is desperation plays. They're looking for big flanks. They're looking for kind of... In fairness to them, they have to. It has to be super creative, because if they play standard, RNG just know how to step to their toe.
But I feel like it's so strange as well, because when we look at these teams, one of the reasons why they were so heavily favored coming into this, because stylistically, you know, the carries on EDG, Viper and Scout in the late game are so monstrous. It felt like if they just invested into these hyper carries we've seen in the meta, lean in the later stages, it should be a no-brainer. But RNG are the ones who have the scaling advantage in this game, and then on top of that, they're also just performing better throughout.
I will also say, it feels criminal to ban Poppy and then end up giving over like Wukong and a Zeri on your next rotation in favor of a Sejuani.
They face like Sedge.
Yeah,
I definitely can fault them for that.
Yeah, it seems bizarre to me, the parties, but here we go.
Yeah, they're gonna look for the Weavers Wall to separate Junja, who tried to dash, but
what a first pick.
You're going over the side.
Blooming hell, Dagda, you got out here.
Wow, okay. My lord, Dagda, let the
He's
man
been holding this
play.
thing all game. As soon as,
really
he saw him draft, he was so angry, and now he's just like letting them have it.
I will say, great work from Scout on the sideline with that TP. Means he actually picks up 2 towers, breaks open the base, but RNG are kind of having the run of it. Baron up in a minute 20. They're going to look to try and just kind of suffocate out the side of EDG. And remember, RNG are on sole point.
Yeah, I mean, this is the RNG way, right? Like, it's make it as uncomfortable as possible. Make sure that you're playing towards an easy win con, which is going to be that soul in 3 minutes, and they can just continue to keep the pressure up here.
I am going to play devil's advocate here because one thing I will say is, well, obviously we've already hit on the fact that RNG are super favored in the late stages, but they don't have Soul yet, right? Soul is 2 minutes 50 away, and if you actually look at the gold lead, RNG have 17 kills to 5 of EDG, but they're only 4k gold ahead. In fact, we actually have EDG up in turrets because of what we've seen Scout pick up in the side lane, so it does feel really doomed for EDG, but we've seen bigger gaps in games where teams have been able to bring it back.
It might be something to do with the 412 CS that we're currently seeing
or
on
even,
Viper, you know?
50 or 60 CS between the AD carries, 50 between the top
And
laners.
I feel like
400 CS, I've heard something about that before.
Yeah, I feel like this is the win con, though, for EDG. Is like, look, you basically put RNG in a pen and say Sivir Boomerang and hit everyone. The AoE damage is going to be nuts, especially if you can get to that like 100% crit chance within your Q scales, that extra 50% damage. But going towards the GA means that he won't quite do so. But I definitely think for Viper, just having that extra safety here with the stopwatch is going to be key.
There's no vision. They've nothing. They've no idea what's happening around here, Ox. They have to try and walk in blind.
Yeah, I mean, they do have people who are tanky, but we saw what happened to Junja before. Tanky is a relative to him, and I don't think anyone's that tanky against RNG. They're starting up the Baron. They want the fight. They want to bring EDG in.
Yeah, look, Mako going in with the dredge line to just kind of break open the gap. They've got vision on it now to know that the Baron has been started, and it's getting very, very low. Oh! Flash in with the Cyclone, starts it all off. RNG want to try and end this game right here, right now. You've got the Ultra Shock Laser across multiple members.
Viper's down.
Viper just cannot fight. That was your win condition, and you don't mind going a little bit too far forward. You've got multiple GAs, you've got multiple stasises. Scout trying his absolute best to keep this one going for him, but it's just not enough.
And we said they needed Ming to engage, they needed Xiaohu to engage, but this RNG has way, and he is finding these fantastic engages.
They have found the way, and it is in that jungle, as they will TP down to the bot side of the map. Mako, it's been an honor, but yeah, there's nothing left. I mean, look, wait, let him keep the KDA at least, bud. Come on.
1, 5, and 3. I don't think he wants that kind of KDAs.
Oh,
there it is.
That was a cheeky one. That was a cheeky one.
Cheeky little one there, but RNG just look like a completely different tier. EDG haven't got a hope in hell as of right now, and they're down the barrel of a 2-0.
I mean, this is just desolation. I mean, this looks so clean from RNG, and I think a lot of it is coming down to just getting these great engage tools in the draft phase, right? Vi, very easy point-and-click engage. Wukong, because the Poppy's banned, very easy engage for them. It's buying space for Gala. Xiao, who's looking fantastic on the Taliyah, and I mean, especially when we highlighted at the start of the day, Lissandra and Taliyah, such big picks for this mid laner. The fact he's getting a hands on Taliyah every single game just seems nuts.
And I feel like, you know, a lot of things to say about the game, but even from a holistic perspective, when we look at RNG, they didn't make it to the double elimination because they flubbed that last series against LGD. They got knocked out and obviously weren't able to contest for the title. But seeing them in this form, yes, we have our first and second seed locked in, and RNG, even if they win this next game, will only be third seed.
But that's scary.
But they look so scary, right? I would feel like, not even just for the LPL teams, for any teams internationally, like RNG on form, I mean, we saw what they did in spring.
But this is also heartbreaking for EDG, right? Like, we saw them 3-0'd by top esports in the last time we saw them play off, losing that game 3 to a 10,000 gold lead because of one fight from the Zeri. Like, it feels like EDG just don't know what they're supposed to be doing here, both in draft and when they get into the game as well.
That's the big thing I want to kind of bring into it. Like, you won this matchup already convincingly, to be perfectly honest. We were talking about it. It was bot gap. Gala couldn't hold a candle to Viper. Viper's been muted. Viper hasn't really had a chance to plant his feet and have that control over the game in either game 1 or 2.
I feel like the big thing is the first time they faced against top esports, they lost just, but it was 3-2. Second time they faced, they got 3-0'd. First time they faced RNG, they beat them 3-1, and now they are down 2-0. It feels like when teams go up against EDG, even if they win like top esports, they improve from it. They learn how to handle things better. And it feels like EDG, they are not keeping pace. Like, we said the meta favored them, but it feels like their read has gotten worse. And I'm going to bring it up again. The Sejuani first pick, I have no idea, but it did not work for me.
It did not work, but also as well as that, we criticized RNG's read on the meta. They've patched that up. They now play the Zeri. They now play things like
Pick Zeri.
They picked Zeri. Well, they gave it away in the first one, but the point is that they have got ways of now working the meta around their style. They've adapted so damn well, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that it just feels like RNG have hit their stride now. And I think this is something that we've always kind of talked about with RNG, is that, look, it takes them a little bit of time to adapt to a meta, but once they figure out how they want to play that meta, they look unstoppable. And it feels like once more you're getting good engages from Wei. He's happy to have that kind of take on that mantle and move it away from the Lissandras, from the Ming and the Nautiluses and the bot side. And now that you're getting these early leads still coming their way, but then they get to set up for the mid game where they were always super strong.
Yeah, and I feel like EDG coming to this one, like losing game one, I don't think that is that big of a deal when you're on the red side. But in fact, they lost on this side. There's gonna be a lot of questions. I think they really re-examined their draft priorities. They picked this Renekton 2 times in a row, and as much as it had more impact in the second game, it's just not enough.
Yeah, well, we'll see if EDG choose red or blue, because they've lost on both now, and they are 0-2 down. It will take a reverse sweep to bring them back into this series. But we're going to send it to a break, and we're going to let our analysts break down what they need to do next. Got the priority now onto the Baron, and you will absolutely destroy this in top esports. And know this is a very real possibility. We're about to go mega, and immediately will be found by 369. They bring him back with the Infernal Chains, and now JDG back themselves away from the fight. Missing goes in, catches out Wayward, but only Wayward. They get the ultimate from the Poppy, but now 369's on a flank. It's an ultimate flank. They're jumping on the Jackulo. The Zeri is dead. Yagao gets an ultimate as well, and it looks like JDG might have done it. The Sivir refuses to die, as does the hope of JDG. They have brought themselves to the reverse sweep, and they will knock top esports to the lower bracket.
And it definitely feels like where other top laners are prioritizing heavily for the summer, him maybe not so. Oh my.
There's no mana on Scout. That's a solo bolo for Super Gary Doinby.
But I think the Herald's coming down mid. Try and stop and get him in as many places as possible here.
Oh,
my
Doinby
gets
took so much damage, and into the wall he goes. He has to flash out. The charge goes through. Doinby, you gotta be careful. The mistakes that I feel like we never see are coming to fruition, and not to the benefit of LNG. It's another charge into the turret, and it's 2 kills in the same place, making a bloody mid as EDG take a 2-0 lead in this game. Trying to find the picks early, trying to find the poke damage for LNG. They're trying to find it on Flandre, and they might just do it. Light goes down first, though. He tied the Scout. Scout is so big. He is gigantic. That's a double kill for the EDG mid laner. Might even be a third one. We'll see him chase down Tarzan. You cannot find any hope or reprieve as Scout comes in. It's a 1v3. He's going to pull off the Slicing Maelstrom, and he don't care. The rest of the team is coming. Slicing Maelstrom, Wild Growth, bring it all. You will not beat EDG, and you will not beat Scout in this game one.
Problem by EDG is top esports threatened in the mid lane, and EDG don't want to give a singular inch. Knight dashing away, but knocked up, caught by the Infernal Chains. Tien buying space for the rest of his team. Scout with the charm on tonight. What a play from the mid laner of EDG. Knight turns golden, but finish off. No, Emperor's Device keeps Knight alive. How is he surviving this? And in the meantime, Jackaloo dives onto the back lane. Flandre with one, but Scout might fall. Jackaloo can't finish off the kill here. Can't close the gap. Now trying to chase them down. No way do they actually do this one. The mojo is flowing, and top esports, no way should they win that fight, but they make it happen anyway.
You can take these bones, break them into pieces now, to make my soul and cast me out in the sea. You can fill me with hope. watch me blow it all away. You can save my soul, so I can sin and lose it again. Gotta fix this head I'm in before it spins so far out of control. Before I lose it all, 'cause it's better than the devil, you know. Tell me where the bad things go. Never gonna see me hiding, get on out of here. Give me everything I deserve. Give me anything you think that I'm worth. 'Cause the five-letter word never meant that much to me. 'Cause I'm better than the devil, you know. Cause it's better than the devil, you know. Tell me where the bad things go. Never see me hiding or fighting to get on out of here. Give me everything I deserve. Give me anything you think that I'm worth. 'Cause the five-letter word never meant that much to me. 'Cause I'm better than the devil, you know.
It's time to break the mold, to look ahead. We'll make it better. We'll make it better. It's time to dream the sky of blue, to hear new sound and vision. We'll make it better. Another day, we cross the bridge, we'll be together. Another day, we've made a wish, we'll do it better. Another day, we cross the bridge, we'll be together. Time to build a new home, to run away. We'll make it better. We'll make it better. Time to make a deal with flesh and the cards and make it better. We'll make it better. Another day, we cross the bridge, we'll be together. Another day, we've made a wish, we'll do it better. Another day, we cross the bridge, we'll be together. Another day, we cross the bridge, we'll do it better. Another day, we cross the bridge, we'll be together. Another day, we've made a wish, we'll do it better.
我觉得 再次参加冒泡赛的话，其实不是件好事吧？因为是我们季后赛输了，然后才来的冒泡赛吧。然后冒泡赛也希望就是能赢下来吧。我觉得我们队伍的状态就不是很好吧，然后就是可能每个选手都会出现一些失误这些的。如果我们能调整这些问题的话，冒泡赛的队伍我觉得我们都可以赢吧。
Welcome back to the LPL Regional Qualifiers. I'm Azel again, joined by Hysterix and Lyric. I'm still doing good. I'm not under the trademark. It's totally fine. After a roundabout victory again from RNG in game number 2, man, I can't believe that we are on the cusp of EDG being knocked out now after some very strong performances from the holistic side of RNG.
I can't believe it. I mean, again, after seeing playoffs, after seeing EDG's run, I thought for sure I was on point. I'm like, man, EDG could even be a 3-0. But we've come into today and we've seen so many great adaptations for RNG. Like that second game especially, I feel like draft was so favorable. And you know, jumping into this, all I can say straight away is that Aatrox, man, against EDG, when you have to commit fully in, there's no way to get out. Aatrox loves when people run into him, and I feel like it was just so 5-head drafting from RNG for that red side 5th pick.
I mean, it's one of those things yesterday. I remember in Game 5, TSJG, like you question these Aatrox picks when it's like, how do you go in against compositions, whether it's like, you know, Victor's, Talia's, like these types of champions, I love it. But when you're against Sejuani, Silas, Renekton, like you're going to be able to get a lot of value. Talia, kind of in the same boat. I also love how the only things we hear from analyst desk at the very, caster desk at the very start and end is like, why the Sejuani first pick? What's going on with the Sejuani first pick? It wasn't able to work. And I think it shows the approach of EDG. The response to game 1 was, oh my God, we struggled in topside. We need to play topside this time around. And sadly from them, it just didn't work.
And it was a double melee solo lane as well. So it's like, at least for the approach, like, you know, at the start of the game, I'm like, okay, I like the direction. We're hitting topside. We had Flandre put in a position of strength after game 1, getting focused so hard by RNG. And even Scout roaming up at level 3 on the Silas, like it was a really good bridge to start the early game. But with RNG just swapping sides of the map and going down bot, it's like, man, I think RNG have adapted so well in the series and show that they are more flexible than EDG, which I didn't think I was going to come into today saying.
I will say we've seen some terrifying Aatrox performances. I think this was one of them as well. But it comes down to talking about that draft and especially how it kind of panned out, looking at those power picks for RNG, but wanting to see what EDG can pull out. And I think when we get to that conversation a little bit later, first of all, we got to give out our MVP. We did not hear who the MVP was. We were guessing Xiaohu. We'll see who the MVP is here as we give it away for game number 2.
Pointing and I thought it's Mazel. Mazel's MVP. But
am I? Oh man.
But dude, I mean, look, we're giving this guy to Leo.
Okay, we were right. Yeah. There's no way it wasn't going to be Xiaohu. Xiaohu had an incredible performance. I mean, his setup in these team fights, he was getting so much. He was engaging. He was engaging team fights on the Talia. We were like, what is going on?
He's insane. Like, this is a reason why you shouldn't give away Talia. We talked at the start of broadcast about some of the power picks for this mid laner, and Xiaohu game after game has now been given the Talia and has looked insane. And it's not even the mid game. Like, we came in today talking about how RNG played mid game so well, early game's quite stagnant. I feel like Xiaohu in the early game, and especially in some of these fights, as Lyric was saying, like, it's just been insane pickoffs.
Yeah. And I think it goes to show why he is the most decorated player in LPL. Again, being tied with Clearlove with the amount of like trophies that he has.
True.
And I mean, he's selectively playing, right? So we can keep seeing that number go up and up. And why he's always been this leader for RNG. Why he's someone who is put on an initiation role for them, I guess, even when he is on a control mage that isn't meant to do that role. And when one of our win cons coming today for EDG was kind of Scout locking Xiaohu in that cage with him, it feels like it was the reverse. It feels like Xiaohu's the one locking EDG in the cage, having to go up against him.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it at this point, because we got to see, you know, 2 Talia performances from Xiaohu. We had some question marks in game number 1, even though that mid game always looks so terrifying from him, Hysterix.
Oh, it really was. Like, again, you know, in some of these like picks, even though EDG, we still saw things like the Sivir come through and we're like, oh, well, maybe there's a chance. It's just Xiaohu alongside Breathe in these big AoE areas.
Which is
just
crazy,
so
right? Thinking about, we're coming into a series, RNG against EDG, highlighting solo lanes as the big focus of today.
Yeah, it actually is incredible. We actually picked apart some of the plays, and especially looking, first of all, at EDG's potential in the earlier parts of the game, Lyric.
Yeah, you know, we saw EDG, they were keeping toe-to-toe once we got into the mid-game. It was specifically here where they have this like phenomenal trade. Flandre is on weak side, and RNG are committing so many resources EDG picking up 2 turrets on the map, they get a kill, just such great cross-mapping coming out from them. They're getting vision control on top side as well, which means once resets come through, RNG gonna have to try and contest this, make sure no plays are able to happen. And this is where even on cast, they were kind of thinking like, hey, EDG are finally starting to build up a little bit of a gold lead. They already have 2 Drakes. This is where they should be able to push it forward. But it was the team fighting.
That one right
the
there.
team fighting from RNG was just so stacked.
And I feel like every time, you know, for EDG as well, you know, walking through this path, like Scout's not there or Flandre's not there as well, a bit disconnected. But the biggest part, as Luke said, is how Xiaohu picks apart the pieces, how the team fighting was from RNG. Kind of give me like a resurgence, like a bit of a flashback.
And you said, like, you just keep talking about mid-game, that Weaver's Wall, just so huge coming out from Xiaohu. And, I mean, when we saw from yesterday, and it was the running joke, that, like, the first 25 minutes don't matter, just comes down to who's going to come ahead in those team fights. I mean, if it's just going to keep looking like this, it probably is looking like an RNG 3-0.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit terrifying for EDG, who are backs against the ropes now, guys. Like, at least for the 3rd seed at Worlds, I think it's really important because EDG need to find a way to pull the rabbit out of the hat. Find a way to play to your strengths and play towards Viper, Lyric.
Yeah, especially looking at that last game. There's this champion that starts with a D. It's been pretty consistently banned against EDG.
Yeah.
D-Raven?
Darren? Yeah.
I definitely think playing more towards the bot side, right? It seems like after game 1, their reaction is we need to prop up Flandre. Flandre struggled against TS. Like, we need to support top side. No, I think just go down to the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is one last little change, JJ, coming in for Junja. We'll see how that changes things for EDG. And if they can pull off the reverse sweep, we'll send it to the caster desk now.
Thank you so much, Mazel. We are back for what could be our final game of the day. Not what people were expecting to be saying here right now. I, for one, am very happy with the current results given how the predictions went. And yeah, EDG, similar to what Mazel said, they got to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, I just don't know where they're gonna bring that for. Like, it just feels like their drafting just hasn't been on point, right? Sejuani first pick, not working out well for them. It feels like they're not willing to go towards the Draven, the Kalista, which we saw as almost permabans in the last time that these faced off in playoffs. It just feels like there's so much that's just not coming their way at all.
Yeah, and I feel like either, you know, if you're going to pick these scaling picks, then put some attention bot. You know Viper can carry you through the team fights. If you're going to commit to, like, early bot picks, like the Draven, like the Kalista, maybe the Lucian. Actually, Lucian has been banned, but Draven, Kalista. Then, again, put attention bot. This playing through top hasn't worked. They're subbing in JJ instead of Junja because, I mean, realistically, the thing we talked about with Junja was, like, hopefully the early aggression, accelerate the game. They haven't been able to. I feel like something we've seen from EDG that they've been fantastic at is those team fights. So just lean into that. Get Viper fed, get Scout on a good pick, go into those 5v5s and just try and hand stiff.
I mean, that's kind of it, really. We talk about Viper being this massive carry, but he just hasn't been in a position to be that massive carry. We're going to jump into picks and bans. Fiora Poppy banned away again, as well as the Lissandra this time around from EDG, using that blue side priority to maybe go in on RNG a little bit harder, but now we wait to see what RNG want to try and finish off these bans with.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean EDG maybe looking for, like, potential buy first pick, try and get it out of the hands of RNG. Zeri's still up and available. Maybe they do try and go for, like, hey, we'll take the Vi, give over the Zeri, immediately go towards Kalista Renata or, you know, Draven Nautilus, something along these lines. But it is going to be left up and available, so we have to see exactly what the plan is.
See, RNG think a lot about that 3rd ban, because last game they banned away the Azir, and I feel like the Lissandra was kind of that, you know, the big counter to Ahri, so they were kind of like forcing RNG to ban away the Ahri, which has left the Azir open. I'm not sure if EDG necessarily want to first pick it here. I certainly hope they don't first pick Sejuani. I might actually just leave if they do.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's going to be the vibe being picked up here now. But the Wukong and other kind of, you know, Trundle and stuff like that, things that we have seen encounter, is still up and available.
Yeah, I think the thing is here, I think EDG are basically gambling. Like, look, I think we can still get the Azir here. If Xiaohu goes towards the Azir, he has like a 33% win rate on the champion. It is not being good, but looks like Xiaohu might try and go towards it anyway. And then you've still got the opportunity to go towards a more aggressive bot lane if you would like to. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see exactly what Scout now wants to play into this Azir, but it has not worked out well for RNG in the past every time this Azir gets picked.
Yeah, and they end up going for the Zeri, which, you know, I get, but the reason why Vi has risen to prevalence as this first pick is because of the fact it's so good into the Zeri, right? Being able to lock it down. RNG obviously don't want to give it over, but does mean that EDG haven't answered so far. But it'll be interesting to see what EDG end up opting for here. The standard thing would just be that Sivir Lulu, you know, match the scaling. We'll see if they do end up going for one of those aggressive early picks that we've seen, like the Draven, like the Kalista. Looks like, though, first, they're going to try and prioritize a mid lane pick for themselves. Something that, I mean, it goes without saying, saying, Xiaohu has just popped off from this pick so far this series, but they are still going to take that sliver and match the scaling.
Yeah, I mean, at least you have the Vi there for the lockup on the Zeri, which might give you a bit of an easier time, but I just would have liked to have seen, like, I agree with the desk, some sort of aggressive bot lane, right? I think Viper has been so good in Kalista, incredible on Draven, and we saw it, like, coming into today, we had a 40% ban rate against EDG, but not going to get it this time around. So, Sejuani now taking over on the opposite side for RNG, making sure that they still have the flex there if they want to put it top or into the jungle.
Yeah, I really like this because it means if EDG heavily ban towards the support pool, then RNG take a support on fourth, they get first choice. If they heavily ban junglers, they can put Sejuani jungle, heavily ban top, Sejuani top, kind of covering all their bases in this second rotation. I do feel like having the Vi to their combo, EDG have started strong in the draft, but RNG definitely have a chance to recover coming into the next two.
And then look, I mean, for EDG, at least you don't have to show all your cards here coming into this draft. You still have a second chance. Even if you lose this game here, you can still have another chance of getting in towards the play-ins for Worlds. But I think definitely wanting to start off on a good foot, or immediately put yourself into groups with that third seed would be great. But you already kind of highlighted it, Ox. Aatrox locked in, and Mumu banned away by RNG.
Maybe you could be concerned about the Jax as well. Obviously, Breed had a fantastic game one. Jax and Sejuani, especially as RNG can have last pick, counter pick, could be pretty devastating as well. Also, you could even think about the Lulu being paired with the Zeri. We saw how powerful it was in that game 2 when they were trying to jump onto Gala and he was surviving for so long, even though he did go down. And obviously, RNG will be taking, like, can take that Lulu before EDG get their pick of support.
And for RNG's Ming, I gotta just shout out how well he played on things like the Yuumi and the Lulu as well.
What a good little kitten.
I was wondering if you'd end up bringing it back. But again, this is something that, like, you know, when you think of Ming, you think of hard engage. You think of things like the Nautilus, of course, like even the Alistar back in the day. You don't really think of things like the Lulu and the Yuumi. And to be honest with you, he was really struggling with it that much, you know, that little bit much more towards the end of the season. It did feel like it fit into RNG's wheelhouse. So for me, seeing RNG be able to be comfortable on this pick, and honestly, it feels like they should just go for it here again. It just makes a no-brainer. You keep that Sejuani as a flex, you keep that counter pick still available for that top side, and Breathe and Wei can then discuss between themselves of what matchup they want.
Yeah, I think the big one here is now seeing what the plan is for Flandre. Like, at least the Renekton has been taken off the board because it has not worked out so hot at all for them thus far. But now going towards a more defensive top laner, potentially in the Gragas, I think this is the right call. I really think you need to start taking the fact you have this Talia, playing towards bot side, playing towards Dragons, playing towards what has been the strength of EDG in playoffs. Like, it doesn't feel like we've got to see them at all yet.
Yeah, I do feel like, though, coming in with the Nautilus here, for EDG, I feel like it's going to be so hard to play Zeri into Vi Nautilus. Like, these are two of the champs that really shut the pick down. And I feel like it's between that and Renata, right? I know they're hovering them, but it's like, do you want the more scaling, bit more for defensive pick, leading in the late stages, or do you want to set the pace of the game and try and make Gala have a difficult time? And it looks like the course of action is make Gala have a difficult time.
Yeah, and I think it's the right call. I think this is what you need to do. And I'm like, Viper has been one of the standout performers for EDG, not only this year, but even last year as well. And now getting to see him, finally, it looks like, get played around that little bit more, giving him the resource he needs, trying to shut down Gala. I think this is where you can actually take it to RNG. Because again, like, the reason I don't like Xiaohu on things like the Azir is that he ends up just staying in lane, doesn't try to hover for plays, and it means that RNG's early game falls completely apart, and that could be the weakness EDG need.
Well, RNG do use that flex. They put the Sejuani into the jungle, they give Breathe the Gnar, and you might not have seen it on the stage, on the camera, but Ox, you had some funny faces going on for that last pick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Gnar is going to hold up well into the Gragas. You know, you can scale decently well on the side lane. We've seen Gnar be effective, but I feel like you went for the Sejuani pick. I was hoping they'd really leverage it to get a strong matchup. Maybe the Gragas was enough to shut down things like the Jax, but I don't know. I feel like I'm more confident in EDG in this one. I think RNG game 1 and game 2, I think they came in with solid drafts, big adaptations. I think EDG have the biggest edge they've had yet coming out of the draft phase, and I feel like this should be the one that they're able to answer back.
Yeah, it does definitely feel like they just have so much control here when it gets towards team fights, the way that they want to try and execute on the game plan. I mean, having 2 point-and-click CCs in the Vi and the Nautilus for Azeri and also that Azir just makes it very easy to try and play your style. And even if they can get, you know, the opportunity to lean in towards bot lane, you've got easy setup there as well. So I feel like the early game just it's just a very easy script for them to follow.
We're going to maybe see the final draft coming in here. The coaches, of course, have Given their respects, Kenju, the old coach of EDG, actually ran a little bit of it, his own little kind of golden year. Won EDG with Summer and then Worlds, then won Spring with RNG and then MSI. Actually had a bit of a golden road himself coming into this year. One of the most decorated coaches in the LPL. For RNG, they are looking to try and sign, seal, and deliver their ticket to Worlds. EDG looking to try and keep this series alive. They don't want to have to go into another best of 5 in 2 days' time. They don't want to have to work that little bit of extra hard, you know, kind of extra effort to try and get themselves onto the world stage.
I feel like it's so risky because RNG and EDG have played a series against each other, right, when they were on the top side of the bracket, but they don't really have that much of a read. I mean, obviously, EDG went against LNG, but, like, you don't know what V5 is going to offer. You don't even know what jungler they're going to play. It's such a risky one to go into that second match. You want to secure your will spots here and now.
Here we are. I see a little bit of early vision being put down here by EDG, and then Dagda, again, we talked about kind of the vibe being the first pick. Again, another jungle pick coming in here for EDG, but definitely an awful lot more strength to kind of really hard force those engaged in the early game.
Yeah, it also gives you a lot of control for JJ in these early stages to try and play around several lanes. Like, I know Mako not one who tends to roam, but you could link up with Mako, look for plays mid. If you unlock Scout, then you start to roam bot side, repay the favor for Mako, get Viper unlocked. Like, it feels like you've got a lot of ways to try and play around both mid and bot lane here for JJ, and I think that's where we saw that difference in EDG versus RNG in that upper bracket, or upper side of the bracket for playoffs, is them actually looking with JJ to link up a bot lane and find the success they needed to beat RNG.
And what I'd love is some early efforts to ban some summoners by EDG, because I feel like it's a bit tricky to get kills on things like the Gnar, the Azir, and the Zeri with the fact they all have dashes, but if you can ban like a flash, then when level 6 is hit, that's where really EDG's mid-jungle comes online. Bit of engage here, but just a heavy trade. But yeah, I feel like having the Talia, who has that Reaver's Wall, having the Vi with a point-and-click ultimate, if you burn someone's flash and level 6 is hit, especially if it's a side lane pick, they're just going to go down.
Gallo just burnt his ghost there in that initial trade, so definitely getting a little bit antsy with this. But, I mean, look, it's not exactly going to be anything to write home about. You still have the flash there to keep him safe, but definitely feels like Gala and Ming want to make sure that they're not giving an inch in this bot lane in these early stages.
Breathe will have the early skirmishing in that top side. Of course, level 2 now being hit. But actually, funny enough, despite RNG getting the level 2, they have to respect the level 2 coming out here from EDG. Both junglers finding themselves on the bot side. The Arctic Assault used to get over the side of the wall. So way in a good position here to try and capitalize.
Just the power of some of these picks. Vi and Sejuani both come in this pool where you can use that dash to get over terrain, find new angles. If Mako goes in, that's the window they're looking for.
They're looking for it. The Arctic Assault is back, and you can see now they're moving forward. Flashes are going to be burned, but it may have found Mako. He does get the dredge line, but the permafrost does not come out in time. But Summoner's burns, you now do not have either flash on Viper or Mako.
That's so big. Having both those flashes burnt means it becomes a lot more difficult for JJ to try and play around this. So JJ instead would turn his attention towards Xiaohu in the mid lane.
Maybe looking to try and make something work. Very difficult to really make this one work. Again, the only real kind of gank mid we see into those kind of setups is going to be the Poppy. And oh, flash forward, Mako, one more auto attack. The Pix comes in clutch, and RNG get themselves another first blood.
Such a great play, capitalizing on the lack of flash, and Mako just not recognizing the threat. Gala using the ability to Zeri so well there, and I feel like the game plan for this bot lane, you know, we were saying, burn some summoners from RNG, set up the plays, allow the Nautilus to be aggressive. You've already started to lose out on that win con.
Yeah, RNG were like, that does sound really good. Let's do that play. That sounds great.
Not a game plan, no.
Just scribbles out, you know, some of the letters, writes RNG on it. It's looking great. Now Breathe will go aggressive on the Flandre, and both junglers again matching each other. This time, though, will be the Scuttle going over towards JJ.
Well, at least EDG win that battle, right?
I like how we were all just kind of looking at each other, kind of like, I guess it's a W. Like, I just kind of go from there. But now JJ trying to see if he can be more aggressive, because the amount of time that Wei did put down towards that bot side, he hasn't cleared out all of his top camps. He does have an opportunity to get some counter jungling coming.
I like what we're seeing from Mako, though. Like, this is kind of what I was talking about, was like, we don't traditionally see Mako leave the lane. He is the support with the highest duo proximity in the LPL, but actually having him move in this scenario is going to be great. Like, work with JJ, see if he can unlock Scout, and then you kind of get, like, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Get some early pressure mid, and when you hit 6 for Scout then, and he has that advantage over the mid lane, he can then try and repay the favor in that bot lane, and JJ at the moment doing his best job to be a nuisance.
I mean, if Wei sneezes in his red side jungle, they'll know about it. That's how much vision they've invested towards this top side, just kind of covering all angles around that top lane. And again, this is kind of something that we, and also the analysts, have been a little bit critical from EDG. It's like, yes, putting in topside pressure is important, but it hasn't been how EDG have gotten wins.
Yeah, the problem is the right bot, because the gank have been set a little bit behind, right, and also the pressure from RNG. Top, Flandre is just struggling, right? And this is kind of like thinking back to why EDG have tried to commit so much resources top because of what happened when they went up against top esports, because Flandre floundered. And now he is already in a deficit without really any attention coming in. If this starts to expand out, then that can become a real problem in the side lane. And with the fact that Scout has his level 6 now, soon JJ will have his. That is where EDG really need to make things happen in the side lane, because right now both are struggling a bit.
And the problem is that you're going to see RNG like start to put pressure over towards things like the Dragon now. You got push in bot, you can get a nice push in mid, see if you can set up for some of these early objectives, especially if you're able to keep control with Gala and Ming on bot side, which they should with the double range matchup, move up towards things like Rift Herald. Then you can start to use the advantage Breathe has on top side. Like, it feels like for JJ, he needs to get in, but Wei is just matching him every time.
Yeah, Wei's just kind of saying, look, just saw you use your smite, maybe get a bit of a cheeky steal off there, but not quite able to get it. And now we start to move back down towards that Dragon. Like you mentioned, we're going to see Mako and Ming starting to move away from their traditional duo partners and link up with their junglers.
Yeah, trying to find an angle here, and Wei has to be so careful because JJ, because he's taken so many camps away, because he has a CS lead, his 6 isn't too far away, and that is going to be a big pivotal point, because like, we were a minute and a half away from Herald. Like, Wei needs to start getting experience, so he may not even have 6 for it, and then you really stand no chance of contesting the objective.
JJ is starting to try and move in. Will kind of be matched here by Gala and Ming, who are like, look, we know that this is going to get a little bit funky on the spot side, so we're going to back away from this turret. Gives Viper a bit of time to push in this way, but I don't think it's anything really to write home about at the moment. At least for Wei, he's just trying to answer on this top side.
Again, more trading of the map, more trading of sides and pressure. And this is something that, again, we talked about. Yes, this is the chess to the boxing chess we talked about, but it is both teams just playing to their relative strengths.
I think you can definitely see that both teams are very aware that this game is literally going to make or break the series, right? Sets up EDG for a potential reverse sweep. RNG puts them into our 3rd seed spot, puts them into the world's group stage. And when you have the MSI champions versus the world champions, I mean, you've got to make sure that you're coming in all guns blazing. And right now, the only thing that we've seen shot is RNG or EDG at times shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, and I feel like especially is RNG have always been that team. People call them Kings of Spring, right? Everyone calls Xiaohu the Emperor of Spring. Summer hasn't been their best performance. Like, the fact they have the most MSI titles of 3 and haven't won a World Championship. And you may think, well, not many teams will win a World Championship. They do in the LPL.
Yeah. That's it. That's kind of the thing is right now is that RNG, in terms of their trophy case, that the World Championship is the one that's eluding them. It always has eluded them from the time when Uzi was
EDG can flex it
over
them.
Where's your world skin, bro? And he picks Yumi. But it's even more of an insult.
What a Giga Chad move.
Yeah. But again, this is something that RNG need to be very aware of, that they always know that they come in blazing in spring, and it always feels a little bit too little too late. So right now they're looking to try and put themselves back onto that world stage. And again, EDG, the reigning world champions, they don't want to be left in the dust either.
Well, it feels like a lot of it is going to rely on that World Finals MVP in Scout to see if you can try and make these plays with the Talia wall now hit. JJ roaming topside again, matching Wei. These two junglers don't want to give an inch.
They're looking for a flash in, they land it, but they've already got Wei in the position. They're going to use the explosive cast, and it's a bounce house on top side. You can see Wei getting down the permafrost, but a good flash here from Flandre. Can they get Xiaohu with the soldiers? Not quite able to get him in the position. A good belly bop away means Flandre is safe, and EDG are on the board.
Oh, so close there. You can see members moving up from RNG to counter the play, but good execution from EDG, right? JJ connects the CC, and then the beautiful layering from Flandre will take Breeze out, and a lot lot was invested by EDG, so they will lose a bit of pressure in the top lane. They will lose some plates here, but Flandre should just be able to make his way back up to pick up the wave, and most importantly, RNG on a position to do Herald.
Yeah, that's the big one, is making sure that you aren't giving that space towards the potential Herald take. Great job here from JJ to get that engage. Also getting this cease and desist right as that CC comes through from RNG means he's able to power through, but now we kind of just come back to basics, right? Both teams going to want to try and set up for this Herald. Breathe has pushed in this mid lane. Xiaohu and Ming quicker off the mark here when they're getting back towards the Rift Herald as well. It looks like RNG have already got themselves established for this.
I mean, the big thing now for me, Ox, coming into a potential Herald fight is that you use 2 flashes and 2 ultimates, whereas you didn't really use a lot on the side of RNG.
First Mythic picked up for Xiaohu, though he has that Crown of the Shattered Queen, which means he can start to play aggressive.
He can look for it. The flash isn't good enough, but he scoops up 2. Scout now in a hell of a lot of trouble. He's going to be burnt down here by this area on the backside. The electrocution just too much. Mako trying to walk away, but he shall be burnt at the stake. 2 quick kills to RNG, and they own the map.
And it's such a good read on the play. They know Gala is coming up, so even though Scout flashes away to the side, Gala is there to clean up the kill. Flandre wasn't anywhere near, and I just feel like EDG aren't coordinated, right? You're moving your AD carry up, which shows they had intent to do the Herald, and yet they're slower on the punch, and RNG get rewarded.
They're still going for this one here. There's a TP coming in. Flandre's in and around the pit, but he's not really got the support just yet. Now we're going to see them look to try and re-engage onto this one. RNG a little bit disconnected after using everything, but they're still getting everyone out just in time. Ming just kind of body blocking the rocks. And EDG, they try to overforce something. They're still looking for it, but it's just not sticking.
No, and you can even see, I mean, Breeze got back towards that top side. He's managed to clear it. The wave even has the TP if he wants to go for a quick reset and get out. I mean, yes, you'll be able to get... Oh, hang on.
Oh, they're all still here. Not a lot of mana, not a lot of health bars. Good sidestep and flashes. So EDG still hard forcing the point, but they're just getting summoners, not getting kills.
Yeah, they're beating summoners, which is something, but you need to translate that into a bit more. And right now, they committed so many resources to top.
Xiaohu has TP.
Yeah, Xiaohu keeps in here. This could be huge. He's nearly got that Empress Divide available again.
I mean, you can't go for this dive right now. Breed's so close to Mega. It was just so risky. And EDG, it's starting to feel a bit desperate already.
Yeah, so much invested on the top side, but the Herald's already gone. There's a dragon on the bottom side of the map, but you've committed all your resources here, and honestly, RNG can be quicker to the punch to get onto it. This was a fantastic play, though. The preemptive flash to match the flash from Scout, and then he starts to walk this way, Gala over the wall to clean him up. Just such a heads-up play from Xiaohu.
Just a really good job of using the Mythic diff as well, right? Has that Crown of the Shattered Queen, knows he can take the brunt of that initial damage that comes through, and sets up the play beautifully for RNG. And I can kind of see after that, as this play went on, EDG were trying to see if Viper could maybe get some plates in mid. He was only able to get 1, so you overcommit so many of those resources on the play then to try and salvage something back.
Yeah, but now, because they overcommit on the top side, RNG, you saw Ming and Wei pushing in. They have a lot of deep vision around this side of the map, so if they want to make plays here, if they want to use the Herald, if they want to go for the Dragon, all these things they are now set up for on this side of the map, and they are looking potentially for a window on a Scout, but they don't find anything yet.
And the problem is now that EDG, we talked about the potential that they could play around bot, the potential they could get Scout unlocked. But if you look, I mean, Scout's behind the curve in comparison to Xiaohu. Gala and Ming massively accelerated in that bot side as well, thanks to kills, thanks to CS, and now you start to see that RNG can look to move over towards things like the Dragon, especially as we only a minute until we hit the 14-minute mark where Breathe can TP. I think that's why EDG are trying to see if they can quickly scoot in here and steal away the Dragon.
And that's what you were just talking about, is that because I think EDG are recognizing what you just said as well. They have to over-index now, which means that Flandre has to go towards that bot, loses his TP, you know, kind of matching now into the side of Breathe. I was going to say, you could maybe now punish that on the top side, because Xiaohu's going to have first roam.
Yeah, they need to throw the Herald down because only 40 seconds till the plate, but we'll see if they find a kill as well.
Yeah, they're going to go in. There's going to be the Glacial Prison coming out. You can see now Flandre just between a rock and a hard play. He does have flash available to him, and they're now both behind him, but ooh, just about gets himself away before that Meganar. But again, you're losing so much on this top side, and Xiaohu might be saying hello.
There's more people here from RNG, making sure they can't get to the escape Scout. With the Weaver's Wall, though, you see Xiaohu decides to go towards the way that he has his teammates, but Breathe with that first tower on top. Let's see the response on bot lane.
Yeah, a lot of walls coming out from the mid laners, but ultimately RNG do get what they want, but I'll be honest, EDG, they don't lose Flandre. They get some plate damage on the bot side. Considering that RNG already had the Herald in pocket, I think EDG have done this pretty well, right? They also have that Mountain Dragon in pocket to boot. food, this could have been far worse for EDG, and they've kind of kept things relatively even.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is now seeing what RNG are going to do off reset here, because you have got the quicker reset coming through here from RNG, but looks like they're not just going to send Xiaohu back towards the... Actually, they're not. Yes, they're going to send Xiaohu top lane and see if they can try and push in that wave, and then maybe look to move across over towards the mid, see if they can catch people out. And I don't think it's the worst idea here from RNG, especially when you know how devastating something like the Shurima Shuffle can be underneath that turret. If you can get way in as well, like locking members up, tanking a lot of that damage, there's great turret dive on RNG if they can manage to get these waves in order first.
And like you said, just covering up towards that top side, Flandre going to be doing decently enough to keep pushing in this wave.
He's like always looking for a window to go in.
He's thinking about it as well. He goes in, he's like, are you think I'm going to flash?
He is playing Azir like you play Lissandra or Galio, which is so on theme for him, if I'm being honest.
I mean, great call from Flandre. Like, it wasn't up, but it was damn close. So I don't know how well Flandre is aware of Azir timers, but holding steady on that one, not actually burning anything to try and get away. And Wei will now spot out to EDG as they move to try and contend on this mid wave.
All right, so the game's going to be kind of spreading out a little bit more. Turrets are going down. Teams are starting to try and be a bit more macro about it. TP's obviously becoming far more relevant now that they've been unleashed. We are seeing the AD carries just slowly but surely become relevant. But again, most of the series so far, they've been pretty much muted until the very, very late game. For EDG, it looks like they want to try and just roam around and get a full-on engage with this Vi. And it's going to be on RNG to try and go tit for tat on that.
Yeah, so I think the big thing here for EDG is you do have great pick potential. Vi, Nautilus can definitely set things up. Scout can come across very easily as well. It's just about trying to get tempo so you can make that play happen. And at the moment, they're struggling a little bit with Flandre to try and get control over the top side against Xiao, who they don't have anybody who's in the bot lane. So I think this is actually their best time to see if they can make a play. And you can see they're trying to make that on towards Xiao, as this wave is potentially moving up towards the top side.
Yeah, they can really lean pressure on him as well because they have so many point-and-clicks lockdown tools like the Vial, like the Norlisol. They did lean maybe a bit too many members up there. They're going to have to move back mid to defend. But, I mean, what is Xiaohu supposed to do in this situation? They do want to proc the crown. They get that there. But now he's just a sit and duck.
Bree just hit Meganar as well. That's his TP, but he's about to run out as this comes through. This could be bad for RNG.
Yeah, he's a little bit late on it. There's a great explosive cast from Flandre. The Emperor's Divide shall do nothing. What a fantastic ult from the top laner of EDG.
Yeah, really nice play to literally just separate them completely, pick off Xiaohu, get the tower, and we see very little recourse coming in from RNG. They're going to try and make a move onto this mid lane tower. We'll see if EDG can get in position to defend.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to late kind of reset coming through here. TP is going to be committed to mid.
Yeah, they're going to look for it there. Viper's still around. They won't get the Demolish charge off from Wei, so that means that that turret does stay. And Flandre now putting himself in a position where they could still fight for this Rift Herald, Dragon up in a minute's time as well, as both teams kind of trying to, you know, move the tempo around to their own favor. But again, what a fantastic move here from Flandre.
Yeah, great cast. Managed to separate the Azir, and immediately you can see flashes coming in from both, from JJ to make sure they could connect onto that. They did keep key ultimates though up and available for this Dragon that's in 30 seconds. So JJ won't have flash, which will make it a bit more difficult to maybe try and lean in with the Vault Breaker. But point and click CC there, and really good follow-up still available for EDG.
Well, they might look for Scout
here. Yeah, they're looking for him, and they will probably find him. They're going to flash in, get the permafrost down, CC him up, but Wei is tanky enough to keep that turret aggroed. Xiaohu gets a pick, and RNG back on the tempo.
And with Dragon up in just a few seconds, this could be perfect setup for RNG to lean into that and get control. We do see Herald going down mid, though, from EDG. They managed to secure the second one, and this will take that mid lane tower down. So first and foremost, RNG need to defend.
Yeah, especially with the way they're kind of separated here. Gala needs to be careful he's not on the business end of a cease and desist. You can see Dragon is already started by RNG and EDG, trying to see if they can separate the squad, but RNG say thank you very much. You're a bit slow off the mark there, lads.
Yeah, and Hextech Soul again, really powerful one. Great stats for so many of the champions. But just
so many of these this weekend.
Yeah,
what is going on?
LPK gets Cloud Soul, we get Hextech Soul. That was the deal.
But now both teams are Dragon apiece, right? And at this, you know, we're 19 minutes. it's going to be another 15 minimums, like 35 before we see a soul coming in. It's really deep into the game, so not a massive focus, but still securing those dragons, getting those stats will make a difference. For the time being, though, we do see EDG at least going toe-to-toe with RNG, which I think is more than could be said for last game.
Yeah, I gotta say, though, like, this is a very different look from RNG, because when we have traditionally seen the Azir for this squad, they've just done nothing, right? They haven't been active in the early stages, but Wei looking far better when kind of being his own commander, right? Finding his way around the map, matching a lot of what JJ wants to do. Again, on an engaged tool, but they're getting engaged on.
Yeah, they're getting engaged on here. Ming is isolated, as is Gala. Gala should be able to flash away, and Ming tries to keep himself for his life as long as possible. But a lot of ultimates used, and EDG get their man.
Yeah, really good use off the wall there just to cut them off, but it's that Vi ultimate. This is why this pick is so potent, so frustrating to play against, because once the ult is connected, you know you're getting CC'd, and the only hope is, well, do you have a stopwatch or a Zhonya's, or are your team around to defend you?
RNG not to be outdone there. They were kind of roaming around thinking maybe Mako would try and eke in a little bit of aggressive vision, but Mako with a little bit of sixth sense saying, I don't need to do that. And again, we look at the replay here, just really good heads-up play from EDG. And again, someone who we wanted to step up in this series, because the game 1 and 2, he was not really doing anything. Flandre finding a good pick.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting that we had so much focus on a Flandre with the Renekton pick, trying to set him up, get him an advantage, and just stick him on the Gragas, have him be a tank, and it's like working so much better.
I mean, this has just been a great game from EDG thus far. And again, starting to eke out that gold lead. I mean, 3 minutes until the next dragon. But if you can continue to find these picks, you can actually turn towards.
Yeah, they're not going to quite get the spell shield out of him just yet. There's going to be the cleanse, and you'd imagine Viper's going to flash. So no flash, no cleanse. Good opportunistic move there from RNG. And again, getting these summoners off of timers is huge.
And it's twice now that we've kind of seen EDG where just as we're about to praise them, Skip gets caught. Now Viper gets caught, kind of losing out this little bit. Now at least Viper keeps his life, but definitely you don't want to be giving those opportunities for people like Xiaohu to try and make the play. Wei, Breathe, to find these opportunities to get on towards the main damage dealer on EDG.
And it feels so rough for Viper to be down those sums, especially on the Sivir who isn't immobile. You know, you get that movement speed, but not a dash. Having the flash is really big, and they won't have that for that next dragon. But I think the thought process is if he dies, maybe they end up just rushing the Baron, so didn't want to risk that happening. Ended up being in the sums, but it does mean that EDG will be at a power deficit in this next fight.
Right now, though, RNG are just playing the map better. EDG committing a ton of resources in towards mid, maybe looking for a pick with the Reaver's wall, but not finding anything, and now Breathe gets to put pressure onto the bot side again. Scout showing on the bot wave now means that RNG can actually start to play that a little bit more aggressive around this vision control and River, because they know they're not going to be separated by a Weaver's wall.
It does feel like EDG have been overgrouping at times, and it has worked, it has paid off, but it also does mean that like Breathe is pulling ahead in terms of CS, and it's going to become a pertinent issue in the side lane.
And it's actually interesting to see, because a lot of what EDG's issues were over-committing to a side lane with Scout, and then they get picked, or then they get caught out. Now it feels like they're trying to over-index into the opposite, and it's causing issues for them as well, especially when RNG are reading it relatively well in this game. But with a minute now until the Dragon, it is going to come down to, again, RNG looking for a pick, trying to see if they can find these front-to-back fights with people like the Azir and the Zeri popping off in the back line, whereas for EDG, it's about finding that one person, beating them down, and taking them out of the equation.
Here's a big thing to note, though. Viper, no summoners available, and if you look across at the items, not only has Breed just finished that Black Cleaver, which is a big spike, but Xiaohu and Gala both have stopwatches in pockets. They are just absolute counters to the Vi, to the Nautilus, so this might be a hard fight for EDG to take.
And this feels like a fight that can make or break this game. This feels like a fight that can make or break. The truth of EDG Summer is going to reign supreme. RNG 2-0 up in this series. EDG, you need to find this fight.
Like you mentioned, the stopwatch is available, and for the side of RNG, still no flash on Gala, so we'll have to keep an eye on the AD carries here. I will say, of course, the Seri, hell of a lot more mobile. Breathe, ramping up towards his Mega. He wants to try and hold it for a little bit longer before that Dragon does spawn, and the poke is going to be very, very relevant. RNG recognizing they can't go through the shortcut and going to have to take the long way around.
And honestly, I'm looking a bit at Flandre, because if you throw a cask out, it's very non-committal. If they end up stopwatching it to avoid it, then that puts them in a really awkward position with the follow-up there. RNG has started up the Dragon and pulled it out. EDG are posturing, though.
Breathe messed up this Narbard, though. He's now got Mega Nar, which is why they have to immediately start this one up. Breathe has his flash.
Yeah, they're going to try and look for it there. They've separated out the tanks to one side, the carries to another, but here we go. Breed tries to jump in. He's just in a bounce house. Nowhere for him to go, and EDG get the steal. Now we can see a 4v5 fight. Never mind, it's going to be a 5v3 fight. Gala has nowhere to go. He did not have flash. Xiaohu tries to separate everyone out, and EDG finally get themselves in this game.
2-0 down, and when it started to feel tenuous, EDG find the fight, find the answer, and are going to find the Baron as well. JJ stealing the dragon on top is the icing on the cake.
Back against the wall, and you never want to corner the snake. EDG will move over towards the Baron. This was exactly what they needed. The fight to break this game open. And we'll catch it here in the replay. They do such a good job of forcing Breathe into the Mega Gnar as it kicks off. And Breathe, as he goes over the wall, immediately gets CC'd. Great job by Scout with the Unraveled Earth to plonk it down as the Gnar comes over the wall, so they can deal with the first problem and follow up with the rest.
Just fantastic target selection, just not allowing the Mega Gnar to function. And because as you said, Rob, the Mega Gnar came in too early, it forced RNG's hand, and EDG was so patient with their turnaround onto RNG.
Now we come back into live. Baron buff off. You got the dragon as well. You've already mentioned it a while ago, Ox, but it's still a while away from the soul. But it's a 5,000 gold lead out of nowhere.
Yeah, and Breathe could be in trouble.
Oh, that was close.
Whew. Does
Gets
flash
himself
away.
out.
Something I want to mention though, Viper got a triple kill in that fight. He also got the Baron gold as well. He's a full item over Gala.
Yeah, we're going to see them now try and catch out Flandre. So both top laners looking to see if they can get caught out. RNG not willing to let this Baron buff just sit and be used by EDG.
Yeah, really want to see if they can force these uneven scraps, but not quite able to do so. So they will just continue to push in these waves. And honestly, if you do just continue to push in these waves, that's going to work out pretty well for you, right? Like, you actually look at where the waves are positioned right now. You don't have a great pushing bot to try and threaten that bot tier 2. Breathe now on top side to push that one in, and EDG are just trying to hard force mid lane, but RNG have a fairly sizable group here, so you can't just brute force your way in.
Again, plenty of decent wave clear with the Azir, with the Zeri as well. Not quite on 3 items just yet, but you know who is on 3 items? It's going to be Viper, and they should just kind of concede these outer towers, recognizing they don't want to go for a fight just yet.
Yeah, I mean, RNG stalled it well, but tier 2 is going to go down. It was so low, and now they should be able to just pressure this tier 2 on the bot side. Unlikely they'll be able to break an inhibitor, but we'll see. They'll still go for the attempt. At bare minimum, they're still getting a lot done here.
Yeah, it looks like RNG are at least trying to see if they can trade for the tier 2 on top side, but Breed still there. Has his TP to join in, but just trying to see if RNG can use the wave clear that they have in Xiaohu, in Gala, to get this wave off the turret.
I mean, they're just kind of committing with the Gnar on the top side and kind of seeing if the RNG can defend the 2 lanes. They get the bot lane, but the wave was synced up, so they should be able to open up the base. That's going to be inhibitor exposed, but they are trading it on the other side.
Yeah, using the pressure from that bot wave from the wall, forcing RNG down, and sure, RNG do trade for a tower in the top lane, but because they have Engage coming in.
Yeah, they're going to try and get onto him. It's going to be way on the Sejuani deleted, nowhere to go. They're still going for this 4v5. EDG could end the game right now if you're not too careful here, RNG. You're trying to commit with the Gnar, but it's a little bit too little too late. Now they recognize they need to get him back.
Yeah, Breed's trying to get the reset. I don't think EDG... Actually, this is a lot of minions. Maybe EDG do just try to brute force their way in.
It's going to be hard. They're going to look to try and clear out some waves here, but you can see there with the damage being cut out for the Sliver. They've got the Nexus turrets coming out here. EDG may have found themselves a lifeline. The Zeri needs to pop off if they want to try and defend it, but your Nexus is exposed. You just have to put down your mid laner and your support, and just out of nowhere, one bad fight at Dragon, EDG find a lifeline.
That was so well done by EDG. They spot Breathe, trying to be that little bit too over-aggressive on the top side, and they pounce immediately, even onto the tanky Sejuani. They can find the fight and bring it back. At least this is one step on the way towards that reverse sweep.
They gave themselves agency, they gave themselves team fighting tools, and they performed great, and they also didn't first pick Sejuani. Just a lot of positives for this side of EDG.
I mean, but it was absolutely spectacular to see. I'm so glad that we got to see finally EDG coming in and trying to enact their game. Now, I don't think they had the best of control in the early stages, but when it got towards team fights, when it got towards the understanding of how they wanted to operate around the Dragon, that was what was the big difference maker to me.
And I feel like that's what we've seen best from them, right? Is when we lean in those team fights. I feel like this is a team where even when EDG was struggling earlier in the season in spring, it's like Scout and Viper in particular are just so good. Like, there's no other way to phrase it. They're just such fantastic carries that if you get them even to an even phase in the later stage of the game, often that's enough.
I mean, that's the EDG we've been seeing all split. That's the EDG we saw in this previous matchup between these two, is that they were able to find those fights on their terms and then just kind of, hands check them, say, look, we're better than you, and just couldn't kind of put it any better than when Scout was able to completely stop Breathe on that Gnar. That one fight ended the game. It literally was the pivotal point.
It was like Breathe had thrown at the boomerang, and then you got the, not the Unravel Earth, you got the Boulder Toss coming in just to pepper him down that last little bit. So the Gnar bar popped, and that's what forced the issue coming through. So Scout played that fight beautifully. Viper was then able to clean up. And then again, just trying to play out that map slightly better with Breathe over-indexing into that top side.
I will say, though, with RNG losing, they do get side selection. Might see them going over onto the blue side. So again, the draft kind of priorities coming in. They won't have to ban the Yuumi. They can start banning away some other things. And again, similar enough, we're seeing such a high priority on this jungle first pick. It could be the Vi going over to Wei.
Yeah, and I came out of the draft, and I feel like game 1 and 2, RNG done a lot to even up or find an edge. I didn't like RNG's draft nearly as much in this game. I feel like they didn't use the Sejuani flex as much, which, it may sound like I'm slamming RNG, but honestly, I feel like EDG came into this with a draft edge, and yeah, they got the win. But should we have a more even draft, we could see this being a 3-1, so they cannot stop now. They have got this game win, but they still need to do a full reverse sweep if they want to win this series.
Especially when you look at things like the Taliyah. I would have expected the Taliyah to be the one that's going over towards Xiaohu, not the Azir. And I think we got to see it there that, look, I mean, when you see Scout on the Azir versus when we see Xiaohu on the Azir, they're just night and day. So I think that's the big one coming in here, is like going back to what is actually more comfort for RNG, taking things that can have an impact in the early stages, get control on the map. Like, that has been the better side of RNG.
Yeah, it really has felt like, again, we saw the Azir almost as a denial. They didn't ban it, so they felt like they had to pick it away, and it just doesn't feel like it fits the wheelhouse of how RNG want to play the game. But for EDG, it works out very, very well. They are now in the series with a 1-2 scoreline. RNG still on match point, and we're going to send it to a quick break and then back to the analysts.
我猜是谁操作很下饭那种，就这个意思，就是有人有瞎操作了就发这种表情，
应该就是那个类似 LPL 下饭的意思吧，看到下饭的操作就发这个表情。
第一个就是哈哈哈的意思吧。뭐지? 놀랐다? 모르겠네. 대단하다? 대단하다?
操作和吃的情况下，
这个就是有好玩的事情发生的时候。
有点看不懂，只能看出他笑得很开心。
应该会触发一个很好笑的操作吧，然后这种表情吧。
肯定是看到好笑的场景。
不知道呀，看不懂。
就是笑的意思吗？
感觉这个表情的含义应该是看到了很搞笑的操作在笑吧。
我估计就是笑死，就是那种夸张的 LOL 差不多。
这应该是无聊的时候发吧。
就是不好玩。
这个我完全猜不到什么意思。
这应该就是看，说白了，两队太无聊的时候应该会发这个。
这个表情有点明显吧，感觉就是有点困，可能就是看 LCK 比赛看的。
这个应该在 LCK 比较常出现。这个表情因为都不打架，要睡着了。
啊，这个表情的话，应该是就是打的话比较就是太运营了，然后没有触发人头这种吧。
第二张的话，就是感觉应该出现了很离谱的操作，让人窒息吧。
这个是看到选手操作窒息了吗？
这个应该是很窒息的时候吧。这个我就感觉就是看到那种令人很窒息的操作，然后就感觉要做那个掐人中那个动作一样。
我觉得这个表情应该是看不下去了，就可能拉眼睛。
这一看就不像国内的人会用的，一般都是看别人赛区就发这个，或者赛区对打就发这个，摆烂，不玩了摆烂。
这是喜欢的队伍被团灭了那种。这蜥蜴吗？还是什么？这个猜不了。
你还是不知道什么意思，完全猜不到。
这个应该是有一波很帅的操作，然后张大嘴尖叫。
뭐 슈퍼플레이 한 거야? 슈퍼플레이 했나?
可能出现了搞笑的操作吧，然后大笑。
反正这个就可能是比较好的操作，也有可能是比较可怕的操作吧，就是感觉两种都可以用这个。
这种一般就是被某位的选手的操作惊呆了吧，要么就是那个人实在是太搞笑了，玩的就是。
这表情是个鳄鱼啊，可能就是一直在打架，然后比较血腥，就会发这个表情吧。
这张是凶残吗？血腥还是什么？
这个表情，看我们比赛像吃了碗大饭吃饭吗？
第三个是666，
这是表示很惊讶吗？
看不明白，这个看不明白。
哎，这东西谁不会啊？
是这算我对吗？应该算我。
这是啥呀？这是熊吗？啊，这这个呀是吧？麦是吧？啊。
谁厉害？我厉害。
哎呀，找个角度。
这样子。
那就这样呗。
要嘴张这么大。
就这样。模范嘴巴张得很大那一个。这样吧，应该是吧。
I know you bend the truth, you bend it till it breaks. And though it kills me that you do, it also makes me ache. You're telling me stories that I shouldn't believe. With every kiss your lips are trying to deceive. You tell me stories and no matter what the size, instead I say I hate you goodbye. I love the lies, I love the way you spin them, with that dreamy look in your eyes, as if you're spinning in them. I do, so I don't need the truth out of you. I love the lies. I know you get around, the rumors do as well. They flow a river through our town, and when they break their spell, you tell me stories that I shouldn't believe. With every kiss your lips are trying to deceive. You tell me stories and no matter what the size, instead of say I hate you goodbye, I love the lies.
既然要打冒泡赛，我觉得还是一样的吧，就拿出我们之前季后赛那种感觉，然后冒泡赛打得更好吧。这一次冒泡赛带向1的话，感觉他们应该会做出很多改变吧。然后我觉得我们也要可能调整一下我们的一些游戏里面的一些打法，然后再去针对他们的 BP 吧。只要赢一把就能进世季赛，就希望这一次大家都竭尽全力吧，然后我们争取去 S 赛吧。
Welcome back to the LPL Regional Qualifiers desk or couches, however you want to do it.
It is a couch.
Mazel, but we have tables, all right? Maybe that makes it a desk. I'm Mazel, joined by Sterix Lyric yet again. I'm saying it's a desk, all right? Cancel me. Anyways, it's been a crazy series so far. We actually got EDG to come back into it, still backed against the ropes, but it is alive and well, the series itself.
Oh, it's well said, Mazel, because this was a good turnabout play. And I feel like we start with a draft like we do in every segment, but it's so impactful in this third game because of this Vi first pick. I think that's a big takeaway from RNG, from the direction that they've been showing in playoffs in regular season, especially with the Poppy ban. But what I love is the fact that Flandre now comes in with not even just a weak side pick, but more of an EDG stylistic pick that might not directly help out topside or, you know, change bottom side draft because it was similar, but it makes it so that the map is more versatile and inadvertently helping out bot side because of it.
Exactly. I feel like that's the big point, right? We didn't see EDG swap up and like necessarily draft or play harder for that 2v2, but by having the Gragas pick up in topside, it's something that is very self-sufficient. We saw like can survive gank attempts, dives, play for itself. And that set up EDG to look for these cross maps, enable bot, and this one specifically, Flandre's great escape. RNG committing so much to try and find this kill. He buys so much time. I'm sad we didn't get to see him run all the way to the mid lane because he actually spent so much time trying to get away from that, and it opened up EDG to start playing more as a unit, making these plays together, and things like that cast coming out, separating Xiaohu from the rest of the team, enabling JJ to run with that the Vi pick. It's huge.
And it was so different as a direction from the Renekton we've seen in game 1 and game number 2. I mean, this Gragas, like dissuading RNG's team fighting, which so far in the series has been a lot better. It just felt like for EDG, it's going back to some of the direction that we knew and was part of their strength. Like
back to basics.
Yeah, so far in this series, you know, you and I were talking about like the panic in the top side from EDG in game 2, trying to adjust. And it just feels like now finally EDG are going back to the bases why we thought they were the stronger team in the first place.
That's the incredible thing here. And that's why it's so nice to see. And especially nice to see from Flandre. We've already been talking about him so much. He is the MVP for the last game as well on the Gragas. So got to give a special shout out to Flandre.
And I feel like it's easy to forget that up until their recent series against Top Esports, he was having a good split. He was having a great playoffs. In their first matchup against RNG, he was doing well. He was solo killing Breathe. He was having an impact in team fights. It's only been in their last series and right at the start of this one where it looks like he really has been struggling when so much attention has been put up against him. But Flandre's still showing he has these picks where he can be such an insane team fighter, beautiful casts. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this pick banned out next time around. I don't know if RNG will like have the resources to ban it out in first rotation, but if it doesn't get picked up early, I think it's like a very safe bet that RNG are like, hey, we want the volatility of the 1v1 up in top side. Let's get rid of this in second phase.
And on top of that as well, like we didn't mention, but with Flandre on this pick, also came the volatility of JJ coming back into the Rift as well, right? I feel like him coming back in, we saw a bit of an early aggression, which we didn't talk about because a lot of the time during the split, JJ was the slower jungler. We talked a lot more about the team fighting, about the setup, but acting a bit like Junjik here and on this Vi alongside him, it was just so nice to see that synergy back up in the top side.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, right? Because we always said the dynamic between the junglers was always like Junja a little bit more aggressive, plays more heavily towards spot. Junja was always really good about working with the solo lanes, more specifically on Scout. But we didn't even see that this time around.
True.
I was going to say, Sticks, remember you were the one talking about like, you know, we're not seeing this Talia be all too active early on in the game. It was a lot more about well, like how Scout can help out like in team fights later on.
It was the threat, right? The threat of this Talia. And even though it was like, you know, it came through, there was the option there for RNG to pick it up again. It was kind of crazy that it was this Azir on red side for RNG that they picked up, leaving it wide open.
It's kind of funny because I feel like both mid laners weren't able to find the impacts that they wanted. Because, right, RNG took away the Azir. Xiaohu on Azir I think is fine, but doesn't allow him to impact the map as much as he wants. But at the same time, then it left Scout on Talia, who, again, didn't have a huge impact, but still able to find, you know, some sort of impact.
It was the definition of that threat in Game 3. I think that's the most important part that the audience needs to take away, is that Talia always moving, always in fog of war. The threat against RNG was huge. And coming back to your Xiaohu point, Lyric, Xiaohu on that Azir, yeah, doesn't have the same threat because in Game 1 and Game 2, it was RNG's pick here in the mid lane that I feel like defined it out. You know, a couple of good picks in team fights, but Xiaohu was having some pretty big Weaver's walls, and it was constantly, again, to use that word, threat, that felt like it really got RNG those first 2 game wins.
Speaking of threat, though, I mean, it is EDG coming with a win into the series. JJ coming in for the hero moment, it feels like, but as well as Scout finally like awakening, it felt like as well in the series itself, Lyric.
Yeah, and I feel like kind of, you know, looking forward at what this could mean for both teams. I feel like for EDG, sticking with a similar game plan of wanting to play down towards that bot side, but RNG needing to go back to basics for themselves.
They do, and that does mean we get ourselves a game number 4. So let's go ahead and kick it over to the casters for our 4th game of the day.
Thank you so much, Mazel. I've never eaten a pita bread as fast in my life. I was literally just like, my director was just like, 30 seconds. I was like, just absolutely horsing it in my mouth. But welcome back. We do, of course, come into game number 4. Great from EDG, great adaptation from them. RNG trying to covering all bases and against similar kind of issues we saw from their first series where they were not quite comfortable on the picks.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're kind of getting to see that at least for EDG, they're kind of adapting in the draft phase. I think bringing in things like the Vi, taking that away from Wei, having the Tali actually go across. It felt like this was just a way for them to try and set up these team fights very well and kind of enabling Scout as well to deny RNG access in fights, which was so crucial to that last game.
And here's the problem, right? Because I feel like EDG came into the last game with a favorite draft. You know, I like what they picked up. No Sejuani first pick. They got the Vi. They are now going to be on red side, and I feel like blue side has been given such an advantage because there's such a burden on bans. Because RNG had that Yuumi in game 1, every red side is just going to be a Yuumi ban. So that bare minimum, that is one ban just gone. But also, like, there's so many power picks in that first pick position that can be so impactful. And I just feel like it's really hard to find a big advantage on red side. So, yes, they got that game back, which is fantastic. We saw a better side of EDG, but I still feel like they have more work to do.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing is that, like, you know, it starts with 1 step, but you got 2 more to take if you want to try and take this series. Remember, a ticket to Worlds is very much on the line as we jump into the picks and bans. We're going to see the Wukong, the Lucian is just not going to get out at any point in this game, and now we'll see what the adaptation is from EDG.
I feel like it's going to be first pick jungler, whatever way we try and, like, split this. It either ends up with Poppy not being banned, that becomes the first pick, Vi then being the next kind of runner-up. It feels like those are going to be the picks that we're hyper-reliant on here. And we've seen teams are perfectly happy to give Zeri over, you know, have an answer in the Sivir. Like, it doesn't really feel like this Zeri is the one kind of defining games. It is this kind of jungle more engaged matchup.
I feel like now it's a difficult thing because with the Vi band, with the Wukong band, jungle priority's obviously gone down. Poppy's still available, but that's Zeri. A lot of things we see answering the Zeri is the fact that a Vi on your team means you never really have that safety in terms of mobility. So see what EDG opt to go for as a ban on this red side.
First time we're seeing the Fiora left open as well. That's been something that we've kind of seen throughout the course of this series, but I think you kind of got to ban the Poppy. It's actually going to be the Azir. Wow. So I think you first pick the Poppy here, right? Like, get that comfort for Wei. I think Wei had a really good performance on it in the regular split, and something that I think could be really good for him.
I feel like it's so weird seeing EDG banning the Azir because I guess the thought process is Scout felt like he couldn't have as much impact as he wanted to. I just feel like EDG banning Azir is such a weird one.
I feel like they're just trying to set up Scout for the Sylas pick, right? They're just like, hey, look, we can try and take this away. Maybe we can end up taking their own keeper's verdict for ourselves as well and try and go for some sort of play off of that. But it definitely feels like the Azir, for me, is kind of looking at we want to pick a Sylas and we want to make sure that we don't end up running into something like that pigeon.
And what runs, you know, kind of tantamount to that as well is the fact that the Talia's not going to be here. 100% win rate over across the series so far has been banned away by EDG now. So again, kind of forcing the side of RNG into something slightly different as Xiaohu's going to have to pick up something a bit more unique now in that mid lane.
Yeah, I think this is where it gets a bit interesting because I think you could always go for something like the Trundle here and try and match the jungle route, which I think is probably your best bet. But it does mean that then you're kind of going, okay, well, if RNG end up taking the Sylas, then we're in a bad spot. So they will actually end up going for the Sylas, which almost like guarantees EDG are going Trundle third pick. So then RNG will be able to answer knowing that that's more than likely the case.
Which, I mean, I feel like for RNG, yes, you're not going to have the best mid lane matchup, but I mean, you have choices. You can either go for mid lane to match the Sylas now, if you're really concerned about it, or you can just go for like Sivir plus support, and then it puts pressure on EDG, because if they take support on 3 to answer, they can't answer jungle. If they take jungle, they can't answer support. Kind of pinches them in that regard. And as long as Xiaohu is confident he has a pick that he can play in the Sylas after 2 bans, they won't pick mid here. But if they feel like Sylas is a bit of an issue, you're going to have to lock it in now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they're just like, hey, we're happy to leave mid pick, because things like the Ryzen that are still available, something we haven't seen as like a high priority answer to the Sylas, but it definitely feels like something that can be incredibly good. And that's a curveball that I didn't see coming. I thought it would be like a support mid priority, but this is out completely out left.
Yeah, it's still a similar concept. It's like picking the support, because as much as like, you know, they aren't obviously picking the support pick, it still puts them in a similar position. EDG can answer jungle or can answer top. They can't answer both. And
maybe they can. Maybe they can.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like ultimately RNG aren't too pressed about this. It does make it harder for RNG to pinch, which is why the Sejuani makes so much sense. But I feel like whether you're playing Poppy or Aatrox in the Sejuani, you're kind of fine.
Yeah, and the thing is that you actually get to go, okay, well, at least on EDG's side, if they start banning supports, we're actually support first pick, right? So, I mean, yes, you can probably get rid of some of these enchanters as RNG, but you also don't want to be wasting, you know, bans in 2 lanes that you're not really sure where this Sejuani is going to flex to. But I still think getting rid of, like, maybe a Lulu, maybe using your other ban towards a Renekton, and actually, you know, not just target priority in 1 lane for these bans is actually probably going to be your best bet.
See where they want to bring it right now. The Ahri being taken off the table again. Neither mid lane are willing to let that one go over. Even with the Sylas locked in, he can mimic, but definitely doesn't have the same kind of impact as you would imagine as the Ahri does. And now RNG taking in exactly your advice there, Doug, just saying, look, let's get rid of the Lulu. Let's make sure that they don't get it, we don't get it. But now we're kind of leaning back in towards the hard engaged champions that Mako and Ming are known so much for.
I think the Renata could be a really good pick here for RNG. Like, you're already looking at a very short-range composition. You're more than likely going to see, you know, some sort of triple melee topside, whatever way this ends up panning out. So I think the Renata would definitely be something that I'd be eyeing up for RNG. And I think you go, like, Rise for Xiaohu, Renata on the bot side. You've then got, like, decent ways to try and play out side lanes. You've got good speed up as well to try and find some CC from Xiaohu, but I have to see what the story is.
I feel like a problem is a lot of the picks, like, I think what is good into Zeri and then Ming would play. I think Amumu, I think Nautilus. But you're just Sylas. If you give Amumu a Nautilus ult to a Sylas, not the best plan, let's just say. So now EDG in this position, they know the top lane matchup. This is what they were running in that second game where they had that Renekton Sejuani combo. Didn't fully pay off, but they're going to commit to it. They don't prioritize the support because they feel more confident in a counter pick. A lot of those enchanters have been thinned out that we typically see. Expectation is maybe the RNG go for some engage, especially since with Wei on the Poppy, he's not as good as primary engage, but no matter what you pick, you're kind of giving such a good ult over the Sylas. I think for that reason, they won't take the Amumu, but the Nautilus probably the option.
Yeah, so Orianna locked in now for Xiao, who's looking for that bit more control now in the mid lane.
Yeah, this Orianna is great into the side as you are able to punish him super well with just using your command attack and making sure that you're just poking him off every time he goes for this CS. And you don't actually give over the best of ultimates towards the Sylas as well, because he's not going to be able to get off these multi-man shockwaves as easily because it is just a sombrero for him. So I actually like this pick from Xiao, who also fits quite well into the composition, because I think one of the biggest problems that RNG are going to have is like getting on top of EDG with the way their composition is set up. So having some sort of follow-up to Ming engage, or if Wei ends up going in and just kind of being a ball delivery system for Xiaohu, I think it could work out great.
I mean, they're hovering the Braum here. I get the concept because we've seen Sejuani Braum years ago when it's like the double passive stacking really effective. I'm not sure it's that good in what RNG have, because the Braum shield is going to do a fantastic job of blocking things like the Aatrox, the Orianna, and ultimately, like, if you stack up your passive when you passive the spell shield it's so frustrating. So they will look at in, obviously confident they have engage options in the other area, but yeah, I'm not fully convinced on this Braum pick that's coming up in the bot lane for EDG. And also, they've gone back to that melee topside with Sejuani. They couldn't make it work before. They kind of need to make it work now.
Yeah, the Braum just feels very defensive, just saying, hey, look, we're kind of just giving up on bot side. It feels like you're not actually going to try and play around it. What you're instead looking to do is survive the bot lane, make sure that Wei can't play around Gal and Ming while you are continuously going towards these topside plays. But, I mean, we've already seen EDG try to make this work. It hasn't gone well for them, and I'm surprised to see them now kind of doubling down on this fact.
And I mean, it's Ming's Nautilus, something that has been consistent consistently banned against him throughout the split. He is such a menace in the champion, and if he can link in with something like a Poppy in those early stages, like if the Sibber gets up to our high noon quiver and is able to just kind of freely push in that bot side, Ming's opened up to kind of affect the rest of the maps. They don't even need to worry about bot side.
Yeah, I mean, they can really look to challenge. I think one thing is that, like, they have those tools to sort of set up engages, particularly if you play towards the bot side or even top. Like, Poppy's so effective at playing to sides because you can obviously slam them into the wall when you're being dove under a side lane tower. There's nowhere to hide.
There is absolutely nowhere to hide. And for EDG, the spotlight is on them. They are 2-1 down in this series. They are still crawling back to make a reverse sweep happen. RNG back on the blue. One Nexus explosion away from securing themselves into the World Championships as our third seed, no less. They've been here plenty of times before. They know exactly what they both need to do. And Dagdad's going to come down to execution.
And that's where I would get a bit worried for EDG. I mean, the steadfast presence value in this one for Wei is absolutely sky high. Those stonks are well worth investing in at this stage. Xiao, who has control over the mid lane, which I think has been pretty key to this as well, including that jungle matchup as well, just being able to lean into that mid jungle. So for RNG, I really like what they're bringing to the table here. It feels like it kind of answers for a lot of what EDG want to try and achieve.
Bit of early just vision scouting coming out here from both sides, and Braum gets in. Oh, it's a great level 1.
Yeah, I think that's something you have to be concerned about because Braum, Zeri, Silas, Sejuani is such a scary level 1. Like, Silas, if he takes the Chain Lash, connects onto a target, you can stack both of the passives if the Winter's Bite connects. So definitely some defensive vision options coming out from RNG. You have to be concerned about late invades, but it looks like EDG won't be trying anything yet.
Now, at the moment, they're just going to start to spread out. It's much more about JJ trying to see where Wei is going to start and trying to get that early information. I don't feel like we're going to get any sort of like crazy early level 3 ganks or anything like that, but I mean, you never know, especially in Game 4, when your hopes of getting that third seed from the LPL are on the line. This is where you can start to get a bit funky with it.
I like how you could bring him back and get funky with it. Yeah. It's just like, you know, I want to see teams like actually like just start dancing or something on we actually did see it.
I should not have that much power.
Yeah.
If I could just say get funky and teams immediately have
what an incredible superpower to have.
When someone asked me what I want my superpower to be,
Sona roll, right?
Yeah. It's just like get funky when a Sona crescendo comes in, but yeah, it is, again, like you said, just kind of seeing how those teams are going to end up kind of fighting around those skirmishes. You do feel like the Poppy is just like, again, we've seen so many junglers just touting how powerful that early game skirmishing is. You get to level 3 and you just, with that flash and of course the heroic charge, you have so many ways of just getting on top of and creating really significant gank possibilities.
Yeah, I think the main thing is like, it's hard to have too much impact in the mid lane on Poppy unless someone overextends, but you're in a Silas. So this is one of the banes of being a melee mid laner, is that if you want to be trading, pushing forward, you can end up pushing your lane to a point where you are vulnerable to a gank, and if you don't contest the wave, then you're just getting harassed in a tower, which is also not fun.
Especially when you look at the skirmishing strength that EDG have on that top side, right? Like mid-jungle 2v2, I definitely lean in favor of EDG, because if they get onto anybody, they have so much lockup, so much damage, that they should be able to take down either Wei or Xiao, who Flandre in that top side as well is going to be an absolute menace. So it just becomes a case of how well can EDG set up for that. And I mean, at the moment, JJ thinking of going mid, but it's actually going to be Wei who's sneaking in onto the bot side.
Yeah, but I think the critical thing to note here is that we saw Scout really heavily trading Hell in return for trying to get that priority to move over. Bot lane, we see Mako. I mean, you picked the Braum as a counter to this, and now Poppy's coming.
Yeah, the Poppy's coming. You got to see them kind of moving in here now. Poppy way behind, but no, minion wave going to be coming in.
Gone.
Yeah, minion wave's gone. It's a little bit too late, but yeah, Scout thinking about maybe hovering over, but wasn't really in a position to kind of make something happen. And I think Wei realized it would take too long for that minion wave to crash in again.
Yeah, he went very deep on the play, and I can understand why. Scout had already started to lean down, so he wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to get caught out by Scout in the middle of the enemy jungle and get dove on, but it does mean that he's not in a position then to actually capitalize on that. So Wei will be spotted out, which means JJ has full information now, he's going to try and make a play on top side.
Oh, and this has to work, I feel, for EDG. They did get that first gank off last time they played this combo, but you want momentum.
Yeah, you do want momentum. There's going to be the Infernal Chains. They do get the Permafrost down. A good flash means the flail will not land. We're going to need JJ to come back in here to really put a stamp on that letter.
And I feel like the call was, look, we can't follow up further. Flandre kind of misused his dash initially, didn't perfectly get himself on top of Breathe, because JJ could have flashed to make sure the flail connected, had that slow come in, and then maybe they could have chased more, but they didn't overcommit to the play. And sure, they get a summoner, but you pick this reaction Sejuani because you really want to foster an advantage.
Yeah, I feel like at this stage, it's kind of been too often that we've seen this top side not actually go the way that EDG wanted. I'd much rather see them try and move this in towards mid lane. I think if you get Scout ahead, Scout has been phenomenal on this Silas pick. He is so scary when he gets rolling. I think if you try and play through this mid-jungle 2v2, you're going to find so much more than we've actually seen Flandre been able to achieve, even when he does get leads on Renekton.
Do you see Wei moving in, possibly invading on these Raptors here? I feel like just the fact that you have that Orianna in the mid lane, the fact that you have that level of control does give you some freedom, but he's not actually taking a direct route on it, doesn't want to contest it. Instead, getting some vision control down, and you can see countering that play, Scout has put a ward down in return, so both teams opting to try and contest some of that vision, trying to get some eyes on the enemy jungler.
And I wanted to kind of bring us back down to the Orianna as well, because it's not something that we've seen pretty much at all this split whatsoever. So why now, Ox? Why is it just so good into particularly what RNG have built up for themselves, or even into what EDG want to try and go for? We'll come back to it in a second. It should just be a trade of spells there. But yeah, the Orianna, why is it coming back?
I mean, it's basically like you have the mid laners you'd love to have, like the control mages in Azir and Talia banned away, and Orianna. I mean, the downside is compared to the Azir, you're not as safe, right? You don't have that same dash, and compared to the Talia, you don't have quite as much power control, but you're still a control mage who can dictate the pace of the lane, pressure Silas early, and try and keep him at bay.
I just don't understand what EDG are trying to achieve here, though, on the top side, coming back into just the way the game is. You're using all that time there to move Scout up top, to move JJ up top. For what? I mean, Flandre was never in a position to try and flash forward and get that dash. It feels like, honestly, for a huge amount of this series, Flandre has been completely on a different page to everything EDG want to do.
I mean, I feel like we just saw last game, EDG won when they didn't play for Flandre. Oh, wait, Shockwave.
Shockwave lands on the 2, and 2 immediate flashes there from EDG. It does delay the dragon. As we mentioned earlier, they were going to try to take it on RNG's side. But at the end of the day, you've now lost 2 massive summoners.
Yeah, I mean, that can be punished further on. The mid-jungle, Rob, you were just saying that you want to see them play around it. The fact they lose both those flashes might limit their ability to do so. But yeah, I mean, my point I was saying, Flandre, they didn't play around him last game. They stuck him on the Gragas, and you know what? He got MVP, so maybe that's a sign of how they should be leaning in these games.
Yeah, I mean, look, at least not having that 2v2 work out for them, EDG have still stopped that dragon. So won't be able to lose that, but Scout getting very bullied. And this is the thing, you don't get a huge amount of opportunities as Scout in this lane to actually start roaming, to have impact on the map. And the fact that you're not getting these plays to actually stick is a major problem. Breathe going to be coming back up with his flash soon, but RNG will have to see if they can try and keep him safe until that summer spell comes up.
And I feel like the thing EDG really want to look for is freeing up members and finding skirmishes. That's where they really are stellar, right? Silas is that pick that is so good in skirmishes, but you have the Braum, the Sejuani, that double CC passive with the Renekton as well. Like, you want to be finding these fights, making things happen, and RNG just haven't given them a window.
And maybe Rift Herald is that window to do so, right? You can see JJ immediately turns over towards that, but I don't think RNG are really interested in trying to find that pick. They know that if you try and play into that skirmish with the 3 melees, a Sejuani, the CC, it's going to just be a bad time. So actually JJ not going to start up the Rift Herald for the moment. Actually going to see instead if he can take this top side before he turns over towards that objective, and Wei going to respond.
I was going to say Wei's in this bot side, flash in, gets the hit up against the wall, they drag him back so he cannot flash back, and that's going to be first blood going over to RNG.
And that should lead them into this dragon, just a good heads up play. Summoner was back available for Mako, but the flash from Wei didn't allow him time to react. Now EDG are going to trade for the Herald, which I think they're happy with, but obviously RNG getting the kill did give them the edge.
Yeah, and you can see now with Orianna pushing in mid, they're just going to lean down towards this bot side, so should be able to get the dragon for themselves. Wasn't sure how aggressive they wanted to go here, especially if Viper does show underneath the tower, but looks like they're just going to keep it easy as EDG considering making a play on towards Breathe in the top side. His flash is just about to come back up though, and Flandre taking a
Yeah.
Pretty terrible, Craig.
I feel like that just like instantly discourages you from making the play. They're still going to try and go for it, but Flandre using so much health, I mean, he can't be a factor in this play.
I mean, I was just going to say, he's going to have to pop Dominus to not lose this fight because he's going to lose it at 1v1 at the moment. There's the World Ender coming in. Nobody's taking the aggro just yet. Great flash there from Breathe in the top side. They're going to try and tank this one for as long as they can. He hasn't gone down just yet. Flandre almost falling, but he's lost his flash. Xiaohu and Wei are here, and they're going to try and take him out. There's a flash command attack, means that Xiaohu picks this one up. No World Ender now for Scout, means that Wei might be able to try and stun him up. They're just going to slow him down for the moment. No steadfast presence means it cannot move him away. Ming at the right place at the right time. 2 kills to Xiaohu.
Yeah, I think that play probably would have gone better if Flandre wasn't 20% HP when they started it, but apparently that's how they want to do it. You could see he was trying to force the wave in, but I mean, Bree just did a fantastic job of mitigating the play, making the dive tricky, and yes, RNG were late, but they end up winning out because of Bree's fantastic play.
Yeah, it was a great response from RNG. Like, Breathe buys so much time, World Ender with the healing. And again, as you say, like, JJ has to try and sit out and tank because Flandre's taken so low. Flandre now completely overextended. And again, once Xiaohu gets the command attack here, the dissonance hits Scout, he gets the speed up, and he then enables the chase down in that top lane as well. And once you've got like the speed up for Wei, he's also got a slow in his own kit as well. There's just no escaping for Scout.
I mean, we're so early into the game, and this feels like desperation plays from EDG. I feel like the call is kind of overloading this top side, but it's just not working.
I will say, though, the gold is still even because of the big CS advantages that we're seeing across the board for EDG, right? You've got the advantage for Viper in the bot side. There's still a 30 CS lead for Flandre in this top lane because of the bullying that has been going on. So even though you do have a couple of mistakes coming through from EDG, they are still staying within touching distance.
And the big test is going to be this Herald. What they can do with that, how they can expand the lead, get ahead, because I feel like momentum is so key when you have these melee champions. You're playing into a Sivir and Orianna. These champions will make mincemeat of a short-range compositions like EDG if you are working from behind. So Herald and Pocket, they're looking for maybe a pick on a Ming. They won't be able to find it.
I mean, it comes back down to the Braum pick. It's not a heavy engage, it's a disengage. It's someone that can kind of help kite out. It's not someone who's really going to have that same kind of level of hard engage to make a pick happen.
It doesn't matter, though. All they wanted to do was just try and keep RNG out of this bot side. You can see they want to try and set up for a play with the wave that's now there with the Rift Herald, especially since Gala was forced to reset because of the amount of members of EDG in this bot side. So even though they don't get the kill, they get the play they want, and there's the Rift Herald.
And gold onto Viper. On this Zeri, I would say is a good investment, generally speaking.
But we haven't really seen Zeri pop off very much, so I don't know. Maybe they should put it
not in this particular series.
Maybe need some buffs, I feel like. Maybe make her, I don't know, her R can crit as well. Why not? Her E can crit. She like goes over the whole map.
I love results-based analysis. That's what I love to see. That's why I pay you guys the big bucks to be here on the desk. But again, kind of putting more stonks into the Zeri. And again, like Viper hasn't really, I will say that this series hasn't really been about the AD carries because both sides have found very good ways of mitigating, but that doesn't mean they can't be now.
But that's very surprising in and of itself, right? The last series that we saw these two teams face off against each other was a bit of a bot diff, with Viper getting the advantage there. So the fact that this has become so much more focused, at least from EDG's side on the top lane, is a little baffling for me. And the fact now that you're starting to fall into a position where you're not really getting as much use as you would have liked out of the Rift Herald. You've got 2 kills in this Orianna who's accelerated. When she gets to 2 items, that's where you're going to see that she can just take over with Wei in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so scared of the Orianna. The fact that not only does it function as the high damage control mage, but also the shielding can be so valuable onto things like the Sivir can make that difference, especially since we're in a game where there isn't the enchanters that we typically have seen.
And think about it, the last time we had this top side from EDG, they were like, hey, let's just jump onto Gala. 3 people out in the one area. Xiaohu goes, that sounds fantastic.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Well, like, I feel like this is in prime position. In fact, Gala can be the ball delivery system in that scenario.
Pop your ult and go.
Would not be in vain.
I think Gala would have to feel a little sad if it was just like, you're the ball delivery system. It's like, aw.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like we haven't heard it from Xiaohu before. He turned around to Bane and was like, you will die here, but we will win. Yeah. Maybe that's the call.
Maybe that's the call, but the call right now is to have a little bit of a fight fight there on top of Mako, who does get the blast kill, but that leaves JJ kind of isolated on his own. 10 seconds till that dragon spawns. You don't have a Glacial Fissure and you don't have a flash.
Yeah, the play from RNG there, the plan was to CC him and then knock him back with a blast cone. But because Mako put a shield up, they couldn't actually auto past him, and he does manage to get away. So a decent investment there. With the ults from Poppy and Nautilus down, I think EDG should feel confident in fighting this.
Got the Eclipse now for the Aatrox, who has TP'd in towards that mid lane. Dragon into about half HP and starts to reset, regen. Scout in the backside of the pit. They know he's there, and he nearly lands an Abscond Abduct. Here we go, full flight going to be coming in. You're going to have the Aatrox on the backside of this as they try to jump into it. Shockwave only onto Mako. They're going to have flashes burnt here as Gala tries to keep himself safe. They get down way, but Scout might have gone a little bit too far forward. As I say that, he gets himself back to the safety of his team. Never mind, he's taken down on a 2-for-1 trade. Dragon still procced, and Viper's still feeling good. He flashes forward. He cleanses with the Immortal Shivo to keep him alive, and Gala has fallen down. EDG get themselves a fight, and they also get the dragon.
And it just comes down to these little moments. EDG do a fantastic job of pushing forwards so they don't get cornered by the Aatrox. They pull back. I mean, they are so low, but I don't think Xiaohu can go any further.
Xiaohu's incredibly low himself, so he will just back away, but great fight from EDG. Just about being able to dodge away from the Shockwave means that the low health bars you see on your screen aren't significantly grayer. Really good fight from EDG, and you'll see it as we get into this. Like, Scout managing to get the depth charge puts so much pressure onto RNG.
And I just feel like the fact that there is this Aatrox on the flank, so they push forwards, they go aggressive, while you see the front liners instantly stop Breathe from getting access to Viper. So Viper can free hit, and then Breathe suddenly realizes, wait, Viper's coming for me, but he doesn't get a chance to get away from this situation. And then Viper actually makes a little bit of a misplay here because the Brawn passive on Xiaohu times out, but with the shield bow able to survive for the rest of his team to follow up. It's just, you know, not exactly flawless team fighting, but a good sense of where to move for EDG.
I mean, we're jumping back straight into it because they got the Rift Herald to come up right now. Yeah, we're going to see they're taking inspiration from our finals yesterday. Wei tries to look for something, but the flash doesn't really lead to anything else. The Rift Herald still being taken down right now. He's got a full 5. Whoa! That Poppy ult has some serious stonks on it. They secure themselves the Rift Herald and the kill onto Scout, and this is why this Poppy has such a massive emphasis.
Brilliant ult from Wei, smacks EDG down in their place, and Scout sees them sailing gloriously through the air and goes,
my team.
Oh, crap.
And it's so good against these dive threats, right? The fact that they'll all be in melee range clumped together. If you get, I mean, one person with a Poppy ult can be enough to win a team fight if you knock them away at the right time. But 3, it's a no-brainer. You're going to win that one.
And that's exactly what RNG needed, right? That gold starting to teeter a little bit in favor of EDG. Tempo starting to teeter in favor of Edward Gaming. But with that, they managed to bring it back. Now they're the ones with the Rift Herald. They can start to crack open at least a turret in this game. Because the fact that we're 17 minutes into this game and no turrets have opened up yet just tells you how tense and close this game 4 is.
I mean, look at the gold. It is literally almost exactly equal. 5 kills apiece, a dragon apiece. No one going to be anywhere near Soul for at least 12 or 13 minutes. So we are going to be getting to that ultra late game. It's going to come down to those big fights. And again, the power of the Poppy to be able to just get not just one member, put 3 or 4 out of a fight is huge.
And still, we're trying to see if we can get the fight that can break the camel's back here. Edward Gaming trying to see if they can really get there, but 3 men gone immediately. And Scout, it would have been so nice, Scout. I sure it would have been amazing.
Flank was amazing.
But there's just nobody there.
I mean, honestly, the layering of the CC was starting to come out from EDG. Like, Mako's Brawn was connected onto, I think it was Xiaohu as a target, but not able to follow up because of that old really good play. But now, still seeing so much back and forth, contesting every little bit they can. RNG did slam down the Herald. I think they slammed it bottom, got that tower.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll win the replay. So we do get the first tower of the game taken down, but they're trying to continue this pressure around this mid lane tier 1.
But EDG have been learning as this series goes on. Like, game 3, significantly closer. Well, I mean, the win for EDG. Now we're getting into game 4, and EDG keeping us within touching distance once more, trying to play for the late game fights that have been EDG's domain, and see if they can push us to that game 5, get us to silver scrapes. And look, A loss here will not knock them out of Worlds contention, but it will knock them out of starting in Worlds group stage.
That's the big thing. And not only that, but it's also momentum. You don't want to be going in to what could potentially be, or well, effectively could be your last game of the season off a loss. You want to try and build that. You want to try and say, no, we should be the favorites coming into us. Yes, it's a lifeline because of the rest of the spring, but Viper is just kind of sitting there kind of saying, look, I won't go away, but you're going to have to try and get away from this tower because you're not going to be able to defend it.
There's one of the powers of the Poppy, though. I mean, you look on the left of your screen, the ult's back up. This is one of the big buffs that came in to make Poppy come back in the meta, is the fact that if you do cancel the channel, it's down to 15 seconds. You can just use it as a zoning tool. I feel like a lot of the strengths of Poppy isn't necessarily just this is what she does in fights, but the fact that you can set up for them, you can remove people from fights is so powerful.
And that setup has allowed RNG to set up in that bot side jungle as well. Vision control now for Dragon in 40 seconds. You've got that 2-item spike for Xiao, who we were talking about. You were working up into Sivir being an absolute menace as well. We're starting to crest into the later portion of the game, and EDG, they're still waiting for those second items to really come online to try and match the power of RNG right now.
Okay, everyone except Wei has flash, and there is a stopwatch on Scout, the only one that I can see in the game. So, going to come down to how to execute this fight, and this is where we start to see the cracks form between either of these teams. It's so close. This could be the fight that breaks the camel's back.
And the big thing I'm looking for is Gala and Xiao, who've been able to play safe, big shockwave coming in, but the backline being able to get off that DPS. Whereas EDG, you have the shorter range composition. You have the melee picks, you want the flanks, and you can see Flandre and Scout already set up a position for them.
Good vision, though, off on the side, making sure they can spot out where Flandre is. This is where it gets dangerous, especially in the Infernal Rift. There's so many avenues in.
There's so many ways to get into this, but you could just get punted right out. There's going to be the Poppy ult completely missing. The Glacial Fissure used to try and engage. JJ needs to get out. They steal away the Poppy ult themselves, and that means that EDG have full control. They did not want to kind of take the fight just there, so RNG, they've got a little bit of an inside track, but I don't think they're going to be able to get much else.
Yeah, Scout sees what Wei did in the last fight and says, yeah, that looks pretty good. Able to just get Ming away, and that is enough for them to get the fight. Oh, Shockwave, a bit awkward here.
Yeah, they're looking to try and contest around this mid turret, just trying to stop them from defending it. They will get a little bit of damage, but at the end of it all, Dagda, it's still EDG with the Dragon.
Yeah, they didn't have enough damage to really force Edward Gaming away. So EDG get the Dragon, they're back to defend. They do lose a couple of CS to the tower, so at least a little bit of gold will be lost, but that's going to be a big sigh of relief for Edward Gaming.
And particularly when you have these big carries like the Sivir, like the Zeri, Orianna, Silas, Infernal Dragons, even though obviously the soul is massive, don't get me wrong, but just picking up those Dragons, 6% AP and AD after the buffs can make so much of a difference just when we see these fights get so close. We think of that Dragon fight before, how close it was, how back and forth, how low everyone was. Any difference can really go a long way.
Especially the sheer amount of AoE damage that you get from pretty much everyone on RNG's side is going to be absolutely insane. So you do have to be so incredibly careful. Breathe is starting to get control over this side wave, though. He's been able to get a little bit of an experience lead for himself. He's getting towards this point where he's going to be a bit of a menace in these fights as well. And we always talk about how back and forth Renekton versus Aatrox is. Well, Breathe's definitely the one coming out this time around.
The middle minion who could not. It's on 32 health. Sorry, it's on 17 health.
Honestly, RNG kind of wanted the minion to kill it there because, oh wait, we get a fight.
Oh, Wei flashes away. And they do end up kind of getting him back to safety. The power of the Orianna, that extra little bit of shielding. Xiao, though, needs to be very careful. We could see Scout go in, try and get the sombrero, but look at the damage already onto this Orianna. He could 1v1 this one, no problem whatsoever. And this Orianna's starting to get that late game monster.
A lot of members of RNG starting to move up here as well. They're feeling this one.
Oh, they're looking for it. Ming thinking about maybe going for it. You don't have the shockwaves, so you're not going to be able to try and drag people back into this. But again, more pressure being put on from both sides. Ming, though, might have to flash over the wall because he's all by himself as the rest of EDG are now here.
Yeah, and we saw Wei lose his flash just in the bottom right of your screen. Ming now losing his as well. Costly enough, Flandre's TP'd in.
Flandre has TP'd in. Gala has flashed away, but can he get away? That's the question. The Nautilus ultimate will save him, but it's all because Ming had to sacrifice his own life. You are going to get the Poppy ultimate just to try and make sure that there's no follow-up, but they might go for Baron.
Yeah, Gala has to reset. You can't stay on that health. And with Ming gone as well, this is an easy Baron start for EDG. Breathy's trying to find a flank angle, but it's currently just 3 members.
Yeah, they're going to try and disengage onto him. There's going to be the ultimates used. They have the shockwave there from the Orianna. That was stolen. They're going to bring him back. Another Poppy ult goes wayward side. There's a great shockwave from Xiaohu to make them think twice. And EDG, they thought about doing the Baron. Now they're on the run.
The way Whiff Diff is coming in hot for RNG right now. EDG will just back away, though. Baron will be stopped thanks to Xiaohu's ultimate. And maybe, just maybe, RNG might be able to move up to get this tower on top side.
Honestly, if I was RNG, I would just stop the Baron myself. They're being so low. But looks like they're going to play this. Oh, they actually, pings are coming out.
They're looking for it now.
I say just go for it. Everyone's so low, you know they're on reset. If they storm over, maybe you can find something. It looks like they want to try and bait in the area, but JJ, yeah, they're going to blue trinket, so you're kind of comfortable in that position.
Yeah, it's up. RNG will still look to see if they can make the pick on the JJ, but you're never going to catch this Sejuani, so they instead will move back into mid. And I mean, a little bit unfortunate, right? You could see them very much discussing what they were supposed to do. So they don't get top tower, they don't get waves pushed in, and they don't get to start a Baron. So all that time that EDG were resetting kind of just wasted by RNG.
Now I feel like the focal point has to be this next Dragon once again, but with the fact that the Baron is available, there's more pressure on this Dragon fight. If you lose this Dragon fight, could well just lose the Baron as well and have that back of influence. We do see the TP flank coming in here, and I feel like Renekton is kind of defined on whether or not he can reach the backline. When he can reach the backline, he can really just cause massive issues for your AD carry, especially at this point in the game when Gala just doesn't have the damage to cut through him.
We come back into live, 40 seconds till the next Dragon spawns. It's going to be soul point for EDG.
And that's the thing, big plays earlier on from Flandre means that there's no flash or cleanse on Gala, so they're going to be looking to see if they can eye up that RNG AD carry. Xiaohu, though, wants to see if he can try and hold on to these jungle corridors and use them to get big shockwaves.
Yeah, I mean, some advantage. Everyone on the side of EDG, has a flash apart from Mako, and if they can use those well, it can make all the difference.
Yeah, he's on a bit of a flank now. He knows he needs to keep himself away. If he can just get in, like you said earlier, get onto that Nautilus ultimate, steal that away to set something up. Without a flash, without a cleanse, Gala's going to have to keep that spell shield for the very end. But it is RNG recognizing their 5v4 for the moment.
Look, Flandre is trying to find a flank out. He's popped dominance. This is go time.
They're going to go and try and look for it, but they know he's there, so he has to back himself away. You're going to lose timer on this now, so you can see EDG immediately starting up the Dragon. They know they need to find a fight right here.
Flandre has the flash. He needs to get on towards Gala. Scout is pincering.
Scout's going for it. They're going to get the ultimate there from JJ to try and come in, but Scout's being pincered. The steadfast presence is good. The Poppy ultimate is better, and they knock back the solo laners. Now EDG are just having to run away. Couple of gray screens as Breed moves forward as he's going to try and end EDG's world. Flandre thought he had the flank, but he ends up baiting his entire team, and they all fall down.
Gala lives. RNG will put EDG in the dirt, and just like that, they will move over towards the Baron. It looked so good until the Keeper's verdict said no.
It was pixel perfect there from Wei. You literally saw Flandre coming in, flashing, about to use the empowered stun onto Gala, whose spell shield was already down. Gala was dead, and then he wasn't. And RNG managed to find the fight and get the Baron as well. They'll reset and try to find a time, but I want to point out that's the exact moment, because Flandre has full Fury stacked from the ultimate. And watch this, Gala spell shield down, knocked up, about to come in, but gets stopped by Wei. The dash is prevented, the knockaway's there, and as a result, suddenly you have Xiaohu and Gala pumping that damage out.
And Viper gets taken out of the fight immediately. He has to run away from Breed. He has to run away from Xiaohu, and that opens up RNG to keep their AD carry safe, to find the victory in this fight, and put themselves one step closer to Worlds groups.
We'll say that EDG were able to pick up the Dragons. They still get themselves onto Soul Point at the end of that. Wei stealing away the red buff, but now this Baron buff with the Sivir and of course the Orianna. So difficult here for EDG to defend this. You're so short-ranged.
I mean, revenge feels imminent for RNG. They were beaten in playoffs and salty. They come back and they run through EDG. They might have 3 Dragons in EDG, but they got to try and keep their base.
Honestly, I think EDG just want to start a fight, make something happen, because they don't do well against the pushing power of the Baron. Gala's been a spell shield. Maybe that's a signal for an engage, but your tower is dropping.
I mean, you've got so much frontline just to protecting him, and you can see Breed. He doesn't even need to be with his team right now. Here we go. We're going to have the tower going down, and immediately a fight. Scout has to flash away. Going to use the blast cone to stop Breed from going in with the World Ender, but you're still being pushed back right now. Complete whiff there from JJ. Doesn't land onto anybody, and another fantastic Keeper's verdict. Wei has made a judge, jury, and executioner right now, and he is denying Flandre Flandre every time.
And honestly, Gala was getting low, and as much as the ult didn't hit, it was hard to land against the front line. He was on the slow field. Once more, it looked like maybe they could find an angle, and the ult comes down from Wei. I feel bad for Flandre, honestly. Every time you feel like he's going to make the impact, boom, he's flown back to his base.
And I mean, look, the first two ults from Wei weren't exactly the cleanest, but when it counts, when it comes to saving Gala's life, God, you got to be able to bet on Wei, because this has been absolutely incredible. Like, good engage there from RNG to force Scout back, but here again, like the poke from Viper landing on towards Gala, has no way to escape, and again, immediately gone.
Yeah, and I actually think the angle of the ult was good, because you could never hit Gala. He threaded the needle, got the slowdown. It's just so frustrating, I feel, honestly, for EDG. They're trying to make this happen. They're just being denied. But RNG still have a bit of Baron left. They're trying to push in and get some more damage done.
Yeah, they got it for 20 more seconds. And you got a 4-item Sivir right now, or just about it. So you're able to absolutely destroy these structures. So that's going to be top inhibitor and inhibitor turret down. That's going to be the middle inhibitor down. So much going in favor of RNG, and they're knocking on that door. They want to go to Worlds.
Flandre just wants to push in topside, make sure they can buy some time to try and deal with some pressure from RNG, but RNG Baron buff just faded.
Here we go. There's going to be another Keeper's Verdict. They don't even have to use it just yet, but they're going to have a TP from Flandre, who's on the backside of this fight now. Keeper's Verdict knocks Scouts away. Here we go. This is going to be your final stand from EDG. They're looking to try and get onto Gala and Xiaohu, but he's not quite able to get anyone just yet. It's good at the moment, because look at Viper, completely untouched. It's a nice shockwave, but not nice enough. You get 2 kills, and Viper's not done just yet. He moves forward, but he needs to be so careful. This Aatrox and Orianna can do work. He flashes forward. The Aatrox will give up his life, and it's 3 kills over to EDG.
Big influx of gold, and they manage the base defense, but the problem is we're a minute 30 from the Dragon. RNG will respawn, and EDG's base are in shambles. They finally get the flank they were looking for, but was it too late?
2 inhibitors down. No TP for Flandre now for this next objective. Flashes burnt galore across the board, and as you say, this was a great flank from Flandre, but the problem was, look how deep he had to go for it. And at that stage, RNG say, right, we're just going to push forward. We know that there is no Croc. They won't get the inhibitor, but they will just about manage to get some members to escape off the back of this.
And you can see, this is where the connection's flourishing, right? You're on the back line, the AoE damage from your ult is there. Gala can't really do anything. That's 1,000 gold shutdown that did come in. These are all positive things, but now everyone's back up for RNG. There's a TP for Breathe as well. We're 40 seconds from this Dragon. I feel like EDG, you lose this, the game's over. It's a no-brainer. They need this fight. They need another win to get themselves in this series.
They need to keep control over this jungle. Scout, can he TP onto the backline? There is that control ward that's been completely ignored by RNG. That could be another flank angle for Edward Gaming to try and find, but they will be spotted.
Double pinks, exactly what you said. That flank ward coming in, but RNG, no, they don't have to try and flip this Baron, or this Dragon, if they don't have to go for it. They're going to try and fight first, as Mako taken very low. There's the ultimate as Flandre jumps onto the backside. He's trying to kill off this Sivir. This Gala carry shall just survive, and now he's starting to ricochet Boomerang Blade, and Flandre finally finds him. Viper doing work. EDG, they find another fight, and EDG will ace RNG.
They get the flanks consistently. Scout coming from the mid lane. Flandre finds Gala, and EDG are pushing RNG down. They will not be denied in this 5-game series.
And look, Flandre instantly having to return. The super minions knocking at the base, but EDG have pulled off what seemed impossible. They managed to find the fight, and honestly, the problem there was RNG commit too much on a Mako. Notice, Wei used his ultimate there to try and get the pick, and as a result, Flandre is like, it is go time. No Poppy ult, Gala is dead.
And it's always the spell shield down as well. Flandre moves in the second he realizes it's down. Gala isn't getting the AoE damage. The damage from Sivir needs to be able to hit multiple people to have the impact like you'd hope to, and because of that, Seri is better. Scout is in the better position, and EDG, they're on the Baron.
They have Infernal Soul now, so it's a big boost to power. Wei's trying to come in, though.
Oh, he knocked away the jungler, but he can't get into it. No, you can! You cannot flip the Baron against Wei. He will always find his way into the pit and get the steal. Now EDG need to run away and try and defend their base.
I mean, just like that, EDG turned the page and the book is slammed shut in their face. EDG thought they had it. Finally, they could see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it is grasped away by RNG.
So the good news is inhibs are respawning. The bad news is RNG are going to destroy them again if they get the chance.
Would you say this is one of your copper linings there, Ox?
Yeah, definitely one of the copper linings in this situation. Infernal Soul will do a lot to help with the wave clear, though. And also, if Zeri starts to land a W, she is now 4 items. She will do an insane amount of damage. So, RNG have the pushing power. They want to take the inhibs, but you have to respect the fact that EDG have nearly clawed back the goal difference. They now have 3 Infernal Dragons, 18% AD and AP on top of that extra burst. It's a lot to deal with in a fight, but first, let's have a look at how Wave found his way in.
I mean, it's just incredible. Instantly gets JJ out of the pit. There's no smite. How do you manage to thread that? Like, this has been incredible. These ultimates from Wei have been so impactful.
MSI 2022 champions, the reigning World 2021 champions, both in the regional qualifiers. They're not out if they lose, but my God, do they want to make it easier on themselves.
But here's the problem. You had RNG win 2021 MSI. They've got 2 of these in the same time window. And that's why they're trying to push into the base. Flank ward's still there.
The little control ward that could.
Yeah. I mean, can it though? Because right now you're kind of pushing in. This time there's no turret to take. You only have your Nexus turrets left. And Ox, they're going to try and look for it again.
Yeah, they find the spell shield from Xiaohu that's big. If RNG overcommit into that choke point, that is prime opportunity for them to get engaged on, so they have to be so careful.
That's the TP.
They
don't know
flank.
the Flandre
They're backing up. They're backing up.
Yeah, they must have spotted. There's no vision behind them. They're hunting for the Croc, but who finds who?
I mean, Flandre might have thought he was on a flank, but now he's been collapsed upon. He just gets not quite stunned, and he will back himself away, but now no TP for the Renekton.
Yeah, good moves from RNG to keep an eye out for the TP, but at the end of the day, EDG got what they wanted. The Baron push has been halted, and with 30 seconds to go, the Baron will time out, but Infernal Soul is there for the whole game.
And that's what they've done in that last fight as well, is Flandre would commit the first TP, but you could still find the flank for Scout. The fact they've managed to hold on to these inhibitors while the Baron is about to time out is so crucial for EDG. This game is not over.
And it is starting to creep towards full item builds. You can see there Viper and Gala starting to sit on their final items. Both have a 4-item haul, boots, and a BF sword just to make sure everything's good. No Zhonya's yet here for Xiaohu, respecting the fact that he's got the range advantage. But again, it's going to come down to execution.
Every time we see these two organizations go up against each other, it's an absolute banger. EDG trying to prove that Summer does belong to them, that was not a fluke, beating RNG in the Summer playoffs, and they are fighting tooth and nail. Viper, who has stepped up to be the carry numerous times for Edward Gaming, approaching full build. Scout starting to get so deadly on this Silas, but they need to overcome Xiaohu and Gala.
Overcome it as well, of course. RNG, they are still, despite being an Infernal Soul down, there is literally Nexus turrets left. If they leave that base open for too long, EDG know they will just get run through, and there's nothing they can do about it. So Ox, how do you navigate this? How do you dance through this as EDG to make sure you can still get those big fights, but not lose your base?
I think you have to be really careful with setting a vision, like a defensive line of vision around your base, pushing out, making sure there aren't any wards here that someone could TP to or just lean on. Pushing waves out as best you can, and then moving over the Dragon area. You have to contest this Elder, or you'll just lose the game. 2 GAs picked up for EDG. Flandre and Viper will get a second lease at life in this one, and it feels like they need a second lease at life to push it to that game 5. Zhonya's available for Scout as well. There is a huge amount of survivability of those stasises coming through from EDG, and that's why you're looking at RNG with Breeze now picking up his own one to see if they can try and match that alongside Gala. Yeah, Gala, yeah. Also, so a lot of GAs coming in. They know this is going to be a big fight. There is a ward near the base of EDG if RNG wanted to try and go for a backdoor play, but I think they might just try and challenge. The vision control is in favor of EDG right now, and that can be so difficult with those flank angles coming in, so RNG are trying to push through mid and apply pressure there.
Yeah, Xiaohu's just running straight top lane. Xiaohu has the TP. He's just saying, look, screw this. As long as we don't get engaged on, I can end the game. Breathe is coming with them, who also has the teleport. RNG, they're trying to backdoor the base. Scout has read it though. He's retreated.
He's got himself his TP. Remember, Flandre still hasn't got his back off of cooldown when he went for that flank, but he's 2v1. Never mind, he's 2v2. Flandre needs to make a decision. It's a bit of a split fight.
He's not shown yet. He's trying to loop round and not show that he's there and find an angle of Xiao.
They have no idea.
Oriana.
Here
This
we
is gonna
go.
be big.
2v2 coming in. They're going to steal away the shockwave. The sombrero there for Scout. Only lands onto one. Breed kind of going in a bit of a 1v1 flash in. Xiao Hu gets jumped on by the big crocodile. And he's dead. Now it's on to Breed. They're going to make this one work as we get a 3v3 in the picture. GA has been proc. Scout going to take it very, very low as Breed tries to make the last little breath of his work mean that he can take away the inhibitor. He does end up getting it, but you've lost two. Now, as you look towards this back down towards this Elder, EDG look to take that advantage.
EDG are reading RNG like a book. Flandre finds that beautiful spot, but RNG will not be outdone. They want to go for the Baron. They want to try and make sure that EDG can't get it, but it's going to be a 3v3. Way is low. Scout, Keeper's Verdict could steal away this.
I mean, here comes Scout. They're going to try and go for it. RNG, you need to leave. If you die here, you lose the game. They're not going to try and flip it, but that means that Elder goes over and almost certainly Baron as well.
Yeah, they've got the Infernal Soul. They're getting the Elder. They'll get the Baron too. Triple buffs. It feels like that should be enough for EDG to take this game. And RNG, they try to make the backdoor play, but EDG completely answered them.
Two of the oldest organizations in the LPL. I don't know about you boys. I'm feeling several centuries older after this game as well. EDG now will turn over towards the Baron. RNG have breathed with the TP. They will need to try and figure out how the hell they are supposed to defend against the Elder Dragon and a Baron up EDG.
The big thing to note, Flandre Scout TP's burnt. They do have that empowered recall, which can go a long way, but not quite as snappy as the fact that Xiao Hu and Breed have a TP. There's no way RNG should win a fight against Elder Infernal Soul. I say should because we did see,
I was gonna say,
we did see the game yesterday.
well.
This is the LPL.
Yeah, this is the LPL. But most likely you don't want to opt into that fight, so maybe this is the point where RNG have to get a bit creative. Those TPs, if that minion wave bot pushes in, that could be the answer. And you can see EDG are being a little bit cautious, doing their homework, trying to push waves in and make sure they don't open up that possibility.
I mean, the big thing as well is you already took away that inhibitor on top side, so the minions will naturally push into you, and Viper's just picked up a Runan's Hurricane over his boots.
The problem is that EDG haven't gotten enough of the towers already down. So now they're only getting to work on the tier 2s, trying to actually get to the base of RNG, and you're already starting to run with only a minute left on this Elder Dragon. RNG, I don't think they're going to end up losing their base on this push.
This is a problem going against Oriana Siva. You saw the Baron RNG got, the wave clear wasn't there for EDG. They lost so much, but here, Oriana Siva just shred the waves, and I think EDG know they have to make a dive happen. 45 seconds left on the Elder.
And it's not only just the Elder, it's this timer on the top wave as well. Double super creeps in that top wave. EDG needs to go.
They're going to go in for Wei, going to try and take him out, and they should be able to secure that kill. That's one. Flandre trying to see if he can get onto this backside. Gala doing decent damage, but you can see Mako just kind of keeping him at arm's length. There's 2 kills. They've still got the Elder, and they've still got the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing they can do. They can't match the power. They have to try and defend, but it feels impossible.
Here we go. They're going to have to see a last-ditch effort. EDG went down 2-0. They're looking to make it 2-0 off the back of it. 2-2. They've gotten Xiao Hu. Gala can't get into the fight, and Breed is just left on his lonesome. Gala versus the world, and Gala can't do anything. We're going to the full 5. EDG looking to secure their reverse sweep.
This is a weekend of silver scrapes in the LPL. We will go the full 5 games, and EDG managed to pull it out of the bag and snatch it away from RNG.
It wasn't easy, it wasn't smooth, but EDG do what we know them for best, and that's perform in those late game team fights. The margin of error was so small, and yet they found it.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe, like, the ultimates that we were seeing coming through from JJ at times to put pressure onto Gala, make sure that RNG weren't able to try and follow up. Viper dealing so much damage. The longest TP flank I've ever seen.
2-3 times we saw Flandre committing to fantastic flanks. That got them that time. That pushed them to the point where the 3 inhibitor turrets down didn't matter.
You know who my MVP was?
Flandre.
That control ward. That was 75 gold. A lot of value for money on that one.
I mean, what a fight back for for EDG. And look, mentally, this is hurting for RNG. Let's be real. You knock down 2 inhibitors, that should be your game. But again, little small mistakes, a little kind of overzealousness, not really dotting their I's and crossing the team. It came back to bite them.
And look, I don't want to go on a tilt, but we saw at the end of the season, RNG needed to beat LGD to be able to lock themselves into double elimination. They didn't. And then the knock-on effect, not only did they not get the 2-0 they needed, but they then lost the series. And then they went on to lose to EDG. It definitely felt like that was a fumble. And now they were 2-0 up. They've now facing down a 2-2 and a tilting game to lose when they're ahead. If they lose this next game, not only does that push them to have to fight again to make it a Worlds, but that would be a hell of a tilter.
I think it also just puts up massive question marks about what the hell do you do for Game 5. This is the year we've seen it now banned away. The Stylus is becoming a major issue. JJ looking great on the Sejuani in the jungle. It doesn't feel like RNG really have an answer, especially when you're giving over things like the Zeri 2 Viper. He was so damn strong in this game.
And I love that you brought up the Viper point as well, because again, like we said it wasn't really about the AD carries in the first 2 games, and then Viper just seems to have stepped up. He's gone beyond Gala and saying, look, I am a relevant carry. I'm going to be putting down the DPS. Can you come to suit? And honestly, right now, specifically in that game, Gala felt like he just really didn't have an impact.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, right? The best we've seen of Gala is playing things like the Kai'Sa, even the Aphelios, playing aggressive. I want to challenge the enemy AD carry.
Yeah.
This one, he was the backliner, and there wasn't really that much safety from him. Constantly, this Renekton got on top of him. And what can you do?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, the moments when they took these fights weren't good spots for a Sivir, right? Like, you end up with multiple different flank angles where Flandre could get into those spots. You're not facing a front-to-back fight where you can get all these ricochet damage off. And I think that is not only to do with where RNG were taking their fights, but also how EDG were able to set them up. How often we got these crazy flanks from them. And I definitely think it was helped by the Infernal Rift as well. But this just feels now like this is anyone's game. EDG have woken up and they're angry.
Yeah, I mean, they're very angry right now. I think a lot of people doubting them after going 2-0 down. It looked like a completely different team, but they have woken up and they've decided to choose violence. We are going to send it to a break and a little bit of silver breaks, and then when we come back, the analyst desk will bring us into game number 5.
迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次摔倒过，人都心总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜。才耀眼，沸腾血液，换来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。承受了冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过，人都心中有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
勇气疯狂扮演，一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
这次到猫花赛的话，就很久没来吧，然后还是一定要赢吧。这一次遇到 RNG 的话，还是像之前一样，要看重小虎的节奏吧。就我们要BP 方面要考虑一下阻止小虎的节奏的方法吧。我们的话还是保持好我们的状态，然后自信一点，就打谁都能赢吧。
Oh, well, welcome back to the LPL Regional Qualifiers. We got Silver Scrapes finally. I was going to do a stupid little Silver Scrapes moment. You guys had the shoe connection, so it worked out.
It was
I'm
like a
Marcel, joined by Hysterics and Lyric yet again as we crest into game number 5 of our first regional qualifiers. And of course, it had to go the distance, guys. It's EDG.
It just always does. For some reason, it always does. I always think the script thing is a complete meme, but like by the day, I'm starting to believe it more and more. I don't want to talk about the scripts, the jokes. I want to talk about draft.
Oh.
I don't want to talk about draft. I want you to talk about draft because you had some unique points.
Dude, I was sitting there backstage and I was like, man, you know, Dan Orcs Harrison, maybe related to George Harrison, is really on top of a point here, right? You know, he didn't like the Brom coming in. I'm like, man, I agree with that. And I did all the way up until late game here. As he dances behind stage, dude, Mako had some of the best late game fights as well. Like that Brom was so impactful, and I feel like we kind of see the idea for EDG and how they wanted to operate, especially when you're up against the Sivir and negating so much. It made a lot of sense.
I feel like it was so interesting because coming in, I kind of felt like, okay, if RNG can find the lead and then get into mid game, it should be really hard for EDG to play this out because their comp really going to rely on flanks, really going to rely on jumping in. And like they actively chose a lot of the picks that they have against this Poppy. And it was like Poppy can just do so much against their comp. We saw incredibly early on, like Wei was having a fantastic game. His keeper's verdicts were huge. And then I feel like as the game progressed, we just started to see RNG drop the ball in like numerous areas. They were the ones looking for picks. We of course saw steals come through from Jeja on the opposite side. And just a lot of like weird positioning that allowed for EDG to be able to get on top of the key carries from RNG. When before, since they were playing as this kind of like defensive formation, whenever Flandre or Scout tried to jump in, they would get like punished, pretty much just bursted out instantly. Keeper's verdict would come in. You have the burst there from people like Xiaohu. And yeah, EDG, I mean, they just kept soldiering forward. They just kept going. And then it felt like the patience wasn't there from RNG. And then those flanks started working out from Scout and Flandre.
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting thing. And we do have to give away an MVP for Game 4, obviously.
Give
I
it
did not
away.
get to hear who it was, but we'll see who that MVP could
That's always
be
the best,
here.
though. That's the
It's always the best.
Hey,
And it's
Flanders
Flanders
gets it.
Yeah.
This is deserved. And it's crazy is like this direction. We come back to Game 1 and Game 2. You know, we criticized Renekton a little bit. We looked at what Flandre could do on Gragas. But I think here, what we saw, as Lyric already alluded to, it was the angles that came from EDG, especially later on as well. And alongside this Brom, I think the value that came from the top lane was kind of crazy when Flandre was on a bit of a tear. I mean, he was kind of unleashed after Game 3.
He was. I mean, again, he just kept finding these angles, kind of going in. One thing I really liked that him and EDG were doing was like he would go in one way, Scout goes in the other, then you have like the 3-man formation from EDG, which even though it's like, okay, I still feel like RNG could have played these fights better, it did make it more confusing. It made it harder for them to be able to find the key targets, to be able to hone in on, zone out, instead of for Xiaohu and Gala to have these good performances. So great by them to step up. I loved how he kept seeing him come across the whole map as well.
Commitment.
He was dedicated.
Dude, I love the journey. Vazel, even backstage, you're like, man, he's going on a long journey again. And it happened multiple times. And even though there were some failings, like I feel like for EDG, we just come back to the bread and butter of this team. they are great team fighters late into the game and ultra late games as well. In those 5v5s, you know, we finally started seeing it in the series, and especially against RNG when they get scattered to the wind, these solo laners start picking apart the pieces.
And then prioritizing dragons, because RNG were kind of just ignoring them. When, again, they had map control, they had the setup, they could have gone for these earlier, paid off.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And I think that's what the interesting one was, is the change in momentum it felt like in the middle of the game when we're looking at those scaling aspects, the strategies coming through.
We thought it was over.
Yeah.
We
literally thought it was
like,
over.
Well, 3-1, you know, end up the day, Linda will be somewhere freaking out on Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's going to be chilling.
But I mean, like, for me, like, you know, looking at that and being like, man, Xiaohu's Orianna, even though it's a different dynamic, I was like, you know, this mid laner has, for me, been the better mid laner of the series. However, Mazel coming up to game 5, all I want to see, man, is map movement from Xiaohu. Even though the Ori was great, the 2 best games of this series so far have been the Talia mid. Game 1, game 2. I think that's how Xiaohu gets it across the line,
I thought
right?
you were looking for the Flandre Vlad.
Dude, I'm not there yet. Flandre Vladimir as well. Yeah.
No big deal. Dude. But in all actuality, the memes aside, it is a clean slate here. I know we talked about it before we came onto the desk. It's one game that separates from either getting 3rd seed or having to fight for 4th seed.
They were saying, I think it was Dagda in game, it was groups versus play-ins, right? Like LPL 3rd seed is such a big advantage.
Yeah, it is definitely huge. And again, even just the rivalry going back and forth, both teams want it. From RNG, I mean, we saw last time around them banning out picks like the Wukong and Vine going towards that Poppy. I think you get away from that. We've seen, like, they can find the leads. They have an idea of how to play out this style, which I do feel like requires more intelligent fights, like being able to peel properly, being able to use that Poppy ult correctly as we get later on, which, again, Wei was having a fantastic game last time for the most part, but once we got later, I feel like we saw small decision-making kind of screw up the formula for RNG.
True.
So again, go back to what's familiar overall. I feel like they can be flexible with some picks in the mid lane. Like, maybe it doesn't need to be Talia Lissandra, but still keep the bread and butter of this, like, mid-game map control, heavy rotation style there.
And the most important part of that butter as well, I think, is the Vi. Like that red side, blue side now they've secured as well. Dude, it's so good. Blue side, game 5, man. They have the option. You know, they got the Poppy instead, but I think EDG might adjust, ban that away. Instead, we get that Vi coming in again, which was a huge part of the first couple of games and RNG's priority throughout the whole split and the whole playoffs.
Now let's go into win conditions, at least for each side as well, because we're coming into one final game here and looking at RNG. First of all, mentally, how do you go back from something like that, Lyric, but especially looking strategy-wise for RNG in Game 5?
So we know in Game 5, it's almost always about comfort. We saw it yesterday on JDG versus Tez. I absolutely hated JDG's draft yesterday in that Game 5, but they got picks that they were comfortable on, right? We saw things like the Velveth coming out, and in the end, like, sure, it might have required mistakes, but, you know, it was able to pick up the win. So I think, again, getting Xiaohu on something a little bit more comfortable, something he is more familiar with, and Wei. I feel like those are the 2 key players. And then, you know, making the move for EDG, I think sticking to what you did last game.
All right.
Hype, dude.
I didn't have anything in my ears, so now we know Game 5 is ready to go. Silver Straight's already played. Let's see what happens and who takes home our 3rd seed.
Thank you, Shaliog.
Thank you so much, Mazel. Again, our booming god voice that is our director is being like, toss to casters. And you're like, okay, we've come back into this one.
I'm just happy we finally get Shaliog on the broadcast.
Yeah.
He's
I don't
a
know if he was on the broadcast.
He's a legend within the LPL. We need more
agree.
of him.
But yeah, coming back into this one here, obviously, it's the last game. It is going to be either EDG or RNG going into groups. Loser does fall down into at least another chance. But Ox, this is so pivotal, and we can already see RNG changing things up. They're just getting rid of the Sejuani. They're saying, look, we don't want to have that kind of topside banter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it syncs so well with the fact that Scout is so good on Silas, syncs so well with Flandre trying to set up and have that early pressure. It does mean, though, that the Wukong has been left available, so RNG first picked Poppy last time. This could shake things up.
The Azir left open as well, and it looks like RNG are just going to say, nah, we don't want this. I mean, they lost on it earlier in this series. Now looking to see if they can mix it up, but that's going to be so much power going across Zeri, the Wukong, or the Poppy here for JJ. And now I think, yes, you can set up for these strong team fights with the Wukong here for Wei, but definitely not the best of options. Honestly, could even see him go back towards the Trundle.
Pick that one up there, give yourself the better skirmishing power. They do end up going for it, and it does give them more early game options as well.
Yeah, and I feel like it's going to be the Sivir, bit of a no-brainer.
Quickest pick ban we've had.
Could we? Oh, actually, I was thinking maybe see the mid matchup, maybe see something like this. I mean, Silas is rough into Azir, but maybe see Scout pick up something like the Ahri that can do okay. But instead, prioritizing Viper, you know, this big carry performance that we've seen from Viper throughout playoffs. That's been a reason why EDG was successful. And by pairing him with the Lulu, you kind of guarantee your AD carry is going to be able to pop off in the late game.
But that's where you kind of look and go, well, we're going to see the mid lane bans coming in from RNG, no doubt, right? So what do you actually try and go towards here as Scout? You can ban the Ahri now, make sure that that's not going to be in the equation. And then, as you said, Sylas could just be straight up banned away, but also not great into the Azir. So I think Scout's definitely going to be put out massively here in this draft.
I will say, you can only ban the Ahri, Sylas, or the Talia. You still have...
Talia's banned already.
Oh, you're right, absolutely. I completely missed that, yes.
Ban it twice.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's had an incredible impact in this game, but yeah, like you said, just kind of having that little bit of a kind of a microscope now going on to Scout's champion pool, see what he's able to bring up.
And that's, I think, where we're going to see what this last ban is going to be. Do they find something else where they're like, hey, look, we're happy to give across to Sylas, but I have to say, I'm not I always get a bit nervous when a Sylas is left open and there's Trundle on the opposite side. It just becomes so difficult to kill that Sylas when you can steal away the Trundle.
Wow,
so
okay.
It is going to be the Akali ban. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Scout just went back towards the Sylas. You leave counterpick for Flandre and see how this one is going to pan out. Like, it again feels like both these teams going straight for big team fights.
Oh, this could be big. And I mean, there's picks like LeBlanc. We saw the Victor played into the Azir yesterday when sort of the champion pool was thinned out. Scout does commit to the LeBlanc here, which, you know, I think Civ is fine into with the spell shield that can limit the effectiveness, but obviously something that can actually pose a threat to the Azir. A lot of champions struggle to keep up with him with that Empress Divide, with the mobility, but now RNG going in the next rotation. What are they going to take in the support role? Do they want to continue with this line of thought of having that early pressure? With Amumu and Nola's gone, Leona's kind of the final engaged support last available.
Yeah, I mean, just on the LeBlanc one, a 66% win rate over the course of his career. Scout has been a monster on that pick. One of the most played in his career. Was one of the most famous picks he had when he came across and joined EDG in 2016. Now to see if he's going to be able to match it up. Leona and the Aatrox gone again for Breathe. We expect that it'll probably be the Renekton, but maybe we're going to mix things up.
Yeah, it definitely can't be any of those AP picks that Flandre just like, because I feel like with the LeBlanc, with the Zarya, he does a decent amount of magic damage as well. Have another AP. I mean, maybe they go towards it, but I feel like it would make you very heavily indexed into that AP.
Especially with the LeBlanc, right? LeBlanc wants to be the sole AP damage dealer, so you don't index into your magic resist early and kind of screw her out of the equation. But this is it. This is going to be our final game between RNG and EDG. EDG definitely opting in towards a lot of comfort across the board. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to find that poke damage with things like the LeBlanc and Zeri. Make these fights a little bit more uneven for them, and it'll be on Flandre to find those big engage tools.
Yeah, and I feel like the big thing for me is Viper on this Zeri, but not just that, paired with the Lulu. The emphasis is so heavily on this pick in the late game fights. Like, sure, if Flandre gets Mega Gnar, he can be impactful. Scout can find some burst execution, but in terms of carrying you with the DPS in the fights, Viper is the person EDG need to rely on.
And it feels like it's on Ming to try and shut that down with this Leona. Try and set up these strong team fights for RNG. Late game scaling with the Azir and the Sivir is going to be massive, but it is going to be a case of, can you lock down Viper? Can you finally find that third win for RNG that can put them into the World's Group stage, or will the summer buff of EDG prove too strong?
It's a historical matchup, RNG versus EDG, Xiaohu versus Scout. We've seen it many, many times. MSI champion versus reigning world champion. It is going the full distance in this best of 5. One of these teams will be booking their ticket to Worlds, and another will have to go down for 2 more days' time to get themselves back into the world stage. You want to lock it in, you want to try and make sure you have that extra prep time, and it all comes down to this.
100% on the prep time. The fact is, you don't even know who you're going to be facing next out of V5 at LNG. You don't know what form they're going to be after they've had their time off as well. You want to secure it now. You want to avoid play-ins and get your ticket to Worlds.
We jump on now and wait to see where the early advantage is. We haven't seen actually any level 1s, really, to be perfectly honest, coming out from either side. It has very much been a get vision, get information. But now that you have got the Trundle and the Poppy on both these teams, it's going to be very curious to see how they end up trying to transition into those big level 3, level 4 ganks we saw before.
Yeah, I mean, especially when there's a Trundle on one side with lethal tempo. Poppy really doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with the Trundle. It's more about setting up the CC, finding the angles where you can knock someone in, so maybe Scout can land a chain, or you hit someone into a wall. But Wei, he will be perfectly happy just to match JJ. In most scenarios, if you have a 2v2, 3v3 on the bot side, if Trundle can join in, he will perform really well in those smaller number skirmishes. So Wei definitely wants to track JJ in this one.
It does feel like, again, for RNG, they have to try and overcome that mid lane statistic. From the regular season, a 33% win rate for Xiaohu on the Azir. It's not a champion that RNG have felt comfortable playing around because Xiaohu has been the one setting up plays for RNG. Now, though, with Ming stepping into that role on the Leona, maybe he can find that comfort once more. But for EDG, you look at this squad and you know that this is exactly how they like to play. Flandre on something where he can find these decent flanks, try and set up for the play. Scout back at home on this LeBlanc, and Viper on the most busted AD carry in the patch.
Yeah. Pretty fair. Nice, you wrapped up so nicely.
I was like, I'm going to let that sit for a second. Ox just like, you're right, you know.
Yeah.
You're right, you're right.
Well, you know what? You're not wrong.
There he is, pretty broken.
Like a true Irish.
We'll have to get you your Ors and Rs changed very soon as we make pull out the full Irish.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, we'll get you there towards the end, but... yeah, again, it just comes down to how you're able to execute on this. The LeBlanc is very interesting. It does feel like without that Sejuani, they feel like they can get a little bit more done, but it is going to, again, down to those flank angles. If Scout can find himself onto different angles of a fight to try and put down pressure on the backside, that's where EDG are going to find, again, their opening.
And I think we can start from the earlier point of the game. Azir is a bit of a pain, as you can just constantly pressure the wave with those soldiers. He's hard to punish because of that mobility, but if EDG can maybe find some pressure towards mid, can free Scout up, he can be really active in those early roams. Now, Wei, as expected, is trying to find JJ here.
Yeah, they do. We'll have the mid laners coming in, though, and you can see that Wei recognizes this. The support of RNG trying to just make sure he can keep himself going. Flash, the ethereal chains, will land there onto the Leona, and will take a fair bit of chunk off of Ming's health bar. Everyone starts to back away, and already tagged a little bit of a jitters. Some people looking for advantages, but they don't want to give over too much themselves.
Huge amount invested as well, though. Flash from Wei, flash from Ming, flash from Scout, already just to try and make sure that JJ will be safe. But, I mean, advantages for EDG. JJ gets to keep his camps, he gets to push Wei out, and you'll have to be far more honest here as RNG when it comes to that jungle matchup.
Yeah, I will say, though, Wei does get the double scuttle, which can be pretty happy with that one. Does mean that JJ is actually heading over here. Wei might just look for him again. He is flashless, so it's very dangerous if Scout can make the move, and he's already started.
Yeah, he's moving over right now, has the priority there. And yes, the Azir is great, but the Azir is just never going to be as fast to rotate.
No, I mean, he just isn't going to be able to jump across as quick as a distortion. But I think that's going to be kind of the stories we see between these two mid laners, is how well Scout can try and cover for JJ.
Oh, cleanse has to be used immediately, and this is the thing. I feel like Viper, again, a little bit disrespectful there. Kind of seeing them on the ward, was going, oh, I get a bit of harassment, but ends up getting turned back on. That's the power of the Leona.
And honestly, in some ways, cleanse can be even more valuable than flash when you're playing into something like Leona, because if you get caught out by like an E flash from Leona, very hard to react to that with your own flash, whereas cleanse gives you that get out of jail free card. Okay, the CZ hit, they connected, but I still managed to dip away, so it kind of keeps Viper honest. If he wants to dodge away from the engage of Ming, often he'll have to flash before it connects rather than having the opt-out after.
But watch how RNG are moving on the map. You have Wei moving in towards mid lane, getting a ton of vision control down. They know that JJ's moved back up to the top side because this entire bot side was already cleared. And with Xiaohu having push in mid, could have maybe looked for a dive on the bottom side. Scout, though, has the heads up play, spots out that potential move, and will deny the opportunity for RNG to go for that.
Moments like that can be the big difference maker. Information, it becomes a resource game at the end of it all. If you know that if you know where the enemy jungler is, if you know where there's an opportunity, you can 100% capitalize.
And that information is going to be crucial for RNG as this game goes on, because Scout in the later portion of the game is going to be trying to use the mobility of this LeBlanc to find poke. Same with Zeri and this Ultra Shock laser. They're going to try and poke away at RNG. Gala won't be able to manage that. It'll be on RNG to try and find these quick engages, and that opens up for Flandre then to get these big Gnar ultimates.
And you think historically, one of the big answers to Azir always has been poke, right? Back in the day, it was that poke Varus mid we actually saw being a big issue, a big problem for him, even when he was firmly in the meta. So having those options can cause problems for RNG, and the emphasis would be on forcing the engage, trying to make things happen. After that early little scuffle, we had Flash's burn. not too much has come from it. You can see about a minute and a half left on those flashes that were burnt there, so haven't seen any capitalization, haven't seen any moves to try and make something happen, which, to be fair, I don't think you can really do anything to a LeBlanc, but Ming was definitely someone I thought maybe would see JJ lean bot to try and punish.
And it comes back down to what we were talking about. This is the game 5. This is the game where if you full send it on bot side and it doesn't work, that's a massive risk to the reward ratio that you're not really kind of honestly willing to take.
And you can see that EDG are trying to bait them to full send it on bot side. Scout was roaming down towards this bot side. Viper just positioned himself. Hey, he's like, I don't have cleanse. Maybe you try and go for this. But Ming and Gala now hiding in the bush, trying to see if they can connect onto that Zeri.
Just want the Viper to walk a little bit closer, and they get him. They're not going to try and let him near the wall. He will have heal coming in from the Lulu. Now Mako left all by his lonesome, but it's Zeri. He's going to be fine to get away.
This is one of the problems. I think their hope was that if they stunned him and did enough damage, he'd flash to the wall and then dash over. But there was just no way they had enough damage to kill him before he reached the wall. And they don't even burn the flash, so... You know, it's not necessarily like a super bad thing for RNG, but it's frustrating that they try to go for that setup and they aren't rewarded.
They are going to reset, though, with the 7-minute mark hit. Going to be looking towards that Rift Herald on top side. Flandre has push in top lane after having just TP'd that a little bit earlier. Breed should be there to try and catch this wave, but Xiaohu does have full push in mid, so looks like both bot lanes going to try and stick around this bot side of the map.
Yeah, I think they're going to revisit the bot to try and answer the wave. You'll see that RNG actually set it up so it's pushing towards them. And basically the aim of the game is to try and get a good wave setup so you can move towards the Herald if that is the play. For now, though, Viper, Mako, they'll just crash that wave. And Gala, he can just sweep this up pretty quickly.
Yeah, Ricochet Blade's going to be able to make that very, very simple. You can even see Trundle 4-way hovering down on this bottom side, and EDG not feeling confident enough to try and go for that Rift Herald immediately, so they will go for the quick reset as well. So Scout now with that blasting wand over Xiao, who will be looking to try and burst out a member of RNG, but RNG, again, they haven't been baited into these Rift Heralds any game so far. They're happy to just try and trade for bot lane pressure.
Yeah, not able to find an angle there, though. And I think, you know, the problem is into Zeri, it's so difficult to really force a gank now that the cleanse is back up. Mako obviously would have been the go target, but opportunity doesn't arrive. And now teams are starting to lean towards mid. Xiaohu is the prior, which does mean Wei feels confident to pressure JJ out on this one.
I love that JJ's gone with the Ionian Boots of Lucidity first. He just has the extra little bit of movement speed, even has the water walking in the ruins. You can see a little bit of extra movement speed for himself there. So it makes it very difficult for Wei to actually put himself in a position where he can punish this Poppy, phase rush, a lot of movement speed, and you can see Scout moving up already.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason Wei wasn't willing to go for that, was because Scout started to move, and as soon as that happens, you have to be so cautious, so afraid. The 1v1, Wei is vibing. The second LeBlanc starts to turn up, he is getting out of dodge.
Yeah, and that's why we're kind of seeing Scout go towards this LeBlanc pick. You can do so well at like operating outside of the lanes, looking for skirmishes where you have the chance. Now though, RNG feeling confident to have control over bot and move towards Rift.
They're going to go for it right now. We're going to see the heroic charge as JJ just tries to disengage. That was a flash from Wei that led to a flash from Scout because he didn't have his distortion up. So now RNG feel confident that they can go for this push a little bit easier because look, on the bot side, you haven't moved up EDG.
Yeah, I mean, they are trading the play. And, you know, I'm fine with this decision from EDG. What I hate is when teams move the bot lane up, but don't fully commit and waste so much time. So, yeah, EDG are giving up the Herald, but they just took 2 plates on the bot side, so at least they're getting something for it.
Yeah, and you can see it's very difficult as well for RNG to try and find the advantages that they would like to use this Rift Herald around the map, right? Breathe is getting some poke onto Flandre in the lane, but it hasn't been enough to like actually push in towards that top lane tower. Same when you look at bot side now, well, Viper's already been answered, and if JJ ever shows up, or at least can keep track of Wei, it still feels like EDG can kind of deal with a lot of this pressure around the map. I feel like the only place RNG can really use this Rift Herald will be in the mid lane and see if they can get Xiaohu a bit of an advantage there.
Very, very skittish, shall we say, for the start of this game. Neither team really wanted to giving up any kind of major advantage. No flash on Wei means that this is going to be a bit of a difficult contest onto the Dragon with the resets coming in as well. RNG find themselves on a little bit of a back foot now to EDG, who start up the Drake. So EDG looking to keep the global pressure going in their favor, and it's going to be the Rift Herald eventually traded back for the Dragon.
You know, I'm going to take this opportunity to talk about Cloud Dragon, because picking up that early Cloud, out of combat movement speed gives about 7%, which is going to be about 24 to 28 movement speed, depending on how much you have. That's a lot to just give everyone in the game when it comes to resetting, getting back on the map, rotating around. It does make a significant difference. And also on top of that, 7% slow resistance, when you're against things like a Trundle that has that slow on the pillar, definitely makes a difference. Sure, it's not the scaling combat stats of a Mountain or a Infernal, but definitely an asset for EDG in terms of getting where they want to be and doing it quickly.
Well, they quickly want to try and move down towards the spot lane. It looks like JJ, trying to keep track of where Wei is, knew that he's kind of heading back into this lower end of the map. So just going to stick around. Again, this feels so tense, though. Every other game we've seen, like, several ganks, multiple plays, teams willing to fight kind of at a lot of these neutral objectives that are in the early stages. But so far, Vision Control has made sure that nobody can get into these lanes, and it is so much more cautious.
I think the big question for me is, where do we see this Herald go down? Because especially with the Trundle, who does so much damage to Oh, JJ.
Oh, he's a bit up behind enemy lines right now. Subjugate comes down. He does have flash. Did he need it? And he absolutely certainly will. He's going to use a Keeper's Verdict. But again, small little moments that just mean big advantages coming out here for RNG.
And I was just going to say, where are we going to see the Herald? Well, I feel like you've just opened up the opportunity with JJ on no HP, with the lack of wave clear from Scout. Why not just slam it mid? And maybe if Wei gets a couple of bites down, you could take 3 plates here comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, you do so much damage as Wei. Our Scout trying to see if he can deal some damage to Xiaohu to dissuade this, but a nice bit of gold now picked up in the mid lane for Scout.
And the reason this is big is because not only is it a great amount of gold for your Azir, which you love to have, but the big thing we've seen so far in this early game is whenever RNG have tried to be proactive, Scout moving has been what has slowed them down and what has stopped them. Now that Scout's tower is on 2 plates, at this point of the game, I feel like he has to be so cautious. If you move, easily could just see Xiaohu take the tower from underneath your feet, and that would be devastating.
I completely forgot we had top lane in this game. We have not looked up there once because it just hasn't been about it. You see the comment for Breathe means that he's going toe-to-toe with the Gnar. They're basically in line with each other in terms of items, and this gold lead is nothing at the moment. Couple of hundred, it can be equaled back very, very quickly, but big item spikes coming out now for both sides. You've got the first mythics now for AD carries, and also, as well as that, Wei picking up his Frostfire Gauntlet.
It does feel like a huge amount of this game is going to start to teeter around things like the next Rift Herald that spawns, dragons that are going to start to come up. I don't think we'll get a big fight around second dragon, but certainly as we start to crouch into third. I really do think, though, for EDG, denying Rift Herald to RNG right now with how low mid lane tower is going to be so incredibly important. Even when you look at the way that EDG would like to try and operate on the map in the mid game, they would love to have some of these turrets opened up so Scout can try and put pressure onto side lanes. Same when you look at Flandre, look for ways for Scout to get in behind enemy lines.
And also, when you look at RNG's team, Azir Sivir, if you don't take that mid-tier 1 with the Rift Herald, you probably ain't getting it for a sizable amount of time. The wave clear available, the safety as well. EDG are the team that we want to see them push the pace forwards. You want to see them snowball around this LeBlanc, have her be proactive. Because LeBlanc can be a massive threat in the late game, but if she's behind in gold, then she will never be a threat at any point of the game. So EDG would definitely want to have a keen eye on that right now. Both Dragon and Herald actually have synced up respawn timers.
Viper needs to be a little bit careful. Actually not going over the wall just yet, kind of just keeping himself at arm's distance and kind of baiting the rest of them in. Everything is missing from RNG, and now Xiaohu trying to see if he can maybe make a move around this bot side, but very, very confident from EDG.
Yeah, game 5, why not just check how good my hands are feeling? Viper just confident
nice
to dodge
warmed
everything. Yeah. I mean, just showing what this guy can do. I mean, we're early in the game. There's a long time before Zari really hits a spike, but it's intimidating knowing you're up against Viper on this pick with the Lulu backup.
But that's the thing, when the chip's coming down for EDG, when they've needed someone to step up, it has been Viper so many times. Himself and Scout were kind of the lifeblood of EDG for the most of the regular split, and 2 of the players that we've consistently looked at saying these were the guys that were carrying EDG through the regular season.
Oh, Viper should be able to make his way out. He's got his stupid dash. Yeah.
You feel like Zeri, like I feel like Yumi, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like...
No, I feel like Zeri, like I feel like Yumi. I hate both of them. Anyway, I mean, the thing is, because Min got chunked out, because the pressure was actually put onto RNG there, even though it didn't seem like it made that much of a difference, it did actually get them that first tower. And yeah, TP coming in from Scout. Gala has there's another coming too.
Yeah, he's dead. Gala has to sacrifice himself. He knows he's not going to be able to survive this. A little bit of miscoordination does mean that we end up taking taking a little bit more damage. The ricochets are good, but Scout finally gets first blood, but Dragon in a tower.
There's that call we were talking about, though. When Scout TP's boss, immediately RNG turn over towards that mid. Now they will trade the Dragon for that second Rift Herald, and it means that then they can actually be the ones that are opening up these towers, especially with Breathe pushing in this top side. And as Ox has already said, now this becomes very difficult for EDG to try and push against the likes of a Sivir and an Azir in the mid game.
But it is second Dragon for EDG, and it's Infernal Soul again. Zeri LeBlanc with Infernal Soul sounds pretty disgusting. So yeah, RNG get that second Herald. They've kept their mid-tier 1 alive and taken it down for EDG. There's definitely an advantage there, but I do feel like they are going to have to really think about how they're approaching this fight in 4.5 minutes, because if you lose that, the game could quickly slip out of your control.
It feels like so much of this is going to come down to EDG's execution of fights. Viper already showing that he's feeling himself in this game number 5, but for Scout, if he can get some good poke onto Xiaohu, if he can threaten Gala enough that you can get rid of things like the Spell Shield, maybe then you can put a bit of a fire under RNG, because if they feel the need that they have to engage because they're getting poked down, but suddenly Flandre sitting there with waiting arms, you've got people like JJ who can deny some of that engage.
Scout going to take a lot of damage here, forced to flash away because he knew the rest of EDG was coming. I will say for RNG, yes, they give up first blood. That was about 15 minutes for first blood, but also it required 2 teleports. That's our 1 kill for 2 teleports. I'm not quite sure on the exchange rate right now, but that doesn't feel too strong.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, especially post 14 minutes, those teleports are like that shorter cooldown, and it did allow them to get the Dragon. I think that's the thing you got to think about. Like, what do you get out of that kill? You got the Dragon, you set yourself up in a good position, and now you have things like Ming burning his flash. That's not going to be up for the next Dragon fight. More things they can chip away from RNG, and that's where it feels really painful, because this is a pressure that having Dragon stacked up has. You start to be in a position where you can't afford to give up a fight. You can't go, oh, Ming doesn't have flash, you can't get onto Viper, therefore we don't fight. It's like, well, tough. You just have to deal with it.
Yeah, especially when you look at it, well, like EDG could even go, hey, you know, you get your first Dragon, cool, we're going to crack mid, we're going to look for top. Like, you can look for other answers on EDG side as well, and right now they're looking at Breathe, left alone under this top side. May be vulnerable, but it looks like EDG not going to fully commit there.
Not just yet. Again, Breathe with an Eclipse, and access to the World Ender and the Flash is a pretty slippery fish, and don't know if the Gnar and the Poppy will have the damage for it.
I think one of the things as well is we've seen like Wei there running up to Viper. You can't really do much to a Zeri who's getting sped up by Mako in terms of like stopping Viper from just running to a wall and dashing over. It really does need to be Ming, and if Viper has Cleanse, I feel like the engage options are limited now. Wei's being caught out.
Yeah, he's been caught out here as Wei gets himself double Ethereal Chain. They're still trying to keep him alive for as long as possible. The Subjugate doing so much. Now Viper moves in. They've got the On the Hunt, but a TP now going to be answered. That's going to be Xiaohu joining the fight, but it's already done and dusted.
It's an overextension from EDG, though. They had the pick, they got the flash. That was what they could have used for the next Dragon fight. But now you burn Viper's summoner spells as well, trying to make that play work.
I was making the point before the fight, like how much harder it is for Ming to engage when the Cleanse is available for Viper. Well, take away the flash too, and suddenly it's a lot more promising for RNG. EDG trying to push too far, and they end up paying for it.
But that's the thing, when you're in these game 5s, suddenly the Bloodlust can take over. You think you got that little bit of an advantage that you can try and push, but it ends up being that bit too far. And we'll catch it here in the replay, right? Scout goes over, great chains, great setup, but once you get the flash here, there's no need to try and chase this any more further.
Yeah, it just ends up going too far. They think they can kill Wei, but realistically, I mean, the gold is nice, but it's not really going to change the state of the game. The summoner is what you're going for in the setup for that fight. And as well, Viper goes for the right click, but can't pierce the bolts to connect onto him.
Now you're not going to have Flash or Cleanse for Dragon in a minute 20's time, so going back into live, we only have had 1 kill in 20 minutes. And this is something that kind of I find very interesting as well. You get to that point where people are picking up second items, 2.5 items. They are becoming pretty damn big, and you might not be prepared for it, because let's be real, Aatrox and Gnar haven't actually seen anyone else on the map.
One of the big side effects of things like this as well is that traditionally you don't see a lot of summoner spells burnt in games like this, but we already have, you know, no flash on Ming, flash cleanse gone on Viper. Now we get the TPs coming through as well. Wei, flashless too. This is where we have to see if this poke from EDG can stick.
And look, I always know when a game is slow like this, 1 kill in 20 minutes, it gets to a point like this where it all just blows up and gets super explosive. These teams are down to fight around this objective, and it's going to come down to who finds the execution. Can Viper pop off? Can Scout burst out someone in the backline of RNG? Or will RNG be able to hold strong?
I mean, it feels like we're coming down, because this game has had so little kills, we're coming down to one big fight, could be the entire series.
And that's why we're looking at Flandre. How's his Mega Minar bar doing? How's the poke from EDG landing? Because they're trying to see if they can get RNG to play into them as Flandre is about to hit Mega Minar. And you can see they're starting to do that now. Viper can step up, get the poke. Scout's starting to wrap around, looking to see what he can do as well. This is where it gets so tense for RNG.
Oh, I'm getting pins and needles, butterflies in my stomach right now for both of these teams. The Dragon will be proc, but it's only just to try and test the waters. Flandre is losing Mega right now, so needs to try and whip that one back up if he possibly can. He's about 5 or 6 seconds away from really having it if he starts to completely auto-attack. Dragon is being aggroed by RNG as EDG push forward.
You can see Poke starting to land, though. You saw Gala Spell Shield there, but the rest of them don't have that option. Scout just chipping away, and RNG want to start the fight.
There's the Mega.
Hit, though. Yeah. EDG want to make this Dragon happen now before the Mega times out.
You can see RNG a little bit more tentative right now. They don't want to try and put over commit. There's a great ult from the side of JJ. Means that everyone has to back away. Sole point for EDG. RNG not willing to flip it.
Not a single kill.
I feel
not a single kill. That was so tense. And I don't know. Neither side wants to make that mistake. Neither side wants to be the one that goes in and ends up blowing open this entire game. With World's group stage on the line, both these teams want to make sure that they don't have to go through the play-in stage. Now, again, loser will still have a second chance on Sunday against the winner of V5 and LNG, but you want to make sure that you're making it into groups without any sort of issue.
I feel like when you look in, yes, V5 and LNG have had some issues, but it's Rookie, right? It's Doinby and Tarzan. You really don't want to chance it.
I was going to say, you don't want to leave it up for chance, because if you lose it here, there's no guarantee you win it on Sundays. So right now, both these teams not willing to go for it, but it is EDG edging ahead. It is EDG getting themselves a bit of an advantage. RNG up top side, but JJ gets himself out of dodge.
Yeah, and RNG are currently in a position where in 4 minutes, it's going to be a fight for the soul. They really don't want to leave it a chance, leave it to that point of the game, and then maybe that same thing we just saw happens again, and suddenly EDG have soul and the game feels very hard to win. They want to try and make something happen, garner advantage, maybe even lean into the Baron and try and force something before it comes to that Elder flip, because even if they win the Elder fight, if they lose the soul, it's going to have a really rough effect for the entire game.
It is just so hard to try and find those picks, though. Very mobile on EDG's side for something like a Trundle Pillar, for something like Ming as well to try and lock these members down. And even if you get JJ, we've seen JJ's a tanky old boy and he can get out of there fairly quick with the phase rush. So now RNG seeing if they can make it happen, but point in case, it's so difficult to lock down these members of EDG.
Yeah, the Solar Flare just not landing.
Don't now.
Got to be careful. They're backing away from this Baron right now. But again, more pressure. EDG feeling much more confident moving forward, and everyone goes away. You're now in a 3v5 situation, but Ming not really the target you need.
Yeah, now they're pushing onto this mid lane tier 1, though, from knocking them away. I think somebody said Scout is incredibly farmed on this LeBlanc and has that solitary kill. So with the Shadow Flame, the Ludens, and the Sork Shoes, there's not really any magic resist to speak of on RNG. He is doing insane damage.
Great job by EDG as well to create that space with JJ's Keeper's Verdict to actually get mid lane turret, because now you actually get to open up space for Scout. Okay, cool. Scout can push mid, start to sneak in behind people if we're looking at things like the Dragon, trying to make sure that he can get vision control for things like Baron. And with 2 minutes time until that objective comes up, this is now looking like dire straits for RNG. And that is the first time we've really been saying that in this series.
I mean, it's coming down to it, where one kill is going to lead to several kills. It's not going to just be one isolated pick. It's going to be
or
several.
It will be nothing
or it will
at
be
all.
Absolutely nothing. It can go either way. But that's my point right now, is that like there's only one kill, 2 towers apiece. EDG have the advantage in the sense that they have got soul point, and in 2 minutes time they can force a fight or not. They don't have to choose it. They've got the options. They've got the cards to play.
I mean, I'm sitting outside of it for a fight, but yeah, they have the option. If something doesn't go right in the setup, if someone makes a mistake, someone gets chunked out, caught out, they can just back away, but RNG don't have that luxury. And the aggressive play you saw there, they're trying to just get something, because right now, Viper has his summons back up. If he has Cleanse and Flash, I think it's just so hard to fight.
And for EDG, this would mean so much for them getting back into groups. An organization That, for the first time since 2019 and 2020, was the first time in this organization's history that they didn't make it to the world stage. They then fought back to win the World Championship in 2021 with their grand return, now staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep against their old rivals in RNG. EDG need members like Scout to step up to be once more the lifeblood of EDG.
All right, 1 minute till Dragon spawns. We're going to see RNG really putting emphasis on this mid lane. They dropped in the stream as Legacy. Ox, talk me through it, because like I said, EDG, they don't have to go for this Dragon. They can make a play elsewhere.
Yeah, but I think they'll want to set up for it. The big thing is poke from EDG. They can keep harassing, chunking people down. We see that the crown is there for Xiaohu, but, you know, once that gets chipped down, we'll see Scout consistently harass. The backline of RNG needs to be defended, and we need to see if Scout can find an angle.
Yeah, really good tower here from Xiaohu, though, means that you can't actually get into River as EDG. You can't step up to really try and find this poke, and they're just looking to bully their way through this mid lane, and it's working fairly well.
I mean, Scout can't get behind them because of that turret, because of the Streamer's Legacy, which means now with a couple of seconds till Dragon spawns, they've got full control of River.
Yeah, it's about a timeout, though, and importantly, because Viper has the shield bow, he's able to heal up a bit off this wave, so that poke that connected onto him wasn't as threatening. RNG have presence in the area, but look, Flandre's about to go mega.
That's the big one. Looking at Flandre, looking at Scout. Scout again positioning himself in behind the members of RNG. There's only Ming CC that can really keep him in check.
Oh,
and there we go!
Here we go, flash it onto Ming. Ming flashes away. RNG starting up the Dragon. They want to try and burn this one down before JJ can get into the pit. That pillar's doing great to stop Flandre. They knock back the Aatrox, so it's a 4v5 for the moment. They're going to try steal some stats with the Subjugate. They go in onto the backside. It's a fight for the Dragon. It's a fight for the fate of this best of 5. It resets, and it's still going down. Secured by RNG. They get what they want in an Ox. They get the hell out.
I can't believe it's just one kill. Scout is trying to look for more here, but Xiaohu will block him off. RNG get away with murder there.
But do they get away without the Baron going down? EDG can still move over towards that objective, but it looks like they don't want to. How in the hell of all the people in the pit does Breathe secure that objective?
But I don't know. We're going to see the replay. Hopefully we'll find out, but that was such a hectic scenario. This felt so risky for RNG because they could have just lost Soul, but they knew they had no other choice. Wei ults JJ, so he's super tanky here. But in this mix in the pit, it looks like the AoE from the Aatrox coming in here. I think they just try and burst it together. Actually, I'm not even sure. Maybe just an auto there took it.
Yeah, it was the sweet spot of the Q and the smite coming through from Wei at the exact same time. They timed it beautifully and steal it from right underneath the nose of EDG. It's not much, but it holds this game at arm's length for EDG for another 4 minutes.
And there was only one kill. Yes, well, only one person died. It feels like both these teams are pushing themselves on the very limit. One bad mistake, one false call could be the entirety of the series. And like we said, your ticket to World's gone. You cannot afford to lose. You cannot afford to risk it. RNG were put in a position where they win or they die. They got the result they wanted, and they only lost one person. That's as good as a result they could have got.
And they only have to do it again in 3.5 minutes, and then again after that for the rest of the game. Oh, might be in trouble.
He's got the double chains on top of him, but he's turning back some serious damage here. We're going to have a full fight coming in. The cleanse has to be used there. Ming is already dead. There's a good Poppy ultimate to try and separate this fight, but look at Xiaohu over the wall, just trying to do it, but Viper does it better, and they're pushing back in. Viper with the triple kill, and EDG have broken this game wide open.
You don't find the kills at the Dragon, but they will find it at the Baron. A great engage from Scout sets up for Viper and EDG. 5-0. They want to take this game 5.
And RNG just ended up opting into that situation. It wasn't a good fight for them over those jungle walls, with Scout being able to fly over, with the Zeri as well being such a threat. They choose to take the fight. They did what felt like the impossible. They denied the Dragon, but they lose it all in this fight.
And again, it's just Scout. Great flank position. The double chains on towards Xiaohu means he's out of the equation. And Viper is in such a good spot. The AoE damage is doing so much work. The flank that Breathe tried to set up is out of the equation. And it's just easy for EDG to follow up. The Ultra Shock Laser corralling everyone for that damage from Edward Gaming. This is now, again, a horrific spot for RNG to be in. And when they were 2-0 up, to now see reverse sweep potentially in the hands of EDG is terrifying for RNG fans.
And Viper delayed the Infinity Edge, but he is pretty close to completing that and having 4 items. This Zeri, the pick that we said would need to be pivotal for EDG in these late game fights, buffed up by the Lulu, is looking monstrous. But Scout on this LeBlanc is once again finding someone.
Yeah, they're going to try to find Breathe here, and he's dead, deleted, assassinated by the Vipers area, and they're going to try and turn back on top of him, but look on the flank. EDG are done with this game. EDG are done with this series, and Flandre, the double MVP from the 2 wins, wants this to be a 3-2.
And it looks like Xiaohu does just survive, but they're going to try and end it now with the Baron minion. Xiaohu needs to get back to base. This has to be a 2-man miracle defense.
Scout wants to leave, absolutely no doubt that EDG are looking to end the game. 1.5 minutes left on the Baron. 3 members are dead for RNG, and EDG might have just done it.
It's all on your Emperor, RNG. You need some big moves here, but they get 1 Nexus turret. They're going to secure another Nexus turret, and EDG, the reigning world champions, will go back to the World Championship to defend their title.
A huge performance to go 2-0 down against RNG, the reigning MSI champions, the Kings of Spring, and to fight back, to come into this game 5, a slow-paced start, but they deliver where it counts in those team fights and get that 3rd seed to Worlds.
A long, hard-fought series from Edward Gaming. After going 2-0 down, there's many people looking at it going easy 3-0 for RNG. We'll see them at the World Championship to bring it back with performances like that from Scout, with performances like that from Viper and Flandre, with these insane flanks that we got in game number 4. It's a well-deserved bout of victory for Edward Gaming.
And like you said, hard fought. My lord, was it an absolute... And it came down to the fact that we didn't see it explode. And as soon as the water boiled, as soon as they didn't quite get the right positioning, RNG collapsed, they fell over, and there was nothing but just tears and sweat left on the ground.
And I feel like it's going to be such a frustrating loss for RNG, who there'll be moments to look at that and go, if that had been a bit different, if we'd done this differently, we'd be locked in a Worlds, we'd be going. And now, have to face the winner of LNG and V5, 2 rosters with some stacked historic players on, they still have to keep fighting.
And that's the thing, it felt like we started to see a change from RNG. We questioned what they were coming in with today, and we got to see a little bit of in game 1 and game 2. Game 5, at that stage, they were done and distraught. They go back towards what was comfort, and even that didn't stick for them. And now you look at them going up against the winner of LNG and V5, and I gotta put the question mark again. Do we see RNG going to Worlds?
I mean, again, we come down to it where it's like, they looked like they figured it out, then they started picking the Azir, didn't quite work. I'm going to call a spade a spade. They should not have lost that game 4. It should have been a 3-1, you 2 inhibitors down, and then you gave EDG a chance.
And you got to remember, like, this is kind of making me think back to last year when EDG not only made that miracle run to Worlds, but they knocked RNG out in a close series. And afterwards, EDG was saying, RNG were the hardest opponent. Maybe that would have been RNG's Worlds if they weren't denied by EDG. And once again, they're denied today.
I mean, it just feels...
Some are both too strong, man.
I was going to say, Summer belongs to EDG. It just feels like it's inevitable at this point now, where you're just looking at EDG constantly having the 1-up, constantly being able to just kind of keep Xiaohu and the rest of RNG down. And like you said, RNG now got to go towards Sunday. They've got another best of 5 to kind of go for right now. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. And I feel like, I brought this point up earlier, but to bring it back, RNG could have been at the double elimination point in our playoffs if they had 2-0'd LGD. And then when they didn't get the 2-0, they actually crumbled to the point they lost to LGD and ended up dropping pretty significantly in terms of the standings. It clearly tilted them, had an effect, and then they struggled against EDG, and now they can't afford to let it rest on them, the fact they lost the series. They don't have time like they had after they got knocked out of playoffs.
But I think this isn't a case of, just being tilted. This is a case of they don't know how to play in this meta. Xiaohu twice now going for the Azir, having essentially no impact whatsoever, looking far superior in things like the Taliyah, but the second the Taliyah is gone, he doesn't even want to go back towards the things like the Lissandra or the Gallios that we saw with they faced off in playoffs. Instead, he's trying to see if he can make this Azir work. Had a 33% win rate coming in from the regular season, and he's only made that significantly
I was going to
worse.
say 0 today.
Yeah, so it just has not been a good start at all for RNG, and it still feels like they're struggling to understand how they want to play in this meta. And now if you're LNG or V5 going into that series, I'm like, cool, let's ban the Taliyah, let's ban something like the Vi, and suddenly, you know, what do RNG have in the tank?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well, is the fact that now there's really good evidence of how to be RNG, right? You've just seen it in front of you, a lot of information to be gleaned from that, so it could be really problematic, especially if we see, you know, if V5 LNG, if one of them stomped that series, you might not get that much information from it, whereas we've had 5 long games that you can easily study on how to beat RNG.
But look, positives here. EDG, the reigning world champions, they put themselves back into groups. Fair enough, you always want to be first seed or second seed. That depends on how the group stage is going to be filled out from, but what a way to kind of go back into it, showing their resilience, showing that, again, they are championship contenders in any tournament they end up going into.
And I think for EDG's sake, to be able to see them go forward once more, to defend that title at
roster.
the world stage is going to be so incredible. And again, it does feel like we're seeing that meta kind of shift into what they're happy with. We're going to have to see if they're going to be able to have that same effect when they get to that world stage.
Yeah, well, that's all there is from us on the caster desk. We're going to send it back over to Mazel, Hysterics, and Lyric to break it back down a little bit more.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst couch. As I am the king of the last 2 days, I predicted 5-game series apiece.
Hey, this isn't
and I am
about you.
correct. It is about me.
This is about EDG. Now our 3rd seed at Worlds coming in again. They said it on the caster desk, right? Even at Worlds, EDG say like, hey, RNG the hardest opponent we need to run through. They crushed their dreams.
They did.
Today, they at least crushed the dreams of 3rd seed.
That's a huge dream to coach too, as well. But it was the way
I mean, to be fair, though, they actually did also crush their dream of winning the LPL championship, right? Because they beat them in the bracket.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, very true. I mean, like EDG, dude, there was no way in my mind this was going to 5 games as well at the start of the day, especially with how we saw RNG come out.
Yeah.
It was a slow last game, but hey, I mean, still, winners in the details.
It is indeed, and we're going to hear some of those details as we have an interview with Scout now. So let's go ahead and hear what he has to say.
Big old Scout.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Scott from Edward Gaming Hacking with us. Congratulations on today's win. It's a perfect reverse sweep, and you guys just secured the 3rd ticket to World Championship. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们，今天是很漂亮，让2G3拿下了比赛的胜利，而且也拿到了我们通往世界赛的第3张门票。所以说现在感觉怎么样？
前面输了2局，但是最后的3局最后赢下来了，还是特别开心吧。然后因为不擅长去墨西哥，所以特别开心吧。
Although we got 2 losses for the first 2 games, but we were able to win the 3 games following. So I'm very happy about this. And also, we don't want to start our journey from Mexico. So I'm really happy that we were able to get to this win. And yeah, RNG got 2 points first. So after they were able to get a match point, I'm very curious what kind of changes or adjustments made by the team in order to maintain a very good performance in the last 3 matchups. 那也想问一下，其实 RNG 也是率先拿到赛点嘛？那在他们2-0领先的一个情况下，你们队内是有进行怎么样的一些调整和转变，能够在后面3局有一个非常好的一个发挥呢？
其实输完2局之后，我们都觉得只要赢一把就会好打很多，因为我们当时需要特别需要好的一个氛围吧。然后赢完一把之后，就感觉都有自信了，感觉。
So after we lost 2 games, we really feel we really need 1 single win because this can really help us a lot in building our confidence. And after getting the 3rd games, we feel like we have already built our confidence and we can have a very smooth game, smooth best of 5. And also I want to talk a bit more about your champion choices in game 5 because in the last set, it's definitely a very crucial matchup, but then you pick up that LeBlanc. LeBlanc, we know is your signature picks, but she's not that popular in the playoff meta. So what's the background of picking this champion in facing Azir in game 5? 那也想问一下 Scout 选手的一个最后的英雄选择，在第5局的时候，你是非常果断的选出了勒芙兰，但是呢，好像在季后赛版本这个英雄并没有那么的常见，所以说在最后1局选出他来面对沙皇的契机是怎么样的呢？
因为季后赛之后， 大部分的队友都准备练撒谎嘛，然后我就准备了打撒谎，练一个多余的一个英雄吧，然后有不停的在练，所以最后能敢掏出来吧。
So in the playoff meta, there are so many teams they would like to prepare Azir, practice Azir a lot. So I would like to prepare something new, something secret weapons I can call it. So I really played LeBlanc a lot in the practice. So I'm very happy that I was able to just got this pick in game 5. And also LeBlanc really gave the opponents very huge pressure in the actual game. And our reigning champion is going to go to World Championship again for the highest honor. What's your expectation this year? And are there any personal goals that you would like to share with us? 那也是作为卫冕，这一次 EDG 要再一次的出征全球总决赛了。所以说这一次对于这一次的旅程，多多有什么样自己的一些期待吗？或者说自己想要达成的目标？
还是先说目标的话，肯定是拿2连冠吧。然后最近的话，我们状态不是很稳定，然后幸好赢下来之后，我们到世界赛的话，因为有改变版本嘛，然后去那边之后要好好调整吧。
So definitely for the personal goals, we would like to be the 2 continuous champions at World Championship. And also I must say our performance may not be that stable recently, but comes into the World Championship, the meta has changed. We would like to practice more to try our best to maintain a very good performance, a very good momentum in the following matchups. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And my very last questions, I believe after today's game, there are so many EDG fans who feel a bit relieved. So do you have any words you want to say to all the EDG Hacking fans who always keep supporting you and also keep supporting the whole team? 那最后是也相信很多淀粉在看到今天的比赛结果之后，一颗悬下的心终于可以放下了。所以说有没有什么话想要对一直支持你，然后包括说支持 EDG 的粉丝小伙伴们说的？
就到现在，首先是谢谢粉丝们的坚持吧。然后到世界赛的话，我们要好好准备，然后好好表现吧，然后在美国见。
So definitely my first words, and I really appreciate all the supports from all the fans. Thank you so much for keep supporting us, and we would like to try our best to have a very good performance at World Championship. See you guys later in America, and definitely congratulations again, and we'll always keep supporting you and supporting EDG definitely. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们在接下来能有个好成绩。And back to you guys, bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and great to hear from Scout after clinching the 3rd seed. America will open arms to him as he will.
That's right, because he's not going to Mexico.
He's not going to Mexico.
He said he's not going there. But dude, what a great way to finish out the finals when Scout finally gets to play the lane, gets to play LeBlanc as well, as Wendy said with Signature.
Chimichangas, chalupas.
He's missed it out.
Hot dogs. Big fan. But yeah, I mean, great to have EDG back, especially with the storyline that they pointed out, right? Being able to go back, defend the title potentially. The meta, like you said, going to be completely different, right? We're going to be on a different patch. So, like, who knows how any of the teams we have so far are going to do. Yeah. And, you know, we still have one more to find out.
Yeah, we do. We do indeed. But before we get to all that conversation, we do have an MVP to give out as well. And it will be none other than the mid laner for EDG Scout. We hyped him up at the beginning of the day, had some questionable games, but then coming in clutch at the very last
It is just like we said, right? Where we came to the day, we're like, yeah, sometimes during a split, it can like start off kind of slow, like not bad, but we're not seeing that huge impact. This series is that, right? He like scaled into it to where he started having this huge momentum. Remember one of the last fights, I think the defining fight of the game, where he goes in, uses distortion, finds an ethereal chain onto Xiaohu, and like 90% of his HP is gone.
It's such a sick angle. And I think the biggest thing is, as Lyric said, he scaled into it, but it's more so like a big boost in the game 5.
Yeah.
Scout in the last couple of games, at least game 2 and game 3 especially, I feel like was getting gapped by Xiaohu. And as soon as Xiaohu started going on control mages, Scout just makes his little resurgence. And I'm glad, especially when I feel like for EDG, a lot of the strength and success that we've seen has also been built off the fact that Scout is so solid and consistent of a player.
And the fact that he gets the LeBlanc game 5, right? Like Wendy asked him about it, the comfort, the legacy kind of coming through here. But I love that he's able to flex his muscles in game 5.
I love it, but I was so confused when he called it like a secret weapon. This pick was so confusing to me because we saw LeBlanc in the regular season come out against Azir, come out against Talia, come out against Ahri. And I mean, I remember yesterday, I'm like, LeBlanc. LeBlanc, 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 LeBlanc. And then we just haven't seen it. I'm glad he was willing to bring it out today. He's a phenomenal LeBlanc player, but secret weapon might be too far of terminology.
I mean, if they're not picking it up, why not make it the secret weapon, I guess. But in all actuality, right, like, huge props to EDG for being able to pull this one out, to come back in a reverse sweep, right? We talk about pressure, we talk about everything that goes into these series, but to go ahead and lock your ticket to Worlds, I think is so nice for EDG, but as well as to go back to the World Championship and defend that title.
As it was said before many times on the broadcast, getting yourself into groups is so big, right? Like, even though people talk about play-in buffs, I feel like getting into groups and not having to go through all the rigmarole of like unpredictable play-in teams, because that's especially, you know, with teams like VCS coming as well this year, you have to put yourself in the best possible
totally
position.
disagree. I 100% disagree. I feel like if it was EDG and EDG went through plans, I feel like they would 15-minute win every game. They would get extra time, they would acclimate, and they'd be vibing. If anything, the only downside to play-ins for EDG would be their confidence might get boosted too high.
Or apparently start in Mexico, right? Because apparently they wanted to go straight to America. So I don't know, man. Like, maybe they have to walk.
Brazil, take the ship somewhere else.
At this point, we got to guide this ship somewhere else. But in all actuality, right, like EDG locking, I don't know, we're not going very far. Third seed for EDG, but now the conversation does turn to RNG, who lost a devastating reverse sweep and now have one more chance to lock in the fourth seed.
That with the RNG fanboy.
I also agree with Sheen. Like, I feel like that game 4 should have been won by RNG, which again, just massive kudos to EDG for being able to find those flanks as the game progressed. But I feel like not seeing them prioritize Dragons enough coming to today's series, and even the last game, right, really bites them when they're now put on this back foot where it's like, cool, we saw in the end that they were able to steal away what would have been sold for EDG with like the combination of, like Dagda said, it was like the sweet spot from Aatrox Q with like the Smite coming out at the same time to match. But at the same time, EDG's already on 3 Dragons. They are chilling. They do not care if you steal that one. Just like a lot of problems like that today, you could see they aren't as comfortable. Not Shao and Control Mages, but it's just not as there as like with their other compositions.
And I just, for 2 cents on this as well, I feel like the biggest changes today for me, what defined the series, was Xiaohu changing champion pool. First 2 games of Talia, been talking about it all day. 3, 4, and 5, we go to Control Mages, and Xiaohu's impact in the game is so limited that it feels like for RNG, that sense of direction, the way they play League of Legends, changed drastically, while EDG just got to play their laning phase, their advantage, and
hey, play to Viper, I guess. But we got to look at the regional bracket now that we have gotten our 3rd seed picked and done with. We have that one last spot available for Worlds. RNG already in that qualification match, but the next up, their opponent would be either V5 or LNG.
Yeah, and I think it's scary to me. If you're RNG looking at either of those teams, like, I think obviously either of them go in as an underdog, you know, depending on who comes up tomorrow. But even honing in more on tomorrow's matchup, right? I think stylistically LNG works quite well into V5 because we've seen V5, both of their junglers, I think have struggled quite a bit to where Tarzan has just been an absolute stud. But at the same time, you're still going against Rookie, which Rookie, I don't know, man. Rookie might just be cursed. Rookie might just get to be the best performing player in LPL for like so long and then not be allowed to go to Worlds.
And I swear, I cannot deal with V5. Like, V5 coming so far, 2020 summer, the build up to this year as well. Spring was a bit of a letdown for me. If V5 don't make Worlds, which could be likely, I don't know, man.
I think it's most likely.
But the insane part is, it's just like, dude, Rookie's been, as you said, so good.
Yeah.
And this team has shown such big heights. Like, that's just my bias. But
I already said at the beginning, I wish we had a 5th seed at this point because I don't want to see any of these teams go home. I think there's so many different playing styles. Yeah, so many legendary players on all these rosters. And that's what gets so scary for a lot of the play-in teams when they're looking at who could possibly be the 4th representative. And I think RNG are going to have a lot to think about coming off this series as well, Lyric.
I think, I mean, it's going to be rough, right? Because they came in today and they did acclimate. We said at the start of the day we want to see them come in with a different style, come in with more confident on like meta picks. They did. It worked for 2 games. I do think there are things they definitely improved since their loss. But still, just like the amount of skill on both LNG and V5 is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, especially just to come in, especially talking about like, you know, V5, LNG, what we've seen, the desperation out of LNG. V5's early games we talked a lot about.
LNG's unique style.
Dude, 2NB's Nocturnes, man. I'm looking for those.
You know, we're talking a little bit backstage and it got me thinking like, man, RNG, you know, looking at the bottom side of the bracket, I feel like would be more scared as if it were EDG in that position, who we talk about strength of lanes in early game. Like, RNG might be actually in a bad stylistic matchup, no matter who comes through the bottom side.
I agree. I feel like on that bottom half of the bracket, I feel like EDG against either of those teams, I'd be like, I feel like EDG just comes out ahead to where RNG, I still feel like they're favored because both LNG and V5 do have some glaring issues, but it's not as clear-cut as like EDG, who I think across the board, they can just be like, throughout most lanes, we can just beat these teams.
I think it's really interesting, though, and I know maybe not everybody's super big fanboy of Ala, but Ala has been in so many precarious moments for LNG where it literally decides games, right? Like even looking all the way back to the BLG series where BLG felt like they were coming back into the best of 5 and all of a sudden Ala gets caught, I guess, with quotation marks, and LNG can win the game after that. And I think it looks majorly at the Tarzan Doinby combination for LNG, but you've also got to look at the other people.
No, I actually, specifically in that matchup, because Ala's going against Rich. And if there's anyone like, even if Ala wasn't in good form, which, like you're saying, he has been in playoffs, I feel that Rich and then Xiaolong Balcarsa have been kind of the glaring weaknesses for V5. Rich sadly not having the same split as Spring, where I felt like he was having a pretty solid performance. And then, I mean, just instability in the jungle role overall for V5. So I feel like Ala can be someone to take advantage of that. And I mean, heck, those two teams have played before, right? And LNG did come out ahead the first time.
5-game series.
Yeah, it was actually incredible. And just kind of final thoughts from you guys here on this day. The fact that we've gotten 2 full game best of 5s across 2 days, it's long days, but it's so worth it here in the LPL.
But it's such a different 5-game series. Like, it was a lot slower. You know, methodical were the words used as well, but like very different stylistic teams in EDG and RNG versus what we saw yesterday in Top Esports and JDG, where it wasn't just about non-stop fighting, but it was the fact of like trying to push it to the limit, to, you know, use basic wording. I feel like at the moment, all I can see is that Top Esports JDG feel like really strong top 2 seeds. Third, there's a lot of questions for, and even fourth, you're like, man, maybe playoffs has changed the way we view the landscape right now.
My only thoughts on today is there's been a lot of disrespect on some good cuisine from a place that I'm very, very near and dear.
Which one is that? That's the big secret and not EDG.
Very near and dear to where I am in
Mexico. I thought you told me because we had shawarma downstairs, and I'm like, man, that was good.
It was all right.
It was great.
It was the best.
Dude, and I'm telling you about halal snack packs, all this stuff as well,
God.
and like, now you're disrespecting me.
I will say, just the final, we didn't actually get to talk about it a little bit much. In that 5th game, though, there was a difference in feeling to it, right? Because we got 1 kill in 27 minutes, and then we had the dragon fight for Soul afterwards.
Yeah, true.
It's so crazy to me to look at the pressure of these situations and see that teams are willing to kind of bend and break through 4 games, but then game 5, we need to hone things in a little bit more. We need to make sure that we can lock these seeds.
It's actually the opposite to me. Like,
okay.
And especially it's coming from team side, right? And like, I remember back, especially when I was in CB that I did go to 5-game finals, and that is when it becomes tense, and you kind of play it safe, or you're like, I don't want to risk going to Worlds or doing this or that on something dumb, to where like, when you have teams like yesterday where you go into a game 5 JG Tez and it's fast, that's what's like, what is going on through these teams? At RNG and EDG, they're experienced. I get it. Like, you do not want to gamble this position on some silly mistake, or like, I think I can outplay here, or maybe we can go for this pick. It's like they did both play it tempered. It was close, right? I mean, one team fight was kind of what turned it. Sure, EDG had the leeway with the fight, but I think we saw their experience show through with how tempered they took that game 5.
True.
Yeah, in actuality, it's kind of crazy to see all that go down. And we kind of running out of things to talk about. Looking forward at regionals, especially looking forward.
I mean, not really. But we could sit here for ages.
We
could. Time limit.
We can.
Well, I haven't heard that we're ready to go yet.
You know, we can talk a little bit more about Mexico if you want, because he's talked about really good food. And honestly, you know,
is that where we're going with?
Well, it's a couch. It's not a desk. By the way, let's just call out. If we can just pull this in a bit. At the start of the day, on this couch, Mazel decided to call this a desk. Now,
it is a desk.
Because of the coffee tables, he called this a desk. Now, I think you're under scrutiny here. You're going to be in a bit of trouble. We'll deal with you afterwards.
Okay.
But
please.
But please, man.
Rein him in, buddy.
Please. You don't call this a desk again. They're just coffee tables, all right? Don't know how it works in America, but Australia, a bloody couch.
Well, I got to give huge congratulations one more time to EDG as our third seed world representative.
Yeah.
Now, we will have a little bit of fun after this. Now, it might be regionals over with for the day, but we do have a celebrity show match after this one. It's League of Legends. Yeah, Clear Love, Uzi going to be big ones. We were looking, Yao Ming is going to be playing the Wild Rift match as well. Kind of crazy. And any thoughts on some of the show matches? I don't know if you got to watch it last split or last year, rather.
We saw your Uzi call on Vayne, brother. Yeah.
Wait, here, I'll sell it for you.
All right,
last year, we had show matches. Uzi played Vayne.
He did.
Uzi got a pentakill in front of Baron, and everyone loves Uzi. So go watch the show matches. Mazel will be there. A secret special guest and a very Hawaiian-esque shirt will be there. It'll just be a lot of fun.
My head's about to blow and explode. Remember, after the show match, he joined BLG.
He did.
And he came into the LPL.
So next year,
something else.
Team.
I don't know what team he's got. V5?
V5?
Oh, no. Photic's great.
Yeah.
But, dude, this is how it begins again. This is how Uzi joins back in the LPL. Mazel, give it your all.
He's been training. He's been going at it. He's at the gym. But we are, I believe, going to send it over to the celebrity show match now, I believe, if we're ready to go. So let's go ahead and check that one out.
Oh, that'd be nice. Thank you, George.
Oh, we're not ready yet.
Oh, we're not.
We were talking for so long, I thought we'd be ready. But
now I can pat your arm. That's nice.
So a little bit more thoughts on the fact that we will be seeing a lot of very fun stuff, right? We have a League of Legends show match, but as well as the Wild Rift show match. And I don't know how
we're too far gone.
I don't know how you think Wild Rift goes, but I need your deep set analysis. All right, give me Wild Rift analysis really quick.
Isn't it cool when you talk about things you know nothing about? So first of all, Wild Rift.
2 seconds. You got 2 seconds.
Bang a game. I play Graves top. Playing Jax on your mobile phone, man, if you get the flash Counter-Strike, dude, you're literally better than Faker. It is a great feeling.
Oh, my God. All right, we're about to have some fun. Let's go ahead and kick it over to this celebrity show.
Let's go.
Perfect.
经过了激烈的资格赛啊，我们这一次的嘉年华马上又要迎来一个全新的高潮。那这一次我们也是特别邀请到了10位大家都非常熟悉的明星召唤师，以及2位明星教练，一场看点十足、精彩激烈的明星表演赛即将热烈开战。
那么这10位明星召唤师都有谁呢？
So who are
有
these
新朋友，
10
其
star
实呢也有
summoners?
老
Well,
朋
there will
友，
be
还有
some
一
our
位
new
重
friends
磅
and
嘉宾，
also
他
our
为我
old
们准备了一
friends,
场
as well
live
as a
show，
special
让我们一
guest
同来
who
享
have
受英雄联
prepared a
盟
live
品
show
牌
for
代
us.
言人
And
周杰
now
伦带
let's
来的
enjoy
惊
the
喜吧！
surprise
这
brought
里的英
by
雄派对
Cho,
开
the
启。
brand spokesman for League of Legends.
的什么兄弟，好战高声战士逆命，管他天赋够不够，我们都还需要再努力。你的剑就是我的剑，爱惜的剑可不可以赚一点？嘿，你的大爷，我来控的线，不要随便划这条交视线。旋转跳跃，你闭着眼，干了中外围让你闭上眼，不懂该人别转圈圈，那这里写着一家的秘密，为了老家。击掌，手上，手上，别让口，看吧，多彩，茶叶让我双手。击掌，手上，手上，别让口，EDG，胜利，最后让我收口。这次你就让结果做，虽然为了证明也没来，不是哪里有天才，王者叫我不就是我黄金见到好几天天让你黄皮一直3年作为你的朋友，我心里要怎么做，我是头盔着我，我对着这个本子变得安利美货，不信我天天在你后面好那么可透，不要说不同你光对我的24心透，旋转跳跃，你闭着眼，干了中外围让你闭上眼，一击要你一击，下雨人在天，我就等你结束生命。击掌，手上，手上，别让口，看吧，多彩，茶叶让我双手。击掌，手上，手上，别让口，EDG，胜利，最后让我收口。Victory。
杰伦哥，你好，我是英雄联盟的解说管泽元，也是您
Hi,
的10多年
Rachel.
老粉了。新专辑我也有一直在听。
I'm always
今
been
天非
a
常荣
fan,
幸代表广大
and
召
I
唤
really
师一起问
listen
您
to
几个
your
问题，希望
music
您能
a
跟我
lot
们
of
一同
times.
分享一下。
And I have a
那第一个
little
问题想问一下
questions，to
大家
you.
都知道杰伦是我们英雄联盟的品牌代言人，更是
So
一位
you are
老玩家
our
了。上次也是
spokesperson
看到
for
杰伦
League
在
of
社交媒
Legends,
体
and
上分享了一
also
张
you
17
really
杀
like
一
League
死
of
9
Legends
助
for
攻
so
的战
many
绩，
years.
太秀了吧！想知道杰伦最近在玩
And
什
you
么
really
英
have
雄，
very
段位
high
如何了？
mechanics.
手游和端游是在
So
同
could you
时
share
玩
more
吗？
about the champions you
最
have
近
played
呢，
recently? Have you
在
played
玩什
Wild
么英
Rift
雄
as
是蛮
well?
王啊。那战
I
绩
played
当然不错的时候
Tryndamere
就
a
会抛出
lot.
来，没错。段位
And
如何，
yeah,
上上
I
下下，这
think
个
the
真的很
result
难
is
说。
quite good.
哦，
And
那手游玩的比较多，因为跟
I
朋友
played
嘛。
Wild Rift more
那
with
还是想
all the
问一下
friends.
在玩游戏或者看到比赛的时候，哪个
So
英雄一
either
选，你
played
就会觉
in
得
the
这局稳
games
了？
or watching the matches, what kind of
其实也没有说
champions
特
do you feel like
什
you
么英
can
雄选了
secure
就
the
稳啊。
victory
所
when
以
you
你
see
要
this
谨慎一点，
champion?
稳一点。啊，真正的大
I
师
think-
永远怀着一颗学徒的心，是吧？
I think really depends on the
那想问一下杰伦哥，
situations.
看最近啊，已经秀过2次蛮王手游的操作和战绩了。一次呢
And
是丝
you
血逃
have
生，
shown
一
us
次是咔咔
twice
乱杀。
Tryndamere.
想问一下杰伦哥，
And
为什么最
sometimes
近
you
练
can
起了
really
蛮
have a
王啊？
very
在蛮王
good
这个英雄的
result
操
with
作
this
或者天
champion.
赋出装上，有没有一些独
So
特
for
的
the
见解与分享
mechanics
高
or the
点的
item
呢？
build for this
因为
Tryndamere, do
也
you
不
have
想
any
让大家
tips you
觉
would
得说
like to
只
share?
是玩剑圣，是吧？说下
So
次
I
有
don't
机会
want
就
other
我
people
秀
to
一下
say
嘛。
like I can only play
明白
Master
了，
Yi.
明白
So
了。哎，那
maybe
下一个
I
就想
got
问一下
time,
杰伦
maybe
哥，
I will show
打
my
游戏的时候
Tryndamere
有
more.
没有遇到过自己的粉丝？比如说队
And
友
have you
认
met
出了你的
your
ID，或者
fans
对手
maybe
队友的
while you're
ID
playing
发
League
现
of
是自己的
Legends?
粉丝？这种情况
They
下，
just
杰伦哥会手
recognize
下留
your
情吗？
ID.
对，好
So
像遇
have
到
you
ID 名称是周杰伦的，
encountered
对，
this
也有。
part?
哦，
Yeah,
那刚好最近发
definitely.
新专
And
辑嘛，所以
also
刚
I
好
met some
我也可以宣传一下自己的
fans
新
that
歌
with
这
my
样。所
ID
以
in the
如
Summoner's
果这场
Rift.
打得好，我就可以承认是我；这样打不好，
If
就别
I
承认。
played good today, maybe I will just show, just
那
talk
下
to
一个
other
问题
fans
想问
that
一下
this is my
啊，时
ID.
隔多年再次演唱英雄联盟品牌主题曲《英雄》，杰
And
伦是否有什么游
this
戏
time
理解
you
以及
play,
心境上的变
you
化
have
呢？
shown us hero again
在
this
表演的时候，
song.
你就会觉得好像
So
又
do you
回到
have
演
any
唱会的
changes
感觉，
in
因
your
为已经很久
mindset?
没有开演唱会。这
I
次用英
haven't
雄呢
had
跟大
my
家见
music
面，
show for
感觉
such
这
a
个
long
有
time,
点岁月
and
感
this time
啊，
I
成
was
了老
able
玩
to
家
have
了
very
这种
good
感觉。
opportunity to
明白
play
了。
this
下一
song
个问题想
hero.
问
I
一下，
feel so
今年
good.
年初我们看到青花瓷植入了英雄联盟的皮肤中，看到有这么
And
多外国
for
玩家因为英雄联盟第一
this
次
year,
接触到
we
青花
have
瓷
the
这首歌，
champion
了
skins
解到中
have
国
the
文化，并且
elements
产
of
生
the
了浓厚的
porcelain.
兴趣。周
So
董有什么感想吗？那一刻是
what's
否
your
会觉得
thoughts
有一
with
种
that?
自 豪的情绪呢？
Do you feel a bit
有的
proud?
自豪的情绪肯
Definitely,
定是
I
有
feel so
的啊。
proud
中国风就是最牛的。那当然我
because I
也是比
feel
较
like the
开心。
Chinese
我也
style
希
is
望
the
除了
best.
青花瓷，还有多一点的歌曲
I feels like
可以
besides
植入在
Pro
这个
we
英雄联
can
盟里面。
have
好，那我
more
们就一起期
Chinese
待
elements
下一
or
个
the
问题，想问一
songs
下杰伦哥，如果
into
让你
League
设
of
计一个
Legends.
英雄联盟的新英雄，
So if you ask to design a new champion to enter the Summoner's Rift, do you
我
have
觉得可以拿个双节棍
any
啊，对
thoughts?
吧？对，然后
Maybe
反正肯定是
the-
中国风的啊，中国风的造
The
型
champions
啊
with the
然后
Chinese
要来一个比
style,
剑圣
with
更
the
厉害的。
Chinese style.
对。
Stronger than
其实杰
Master
伦哥
Yi,
一
I must
想
say.
到你，我们就想到剑圣，剑圣也是现
Yeah,
在
once we
国
think
服啊
about
上
you,
场率
we will
最高的英
think
雄
about
之一了。
Master
感谢
Yi,
杰伦
and
哥。
also
以
Master
上就是
Yi
我们和
is
杰伦连线
one
的
of
内
your
容，让我
signature
把
pick
镜头交
definitely.
还给现场的
And
主持人。
thank you.
我和所有的召唤师都一样，被杰伦的英雄
Like
狠
all
狠
the
的惊喜到了。
summoners,
而杰
I
伦
was
今天
also
除了带来
surprised
好
by
听的音
Chejo's
乐之
show
外呢
as，well.
还会参与
And
到明星
today,
表
he
演
will
赛，
not
用
only
操
bring
作
nice
再一次
music to
征
us,
服
but
召唤
also
师峡谷。
participate
是的，
in the
真的
show
非
match
常的
and
期待。
conquer
那
the
今天
Summoner's
其
Rift
实
with
除了
his
杰伦之外，
mechanics.
还有一位
And
大
in
家都
addition to
非常熟悉
Chejo,
的明
we
星
also
召
have
唤师，
another
他就是
star
英雄联
summoner.
盟的品牌
He is
代
the
言
brand
王俊凯。那
spokesperson
么接
of
下来
League
让
of
我们一起
Legends,
来连
Carry
线杰
Wall.
伦和小凯，一起来互动一下。两位好。
Hi.
请有请二位跟我们的召唤师们打个招呼。
Could you guys say hi to all the audience?
杰伦哥，杰伦哥，好久不见，好久不见。
Hi, long time no see.
杰伦和小凯呢，之
主持人
前是
你好
在 ，Hello Hello。杰伦跟小凯呢，之前在9周年
So
的明
two
星
of
表演赛
you
上
have
有
gone
正面
head
的
to
交
head
锋
in the
过，而且
NES
之前也是有
anniversary
个
show
9
match.
周年的这个之约嘛。
是的。
现在2年之后，你们从
And
对手
2
变
years
成了队友
later,，this
今天有什
time
么想法
you
吗？
will
有什么想说
become
的
the
吗？
teammates for our show match. So do you have any words you want to
杰
say?
伦下来。
因为
So from
我刚才
Checho
也
maybe?
看到了地表最强剑圣的音乐秀嘛，
Oh,
然后也对
Carry
这个
Won
帅
said,
到
I also have
然
watched
后
that
呢，也
super
听说
music
杰伦
show
哥在
of
手游
our
峡谷也是
strongest
地
Master
表
Yi.
最强蛮王，
And
所
I
以今
heard
天
he is
也
also
非
the
常开心
strongest
能跟杰
Crown
伦哥
Domain
组队，
in Wild
我觉
Rift.
得非
So
常
I'm
棒，
very
非常
glad
非
that I
常
have a
开
chance
心，非
to
常激
team
动。
up with
我
Checho
觉得
this
小
time.
凯
I'm
因为
super
之前
excited.
是对手嘛，现在今天哎变队
And
友了，
previously,
就
definitely
感觉
he
信
is
心满满
Carry
你
is
知
a
道吗？
very strong opponent, and now we're the teammates.
有
So
种
I'm
赢
very
定的感觉
confident.
了，我们赢
I
定
feels
了，
like
小
we
凯
have already got the victory in our hands. I'm so confident. Yeah, definitely we're going to win.
哎，看得出来，这一次杰伦跟小凯对于我们的表演赛也是信心满
And
满。
yeah, we can see
其
both
实我
of
相
you
信
have
呢
the，enough
2位来
confidence
参加我们
towards
这次的明
this
星表
show
演赛，
match.
其实除了2位之外呢，我们邀
And
请到的
besides
阵
two
容
of
也是
you,
非常的豪华，无
we
论
have
是队
so
友还是
many
对手
special
来头
guests.
都是非常不小的。那等等他们要亮相，我们再请
And
2位代言人
later
一起
they
来聊一
will
聊好吗？
come to the stage again. But before that, could you share more?
好的，待会儿见了。我
So
听
see you
说
guys
啊，今
later.
天两队的实力都是非
And
常
I've
的
heard that
恐怖。
both
那么
teams
接下
are
来就让
super
我们首
strong.
先有请英雄联
So
盟峡
let's
谷之
welcome
巅战队，
Team
有
Masters
请。
Challenge first.
让我们有请峡谷之巅战队
Let's welcome
Kate,
Team Master
雨神
Challenge. Kid,
Crystal,
雨神 Crystal,
ZZR,
ZZR,
姿态。
姿态。
接下来，让我们有请英
And
雄联
now
盟
let's
地表
welcome
最强
League of
战队
Legends，Team the Invincible.
有请地表最强战队 Let Me 宝蓝。
Welcome, Let Me, 宝蓝。
接下来，让我们有请地表最强战队
And now let's welcome Team the Invincible, Uzi.
让我们来猎杀那些陷入黑暗中的人吧。
接下来，让我们有请两队的教练出
And
场。
now please welcome the coaches.
有请地表最强战队教练
The coach for the Team
以及
Invincible,
峡谷
Clear
之巅
Love.
战队教练宁。
And the coach for Team Masters Challenge, Ning.
看到2位教练非常开心的一起来到了我们这个舞台上
Our
了。那接下来
coaches
呢，
look
让我们有
seems
请各
very
位先做一个
happy.
简短的自我介绍吧。
And could you all say hi to all the audience first?
Hello，大家好，我是 Let Me。
Hello everyone, I'm Let Me.
Hello， 大家好，我是宝蓝。
Hello everyone, I'm 宝蓝。
Hello， 大家好，我是悠哉。
Hello, I'm Uzi.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Clearlove。
欢迎。
Hi guys, I'm Clearlove.
Hello， 大家好，我是宁。
Hello everyone, I'm Ning.
Hello， 大家好，我是姿态。
Hi, I'm 姿态。
Hello， 大家好，我是 ZZR。
Hello everyone, I'm CCR.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Crystal。
Hi guys, I'm Crystal.
Hello， 大家好，我是雨神。
Hello, I'm 雨神。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Kid。
欢迎
Hello, I'm
再一次欢迎各位。其实我们的这个峡谷的嘉年华真的非常会整活，因为杰伦跟
So I believe our carnival is amazing because Checho and Uzi, they have been carry one's opponents previously, so I'm very looking forward to the show match this time. And I still remember in the previous show match, Uzi, you got a very gorgeous pentakill.
的时候都说爷青回，而且当时也是非常惊险的一个状态嘛。所以今
And I
天
still
你觉
believe
得
that
有
is
没有
one
信
of the
心可
most
以尝
highlights
试
in
一
the
下，要
show
不要试
match.
试哪一个舞台
So
呢？
this time, do you have enough confidence maybe to get a pentakill again?
今天信心是肯定有的，但是对面的实力也
I
很
got
强
the
劲啊。我今
confidence,
天
but
就
the
是来
opponent's
撒
team
爽
they're
了，
super
来
strong
撒
as
爽
well.
了。
So I'll try my best to kill
还
more.
是很有信心
是
的。
今天要杀得很爽。
We can see your
是，而且我
confidence.
希望啊，一会儿我们小狗可以跟队友们在场上打得尽兴，也给大家奉献出非常
And
精彩的
we
操
hope you
作。
guys can
那
have
同
a
时呢，
very
也
good
想问一问小
mechanics
狗
to have
有没有什么
shown us
想
more
对召唤
highlights.
师们，或者是
And
跟
for
刚刚
Uzi,
组建的这一支战队
Do
的
you
队
have
友们
any
说的话
words you
呢？
want to say to all the teammates this time?
我还是比较开心的嘛，然后能
I'm
跟
quite happy
杰伦哥还有
that I
小
was
凯一起
able
当队
to
友嘛，还是
play
第一
with
次嘛，所以
Checho
说我
and
觉得我
Carry.
今
This
天
is the
就
first
还
experience
还
to
是很
me.
开心的，然后
So
也可
I'm very
以跟我的
excited
老
and
队友莱
happy.
特米，还
And
有一
also
个从
for
来没
Let
有一起
Me
打过的宝蓝辅助嘛。就我觉得我今
is
天的
is
队友
my
非常满意的
previous，
而且
player
还有科尼亚纳姆的
teammates.
加
I'm very
持，我相信
happy.
我们
And
今天可以
also
成
for
功
Baolan,
拿
we
下这场比赛。
haven't played
真的是
together
梦幻联
previously,
动
so
了
I'm
今
very
天啊
happy this
是的，
time we
同
were
时
able
刚
to
刚
have
我
a
们的这个
chance
小
to
狗
do
也说
so.
到了，有邀请到我们的 Clear Love 明凯作为我们这一队的
And
教练
Clear Love，
我们又可以
for
看
this
到你的
time,
BP 了。所以
you are
作为
the
教练，
coach
想问一下明
for
凯
the
有没有
team.
给这些队员
So
们
as the
一些
coach,
特别的战术，或者是赛前有没
maybe
有
have you
明凯要
prepared
说的一
some
些话呢？
secret weapons
我
or
觉得我们队
secret
员的实力
strategies?
就是完全可以明牌打，就不用布置什么东西。好的。
I feel like I don't need to do much of
这个
stuff
所有的
because
队员
all
非常高的
the
评价
teammates they're super
那其
strong.
实呢，我们看到大家非常期待今天的这个明星表演赛，是很期
And
待
I believe
Clear
there are
Love
so
和
many
UZI 的同
fans
台
that
我
keep
记得之前
looking
其实是
forward
在
to
全明
today's
星上
show
面，
match,
两队是
especially
有
to
一
see
起
Clear Love
共
and
同打
Uzi
过比
play
赛嘛，所以说
together.
我相信大家都会觉得是青春大回归。那现在两位又是梦幻的联动，所以你们二位
And now
对于
you
今
were
天的
able
这一
to
个
be
配
in
合，
the
或者说
same
是
team.
今天的这样一个同台，又有什么想要
So
分享
for
的
the
吗？
team
来，有请
synergy,
一些
do you
明凯
have
吧。
any words you
宁
want
王
to
的话我
say?
可以传一下。对，明凯先说吧。
因为
So
之
from
前全
Clear
明
Love,
星也和乌兹当过队友嘛，所
previously
以说我是
in
完
the
全
All
相信他的
Stars,
开局
I
名字。好吧，
played
今天就
with
看你了，
Uzi
好吧。
together, so I really trust
那小狗呢？
Uzi a lot.
今天就是比较可惜嘛，厂长没有上去打吧，还是很
It's
期
a
待
bit
下次
pity that Clear
能够
Love
一起打
didn't
一下
play
的。
on stage, but as a coach, so I'm really looking forward maybe we can play together as the teammates later.
因为宝蓝呢这一次
And for
也是跟
Baolan
小狗要在这个明星表演赛
This
上
time
一起
you're
来走
going
下路
to
了，所以
play
有
the
什么感想
balling
吗？
together with
因为
Uzi.
跟小
How
狗
do
之
you
前也是
feel?
只有在就是作为对手有一起打过嘛，然后也
Previously,
输
we
给他
just
过很多 BO5，
treat
所以
each
这
other
一
as
次还是一个
opponents,
很新鲜
and
的
I
体验
just
嘛，
lost so many best of
优秀的
fives
一
to
支手
Uzi. So
非
it's
常
a
新
very
鲜
new
的体验，也
experience
希
to
望呢
me
可以在
and
下
very
路有个非常
excited
好的
as
配合
well.。
那接下来想问一下 Lemmy， 首先
And
要
let
恭喜
me
你这个新婚快乐。
谢谢。
那我知道之前的明星表演赛跟小凯也是搭档过很多次了，这也是第
Congratulations on
3
the
次跟小
marriage.
凯一起来合作，但是这是首次跟杰
And
伦
this
哥
is the
一起
third
合作
time，you
这个上野
played
的联
with
动，我相信
Carry
大家很
Wong.
期待。所以
But
对于
this
你
is your
来说，
first
你会有
time
什
to
么期待
play
呢？
with Checho.
我
Many
觉
people are
得
looking forward
我
to
可以
this
为了
top
杰
and
伦哥
jungler. So do you have any words you want to say? I feel like I can sacrifice a lot for Checho. Maybe I can choose some tanky champions to play with Checho. And definitely the top laner will always be the backbone for the whole team. And also another team.
是，首先要问一下您，因为这一次
Team
身
Masters
份转变了，
Challenge.
是
The
从那个
first
选手
question
变到
to
了教
Nick.
练，哎，你自
This
己有什么
time
不一样
change
的感
to
受吗？
the change to
目前还没
coach
有
from
体
the
验
pro players. So how do you
感觉希望有一个
feel?
比较
Because
好
I
的
haven't
一个体验，我
experienced
希望我的队
yet
友能听我的
now.
话，我觉得。
So I
这个
hope
是
all the teammates they
自
can
己还是
follow
有
my
绝对指挥权
instructions.
的。 感觉
So you
当教练
want
得
to
有
be
这
the
个吧，
one to
没那
make
个
the shot
打得
caller.
OK， 今天可以
Yeah,
期待一下宁
I
王的
want
这个
to
PP 啊
have。
那接下来要问一下我
I
们的
want
姿
to
态了，
be
首先
so
也是要恭喜我们的姿态刚刚求
And for
婚成功啊，
姿态
非常的幸福，很棒。然后你对于今天这个明星表演赛有什么样的期待呢？
What's your expectation towards today's show
我的
match?
期待就是希望杰伦哥能够手下留情，对，少
I
吃我
hope
一点野怪
Checho
就够
will
了。
not
已
punish
经开
me
始放
too
烟雾弹
hard.
了，手下留情。
对，因为今天我们姿态是要跟杰伦哥对位打野的，所以可以期待一下
Because
姿态打野到底会怎么样。
played as a
那接下来
jungler
是我们的
today.
ZZ2，ZZ2 其实也算是我们明星表演赛的这个
And
常客了哈。这一次在
Played
赛
a
前
lot
有没有什么
for the
flag
show
要立的？
match. So do you have any
我
flag or
是
do you
没
have
什么
any
flag，
words you
但
want
是
to
我觉
say?
得如果我被对面打野杀了的话，那
So
肯定是我
if
们打野的问题。
If I got
这个已经开始
killed
上压
by
力了，
the
对吧？这个姿态
opponent's
压力很大
jungler,
呀
it must
OK，
be
那接下来问一下我们的
our
Crystal
jungler
了
just made some mistakes.
怎么样，水晶哥对今天这场明星表演赛有没有
So
信心？
Crystal, do you have enough confidence?
打物资的话有一点压力吧。
So play
有点压
against
力
Uzi,
OK， 期待
definitely
一
I
下。
got
接
some
下来我们旁
pressure.
边的这个雨神，雨神其实也是
So
时隔
雨神
多年啊，再一次参加我们的明星表演赛，有没有什
After
么
so
不一样
many
的感受？
years, you will be able to stand here again to join us. So how do you feel? I'm very excited, but I'm a bit nervous because there are so many people I really
我们都知道
admire
雨神是南枪
before,
的绝活哥
and
啊，
I
所以
was
今天可以
able
期
to
待一下，
play
看能不能扣出这个
with
南枪来。
them
那最
together
后一
for
位，我们
today,
的
so
K
I'm
的
very，
这次
happy.
其实有 K 的很多的这个
And
老
Kid
队友，包括老朋友，再次跟他们一
There's
起打游
so
戏。
many
哎，
your
你对
old
今天这个比赛有
friends
什么期待？
to all
首先
gathered
来到
here
这
in
里
the show
跟
match.
老队
So
友
how
还
do you
有一
feel?
些以前一起竞技过的朋友打比赛，感觉挺开心的。
So play the
然
game
后
with
希
some
望
old
今
friends.
天
I'm very
乌兹
happy.
还有宝蓝能手下留情。
And I hope today
看得
Uzi
出来，
and
大家今天
Bolan,
都非常的激
you,
动和期
I
待
hope you。
那
guys
我们的
will not
两位
punish me too
明
hard.
星代言人也忍不住要出来聊聊了。我们再一次的有请出我们的杰伦和小凯。
And now let's welcome
欢迎
our brand
欢迎
spokesperson,
两位
Carrie
手真
and
的好
Checho
快哦
again.
Hello。
哎，我们现在这个地表最强战队的队员已经在给偶像们打招呼了，所以说我们今天
The
要
team
有
is
请到的
from
是杰
team
伦跟我们的小凯
The
来跟
Invincible
我
are
们
saying
小
hi
狗
to
还有
Checho
米凯
and
以及宝
Carry
蓝
On.
还有 Lammy 来组成地表最强战队。
So
所以呢，
two
我
of
们
you
先
are
有
going
请
to
我们
play
的杰
with
伦跟
Clear
小
Love,
凯跟我们
Uzi,
的队友和
Bolan,
对手
and
们
Let
打个
Me.
招呼。
So could you say hi to all the opponents and
我们的
also
队友
say
都
hi
是
to
熟
your
悉的这些老朋友们。
teammates?
好了，对。
So hi
那今
guys.
天的杰
There's
伦
so
跟小
many old
凯今
friends
天可以跟
that we're very
UZI 还
familiar
有
with.
Clear Love 作为队友，其实，在去
And
年的
this
这个
time
明星表演赛上，小凯就
play
说希望
with
再一次
Clear
跟
Love and
小狗能
Uzi.
够并肩作
And
战。而
last
在
year,
9周年的时候，我们的杰伦也跟小
Carrie
凯
have
说，可以希望
said
下一次
like
的切磋。
I would
所以
like
想
to
问一
play
问杰伦跟
with
小凯，
Uzi,
对
but
于
this
这
time
一
your
次的
dream
地
come
表最
true.
强战队的实力有什么期待吗？先
So
问一下
this
杰伦。
time, what's your expectation towards this team? Let's start from
两个
Checho.
字，完美。
One word
言
perfect.
简意赅啊，完美，的确是一个非常完美的阵容。
是
Yeah,
的
the，
那小凯
perfect,
呢？对于你们这个战队的实力，
the
你有什么
perfect
期待
team.
吗？
And Carrie, do you have any words you want to say?
我觉得首先也是完美吧，然后呢，
I
因
feel
为
definitely
上
is a
次输
perfect
给
team.
了狗哥嘛，所以打不过就加入，我觉得
Previously,
应该
I
没
got
啥
a
问题。
loss for
打不过就加
against
入，那我们想
Uzi,
问一
but
下我们
this
的小
time
狗
we
好
were
了，
the
因为其实
teammates,
今天
so I'm
作为
very
我们的地
happy.
表最强战队当中这个 C 位，所以你有没有压力呢？而且在听完我们的两位这
So
个明星的召
Carrie,
唤师之
you
后，
be the
他们说
carry,
完的完美
and
阵容，你
you
会不会觉
Uzi,
得
you will be
现
the
在肩上
carry
的
for the
担
whole
子非
team.
常的重？
So maybe do you have much
还
pressure
是
on your
非常
shoulder?
开心的，也很激动嘛，因为今
I'm
天
quite
的不
confident
管是
and
队友还是
excited
对手，我都感觉我也
because
觉得是完美
for
的，
our
所以说我
opponents
今
and
天
also for the
也是
teammates,
要好好
I
的
feel
发
like
挥
the
一下
two，teams
加
are
油！
just perfect. So I would like to try
希
my
望这
best
个
to
完
show
美
a
的
very
阵容
good
可以
performance.
能够拿下今天这个明星表演赛的胜利。那同样的问一下我们的明凯好了，刚刚你 你的
And
队员都对于你们的这个阵容非常的满意，也都
also,
说了
all the
完美。
teammates
但是作
feels
为明
quite
星教练，
satisfied
你有什么在赛
for
前马上要
your
开始比
team.
赛了，对他们
So
叮
as
嘱
a
或者是
coach,
对我们的2位明星召唤师
Before today's
要说的
game, do you
话
have any words you want to say to all the
就是
teammates?
发挥他们70%的实力吧，我觉得就可以轻松拿下了，好吧？
So if
只要
they can
7成
just
就
show
可以了。
70% of their ability,
没错
definitely we're
我也
going to
希
win
望
the
呢，大家
game
在今天的这
easily.
一场比赛当中可以能够玩
And
的
I
尽
hope
兴，我也
all
看
of
得出
you
来大家都
can
是
have
有备而
could
来
have
的，
shown us
谁
a
都不让着
very
谁，也非常的
perfect,
期待呢
very
我们的杰伦
amazing
跟小
show
凯
match.
在今天这
And
一
we're
场比赛
always
当中的
looking
这个完美
forward
的
to
表现，
Carry
也辛
Wong's
苦我们
and
的2位
also
嘉宾可以稍
Trejo's
事的准备一下
performance.
我们场上再见啦。
And see you guys later.
好，
加油加油！
So
加油！
fighting and
那
hope you
这场
guys
比赛
have
已
a
经有
good
满满的
performance.
悬念和欢乐了。各位选手的这个恩怨情仇啊，也需要在峡谷当中来了结。
And
接下来我
definitely
们
there's
就
so
话
many
不多
people
说，
very
让我们把
looking
镜头
forward to
交给
today's
解说
matchup.
起。
And now let's back to our casters.
Welcome, everyone. We are on the desk here. It's the 11th anniversary, and of course, we got some regional action, but as well as some show matches. I'm Mazel, joined by Munchables, and we're about to have some fun, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Yes, we indeed are. I mean, Uzi last time around got a pentakill. He's back again.
No big deal.
Back at it alongside Coach Clearlove behind him. I mean, we've got some legends from the LPL. That's definitely true on both sides. So I feel like we're going to have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I just love the back and forth between Uzi and Balan. Trying to figure out, hey, come on. Like, we've been opponents up until this point. Let's have some fun.
So the thing is, I could be mistaken here, and I'd love for someone to correct me on Twitter if that's the case, but if I'm not mistaken, Uzi said that Jackie is the best AD carry in the world while he was streaming in solo queue because he got matched with Balan, and he said if anyone can win the World Championship alongside this guy, they're the best AD in the world.
So some soft flame there, no big deal.
I mean, that's not soft flame. That's about as hard flame as it gets. So if that's the case, and now they're laning together, I'm amazed there's no hard feelings there from Balan, honestly.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I just also love the fact that I know we have some crazy names, but also the crazy names of the teams, the Masters Challengers, and then we also have the Invincible. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, what do you do against the Invincible squad?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be tough to kill, that's for sure. I will say Masters Challengers as well. It's like, pick one, guys. Like, you're either Masters or you're Challengers.
Or why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos? I mean, come on.
I guess so. I guess so. They're pretty good at League of Legends, is the long and short of it.
Yeah.
My concern is that we do have, some legendary talent on the stage. We've also got some people that are here because they're famous.
Well, that is also
not necessarily the same pedigree of level of League of Legends play.
Hey, but you know, when you get influenced by the likes of Uzi, sometimes you step up to the level of play, okay, Munchables? That's all I'm saying. And we got some bangers last year, so I'm really hoping for some more fun this time around.
I believe in the power of the pros. I believe in the power of the mojo, as in.
Are we bringing it? So you didn't say it the other day. We didn't have enough mojo for grand finals, so you got to bring in the mojo to the 11th anniversary.
I said it once.
One time. That's it.
The grand finals, but I didn't want to over.
I feel like
over
one time
mojo
wasn't enough. I don't feel like you were able
to. Maybe under mojoed.
Yeah, I think you under mojoed. Absolutely. But speaking of the mojo this time around, do you think Uzi's gonna get Vayne?
To be honest, if I'm Ning going to be the coach of Masters Challenger, Clearlove going to be the coach of Team Invincible. If I'm Ning, I'm banning Vayne. But then again, I'm also here for a show match, so I don't really want to ban Uzi's Vayne. Like, it's not really in the spirit of things.
I feel like there's a lot of fun to set up for moments like that, right? Not necessarily being so try-hard that you're banning out the big champions and letting people have a little bit of fun with it while we're having fun as well. But obviously going into this one, it's going to be really exciting. Obviously, we see the likes of Zatai in here as well. We got Ning, we have Balan, we have ZZR coming through, Crystal as well.
I mean, I want to quickly mention ZZR and Crystal, right? Both players famous for playing on Snake Esports, which we saw Flandre playing earlier on today. Both these guys previously teammates of Flandre when they were on the roster for Snake. I'm talking like 2016. It's a long,
it's a long time ago. You old whippersnapper.
Like SOFM obviously was the guy that then replaced ZZR on that roster. So, we're talking old school LPL there, but definitely some big names. I'm excited to see them kind of joining forces.
I'm very excited. Also, we get to see, Coach Ning and Clearlove go at it. They get to take the positions behind the players just like a normal coach does. We get all the draft analysis as well, but I do wonder where priorities lie, especially when you're going against the bottom lane of Uzi and Balan. But I think in all actuality, it's just going to be looking for comfort picks, looking for things that we can pop off on. And I know for Masters Challengers, they were saying, Uzi, Balan, please don't push us too hard bottom lane. And I wonder if that's actually going to be the case, because Uzi had the biggest smile on his face the entire time he was up there getting ready for the match. So I expect him to come out firing.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to mention like RNG, just in general, as well, because obviously Uzi, I don't know if you guys know, he happened to play on RNG for a little while. It's a
just
bit
for
of
a little bit, right?
In the industry, yeah. But also, Let Me Zatai, both played on the RNG roster. Lemmy and Zatai have actually played together in show matches before. Zatai actually swapped to the mid lane in the Chinese Streamer Cup in 2020, back at the last anniversary. So these guys have got a bit of experience playing together. Now they're going to be playing on opposite sides in that top lane. So RNG legacy going head to head.
You think it's a little bit of bad blood? I think it's like, I'll be the better RNG.
I think there'll be a little bit of banter blood as opposed to bad blood. I feel like it's all in good fun.
I think so too.
I feel like listening to the interviews as well. I will say, Chinese player interviews always fairly tame, but I feel like we got a little bit of banter, a little bit of back and forth.
It's the looking back, right, and like knowing the history between a lot of these players and hearing some of that go back and forth. But as well, I loved the check-ins that we had with Carrie and Jay Cho as well. I love the little side bits, and especially that they're joining the players today. I think it's gonna be really fun. Speaking of, it's right on our screen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at that jacket. Oh my goodness, I love it. I'm a big blue fan.
It's a massive jacket.
It is. It's got to be comfy though. It's got to be comfy.
I feel like I really love seeing these kinds of show matches and looking at the way that the players dress and stuff. I feel like oversized clothing is really popular in China. Like a lot of the like Baolan, it looked like the t-shirt was going to fall over his shoulders and through the neck hole. I feel like it's a big thing over there.
All about comfort.
Clearly with a bit of swagger as well, a bit of drip on his jacket there.
Absolutely, it's all the variations, and everybody coming from different places. Everybody has a little bit different setup, but I'm very much looking forward to getting to the draft here, hopefully soon, to get some of the picks going, especially because I think that is going to be what I'm excited for. It's one game. It's just one game of a League of Legends. It's the best of one. It's all the stress, all the pressure. No, it's just all the fun, especially after coming off of the tense regional qualifier that we just had today. Yeah. We need this refresher.
Honestly, we had best of 5 today in regional qualifiers with EDG.
Yep.
I predicted an EDG 3-0.
I predicted
and
3-2
they did.
EDG.
They did 3-0 after, if you don't include the first 2 games.
Get out of here. No, I won, not you, Munchables.
But then, the day before as well, Top Esports JDG going to 5 games. We've had 10 games already. We're only 2 days in to our regionals. But I will say as well, just getting to be in Paris, be in person with the gang. Awesome. It's been so refreshing casting in person and like hanging out with everyone outside of the show as well. Like it's been so much fun this weekend.
It's my first actual cast in person with you guys as well. I've been on the desk every other day, so it's really nice to actually sit behind a desk and get to yell at some League of Legends and stuff, but especially with who we've got on the table. And it's just been a huge pleasure. Huge shout outs to OTP for putting us together and having us this incredible space here already.
Yeah,
and
that's a banging studio.
It really is, and they've been so good. Like the production team helping with everything we need, and it's been really nice.
I will say though, Mazel, I've got to agree with Jake on this one. That is not a desk. That is a coffee
I don't care. I'm
table
sticking with it. I'll stick to my guns until the regionals are over. I don't know.
If you ask me, I'm English, you see.
Okay.
So I'll go slightly different to Jake because I would never naturally say the word couch. The only reason caster couch works is because it's the alliteration. Well, that's a settee.
That's a what?
A settee. S-E-T-E.
Maybe 3 more times?
Settee.
Never heard of that before.
Called where I'm from, up north.
Settee.
A settee.
Settee. I don't know what to say. I don't really have a response because I
like
don't know what that is.
Somehow, I'm not really sure how.
I feel like you might be.
Sofa is another word that's acceptable in England, but settee is back where I'm from anyway. and the one on the right is an armchair. So
that's a chair, Munchables. That's a chair
with arms. Armchair.
Is it an armchair? It doesn't have arms.
Look, I don't make science, okay? This is just physics. Okay, you just gotta accept the way that it is.
I love that we're having as much fun as they are on stage. Getting a lot of laughs, getting a lot of fun, get a lot of smiles. Yeah. And that's exactly what you can expect from a match like this. I think it's the culmination.
Do you know what? One thing I will say, if we're thinking about how like some of these players have played over their careers, we've got Uzi and Baolan in a lane together. Baolan is not known for enchanters, let's say.
Yeah, true.
The meta right now in League of Legends is like pick Zeri, pick Yuumi or Lulu, scale forever, and then win team fights. Like, I can picture Uzi playing Zeri. I cannot picture Baolan playing Yuumi. Like, this is Rakan, man. Like, this guy wants to hard engage.
He does.
I'll be very surprised we get that. But I will say, Lucian, Kalista, these kinds of picks, they're also in the meta. We could have a little bit of aggression.
There is. I think that's what I'm looking out for as well. But I'm a little sad we don't see any variations of like positions, at least. I want to see Uzi rock the mid lane or maybe the top lane. See him on Renekton. That would be hilarious. But in all actuality, I think he's going to be much more comfortable in the ADC position. But I do believe we're going to be working through the drafts here as well. But it's It's all fun. It's all fun. Look at it. Look at the smile on his face, Munch. I know you're not looking right now, but it's really nice to see.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, you asked for some variation in the roles. I mean, Kid going to be playing on Masters Challenger. He's going to be in the support role. He's a career jungler for RNG over the years. You know, we're talking 2016, 2017. So there are some shake-ups. Just not, you know.
It's not Uzi in the mid lane.
Uzi in Battleland and let me. The thing is, right, we've got, I think, relatively balanced teams.
Okay.
In that on Masters Challenger, we've got more pro players, right? And they may not be the echelon that Baolan and Uzi reached, but certainly very experienced players and certainly very strong players, but with a couple of role swaps there. But then on the Invincible team, you know, you got Jay Chou and Kerry Wong. Kerry Wong. I can't speak. Alongside then Let Me, Uzi, and Baolan. So you've got three like extremely high tier players, and then a couple of.
How much do you think the motivational speech will go through? Do you think there's a big motivational speech from Ning and Clearlove, and that's what makes the difference?
Well, that might be it. I mean, Clearlove has given his fair share of motivational speeches, that's for sure. I mean, Clearlove came back into the LPL, I think it was 2021, and they basically never played. Just rode the bench, and it was like, he's officially a player again, except...
He's in there. His name is there.
He's definitely just playing a coaching role.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, though, with the, you know, obviously... accolades to plenty for Clearlove, but just the history that we're seeing in this show match, I always love it. That's what I think is so interesting when you come into these show matches, is it's so much of that Chinese League of Legends culture that comes through these show matches.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to witness the players, not just try-harding and sweating out, you know, like actually having a bit of fun on the Rift as well, showing some personality in their gameplay, because there is plenty of space for personality. You can see them. I'm assuming that was practice tool, just warming up, getting ready for the game.
Or maybe they're already in game. Who knows? I would think we would get the draft, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I hope if they get in game, we'll be able to see it on the screen as well. That would be nice. A little bit of a, you know.
I can appreciate if that's practice tool, though. You know, we're talking about maybe some tryhards, maybe some moments. Yeah, hey, shining moment on the 11th anniversary.
At the end of the day, like, yes, this is a show match, but you're still very famous players.
You are.
You've got a reputation to uphold, and you know that if you're invited next year as well, this is all going to be brought up. This is all going to be dredged back up. So you still want to have a good game. You still want to show up.
I mean, they already brought up the Uzi Penta so much about last time, and especially his performances and trying to carry the team. I think it's obviously something that will stick in people's minds here, especially. And I know Uzi wants to one-up his performance maybe from last time around. I saw him in the gym. I saw all the background. He's been working out. I love it.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's looking good. And I will say, you know what? If you want a meta to get a pentakill in, Zeri Sivir meta is that meta.
Who do you think he picks? Is it Zeri or Sivir? Call it right now.
Zeri kind of guy.
You think it's a Zeri kind of guy? I'm hoping the Kalista. I want to see the Kalista.
I would love to see. Don't get me wrong. Uzi is one of those AD carries that he can play anything.
Absolutely.
He can play anything. But like when you think about the picks that he was most prolific on, it was the Vayne and it was the Kai'Sa. And I feel like Zeri fulfills a somewhat similar role, except just having random Luxel on her W. But if you remove the Luxel W, like the way that she team fights is somewhat similar to a Vayne or a Kai'Sa, where it's all about positioning and getting as much DPS out as you can. Kai'Sa obviously varying slightly where you can really go deep when you find the opportunity. But I feel like that the point I'm making is extremely high DPS team fight carries. And I feel like, you know, Zeri is going to fit in that pool. That said, he's played plenty of Sivir in his career as well. It's not like he's going to be new to playing Sivir. Because, you know, back in the day, when we're talking like Season 4, that kind of thing, Sivir was a huge pick.
True. I love to see the Sivir coming back into that. Even if all we're getting now is the Zeri versus Sivir, it just feels kind of bad, but I like it because you get a lot of those big, spicy team fights. It's all about positioning in those fights and especially using the strength of both of the carries, right? Sivir approaching team fights and much more of needing close quarters, AoE, where Zeri can pick apart fights one by one. I think both sides are going to be definitely looking for both those picks this time around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I actually really hope that we just don't see anything matter.
No?
I hope it's just wacky. I hope we get like...
Okay, then what do you got? Yeah, Shaco?
Like, just craziness.
That's it, just the Shaco.
I mean, it's time we found out.
Hey, we're finally into the picks and bans. Oh, come on. We got the Draven ban, at least first. So sticking with tradition today, and yesterday at least a little bit. We also get the Lucian ban on the side. on the other side, rather. And I think obviously ADC bans are going to be very high priority in this one.
Yeah, I want to give some credence to that Draven ban. Crystal, you know, a career AD carry, played 2014 through to 2019, but 65% win rate on the Draven over the years. Shabby. Over 20 games played in professional. Like, Crystal is not a guy that you want to go against the Draven of.
Yeah, definitely some targeted bans, maybe a little bit of spice in that one, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing how the rest of this draft kind of breaks down as the Renata ban comes through. No Renata players this time around as well. It is, again, just the one match that we'll have, and then we'll go into the Wild Rift match, but this one in particular is going to be a little bit crazy off the end, but we're taking a little bit of time with the bans.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if
you get
on the side of Coach Ning over there, if they've changed roles coming into this one, or if the overlay is, if they've just joined the lobby in the wrong order here, because, you know, it's the Ty's top lane as he's the jungler.
Yeah, true. It might just be they joined the order wrong. It actually looks like we missed the ban too. So we don't have the exact specifications. We'll see if that was an actual missed ban. But we got the severe ban, so it's ADCs aplenty. But, you know, I will say the fact that Masters Challenge is banning out some supports, not necessarily just focusing Uzi. They're looking at Baolan too.
Yeah, true. Trying to remove some of those enchanters as well, which I was saying we weren't going to see. Apparently we
You're
are.
wrong, Munchables.
Instantly the Yumi's there, the Lulu bad, the Renata bad, Yumi taken, but that's what I want to see right there. On the other side, on our red side, Kalista. If you're going to go up against the Yumi, you got to dive it, you got to pressure it. That's exactly what we're seeing locked.
Love to see it. It's been banned so much in the LPL, I just kind of forgot it was an actual champion at this point, but we get it in the show match, and I'm all here for it.
Absolutely. You saw the Master Yi hovered there. Apparently that's a Jade Chow special. Apparently that's he's like creme de la creme.
Oh, there's a Baolan special.
And I will say, that's also yeah, I feel like they're...
And the Uzi special.
I mean, we flashed up the vein as well, yeah. So it's going to be Lissandra locked in the end. I mean, look, you're going to play bot carry. Lissandra is certainly a good way to set that up.
True that. And now we got to look at, you know, priorities for Coach Clear Love. I'm wondering if he's feeling a bit... Oh my god, we get the Master Yi. Let's go.
There it is, Jay Chow bringing his jungle Master Yi to the main stage. And Uzi, I guess we'll find out the answer to our question. Is he a Sivir man? Is he a Zeri man? He's a Sivir man is the answer.
Yeah, apparently. He's going back to the tried and true back in the day as well. I love to see it. And just the strength that it brings through.
And one thing I will say as well is the Sivir, in this situation when you're going up against what you know is going to be a Kalista, Sivir much better than Zeri here, just because you can clear waves. I already mentioned they want to dive onto a Yumi, right? So if you've got that Sivir, you can clear waves. It makes it a lot more difficult to pull those dives off.
All I'm saying is J-Cho with a Yumi on it, going to be pretty scary on the Master Yi. I don't know if you've seen solo queue games. I've been terrorized. I'm not very good. But Master Yis are very fun.
When you think about it, Uzi's kind of playing that support role there as well. It's got the Sivir, give the movement speed to the Yi. I reckon they're just playing to buff up J-Chow, just send him on in for the
Look at that smile. Maybe it's a little bit devious. Maybe he's looking for it. I love the CC coming out, though. Maybe at the good calls from Coach Ning, but they have so much lockdown, and that's not something you want to go into the Master Yi, or the Master Yi is not going to have fun going into. And it's actually the side with Uzi banning away the Vayne. I'm a little sad now.
I don't really get what's going on here, because you can see Uzi laughing his ass off. They've already got 80 carries on both.
The Evelyn ban, love it.
What the Vayne ban is about. Evelyn ban comes out as well. And now we'll have to see. Now we'll just
smiles across the board. Maybe we'll just do multiple ADCs.
Do you think it's Kalista top? Maybe they're reading that, banning the Vayne to stop Crystal to Vayne into it.
That would be.
I mean, with an Amumu though, you'd expect the Kalista to be in the bottom lane, but just maybe the players know something we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we get the Graves. All right, so it could be the Graves versus Master Yi here, which in all actuality would be really fun to watch because it's not one of those junglers that's going to necessarily fully shut down Master Yi, but we could get some of that good outplay going there. Also appreciate that Zatai is willing to bring that out, unless he goes top.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, Zatai does have Spike currently. So.
He does. I don't think they're in the wrong position, Munch.
The position that they're in. I will say,
yo,
okay,
let's go.
Harry is locked in for Let Me. He wants to go aggro on the top side. I feel like we've got two very different strategies here coming out, but there's, I mean, look at this look at the blue team right here.
Okay.
All of these guys just charging at you with Siverall on, with a Yuumi to heal them up, Silas healing, Darius healing, and a Master Yi. Like, they're gonna eat you alive.
Would you say they sound maybe invincible? Do you think could it be? Like, are they just working to the namesake?
Dare I say it?
Dare you say it? We do get the Kane though locked in for Masters Challenge, and Zatai looking to be bringing that one out.
Yeah, Graves top going up there. We've got the Kane jungle, Lissandra, the Kalista, Amumu. I feel like a much less defined strategy here, but that said, I think a lot going to be on our Lissandra in the mid lane there.
Yeah.
And getting those side lanes, get Graves ahead, he's going to have a whale of a time. If you can get the Kalista ahead, obviously, going to take over the game as well. So, feels like a lot of pressure on the early game here for our Masters Challenger, or Masters Challenge team.
Masters Challenge, that is the name. As coaches do walk away from the stage, you know, everybody's got to give a little bit of the laughs, the happiness.
I feel like Ning has one of the most contagious smiles.
He really does.
It's him and Karsa. Karsa's his competition for the most contagious smile in the LPL, I'd say.
Well, we're getting into it now. We didn't get the Uzi Vayne, but we did get the Uzi Sivir. And on the other
Uzi
side...
banning Vayne anyway.
Yeah, no, hey, just throw that one out there itself. But also getting to see, you know, what Uzi's going to be facing up against. I like the Kalista myself, and especially getting to see how Masters Challenge is going to combat this very invincible composition that we have.
Yeah.
For invincible.
You know, the way I would describe their composition is that they're a walking blender.
Okay.
If
Okay,
you
I'm
get-
picturing it.
You know, quite often you can get some delicious stuff out of a blender, but you
Okay.
never want to go near the blades.
You
And
don't,
all we've
yeah.
got going on here.
I
is
didn't know
loads
that
and loads
before.
of spinning blades.
Okay, that is
that are gonna
terrifying. That is terrifying. I didn't know that before. We're getting into the game now, so no more blender talk. Nightmare fuel. It is the best of one here in the League of Legends show match 11th anniversary, and we're getting underway with a potential spicy 5v5.
Oh, here we go.
I'm very excited. Kit stepping up a little bit there, but we'll see who pulls the trigger from the invincible side. There's nothing coming up just yet. They saw them in the bush, though. Oh, that's the spear. They know! Oh, no!
Oh, God!
No, kid! You gotta do it in base! Oh, that's first blood for Jay Chow.
I mean, honestly, it's probably fine to do it in the brush, but they did it outside. The spear went outside the brush, so Team Invincible could see it happening. And then Kid is just, you know, lamb to the slaughter, or baby goat to the slaughter.
Baby goat?
Since he's a kid.
Wow. Wow. Too far, man. Too far. Yep, I feel like it's too far. Anyways, you never like to give a kill over to a Master Yi early on, especially if it's... Oh my God, let me. Don't do it. Don't do it to him. Don't do He's just trying to go for the aggression. I can appreciate that. Everybody's trying hard so far. Everybody's trying hard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, there's a lot at stake here. There's a lot of pride at stake. I just want to quickly mention Jay Chow getting that kill. When we've got this composition with the Yuumi, with this Sivir that are there to set Jay Chow up. Him having an early lead means that he should be able to go crazy in this one. But Kid already wanting to position aggressively. Here we go.
And we get a little bit of an engage in bottom lane, though, as Uzi taking a bit of... Oh, the Clids comes out on, but it's just a bit of damage. And a flash from Uzi.
Look at all these summoners, though. Flash from Uzi, Exhaust, and Ignite already used by Balan. Obviously, Balan using the Ignite earlier in the previous trade. Both flashes available on the other side, and that Ignite for Kids. So I feel like Uzi is already feeling the pressure in the bottom lane.
What was your analytical name? Was it was Crunchables, right? It was Crunchables? All right, Crunchables, what are the numbers looking like for the first strike? Is it Ty Kane over here?
I'm going to keep it real with you here, Mizel. I don't have a clue.
I need the
Kane
Crunchables.
builds. I could Google Kane builds for you if you like, but I'm here to vibe with it.
All right,
here
fine.
to see whether or not he goes blue or red, honestly, but I feel like with first strike, you're building lead.
I think so, too. I'm just looking for the spice. I'm looking for the spice. Speaking of spice, the Darius in top lane, not having that much fun against the Graves, I feel like. And let me gonna try to turn that one around, a little bit of bleed, but I feel like that's exactly what you want in this matchup, and we're about to get a kill. Oh, the end of the line is not the end of the line.
So damn close.
Oh, look at this.
Graves up there. That's Yushen, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, up against Let Me. It's so close. But we said with the Lissandra, you want to go for the... Wait a second.
How did this turn?
It's all kicking off.
Oh, He's got the red buff. It's not going to be enough to burn. Now we got a 4-man dive. Bottom lane. Kid goes in first, and it's going to be 2 kills. The Thralls are there, and they help clear the wave a little bit more. Huge stuff from Masters Challenge.
I see a cheeky little grin on Uzi's face there. He knew this was coming, and it comes to pass as well. Crystal getting a kill early on, and crucially that Kane getting kills, and more importantly, Kane getting involved in the action early on. Oh, strike. Aggression out from Jay Chow.
I love to see Jay Chow performing like this, knowing everybody, all the eyes on him with first blood. But unfortunately, his bottom lane a little bit worse for wear.
You're not the only person in the world to say, I love to see Jay Chow performing. In fact, there are many people that spend hundreds on tickets.
No way!
Exactly that.
You don't say Munchables. You don't say Crunchables. Sorry, let me get the name right. I don't know if I'm going to be able to call you Munchables for the rest of the regional qualifiers. I apologize.
Listen, you can call me what you like, Mizel.
Really?
Dealer's choice.
Oh,
just,
sweet.
Just run away.
Everybody heard that, right? Like, somebody clip that and send that to us. I have full authority. Let's look at the game state now, though. Uzi and Balan back in the bottom lane now, trying to get grips at least in the bottom lane now, as well as the Tai looking top lane. So, seeing a lot of movement for Masters Challenge.
Yeah, Kid as well, posturing aggressively.
Oh, nice.
Just can't miss.
And look at the damage Crystal's able to put down. He does still have the Rend out as well, but the damage back onto Kid is going to bring them away from the fight. Carry making a roam down bottom lane with Jay Chow there as well.
You know, I want to throw a different angle that we're seeing here in terms of the bottom lane. You know, Baolan being on the Sumi, not a pick that you'd expect to see Baolan on, but I'm going to hold that thought. We've got
it didn't see him. It didn't see him. Oh, that's a huge pickup for the Invincible, but they don't get Kid in the end. Uzi trying to go forward to get some more damage down, but it's just a gank going a little bit wide in the bottom.
Yeah, a little disappointing, honestly. I thought that was going to be the moment where Uzi could get back into the game. He's got that call, so he's going to be playing slow and steady for the time being. But Baolan, you know, across his career, built a bit of a reputation for himself for going a little too ham. So I think this might be Uzi trying to neuter Baolan just a little bit.
Can I just say, Ning must be doing some wonders as a coach here. The movement, the map movements for Masters Challenge, they've been all over the place, Crunchables. I don't know, the bottom lane 4-man gank, then we have the transition top back to bot. It's been interesting.
Yeah, I will say, you may be overestimating how much influence the coaches have had on gameplay here.
I believe they have all the influence, all of it.
It's possible. It's highly possible, but I can't prove or disprove any of this. Being ZZR might just get dived with his hit levels.
That's a flex, all right? That's a flex.
Anything you can W, I can W better, I guess.
Hey, that's what 1 kill gets you, all right? That's what 1 kill gets you. We'll see Zatai actually visit the bottom lane here, see if he can find anything at the last second. The scanner did go wide, but Uzi going out of the bush. Ooh, Bandage Toss connects as well. They have the double proc here onto Uzi, though, and Uzi will go down yet again. And here comes ZZR, the lockdown, and another kill double for Zatai.
ZZR survives as well, and look at that scoreline for Zatai right there. 3-0-1. Already had the serrated Dirk, and he's picking up so much of his passive essence, right? He's going to be able to transform so early in this game with the amount of aggression we've seen come out from him.
It's, yeah, a lot of aggression, and poor Uzi, he's not having the same time as he did last year. they put so much focus on his Vayne performance that now everybody knows where they need to put the focus. I guess everybody knew all along because it is easy.
Let's be honest, it's no secret that Team Uzi is on put pressure on Uzi.
But Crystal's playing with confidence into Uzi. That's what you love to see.
I mean, he needs to, right? On this Kalista Amumu, you got to be aggressive. I just love that we're seeing Kid. I don't think he's missed a single bandage toss. Like, every single one, it's like magnetic. We're going to see a contest in the jungle, though. Zatai trying to move back in here, carry all in.
Oh, he's going in onto ZZR, and he has the Frozen Tomb this time, but is it enough? There you go. The cleanse comes through. Gets a kill in mid lane as carry comes up big. Zatai up in the top side of the map, but we'll see Jay Cho come here first. He does pop the Highlander, and we'll see the engage onto the great. Oh, that's an easy pickup. And now, Jay Cho, 2 kills, not too bad.
Sliced him in 2, and as you say, that 2 mirroring his kill count right now. Beautiful stuff coming out.
Oh my God, again, it just doesn't stop. And then you have all the CC to follow as well, the damage at least from Crystal, and it's bated breath, another one. I just don't even know what to say. Kid is on one.
Kid suffering from success right now because he hits another one.
Is that Billy the
Carry,
Kid?
though.
We'll see if Carry can stop Billy the Kid here, because Billy the Kid is going crazy.
No.
Oh, yes, he can. He killed Kid easily, and he's going to pick up Crystal as well. One more auto take. The Rens are starting to stack up, though. Carry, got to be a little bit careful. The Abscond and Abduct going to be coming up very, very soon. Balan, he wants to get onto Carry, and there you go. The outplay goes to Carry.
so close there. Crystal doing his utmost. You can see Baolan there wearing Mako's skin on the UB as well. You love to see it. But I will say, even with Crystal going down, Uzi is straight up not having a good time.
He's not. That smile has quickly gone away.
Yeah. I mean, he's used to being focused, but this is something else. Carry, though, with the solo kill. Obviously, ZZR had used his own ultimate down, making the play on the bottom side. And so Carry just punishing, being a little too over-aggressive there.
On the stolen ult, does it feel bad because it also uses the animation from the skin, so it feels that much worse? We're actually going to look at the bottom lane as well, and Carry coming in clutch for the Invincible.
I feel like Carry is going to have to live up to that name, right, and carry this game because...
It's spelled wrong.
Yeah, I can read.
Are you sure?
I was actually making a word play.
Oh, man. Oh.
I
don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
I was taught to read in an English school, you see. So,
I don't... You know. That's not American. I don't know.
No, it's not, and I'm very proud to say
Oh, let's
okay,
let
play
me...
the top side.
Is he going to get out of this one? Nice little flash. Oh, he brings back in Zatai. And Darius having a little bit of fun here himself. Oh my God, they gotta stop. There's so much focus on the bottom lane. Kid and Crystal playing so far up, but now Carry is trying to get in here with the Curse of Sad Mummy. Max range, and Crystal goes down.
Yeah, cleanse on cooldown. Easy punish. Nicely done by Carry. 3-0-2 on the Silas. Everfrost already finished off there. Now let me. Moving up to the top side alongside Jay Chow. I don't think they'll find anything though. Jay Chow pathing back towards that mid lane, wants to punish ZZR.
I'm hoping they can kind of collapse on this. ZZR is in a bit of a predicament. He does have the Frozen Tomb, but there's the final chapter coming out, and the entire team's just waiting over the wall for the claw, and there you go. Letme has delivered a kill on a silver platter.
And you know what? Letme's going to be over the moon with that because he's played Darius. Now he's got an early kill on the board. He was already even in CS. Kid trying to 1v1.
I like it.
Right
He's like,
now.
Uzi who? This is all me. But then it's Crystal who gets the kill.
Yeah, and rightly so. You've got a Callista. You want Crystal to get that kill. As you say, Uzi. Zatai trying to move into the mid lane. He might be in trouble here. Three-person dive here onto Zatai. He gets locked down as well. And there you go, a shutdown. And that's going to Jay Chow. We're getting to the point where we get the Yumi Yi combo. This is not something that anyone wants to see. This is unholy. Is that a Rift Herald?
It is. That's what I was trying to say. He also has the Rift Herald somehow. They're looking to collapse up here on the top side tower. Maybe get a little bit more gold for Letme.
I mean, look.
Oh my God, he's got the Frozen Tomb, but he did use it in the golden. Comes out for ZZR. Flash comes out. Oh my God,
wait, what?
He went the wrong way. I don't know if he wanted to press that one. We'll see if he can get out of this predicament. He's waiting. Carry doesn't hit the abduct.
Oh,
and
no.
ZZR makes it out by the skin of his teeth.
That was a comedy of errors. ZZR, he definitely did not want to go back on that one, but then, you know, we didn't see any follow-up from Carry, couldn't land the chains, and so ZZR gets away with his life. It's a pretty big lead, though, right now for our blue side, and Uzi, the only one that's not really a part of that lead, and he might just get dived again as Kid looks aggressive, but I don't know, with the jungler here, I don't think there's anything Crystal and Kid can do.
And we'll see if they can actually make something happen. I love to see Baolan just supporting every single teammate possible, but as well as that aggression that we're seeing from Masters Challenge, apologies. It is just kind of waiting on this next game bottom lane for Masters Challenge, as they definitely want to continue to punish this 1-in-4 Uzi Sivir.
Yeah, they'd love to, but look at this. Jay Chow still sticking around. Zatai moving in for the play. He's got Eclipse at this point.
They know he's there, though, because of the trespass.
I've
now,
seen this before.
I have before as well. All 5 stacks are there, but he misses the spin, and we'll see a little bit more damage done. Letme has to pull out.
Close one. Close one. You do not want to get too close to that Darius. That was with Ghost on cooldown, though.
Yeah.
Imagine if Ghost is available there. That's a kill, guaranteed. Ignite available on the other side of that top lane matchup. This is such an even game.
It really is.
You know, you point to the scoreboard. I was literally about to say the same thing. I can't believe how even this is, considering how far ahead Crystal and Kid were.
Oh, the spell shield, so you still connect with the Bandage Toss now. Kid trying to get out of the final chapter. Look how many members are down here from Team Invincible. We do get a little bit of replay coming through. I didn't think they wanted to commit to the tower dive, at least.
Oh, Jay Chow spotted on a ward as he leaves, but I don't think it'll matter. This will be Drake going the way of our
Look at this map
team.
trading. Look at it. We got the dragon coming down, but then we have, you know, Master's Challenge coming up top lane. They're going to try to get ZZR involved, get Let Me Down, make him not burn that Rift Herald maybe. He's coming on cooldown.
Good bit of respect from Let Me there as he walks away, but returns to the tower.
He's going to get the empowered back. Let's go.
He's out of there.
I wonder where he's going to use it. Going to be coming up here. He's actually heading down. Oh, look at that. Imagine Uzi getting resources. No way.
I will say this is one of those heralds that's going to be hard to actually follow up on, but at least it's post plates, right? So even if it ends up hitting a tower, not the end of the world for our red squad here. As the resets come out across the board here, tower taken for our Graves. That's first tower of the game and a good influx of gold headed towards his mythic item. So we'll see what the mythics are going to end up being across the map. But honestly, I'm just excited that we're headed to the mid-game. We're at an even stake. We've got two teams that have plenty of power in that mid-game. Zell, I got a feeling we're going to have a brawl on our hands.
I'm very excited. I'm so unfortunate, though. Shelly not going to have any fun this time around. She
Yeah.
taken out. I was hoping Uzi was going to be able to connect with it, walk her down the lane. Didn't work out for them, but I'm very excited for these next few moments because obviously a lot of carry potential from multiple angles for this one, but the fact that we have, you know, a lot of kills in a lot of pockets, but especially looking at, you know, the mid lane and jungles for both sides, it's really interesting to see how the duality is going to play out in terms of those resources.
Yeah, and speaking of resources as well, I just want to quickly mention the CS deficit that's appeared in that jungle. Zatai,
Don't worry about it,
CS
all right?
up right now on that Kane. He's certainly building a lead for himself. But the Rune King finished though with the 3 kills on either side.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't run in there. You shouldn't. It's gonna be fine. It's the Graves, all right? It's the Graves. You got the extra armor, but especially for V, it's looking at J-Cho with 3 kills on the Yi. Still a little bit far behind on that CS, like you were saying, but buying time, looking for the angles. He's the mastermind, right? He's trying to play the mastermind in this one.
Yeah, trying to. But
they're really trying to. Oh my God, over the wall. We'll see a little bit of speed as well as the collateral damage come through. Oh, J-Cho falls.
Oh, no.
Is this a 2v1? Nice flash from Let Me.
Nice little flash there to finish it off. Zatai is here, and I don't think Let Me gets out of this one.
Yeah, there ain't much that's going to be going down. That's a lot of essence given over to Zatai.
Doesn't even need it. I think he's already in blue form at this point. It's often quite hard to tell with the skins.
No, he is not.
Is he not?
Nope. You'll see the big indication is the mini-map. You can see the difference in the icon there. And also all the souls that came to his body.
There you have
As
it,
a former Kane player.
Oh, really?
Former.
Before
Before he was trash.
Oh. Okay, well, fair enough, fair enough. 4-1-1 though here for Zatai. Feeling good in the jungle role. A bit of a role swap for our show match here. I feel like Crystal and Kid have been a little bit quiet. They've been neutered in this mid-game. Jay Chow got a face check into Zatai though. He's 2 levels down. The Alpha strikes in and then flashes back out.
This is a little bit of maybe missed call there.
Like giggling away on the camera.
Hey, you know, it's Rift Herald though. That's the focus. Maybe it is.
Jay Chow's just like, you know what? I'm pretty sure I won that trade. Time to start Herald.
He's got his teammates coming, right? He's fine. Yushin will be coming down here to see that they are doing this. Will be a second Rift Herald for Team Invincible, as the first one didn't get far, obviously. But Kelly gonna be trying to make a redemption arc for the Rift Heralds this time. Is there a third team, the Rift Heralds, in this one?
Is there a what?
A third team, the Rift Heralds. Yeah.
Maybe. They might have unionized at this point. I think
God.
Minions and Rift Heralds probably should unionize.
Probably.
Like, this is, you know, it's not pretty what we see on the Rift every day. The Herald taken. I was a little bit worried it wasn't going to get picked up, but it did get picked up in the end, and now just slammed in the mid lane. Crystal doing his best to defend. Oh, that's
Look
great
at Crystal. Look at Kid. He's coming back around. Cursing the sad mummy here on top of them all. Carry is healing up a storm right now. Kid gets out of there. Now Carry is all by himself. Uzi with the on the hunt is just helping his teammates here. Oh, you shit was on the back here. Uzi is trying to get some damage down. He wants to take a front to back if he can. CZR tries to go in, but the spell shield was huge. Now we're continuing the fight as well. It's the AoE from Uzi, but is it going to be enough? Right now, Crystal is carrying the fight. Let Me goes down. It is Uzi versus Baolan, or with Baolan versus Crystal, and Crystal takes every single one of them.
Crystal takes it all. What a fight coming out from our red squad here. And it felt like Uzi might have been able to carry it. It felt like he was doing enough damage, but you're a one-item civvy. You just don't have the DPS. It's a great Everfrost to start it off. But look at this flank. Kid comes in, gets the stun onto everyone. Zatai is there. Zatai then soaks the exhaust. So at that point, now Crystal is just unchecked for the rest of this. Bit of interference run by our Graves here, and then the re-engage. ZZR tries to get that ult down. Uzi with a great spell shield. And at this point, it looks like it might turn around, but then in goes the tide. It just starts tearing them apart. Crystal, he can just clean up.
I love the fact that Uzi was confident to step up, but those Ren stacks were looking real rough. Oh no, on the side. Dying to the minion shot, but in the end, hey, Crystal is king.
Yes, yes he is. And on that Callista as well. 13 to 12 on the scoreboard. However, the goal difference is starting to stack up just a little bit here. It's
there we go.
5K, and here we go. Finally, we do get that transformation coming through. It
There's
will
the
be
Red Cane. Let's go. Let's go. A little bit of healing. And with the Eclipse, you appreciate that. Some damage, but as well as the sustain. And it's going to help set up even more CC that they already have, which is actually incredible to lock down some of these less tanky members of the side of Invincible. Maybe not so invincible anymore, Munchables.
I love how, you know, it looks like they're setting up for a dive. I don't have time to talk about that.
It's Darius. It's okay.
Okay.
I didn't get to continue.
That was kind of stylish, honestly. As gets the blue buff, flashes out over the wall immediately. Now he even gets to go to Crabs.
Here we go. And we got a little bit of damage to Master Yi. Let's go. Zatai goes down to Jay Chou. And then now in the mid lane, we have the Frozen Tomb for Carry. They can push down, try to potentially get a little bit more here.
Yeah, try and get a bit more, but I don't think it's going to be on the cards right now. So they move into the jungle.
That was close.
We need a little bit of caution coming out for our Resco. I know you're ahead, guys, but this is dangerous.
This is a bit dangerous. It is still a Master Yi. Now Carry coming around the side. Frozen Tomb utilized, and Uzi even gets in there with a little bit of help. And huge stuff from Team Invincible.
Take a look at mid lane and bottom lane, though. Here we go. While they're running distraction on the top side, Team Invincible moved down, or Team Masters Challenge moved down to the bottom lane and to the mid lane. But here we go, TP. It's Baron on the cards right here. Kid trying to move in. Crystal needs to be the man of the hour. It's a good kiss the Sad Mummy. In with the Lysandra as well. Big damage across the team. Crystal untouched on the backside. His carry tries to shut him down, but has to back away.
Oh my god, the decimation coming through from Let Me, and they're gonna turn right back into the Baron pit, and that is huge. Oh, the abduct comes across. Zatai going in the pit. Zatai, he's not able to get it. Oh my god! He dies to the bleed, but he gets the Baron.
And that is exactly what I was talking about right there with the blender. As soon as you jump into this team, how do you win these fights? There's so much AoE, there's so much healing. And Carry really setting it up, but
Kids starting it up. Yeah, we were trying to check Ox's point about the Amumu Curse of Sad Mummy being perfectly in the middle of the Baron pit, but in all actuality, it's Uzi trying to navigate the fight. Huge stuff coming out from Let Me, and ZZR just caught in the back of the pit. Ty trying to get there at the last second. He does. He has the early smite because of the damage coming down from Uzi, and then one last little bit. There you go.
Uzi could have auto-attacked that, but he was trying to kill the Cade instead. Punished. 2 Drakes, though, on the side of our blue squad, and that means that third Drake could be soul point for them. The gold difference shrunk pretty dramatically. It's only 3,000 now after the back of that Baron. But Zatai managing to deny everything. You see, there's just a singular Baron buff for this whole squad.
Yeah, at least they had the one, all right? But they're trying to catch out here with all that CC. Oh, the flash out there. I like it. Again, hey, keep them guessing, Munchables, Crunchables. Keep them guessing.
Ultimately, he did sort of flash on the spot there, but they were thinking he was flashing a different direction. Nobody could follow. Look, mind games. Mind games coming out. As you say, keep them guessing.
Got to keep him guessing. The collateral damage there stolen from Carry. Won't be too much onto Crystal. Ooh, Zatai is behind Carry here, though. Baolan is trying to put down the final chapter. Carry flashes out, gets the nice final chapter in the end. Kid burning the Curse of the Sad Mummy there.
Yeah, a little bit late on that one. Jay Chow moving up to the top side, wants to get a bit of proxying done.
Oh.
I want to see Jay Chow in these fights.
They're wishing he was here. That's a lot of damage from Zatai, but he finds himself on the tower, and you're a Red Kane, but that's not enough sustain.
Yeah, Red Kane with no gore drink, you do not get to survive.
Look at Lemmy.
It's gone down.
Darius coming to town here. He wants to get a triple kill. He sees all the blood in his eyes here. Carry wants to go in, does connect on a Crystal on the back line here as well. We'll see the re-engage from Kid. ZZR going down very low. Carry cleaning him up, and the bleeds are helping here. Let me trying to chase Kid around the corner, but guess who is waiting on the other side? It's Jay Chow.
It was all part of the plan from Jay
Chow.
Flag and Carry just hasn't missed a skill shot all game. The abscond abducts have been perfect. That Curse the Sad Mummy literally turning the fight around. And you see the reset coming out from our top lane Graves, but I don't think it matters at this point. I'm starting to favor Uzi and the gang.
Yeah, Carry is putting on some Carry pants, and so is Let Me. Let me put on Carry pants. There you go. Does that work? I don't know anymore.
It is definitely a sentence.
It's a sentence that was said. We do have still the
Trust
one.
me, I went to English school.
No way. I know you already mentioned that. We're really turning in the narrative here. But I love to see kind of that adaptation in this one, even though we got to see Master Challenger come out swinging early on. It's been the slow and steady win from Team Invincible.
Feels like these team fights are certainly going their way. I'd be a little bit nervous if the red team did start to play side lanes a little bit more. But if Jay Chow, imagine, like, look, these fights are winning without Jay Chow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Imagine if Jay Chow shows up too.
You gotta use all the CC on the Master Yi. That's one thing I learned in my solo queue days. If there is Master Yi, put the CC. Dragon is started up here. What would be his first Dragon for Team Masters Challenger? As we do see Uzi and Co coming in here. The final chapter already utilized by Baolan. We'll see the re-engage from Kid as well. It doesn't get much there. We get the re-flank for ZZR. Zatai is trying to get some damage down as well. And I think that they might just, the decimation is starting to work down. The guillotines are coming through. But Carry is carrying again. He's going to take him down. Uzi gets himself a kill. And that's the third Dragon for Team Invincible.
We were talking about Yuumi and Sivir as a combo. Forget Sivir. Sivir has not seen Yuumi for days at this point. Baolan sitting on the shoulders of Carry. This Silas completely and utterly invincible at this stage of the game. 10, 1, and 11. And Let Me not doing so bad himself either. 10, 2, and 5. That is going to be an inhib tower in the mid lane, while Let Me get some side lane work done as well.
That's actually incredible. They're able to break so much of the base off the team fight. Just over the third Dragon as well. A little bit of hyphiness coming through, and I think it's huge to be able to turn that around now as well. We'll look at that fight.
Yeah, I'll take another look as the final chapter comes out. And it starts to get a little bit scary at this point as you see ZZR trying to go into tie there as well. They get the first kill, but that's everything. Where's the rest of your damage? And the thing is, there's so much sustain on the opposite side. So at this point, really, it's just 1v1s that nobody can win and an easy cleanup for our other squad. And so now it's a matter of trying to finish things out clean because we've all seen these kinds of show matches before. People get hypey, people get too excited, and people get caught out.
I'm just glad it's only 27 minutes in and we have 27 kills on one side and the other side with 16. I love it, and that's what we're here for the show match. It's all about fun, it's all about action, it's all about pace. And here we are now with an inhib taking the mid lane. Feel like some free gold given over to Masters Challenge as we get into this one a little bit further.
Yeah, unless we see some pressure coming out. But right now, that's absolutely not the case. You see Uzi moving up to this top side, though, alongside Jay Chow. You know, jungle and AD carry, not a duo that you often talk about, but here it's going to pay off with a...
You got to move on.
Taken down.
You got to move on from the Yuumi, all right? You got to find somebody else because Yuumi's not coming back.
Yeah.
Yuumi is not coming back. She might have found
broken by Fowler.
She might have found the mage that left her in the book at this point, and it might be Carry. I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
They're taking another inhib up here. Holy cow!
She's just for free. There's literally no answer anywhere from our red team. They're not even trading on the map.
We're getting a 1v1. Oh no! You get a lot of stacks on Zatai. He's burning down. Let me try to flash. You get the knock up there from Zatai though. You get a lot of speed with the ghost having been popped there. Carry back in the top side, trying to get engaged. They're still fighting down there. Hopefully we go back. Carry misses the abduct, but there you go. Kid goes in. Final chapter for Baolan. It's on to 3 members here, but they do get the CC down. Now Uzi's here, and that's the AoE wet. Jay Chou coming in as well. Uzi is finally making himself known, and it's off the back of his teammates, Jay Chou and Carry, and they could just win the game right now.
I think that might just be curtains, Mazel. I think that might just be enough. Carry just completely invincible, buying so much time and space, and then turns golden at the end. Uzi arrives on this scene, and we've got to that 3-item mark on the Sivir. With the supers in the mid lane, that looks like it's curtains.
It is curtains for our first game. It is Team Invincible that will come out invincible. Maybe not a little bit of scratches here or there. Uzi didn't get a pentakill this time, but he got carried by the team, and he helped as well. On the Hunt's helping him, and it is Carry coming through clutch as the game finishes. Team Invincible come out on top.
Beautiful stuff here from Team Invincible. Some convincing fights at the end there. And I love this composition that we got to see, right? With just craziness.
Indeed. I believe we're going to be talking to Wendy or hearing from Wendy. So let's go ahead and see what she has to say.
好的，感谢两队为我们带来的精彩的对局，请所有的明星召唤师，包括我们的2位明星教练，再一次的回到我们的舞台。
Star Summoners and our Star Coaches back to the stage.
What
a game! You guys really played a very intense game from the level 1 team
这个明
fight.
星表演赛确实非常的有意思，我也相信
A
大
very
家有很多想要去
interesting
说的
show。
那我们首
And I
先
believe
先来
all
问一
of you
下我
have
们的
so
这
many
个
words want
获
to
胜
say.
地表最强战队的明凯教练，教
So
练
the
对于
coach
场上的
from the
各位队
winner,
员有什么样的
Clear
点评
Love.
呢？
Do you have any words you want to say to all the teammates? They all performed so good.
下路辛苦了，但是没有关系，中上野也打出来了。
对对对，中上野就是挺 C 的这样子，对。
Yeah,
给到了
and
很高
I
的
think
评价。
the
那
players
接下来
now
想
half
问一
of
下
the
小
map,
狗，
they are
刚刚
super
我们其
carry.
实听到这个一集团一直
And
在笑，
Uzi
而且当时你们是非常默契的在这个
You
三
guys
角
really
草
loved a
根，
lot
所以想问
around
一
the
问，
level
当
1
时是谁的
invasion,
点
the
子
level 1
呢？谁
team
又
fight.
是今天这一场明
So
星表
who
演
are
赛
the
的
one that
点子
made the
王呢？
plan?
我觉得因为对面的阵容比较厉害嘛，一级，然后我
The
们就想了一下，大家
opponent
讨论了一下，然
drop
后
can
就
be
说
quite
我们来
strong
草
in
女蹲一
level
下嘛，
1.
因为我感觉他
So
们
we
会
would
进
like to
来，就是
just
我
head
们
it in
然后就找了一个
Bruges
草
in
丛
level
蹲到了。
1. We have
也
already
看到了当时对
predicted
方
the
其实在那
opponent's
个草里面，也
invasion.
让这个杰伦哥拿到了1血。
And
非常
after
的
that,
不错。
Checho
是
were
的，
able to get
宝
the
蓝
first
今天
blood.
跟又在搭档走下路，感觉怎么样？
And Baolan, playing with Uzi
肯定是
this time, how do you
可以打
feel?
很好，但是就是被针对的有
Uzi
点难受，可
performed
能他以前就是这
so
样吧。
good, but they the
还是要在
target is
下路
on
一
us
直
a
要抗压
lot.
的哈。那接下来我们的 Let Me， 你今天打完这个
And
表演
Let
赛，
Me
跟我们的杰伦包括小凯搭档有什么样的感受？
Playing with Checho and also Carry Wong, how do you
好，就
feel?
配合的特别好。
I think the mid jungle and top
特
lane,
别的
all of
配合
us
嘛，就
performed
指挥
so
杰伦哥
good.
也
We
都
were
听
able
的
to。have a
对，
very
而
good
且今天杰伦哥
synergy,
打得也非常的
and
团
we're
队哈
able to。
那
have
我
a very
们
good
这个
shot
峡谷
call.
之巅这边，我们派您作为这个代表
And
吧，
our
作为这个
Master
教练，
Challenge
今天 BP 的时候，几位队员有听你的吗？
都很
Did
听
all
我
the
的。
team
说实话，
members
没想到
followed
第一
your
次当这个教
strategy
练
in
的
the
体验感
ban
这么
pick?
好。
体验感很好。
Yeah,
哎，怎么评
they
价
are
自己几
super
位队员
good.
今天的一个
I
表
feel
现？
so
感觉
good,
今天我
and
这
although this is my new
感觉
experience
战
as a
术这
coach.
个贯彻到底了，就是我跟他们
For
上
our
来我跟他们说什么你就
strategies,
搞乌兹
they
就行
really
了。
have
然后
followed our
我感
strategies
觉还
to
挺满
just
意。
point
很
on
满意
Uzi.
罪魁祸首找到
I'm
了，
quite
原来是
satisfied.
教练发力了。
对，今天两个队打得都非常的开心。那我们的杰伦和我们的小凯
have
也已
shown
经
us
准备
a
就绪了。
very
我们来跟
good
杰伦和小
matchup,
凯一
and
起来聊一
also
聊
Checho。and
欢迎两
Carry
位
Wong to a。
首先要问一下
must
这
be
个杰伦
ready.
哥哈，杰伦哥其实今天打得非常的
So
团队，
Checho,
一直有在帮队友来
you really
建立线上的一个优势
help all the。teammates
杰伦怎么
to
评价
build the
今天
lead from
小
the
凯
laning
包
phase
括
into
几位队
this
友的一个
game?
表现？
So how would you evaluate the team's performance as a
没有
whole?
这样讲了，感觉好像我平常没有那么团队的感觉。
The worst
我还是蛮注重团队的合作。那我觉得
not
我今天
that
的表
play
现
with the team previously,
没有到那么
but this
没
is
有
my
到那
play style.
么
I
没
would
那么
like to
好
play with the whole
好没那
team,
么
but I don't think I have a
谦虚
very
了
good，
一
momentum
血就是
today.
我记得没错的话，就是杰伦拿到
Yes,
的。
so
是的，而
humble.
且有
And
去
also
中
you're
路
able
和
to
上
get the
路一
first
直帮
blood.
忙gank 建立
Yeah,
了
and
中上
also
野的这
you
个优
have
势。
helped the
那接
top
下来
lane
呢，
and
也想问一
mainly
下小
have
凯，
so
其
many
实
ganks
之前我看到
around
小凯
in
这
from
个
the
刀
early
妹非
phase,
常的亮
and
眼，
Carry
今天
Wong
拿出了
really
我们
earlier
其实最近
performed
在季
so
后赛
good.
就经常使用的塞拉斯非常的厉害，
And
所以
today
小凯
you
对于
have
今
shown
天
us
自
your
己的这个表
Silas,
现，以
which also
及
can
杰
be
伦
very
哥的
hot
表现，
pick
还有各位队友
recently
的
in
表
the
现有什么样的
playoffs.
评价呢？
So how do you feel?
今天反正赢了，反正就开心嘛。然后呢，跟杰伦哥一起打，我
Anyways,
觉
we're
得
able to get the win. I'm so
很开
happy.
心。然
And
后今
also
天因为
play
一个小
with
失误，那
Chicho,
个
I'm
去拿
quite
篮的时候，让
excited.
杰伦哥多扛了一
But
下，我还觉得挺紧
today
张。
in the blue buff and made some
我觉得反正很
mistakes.
开心
I
吧。我
was a bit
反正
nervous
赢了，我
around
觉
there.
得就是非
But
常激动。
anyways,
然
we
后
were able to
塞拉
have
斯
the
的话，
win,
其实
so
他
I'm
版本
very
就很
happy.
强嘛。
And for
其
Salas,
实我之
because
前
he
准备
can
了
be quite
并
strong
不是
in
塞拉斯
the
这个
current
英雄
meta.
然后
Previously,
今天
although
听说打了
Salas
DCR，
is
然后我
not
就
my
想说
prepared pick.
玩个塞拉斯就是稍微
But
的。那
today,
个
I
我
just
猜到
want
他
to
们肯定会
play
去
one
下嘛，所以就想选一下
Silas.
塞拉斯，然后
And
呢
also,
去
I
下
have
去多
predicted
帮忙一下。
maybe the
对。
opponent's team they will like to focus on our
确实，我
balling
觉得在这
Uzi.
个英
So
雄
I
的
would
选
like
择
to
上
just
面，
pick
我觉得应该
Silas
算
to
是神
help
来之
them a
笔了，也
bit.
确实 counter 到了对方的这
Yeah,
个阵容。
definitely
对，
a
也能
very
感
good
受得到我们
counter
小凯的
pick
应用是真的也
Silas.
非常的深，每一
And
次这个表
Carnival,
演
you
赛都
can
会拿出不同
always
的
show
惊喜
us
给到我
your
们。
very
是的，
broad
那接下来
champion
呢，我们
pool
还想
to
问一下我们
surprise
的
us.
小狗和明凯，有没有什么想
And
对
Uzi
两位
and
代言人
Clear
说的呢？对于我们的
Do
杰
you
伦哥
have,
和
do you
小
guys
凯有
have
什么想
any
说的吗？
words to our
我
brand
觉得小凯
spokesperson
今天的表
Chicho
现
and
真的是非
Carry
常好
Wong?
的，因为
I feel like
真
Carry
的
he just
是
performed so
一直在
good.
帮助我们下路嘛。然后杰伦哥这一盘
They
其
just
实
help us
战
our
术也
balling a
很明
lot.
确，就是下路放
for
养，然后
Chicho
抗压嘛，然后去帮中上，而且他也
He
做到
also
了。
just
我觉得
followed
杰伦
our
哥的打野真的
strategies
是
to help
很有那种
play
头脑
around
型
the
的，对，
balling, the
思
upper
路
half
很
of
清
the
晰。
map to
思
open
路
the
非常清晰的
situation.
那种。
对。
Both of them just played
然后接
played
着
so
乌兹的
good.
话就是说的话，因为杰伦哥玩的是剑圣嘛，我觉得他的，因为我也是打野嘛，
And for
我觉得杰伦哥
Chicho,
的那个野区规划，还
he
有几
played
次
with
抓上的那个
mastery,
时机，
and
还有
also
而且
because
还反
previously
了台
I
影的
was
野，其实
a
是一件很难的事情，我
jungler
觉得
player.
其实打得挺好的。然后小
He
凯的话就
really
是塞拉
played
斯的表
quite
现确实
good
很
and
亮眼，
also make
包
some
括就
counter
是太祖
ganks.
猫嘛，其实有很多很亮眼的
And
表现
for
嘛，我觉得打得
Carry,
挺好的。
he
然后希
was
望以后
able
有
to
机
show
会的话
us
能和他们
many
一起游戏。
highlights
希
together
望
with
以后可
Yumi.
以一起
So
同台
they,
竞
both
技。
of
那也
them
是
just
再一次
performed
感谢
quite good.
我们的杰伦和小凯。我们今天其实端游的明星表演赛呢，到这里也是告一段落了。
So
不过
thank you
我们一会
all,
儿还
and
有
this is
手
the
游
end
的
of
表
our
演赛，
show
我们的
match.
小凯和
But
杰
there will
伦
be
呢会继
another
续的
Wild
并
Rift
肩
show
作战，
match
所以让我
later.
们一同来期待一下。再一次感谢杰伦和
I'm
小
really
凯，谢
looking
谢，我们
forward
一会
to
儿再
that
见。
as well. And thank you, Chicho and Carry Wong. See you guys later.
好的，那我们也是同时呢，再一次感谢我们所有场上的召唤师，给我们带来如此
Thank
精
you
彩的比赛
all。
也希望呢，我们的这个召唤师和嘉宾稍事的休息一下。 那有请 UZI 和林凯稍事的留步。
辛苦其他几位，可以到台下稍事休息，辛苦了。
那其实呢，今天我们二位来到这里，其实除了我们这个表演赛之外呢，两位还有非常重要的任务，就是作为 LPL 的传奇选手，两位呢在今年还有一个全新的身份，就是作为 LPL Cares 的公益爱心大使，加入联盟的公益行动，携手传递电竞向善。作为 LPL 的公益品牌 ，LPL Cares 一直致力于通过赛事生态影响力，积极践行各类的公益活动。那今天的两位公益的爱心大使来到我们的现场，一方面呢是要答谢各位玩家这些年来对联盟公益事业的关注和支持，另外一方面同样也是为大家带来联盟公益的一些新的计划。所以我们接下来呢要请出的就是腾讯互动娱乐 K 乐合作部副总经理和竞品 CEO 金一波先生和腾讯互动娱乐英雄联盟发行制作人苏潘慧先生，与两位大使共同发布。让我们有请二位，有请。
Department Mr. Qin Yibo and also the distribution producer of League of Legends of IEG, Mr. Su Panhui. Welcome.
欢迎两位，
欢迎欢迎，
辛苦了辛苦了。
And back to
那同样的也是有请我们的二位先跟各位召唤师们打声招呼吧。
And could you say hi to all the audience?
Welcome back, everyone. We are here after our first show match of the day. They're still having a little bit of fun there on the stage, but LPL cares.
Yeah, I mean, it's a positive takeaway, isn't it? It was a fun show match. Some good interviews, a bit of banter between them. A lot of, you were very good at League of Legends. Oh, yes, you were also very good at League of Legends.
Very good, my good sir. Very good.
That's what you could expect. But yeah, it was a fun show match. Good to see the carries. I mean, carry. Definitely.
Let me carry.
Something to behold.
It really was. It was a lot of fun to see as well. Maybe a little bit disheartening for the side of Masters Challenge. But I love to see the Invincible squad coming out on top. Uzi bringing out the Sivir as well. Balan bringing out the Yumi. You said no enchanters. But hey, he's been growing. All right, he's been growing.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we're just going to talk over this interview now for a little while.
So.
It's been a fun weekend so far,
has,
Marcel.
it
It has
has.
been a very fun weekend. We've had some absolute bangers in the LPL, in our regionals. We've had a bit of a banger show match as well. Getting to see Uzi carry on the Sivir, old school style. And
How
now
much of
soon-
Uzi carry was that?
I mean,
like
towards the end it was.
1 to 10.
Towards the end it was. Like the last couple of fights, I would say Uzi did a lot of the heavy lifting. It's just, the thing with Sivir, like comparatively to Zeri is very obviously carrying. Like it's very clear when Zeri carries. A lot of Sivir's damage with the way that she currently works, it's not like old Sivir. The ricochets do a huge amount of heavy lifting.
And
so
they go back and forth now.
you can barely see that in the middle of a team fight. So there's a lot of damage there that's not really as obvious. And so quite often Sivir doesn't necessarily get the last hits and it doesn't feel the same level of carry as what you get from Zeri.
I gotta give a special shout out to Crystal and Kid though. They were handing it to Uzi and Balan, but Uzi and Balan came out on top. Now we do have a little bit of a break before we get into our second show match of the day, where we'll have Wild Rift on the table. We'll be right back.
Priority now onto the Baron, and you will absolutely destroy this in top esports. And know this is a very real possibility. Wayward about to go mega, and immediately will be found by 369. They bring him back with the Infernal Chains, and now JDG back themselves away from the fight. Missing goes in, catches out Wayward, but only Wayward. They get the ultimate from the Poppy, but now 369's on the flank. It's an ultimate flank. They're jumping on the Jackalope. This area is dead. Yagao gets an ultimate as well, and it looks like JDG might have done it. The Sivir refuses to die, as does the hope of JDG. They have brought themselves to the reverse sweep, and they will knock top esports to the lower bracket.
And it definitely feels like where other top laners were prioritizing heavily towards the end of summer, him maybe not so. Oh my.
There's no mana on Scout. That's a solo bolo for super carry Doinby.
Well, I think the Herald's coming down mid. Try and stop and get him in as many places as possible here.
Oh,
Doinby gets
he took so much damage, and into the wall he goes. He has to flash out. The charge goes through. Doinby, you gotta be careful. The mistakes that I feel like we never see are coming to fruition, and not to the benefit of LNG. It's another charge and a turret, and it's 2 kills in the same place, making a bloody mid as EDG take a 2-0 lead in this game. Trying to find the picks early, trying to find the poke damage for LNG. They're trying to find it on Flandre, and they might just do it. Light goes down first, though. He tied the Scout. Scout is so big. He is gigantic. That's a double kill for the EDG mid laner. Might even be a third one. We'll see him chase down Tarzan. You cannot find any hope or reprieve as Scout comes in. It's a 1v3. He's going to pull off the Slicing Maelstrom, and he don't care. The rest of the team is coming. Slicing Maelstrom, Wild Growth, bring it all. You will not beat EDG, and you will not beat Scout in this game 1.
problem by EDG as top esports threatened in the mid lane, and EDG don't want to give a singular inch. Knight dashing away, but knocked up, caught by the Infidel Chains. Tien buying space for the rest of his team. Scout with a charm onto Knight. What a play from the mid laner of EDG. Knight turns golden, but finish off. No, Emperor's Divide keeps Knight alive. How is he surviving this? And in the meantime, Jackalope dives onto the back lane. Flandre with one, but Scout might fall. Jackalope can't finish off the kill here, can't close the gap. Now trying to chase them down. No way do they actually do this one! The mojo is flowing, and top esports, no way should they win that fight, but they make it happen anyway.
我猜是谁操作很下饭那种，就这个意思，就是有人有瞎操作了就发这种表情，
应该就是那个类似 LPL 下饭的意思吧？看到下饭的操作就发这个表情。
第一个就是哈哈哈的意思吧。뭐지놀랐다모르겠네대단하다
操作吃的情况下，这个就是有好玩的事情发生的时候。
有点看不懂，只能看出他笑得很开心。
应该会触发一个很好笑的操作吧，然后这种表情吧。
肯定是看到好笑的场景。
不知道呀，看不懂。
就是笑的意思吗？
感觉这个表情的含义应该是看到了很搞笑的操作在笑吧。
我估计就是笑死，就是那种夸张的 LOL 差不多。
这应该是无聊的时候发吧。
就是不好玩，这个我完全猜不到什么意思。
这应该就是看，说白了两队太无聊的时候应该会发这个。
这个表情有点明显吧，感觉就是有点困，可能就是看 LCK 比赛看的。
这个应该在 LCK 比较常出现。这个表情因为都不打架，要睡着了。啊，这个表情的话，应该是就是打的话比较就是太运营了，然后没有触发人头这种吧。
第二张的话，就是感觉应该出现了很离谱的操作，让人窒息吧。
这个是看了选手操作窒息了吗？
这个应该是很窒息的时候吧。
这个我就感觉就是看到那种令人很窒息的操作，然后就感觉要做那个下人中那个动作一样。
我觉得这个表情应该是看不下去了，就可能拉眼睛。
这一看就不像国内的人会用的，一般都是看别人赛区就发这个，或者赛区对打就发这个，摆烂。不玩了，摆烂。
这是喜欢的队伍被团灭了，那种。
这蜥蜴吗？还是什么？这个猜不了。
你还是不知道什么意思，完全猜不到。
这个应该是有一波很帅的操作，然后张大嘴尖叫。
我是不플레이한 거야？是不플레이했나？
可能出现了搞笑的操作吧，然后大笑。
反正这个就可能是比较好的操作，也有可能是比较可怕的操作吧，就是感觉两种都可以用这个。
这种一般就是被某位的选手的操作惊呆了吧，要么就是那个人实在是太搞笑了，玩的就是。
这表情是个鳄鱼啊，可能就是一直在打架，然后比较血腥，就会发这个表情吧。这张是
凶残吗？血腥还是什么？
这个表情，看我们比赛像吃了碗大饭吃饭吗？
第3个是666，
这是表示很惊讶吗？
看不明白，这个看不明白。
哎，这东西谁不会啊？
这算我对吗？应该算我。
这是谁啊？是鼠吗？啊，是周怪老师吧？麦是吧？啊。谁厉害？我厉害。
看一下，找个角度。
这个样子。那就这样呗。
要嘴张这么大？
就这样。
模仿嘴巴张得很大那一个，这样吧，应该是吧？
Lights through our window as we try to leave the shade. Inspired, we're growing out as our doubts they fade away. As we battle, fight the feeling.
Welcome back to the League Carnival and the 11th anniversary for the LPL. I am Mazel, joined by Munchables yet again, and we just got done with our first show match, and we're about to get into our second. How you feeling? You all right? You having fun?
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm feeling incredible. This might actually be the greatest day of my life so far. I'm in Paris with the OTP guys.
Yeah.
We're casting Wild Rift next. Which
Yeah.
got a bit of a fiend on, by the way. Greatest Ash on the server. So
Oh, really?
watch out.
Yeah,
I'm vibing. I'm vibing, bro.
Can we affirm that? Is that true?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Don't look into
check
it.
the stats. Yeah, just trust me. Just trust me.
Okay, I'll trust you. Yeah, you never steered me wrong in the in the past at all. But now we're getting into the Wild Rift show match. And I gotta ask you. You know, we said we play a little bit. What do you know about Wild Rift? What is your recency with Wild Rift? Have you played recently?
Oh yeah, I've been smashing it with Dagda. We were bot lane duo. He plays
okay.
Pyke usually. I
Nice.
play like Ash or I mix it up. You know, I
Nice.
play all sorts to be honest.
I
usually run it down.
You usually run it down. Okay, that sounds about right.
But on the positive side, I'll usually trade kills. I'm a big fan of diving towers because the thing is, I don't know what it is with Wild Rift because I'm on my phone. I'm like,
I can go.
I'm going in. I don't know what it is. I have a very like in League. I'm very reserved usually. On Wild Rift, I just go ham. I
love it.
I enjoy the sheer violence. I guess it's because it's harder to flame on Wild Rift. So you kind of get away with it.
It is because you have to type while you're on screen, try to play. Yeah, it doesn't work out.
It's
Special shout out to my caster Cabana back in LA. We play Wild Rift a lot. Me, Kangas, and my girlfriend Nenny. Yeah, we play a lot. I play jungle.
Strong emotion.
She is very strong. But in all actuality, it is really fun to get to watch some Wild Rift here. We actually get Wendy to kick off the ceremony for the Wild Rift show match. So let's send it to her.
This time, the familiar map, but different matches are about to start. These upcoming players have very interesting souls and also the powerful mechanics, and definitely they'll show us a very amazing game. And now let's welcome Wild Rift team, the Invincible. Let's welcome Team the Invincible. 复原会 NV 龙无敌龙傲天 Welcome.
接下来，让我们有请英雄联盟手游
And next, let's welcome Team Masters Challenge.
让我们欢迎峡谷之巅战队
Let's welcome 吴希泽 JT Barry 霸哥骚明吊哥。
接下来，让我们有请两队
And
的
now,
教练
let's
出场。
welcome the coaches.
让我们有请地表最强战队教练
Let's welcome the coach for the team The Invincible, Cat, and also coach for the Team Masters Challenge, EDG U.
再一次欢迎我们所有的选手以及教练。哇，首先
Huge
我们先让我
welcome.
身边的这个手游地表最强战队的教练以及选手先做一个自我介绍吧。
Well with Team The Invincible, please make a self-introduction. Hello everyone, I'm Cat.
Hello， 大家好，我是无敌龙傲天。
Hi, I'm 无敌龙傲天。
Hello， 大家好，我是恩威龙。
Hi, I'm
大家
NV
好，我
龙。
是傅园慧。
好的，
Hi, I'm
欢
傅园
迎
慧。
欢迎我们的手游的地表最强战队。那我们先来跟我们的地表
Welcome.
最强战队先来聊一聊啊。首先问一下我们的这个园慧。 英雄
So
联
the
盟手游公
first
测的时候，
question
我们
is
就
over
看到，
to
其实你当时
Fu
就跟小凯有打过
Previously in the show match, you have already shown us a very perfect performance together with Carry Wall. And this time, this is your second time to play with Carry Wall in the show match. And also, you're the teammates with Checho. Do you have any words you want to say? I'm super excited. And this time, I feel like with all the bros, we can have a better synergy, have a better performance. And I hope all of you can have a very good mechanics to help us together win for
那接
today's
下来问
game.
一下我们的龙好了，龙是英雄联盟手游的全球冠军杯 FMVP 的打野选手。
You're the FMVP for the Wild Rift.
是你的第一次以
But this
AD
is
位置来亮
also
相，感觉怎么样？
A
会有压力
huge
吗？
challenge to you because this time you come here for the AD player.
我也希望就是我的队友能带我飞。
Yeah, I can have some I may have some pressures on my shoulder, but I hope all my teammates can perform so good to carry me together win.
这是第二次和小凯和阿富组队嘛，而且这也是
无敌龙傲天 This is your second time to play with Fu Yuanhui and also Carry Wall, and also the first time to play with Checho. Do you have any special feelings at this moment? I'm very excited.
今天这一场比赛的话，有杰伦和
And
王
for
俊凯
today's
应该是
game,
稳了。
we have Checho and Carry Wall. I feel quite
应该是稳了
confident.
看起来非常的自信。那接下来问一下我们这个身边穿着西装革履的 Cat 教练，
also
今天以教练的
the
身
coach
份和
Cat
明星选手们搭档，所以。又是
And
解说
today
又是
you
教
come
练，有没有
here
什么
as
在
the
赛前
coach.
要
You're
独家传
the
授
not
的
only
秘
the
籍，或者
casters
是
for
在
Wild
这里
Rift, but
可以跟我
also
们的这个
today
杰
you're
伦
the
和小凯以
coach.
及我们
Do you
队
have
友
any
先
special tips you want to share with
其
Checho,
实大家可
Carry
能
Wall,
不知
and
道，
all
我
the
在
other
成为一
teammates?
个解说之前，其实我的梦想是成为一个教练。
今天圆
To
梦
be
了。
honest,
今天也算
before
圆梦了，而
being
且
the
赛前已经把
caster,
我这
my
个职
dream
业
is I want to
联盟的
be
必
the
胜经验都
coach.
传授给
And
他们
today
了
my
我相
dream
信
come
我
true.
的理解
I would like to just show all my understandings for this game to them, and I believe
是的，我们这个
with
地表
this
最
we
强
are
队这边
just
有点先声夺人
invincible.
的感觉。我们峡谷之巅队这边今天也都是有备而来啊
So,。
我们先
Team
请峡
Masters
谷之巅这边
Challenge
所有的队员，包括我们的教练，自我介绍一下。
I believe
从
all
开
of
始
you
吧
has got well prepared as well. Could you make a self introduction?
大家好，
Hello
我是
everyone,
调
I'm
哥。
DGU. Hi, I'm 调哥。
大家好，我是骚明。
Hi, I'm 骚明。
大家好，我是 bug。
Hello everyone, I'm 八哥。
大家好，我是 J Team 的 Barry。
Hello everyone,
大家
I'm
好，
J
我是
Team
刘
Barry.
欢迎几位。首先想跟西泽聊一聊，因为前段时间你也是晒出了自己的13杀的阿卡
So
丽。
Ushizo,
这次
you have shown
同
us
样
the
对线喜欢
Akali
打阿
with
卡丽的小凯，
13
有没有提
kills.
前做过什么准备？
So facing
其实刚刚这
against
下面已经跟
Carry
教练
Wall,
和
who's
我的
also a very
我们的
good
队员们
Akali
已经商
player,
量过了
do you have
就是
any words you want to say?
搬
We
掉
have already mixed some strategies. We would like to just ban out the Akali.
杀疯了。
And
因为两
previously
边都
I've
很强，所以
seen
索性大家
Carry
都不要
Wall
选。
Silas
接
really
下来
kill
要为
a
我们的
lot
Barry
and
了，
have
作
a
为
very good
J Team
very
当
good
中的一员
performance.
啊，今
So
天
I
要
hope I
跟
will
杰
not be
伦对
punished with
局
him.
你自己是什么
And
样的一种感
today
受？
you're going to play
我挺
against
紧张的吧，
Checho.
因
How
为
do you
杰伦
feel?
哥打野
I'm
很厉
quite
害嘛，然后
nervous
希望杰伦哥
because
手下留情
Checho's jungle
手下留
is
情。
quite
OK，
strong.
接下来我有我们的 bug 了。bug 之前是参加过
So
WRL 的
bug
决赛的表演赛，这一次
You
再次
have
打手游的表演赛，
performed
感
the
觉有
show
什么不
match
一样吗？
of WRL.
这
So
一次
this
毕
time,
竟对手实
what
力更强
what
劲
makes
了
you
嘛，有
different?
什么
I feel
什么
like this
世界
time
冠军
our
啊，还有什么峡
opponent
谷第一啊什么的，
is
还有这
super
个杰伦
strong
哥
because we have like Checho, Carry One, also we have Fu Yuanhui, the World Championship for spots. So I'm not that confident. And you're so humble. So Xiaomi, have you prepared some special stuff into this game? So play against Checho, definitely I'll have some secret weapons to maybe target on Checho in the actual game. So 吊哥 What's your comment to all the teammates? I believe they can just carry the game. We have the #1 marksman and also the strongest support. And as a coach, do you have any words you want to say to all the teammates? All of them are super strong, so I think I can just be a bit relaxed because they all have a wild champion pool and they're very strong. Let's welcome Checho and Carry On back.
Hello， 各位伙伴们。
Hi, my teammates.
我们请小凯也跟大家打一个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，大家好。
Hello everyone。
好的，再一次欢迎杰伦哥和小凯。那刚刚呢，杰伦跟小凯是在我们的这个英雄联盟的明星表演赛当中获得了胜利，而且配合得非常的默契。
You guys just got the win in the League of Legends show match. And we have noticed you guys just played so many Wild Rift games in the daily life. So maybe are there any trash talks or any words you want to say or you want to share?
我觉得不要让我，好，不要让我。
I don't want to say.
这个应该就是最长的狠话了吧？不要让杰伦哥，他要靠自己的实力，无论说是他的这个蛮王还是建设，我相信在我们的峡谷当中都会有非常亮眼的表现。那接下来呢，想问我们的小凯，那在赛前有没有什么想对队友或者是对手说的呢？
And Carry On, do you have any words you want to say to maybe your teammates or to your opponents?
帮助杰伦哥，然后呢，跟杰伦哥一起去做事吧。
Maybe we would like to help Checho a bit, and we can have a very good mid jungle synergy. After the previous game, maybe for this show match, it can be a very easy win.
能不能有个更好的配合，更加默契的配合？我相信
Definitely we are looking forward to a better synergy and better cooperation.
峡谷做好准备，我们马上再见啦。
And our two brand spokesperson. See you guys later in the seminars week.
是地表最强战队掏出自己的绝活，还是峡谷之巅
And will the team Invincible take out their secret weapon, or the team Masters Challenge show the highlight scene? I'm very excited. And now back to our casters.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for the translation, Wendy. Always a pleasure. Again, we are back here on the desk. We're getting ready for Wild Rift as the teams are getting into it.
We don't need to get ready.
We're
so ready.
We're ready.
We're ready.
I'm very excited for this one. I'm also really excited to hear Jay Cho potentially bringing out the Tryndamere jungle if he's going to be playing jungle. Love to see that one. One of my personal picks that is really fun to play, but very hard to play in Wild Rift. Yeah, it can be. It can be. I really like to see a lot of that spice coming out. I'm really hoping we get some of that. And they were already mentioning the Akali and things like that, but it's going to be an interesting one this time for sure.
Yeah, I've got a few friends that are extremely good at Wild Rift.
Okay.
You know, I'm from the Vainglory scene back in the day, so there's a lot of pros from Vainglory that became pros in Wild Rift, and I know Akali is one of these champions that if you already had the mobile mechanics, you pick up Akali, you pick up Zed, and you just start dunking on kids, you know. And I feel like there's a few players I know that absolutely adore playing that Akali in the mid lane and will just take over games. I will say personally, I've tried it. It's real hard. It's real hard to get that working.
I'm wanting to see some more of those jungle picks. I know Jay Cho is already talking about Tryndamere, but I'm a personal Vi lover or Graves. Graves has fallen out of the meta here recently. Vi fully in the meta, just as a catch-out champion, but as well as the skirmishing. So I'm really excited to see how that all works out. But as well as, you know, they were talking about the bottom lane and shouting out the AD carries, some of the best we have in Wild Rift as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious if we will see meta picks though, because like in our series earlier, in our
one game
in
series,
our BO1 show much earlier, we saw some meta picks, but then also some wacky like Darius top, not exactly standard.
That was awesome,
jungle, you know. It was fun to watch. Don't get me wrong. I'm hoping we get that again.
I hope
we get that comfort.
I want Jay Cho to whip out the Master Yi again. We get Master Yi on 2 different Summoner Drifts. I'm here for it, man. But he was talking about the Tryndamere, so we'll see how that works out.
I mean, let's be honest though. Tryndamere, Master Yi, not that dissimilar. Like, both have a sword. They just want to charge at you, and both are hated by all. So
true,
I feel like this man has a play style.
I'm really excited to see. Hopefully, we'll be getting in the draft a little bit later. But I'm just really excited to cast Wild Rift. It's very different in terms of pacing and things like that, right? Than the Summoner Drift, where we had a pretty long game for our LOL show match. Wild Rift typically seems to be very much shorter, but a lot more action.
Yeah. I will say, I'm not coming into this with a lot of knowledge about Wild Rift.
I got you, Munch.
I'm going to be vibing. I'm going to be enjoying. I'm going to be trying to make it entertaining, but don't ask me what the dragons do. Don't ask me how much gold you get for a tower. Don't ask me any hard questions.
All right. Well, at least we know that it's gotten a little bit more similar to a Summoner's Rift, where we have the elemental dragons now. Maybe that makes it a little easier for you, Munchables. Yep. I don't know if you played.
I know there is a dragon soul in it.
There's an Elder Dragon. Yeah. It's you know, hey, we're getting closer and closer. Biggest thing is some of the changes in abilities. I think is the most like Karma's a completely different champion because she gets to have an ulti like Orianna.
Also, Lee Sin Ward Hop doesn't need a ward.
Yeah, true.
Kind of insane in my mind, but maybe it's not. I don't know. This is the thing. Like, I don't know the balance well enough to know what's insane and what's not insane. Because things that sound insane to me as a League player might not be. They might be necessary in Wild Rift.
So then, when you're confident about analysis, your name is Crunchables. When you're not confident about analysis with Wild Rift, what would your name be?
Soggy Weetabix.
What does that even mean? Soggy wheat or what?
Weetabix is?
No, what is that?
Oh, Weetabix is like it's like a brand cereal thing, except it's like blocks of cereal.
Blocks?
Yeah.
Full blocks of cereal.
I don't know how else to describe it. It's like a bar that you put milk on, and then it like is no longer hard crunchy. It like, you know, softens up. But then if you leave it too long, it goes really soggy, and it basically becomes porridge.
So it's like cereal to some extent, where if you leave milk in there too long, it becomes mushy.
Sort of, but it's notorious for it because it's a block, and like
it's a block. A block sounds like such a weird unit of measurement for a cereal or like a breakfast item.
Like I guess a bar. You'd have 2 bars of Weetabix in your bowl. I don't know how you would describe Weetabix portions. I would just say I have 2 Weetabix. I think.
Okay, just 2.
But yeah, so my analysis in Wild Rift is like when you've poured milk in your Weetabix and you've left it too long, and now it's gone soggy, and you have to eat it anyway because you don't want to waste it.
Okay.
And it wasn't warm in the first place, so it's not like it's gone cold. But at the same time, it's not going to be an enjoyable lunch.
Well, if you don't know what Weetabix are, I don't either. So we're right here together. Apparently they're blocks.
I think they're in America. They're just called Wheat Bix.
Wheat Bix. Still never heard of it. I've lived in America almost all my life. We'll see. We'll have to do some background research. Speaking of background research, though, we were actually hearing earlier from Kat, and I think it's really interesting to highlight him a little bit more as a coach, getting to fulfill his dream as a coach, but as well as being obviously a Wild Rift caster and previous LPL caster.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually met Kat once when we did LPL in Shanghai in 2020.
Ooh.
Nice guy. We didn't speak that much because, language barrier.
A little bit, I mean, unless he knows English.
One of those things. There was a couple of the LPL casters on the Chinese side that do speak English, like Teddy. We spoke to a few times. Like he's very happy to chat, and Wawa as well. But yeah, Teddy.
Kat
used to play on Top Esports. For anyone that doesn't know, he was a sport player. Turned LPL caster, now turned Wild Rift caster.
Now turned Wild Rift coach for 1 game.
Well, getting to fulfill his dream in this show match.
Yeah, it's always nice. Hey, fulfilling dreams left and right. That's LPL. We got 3 World Seeds dreams done today, at least, and now we're making more dreams happen on the LPL. LPL cares.
I will say it's kind of funny to think about, isn't it, that when you pose it in the idea of like fulfilling dreams when it comes to LPL, like the 3 seeds we're sending to Worlds, like EDG, literally all 5 of them, it's the exact same roster that won Worlds last year. They've done this before. This is like, they're redoing their dream at this point. And Top Esports and JDG, you've got such this interesting juxtaposition of players where some of them have been to Worlds before, have made it to like semi-finals of Worlds, and other ones are like brand new.
Yeah.
And they're like Hope and Missing, for example. They've never made it to an international. I'm so excited to see what they can do on that big stage.
It's also really exciting, speaking of Worlds in general, we have also WRL players here, which is really fun, especially getting to see a little bit of that come through in some of the gameplay, hopefully, especially when we were talking about a lot of the breakdown for the celebrity show match and what Wildlift brings to the table. It's all that spice. It's all that fun.
Yeah, so I believe that's Fu Yuan Hui, if I'm saying that right. I apologize if I'm not. She's a famous swimmer in China.
Let's go.
She won at the Olympics. She won gold at the Olympics before.
That's amazing.
So big celebrity, obviously. That's all the info I've got.
That's all the info you got.
But yeah, congratulations on winning the Olympics.
Yeah, no,
and now,
absolutely.
congratulations on being selected to play Wild Rift.
Hey, it's a huge honor. And
it's probably the reason she entered the Olympics, honestly.
All right, maybe you're getting a little far down the rabbit hole at this point. I don't know if I could see that one, but I love the smiles, love the banter, at least earlier on when we were talking about the intros and things like that and get a little bit of backstory. It's always fun, and especially knowing that getting a moment here, we already said in the first League of Legends show match that it's things do matter. It feels like a little bit of bargaining and a little bit of pride on the line.
Yeah, bargaining with the devil, maybe.
I don't know if bargaining was the right word. It's been a long day, all right? It's been a long day.
Honestly, it's not for me. I'm vibing.
You know what? You got to sleep in for 4 hours today when we all got up at 7 a.m.
Yeah, I watched the first game of the series today on my phone from my bed.
You're the worst. You're the worst.
Got my taxi over, just chilling in the green room, waiting for the show matches. It was lovely.
With the AC, no big deal.
Yeah,
It was good
bantering,
time.
no pressure. I've already got my assets ready for tomorrow. Just feet up mode. That's
it's got to be
I've
nice.
got my holiday shirt on because I'm on holiday.
You're looking slick, man. You're looking slick. I like the shirt.
So are you.
Oh.
You know what? I think we both look great.
Oh, man. Look at that. I can't. Smiling from ear to ear, Munchables. Speaking of, we got a lot of smiles on screen. We got a lot of smiles going into this Wild Rift match. Again, it is Masters Challenge versus the Invincible. Some incredible team names, but we've already seen the Invincible live up to the name in our League of Legends show match. Does that continue in a game, Wild Rift Game 2?
True. We'll see if they can do it again. We'll see if they can double down here.
By the way, just shout outs to LPL production. My God.
Like
I know we already talked so much in the opening ceremony for finals, but every single time I see that screen, like, I want to be in space. I want to be interstellar. We are getting some choices down the line here for Wild Rift show match game 1, and it is the only game, as we had some bands come across. It's very interesting. I believe we're in like a normal or pick, but we have the Rakan, the Lee Sin band away, and the Kassadin band away. We also have the Janna, the Aurelia, and hopefully a final band coming through here to round us out. And I'm wondering if we get a little bit more of that aggression, a little bit more of that scaling. I'm seeing some hovers here, and I'm really liking it, as I would expect that Malphite to be locked in. The Vi already hovered as well, but we're seeing if the first pick is going to be that Malphite.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's not, it will immediately be on the other side, but Camille locked in.
I actually like the Camille. You get a lot of different play options, especially through that top lane, but as well, it still plays to some extent like the League of Legends version, where you can play side lane. You can go for that engage in the mid to late game as well. We do get the Vi. Personal favorite of mine. Love the Vi. I would say Graves probably edges it out for me, but Vi has been so much stronger in the meta, so love to see that one picked up. And it is going to be the Tryndamere picked up here.
Yeah, we talked about it already, that Tryndamere jungle locked on in. So Jay Chow being a bit of a menace on the Rift. We'll see if he can pull it off once again. But Carry was really the star of the show in my mind when it came to the League of Legends show match. Locking in a Yuumi here.
Oh, Yuumi. Oh, Yuumi. Doesn't matter what version of the game you go to. Yuumi's always around the corner.
Look, I know Wild Rift's a bit different to League. Tell me that's not a Yuumi mid. Tell me that they're going to try.
No, yeah, that's definitely going to be the Yuumi bot. I appreciate you, though. I appreciate you. Would love to see some spice like that. But we do get the Thresh and the Kai'Sa locked in on the bottom lane on one side. We're waiting for the Samira potentially to join. Actually, we're in the second phase of bans here, so that won't matter for a little bit longer as Vayne and the Senna, a lot of bot lane focus coming in the second phase of bans.
Yeah, absolutely. Vayne and Senna, as you say, banned away. We'll see if that trend continues with a Draven ban hover right now coming out from Berry.
So
Drake, that's Matt Berry. What We Do in the Shadows fame, IT Crown fame. Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not. I've been watching What We Do in the Shadows, by the way.
It's a banger.
It's actually a banger.
I've not seen it yet, but it's on my list.
I'm on season 4. It's a banger. We do want to check out the rest of this one, though. I want to walk us down memory lane here a little bit for some fun. As, you know, getting some of these very strong solo lane focuses. I'm really excited to see what the final piece is going to be here for both sides, and especially the AD carries, as we were already hearing beforehand in all the banter. AD carries going to be pretty important for both these rosters, as some very fun stuff. Potentially, it is Kai'Sa. Okay, it does come through with the Thresh.
Yeah, so Kai'Sa locked in with that Thresh. They've got a Vi and a Malphite. Like, this is a team that has a lot of ways to start fights, and one way to win them, going to need to see a mid laner there to round it out. On the other side, once again, bit of a meat grinder comp coming out. Like, I feel like it's a very similar composition to
the theme with
stylistically at least to what we saw in the League of Legends show, man.
Yeah, I do like the Galio here. Galio can be so huge. First of all, the Galio does so much damage in Wild Rift. It's actually crazy. I'm really excited to see if we actually get the full damage build. It is the TF to respond, so kind of like League of Legends, where we get that global response going with Wild Rift. It is always picking up the pace. Games typically in 15, 20 minutes, maybe even 25 if you're going long, but it's definitely all about burst here in terms of looking at the bottom lane, looking at what's going to be the strengths of both these teams.
Yeah, the one concern I have, I mean, look, I'm trying to analyze Wild Rift. I don't really know
believe
damage
in you.
numbers that well, but I'm a little concerned at the one damage threat on our red side here. The fact that you've got Kai'Sa with a TF, and when you've got Vi jungle and a Malphite top, like, Vi does a bit of damage, but it's not exactly carry performance. Malphite the same, and I guess maybe you build him full AP in Wild Rift.
I'll just tell you, I've carried many games on Wild Rift as Vi. I'm not saying that I'm at the same level as some of these people, but you know, Vi is very scary if you can get ahead. She does so much damage, especially in skirmishing and the jungle pathing, if you can get underneath the enemy jungle. So I'm very excited for that, but also just the composition on the other side, seeing the cohesion, at least the traditional League of Legends combo and the Camille Galio, but coming out in Wild Rift, which can be even more potent with the Tryndamere.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a classic lockup, really, where you get them with the Hextech Ultimatum. Galio slams in on top. There's not much counterplay available. You can't even QSS the Hextech Ultimatum. In fact,
have you?
Wait, QSS is in this
It
game.
is. There's also some other weird ones. I don't know if you've seen some of the boot upgrades, but there's like a displacement shield.
Boot upgrade?
There is a Zanya's boot upgrade, but they've added some other ones. Yes, Protobell is there. They've added like 3 or 4 other ones. One's like a repulsor shield that you can pop and it'll knock everybody back from you. And there's a couple other little funny ones, but obviously we see a lot more of the traditional like Hextech Protobelts and the Zanyas. It's going to be really fun. I'm excited to get this one underway.
Should be a lot of fun. Should be a lot of fun. We'll see how this one's going to go
Let's
down.
go!
Whether we get another repeat of game number 1 here. On to the wildest of rifts as we jump into our second show match of the day.
You may be wondering why Summoner's Rift looks a little bit different. Well, we are in the Wild Rift version of it, and it's about to be a lot of fun.
Is it called the Summoner's Rift, or is it called
It is
Wild
called Summoner's Rift. No, it's called Summoner's Rift.
I feel like they missed a trick on that.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. So I want to tell you, much of us, I used to be a top laner. Okay. All right? I used to be a top laner in Wild Rift. I used to play exclusively like the Tryndameres, the Nasus. I carried myself all the way to Emerald 1 on Nasus. And then they got nerfed. And so my roommate took over top lane for me, and I turned jungle. And I've been having a lot of fun ever since. And I'm really, really looking at both J-Cho and the Vi here to get stuff going.
Yeah, as Berry, nice little hook on the bottom side. That's not really able to follow up on that one. So talk to me about these junglers then. We've got a Tryndamere on one side and a Vi on the other. Well, I feel like Vi is early ganking right, but Tryndamere, in normal league, he's a scaling pick.
Yeah, I mean, so Ultimate's coming across level 5, so 1 level difference than normal League of Legends. But especially looking at the Vi, it's about early proactivity after the first clear, getting to that level 3, and then trying to get something going, at least in my eyes. But we're seeing also J-Cho trying to get something going. Just gets them a little bit of banter back and forth, huh?
You just got to taunt the enemy, you know? This is There's a lot on the line right here, and he's making sure that they've got the mental diff on their side. Good and all in, but hook goes wide.
Long, trying to get some damage back there in the end of it, but I do love the hover towards bottom lane for JCho. We saw a lot of hovering in the League of Legends match from him. We'll see if he wants to continue to pressure this bottom lane. We were talking so much about the prevalence in bottom lane, and especially how important it can be in this one. But I'm still looking. I see a full clear coming out from the Vine this time around, so we'll see the gank in mid lane. The flash early. Oh no, it's looking a little bit rough. The tower doing some damage back, and carry JCho, they can't make the magic happen.
They certainly can't, despite the fact that, well, maybe it's because it's an anti-magic Colossus that the magic couldn't happen. You know, maybe their tools working against them there. There's a long, good little spin around to block a lot of the damage.
Ooh,
there's a good hook.
Nice little death sentence on the back end of it, and yeah, a lot of damage down in the end of it. Top side, we finally get that bonus. Oh, they're level 5 as well. And there you go. First blood going over to Team Invincible.
I mean, easy as you like that one. Just walking up, dropping the ignite, and in comes Spy to finish the job off. And crucially, Marfi didn't even use his ult there. So they can just rinse repeat this in a minute.
I apologize, that was not Team Invincible. That was Master's Challenge. I split up the spots. But in the end, it is a huge advantage.
We should have done. That is,
we should have done.
That is a classic Master's Challenge play right there.
Classic. So many years under their belts. A little bit of a chuckle. I appreciate you, Munchables. In the end, though, it is that first blood, and it's that proactivity from the Vi I wanted to see, and with a little bit of gold lead now.
Yeah, feeling good right now. Oh, we've even got a replay. Oh. Let's take a closer look.
All right, what was your name?
Soggy Weeterbit.
Soggy Weeterbit.
Yeah, great little combo there with the Malphite walking up, auto-attacking, igniting, and then Vi coming in to finish the job.
There was another kill on the map, and it was bottom lane. Looks like we did have the TF come down with the Destiny Gate to try to help out, but it ends up being a kill on the bottom side.
I'm going to give you a list of things that I love to see. The first one, Tryndamere coming in onto the blue buff. He is level 5, but he's alone.
He does have carry right there behind, you know, this duo coming through clutch. Ooh, the early flash there. Love to see it. They're just trying to catch out the Vi. This is a little bit scary for JCho. He's about to have to burn the ultimate. That's a pop. The yellow card is available. Oh my God, this is turning into catastrophe. All right, we'll see if maybe the final chapter is going to be available. I don't believe. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So they actually back out of that one. I thought it was going to be a little bit more of a spicy predicament.
Yeah, it felt like it was going to lead to something. I'm kind of amazed nobody went down there, honestly. 1,500 gold lead, though, in favor of our red squad. This Kaiser trying to clear the wave. Long is here. Carry just waiting ever so patiently.
Oh, no.
That's a hook.
It was a bait. It was a bait. The double taunt. It's the Galio coming in with the damage. What did I tell you, Munch? It doesn't care about the Infernal Trigger. It is all about the carry. Oh, no. Oh, no. The outplay. Oh, that's huge stuff. Now JCho needs to make it happen. He's got some support here, and he does. He gets the kill back.
What a play. What a play coming out from our Kaiser. We said they were going to rinse the
It's Wild Rift, baby. Let's go. It's the Hectech Ultimatum. Surviving for a little bit longer. That's the Destiny plus the yellow card. That'll be easy pickings.
Yeah, very nicely done. Just so much CC to slam down, and you got to feel for the Camille at this point, because 1,000 gold down individually in the lane, and Vi just permanently up there. It feels like a 2v1 lane at this point.
All right, we had a lot of kills in the last game of League of Legends. That game went a lot longer. Now we're only 5 minutes in. We're getting action all over the place. Feels like Wild Rift, man. That's exactly what we're here for, and especially looking at the early dragons. I want to see if we get some stacking dragons. Obviously, the elemental drakes having been introduced into Wild Rift, very, very important. We get the solo bolo in the top lane.
Bit of revenge there for the Camille, who, let's be honest, has not had a fair fight up until this point, but getting in there, not even having to use the ultimate, just chasing Malphite down. He wants to finish the tower. So now we move back down to the bottom side here.
Let's go! It's the Galio as well with the heroic entrance. Double knockup, final chapter. Look at all that CC.
Massacred. Absolutely massacred. Long and Carry making it happen with a little Yumi on their shoulders as well. That'll be Drake taken on top of this one. So it's a good look for our blue team, especially with Camille getting the solo kill in the top side. They're winning every side of the map.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a goal discrepancy, especially looking at the jungle, but I think JCho is going to be just fine with how the bottom lane, how the mid lane is going. And we'll actually look at a little bit more of the gig. It's tied now with the lead, but maybe not for long. As the combo comes out, you do have the Hextech Ultimatum, the flash over, and the hook shot. You get a little bit of follow-up there, though. It's going to be enough, and that's another kill for Master's Challenge.
Shaky little redemption coming down at the end there, but it's too little too late. There will be a kill coming on through. Herald on the side of our red team. What is that hook?
Man, those hooks are just landing. Barry is doing so well, but then he'll die. So, Caster cursed you there. I'm sorry, Barry. The Infernal Trigger comes through. Last shot out from Long. That'll be yet another kill. It's 9-5 in favor of Team Invincible.
Yeah, I feel like Barry was his own worst enemy there. He's like, I've got the hook, baby. I'm going in. And the whole gang's there. So,
the whole kit and caboodle.
Carry
this is the Galleon. Look how much damage that did. This is amazing. I love to see Carry popping off here.
I feel like you're underestimating how much damage Galio does in normal League of Legends.
Well, that's
honestly,
true.
I've seen
but I guess I only see AP in Wild Rift. That's what I'm happy about. Usually in League of Legends, you see different ones. Now we got the fight continuing. Destiny is popped to try to join the fight. Is it going to be enough, though? It's a lot of low members, but they still have the CC. Huge stuff from Barry to come into the fight, but as well as the cease and desist coming out to keep clutch, and that's a double kill for the Vi.
All right, 11-8. This has been pure carnage, start to finish. We've got more than 2 kills every minute so far, and I'm just enjoying it. I feel like I'm at a fireworks show right now.
Yeah, right.
Just absolute chaos on the Rift. Herald coming down in the mid lane, though.
It is a huge discrepancy, as that might be dissuaded a little bit more, as I will say, Long has a lot of gold on the Samira, and having had that 2-item spike there, I'm really looking for the upkeep in tempo for them. Going to the mid lane now, I want to see, especially next objectives, things like that going through.
So, Mr. Mizzell.
Yes, Mr.
I want to pick your Wild Rift-based brain here for a second. We got a jumble cell going on in Kaix's inventory. Is this normal to build like this? Is this like for Q evolution or something like that? Or is
I would
this just
say, you know, at this point with the death coming through, I don't know what to say anymore. I would say there's a couple things you can look at for that, especially looking at the early Bloodthirster, the Yuumi healing, things like that. But in the end, you need that item completion. It's not helping you out. Now, Camille's caught in the top set, so we'll get a response from Master's Challenge. And they do get the kill back. It goes over to Barry, though. Maybe not the person you want. Here's the heroic entrance in mid lane. And chaos aplenty here in our Wild Rift show match.
Yeah, I'm trying to get under the tower now as Carry goes for a taunt as well, but
I love this slow-mo. Look at it, it's great.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's only slow-mo for us or if that's on the stream as well. Hard to say, hard to say.
Oh, I don't know why you're there, Barry. He's trying to get down Long, though. One more auto attack, that's huge. It's traded for the Thresh, we'll take that all day. But now Carry, looking to Carry again for the second game in a row. Is getting stunned down, though. Huge re-engage there, as well as going golden. Is going to buy him enough time, a little bit of healing. The flash comes out.
Oh,
man, the outplays.
Carry, you absolute beast. Oh, the W hits, but no ultimate available. Carry gets away with it as well. And a lot of thanks down to that Yuumi as well.
So I will shout out really quick, though. One thing I do love to see about Wild Rift is not a lot of tank build. Not a lot of moments, even if we're getting this craziness in the mid lane. That tankiness might have helped a little bit more. But in all actuality, you see a lot of, traditionally kind of wonky AP picks in regular league turn into full AP picks here, right? We have the Galio, we have as well as the Malphite, even a little bit of tankiness coming through from Carry on the Galio.
Yeah, as you say, the Malphite, they're going for full AP. Herald on the cards here, but I'm going to back away. Herald should be taken out by our blue team.
Other Herald? They had Herald in their inventory. I don't think
they slammed in mid.
Oh, it was in mid, yeah. Now we get the final chapter in mid lane with the heroic entrance. A lot of CC combos coming through. And with J-Cho around the side here, we'll see if we can get in there, do a little bit of damage. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Got the Killer Instinct coming in as well. And it's a lot coming out from Master's Challenge.
Yeah, able to take over the fight in the end. It felt close for a little while there, but just more health bars to be working with. Is Vi trying to find something more here. Malphite moving into the top lane.
Don't do it. Don't do it, J-Cho. He's got Ignite. He's going to walk up. All right, mid lane, we're getting a little bit of spice as well. Yellow card comes through. Long trying to go back in, and the Samira is oh so scary here. See one kill going down. Now we got the Hextech ultimate, and that'll be 2 over to Team Invincible.
Okay, we're going back and forth here, and you can see it in the goal. Just 1,000 in the lead here for our red side. As we take a replay of this fight with so many
flashes.
Everybody just piled on top of each other in the brushes here, but the Kai'Sa flying and getting the Q across everybody there. Just finishing these health bars off, giving that man advantage over to the red side.
Oh, we're getting a little bit more. Oh, tried to flash into the bush there. Not gonna last too long as Dragon is started up here for Team Invincible. They will be taking it down very, very quickly. And we'll see a continuation of their, at least, cohesion. It feels like this team, I don't know if it's just the continuation of Jay Cho and Carry coming together, but they're looking mighty fine.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good, aren't they? 20-15 here. 2 Drakes on the board. And now the question becomes, who can push that advantage further? It's felt very close so far, but this is usually the moment where things start to change.
I want to see where that Wild Rift, where the Rift
right
Herald
there.
is
It's right
going.
there.
Oh, it's right in front of me. Oh my God. Where the Rift Herald is going to be used. Oh, Carry gets stopped by Barry. Carry Barry, you're a scary bear. We'll see them come through. He's not a bear. I don't know. I just wanted to do the wordplay. Anyways, the fight afterwards, they get the box down. The final chapter is not going to be enough to do much, but they get the reset here. And as well as you have the Camille coming in, the top side yellow card's going to come through. There's the Hextech Ultimatum. And as well, Jay Cho just cleaning up house on the Trinidad. Smack, smack, smack. Triple kill.
Beautiful stuff here coming out from Jay Chow and the gang as Carry starting everything off on that Galio. And it looked like Red Team were going to come out on top, but then we see the flank on the Camille and we see this Trinidad just tearing through everyone. And once again, we see the value of this Yumi pick in
It's working out.
Doesn't matter which version of League of Legends we're watching, it's still going to pay off.
That's what I was telling you. It's like, no matter where you look, there's always the little cat in the book. I don't know if she's found her mage yet, but she's found home on Wild Rift and regular Rift. But in this situation, I feel like we're looking at a little bit more of spiciness from Master's Challenge. Oh, they don't get Jay Cho. He flashes out, and Trinidad is going to get away 9 times out of 10, unless the flash comes out with the yellow card. He's in there. The Redemption trying to save the day here. They'll get a lot of slow. The taunt from Carry, and now you have the Camille coming over the wall as well. Hextech Ultimatum. They're taking up down. Heroic Entrance at 2v5, and they're trying to take the damage down, but it's not enough. Carry flashes out, realizes it is all for naught, as now the Destiny comes through, but it's maybe a little bit overzealous. Look at Long. Long is going to have the Infernal Trigger, and it's going to town. Long is kicking, and everyone is screaming.
That was something special out from our blue team. Carry going in alongside the Camille there. 2v5, buying so much time and space, and as you see, Long coming in, the hero at the end of the fight, gets the Inferno trigger, takes over, and gets now a Baron on the side of our blue squad.
Huge Baron picked up there after the crazy fight, the ace over Masters Challenge, and I think the Carry confidence, the Jay Cho confidence carrying it over here, but especially being lended to Long, who on the Samira, I haven't gotten to play too much Samira since, I told you I transitioned to jungle. My significant other does play support, so I'll play with her occasionally, and man, the Samira pop-off potential. You think it's big in regular League?
Oh.
Wild Rift, 1,000 times bigger.
Don't you worry, I know, because I play a bit of Ashe, I play a bit of Caitlyn, and I ban Samira. I played against her one time, and like level 2, she just 2-shots me. I'm like, you know what? I'm okay. I'm
good on that one.
Hits level 5, just starts spinning around. It chunks you for a quarter of your health.
And
I was like,
so much healing.
Do you know
get
what?
So much.
I don't need this in my life.
My ban is Draven when I'm playing bottom lane because he'll literally 2-shot you at level 1. Anyways, Carry somehow surviving for a little bit with the heroic entrance, but he
respect it.
Yeah, absolutely. The final chapter comes through. Yellow card actually gets dodged out of by the Blade Whirl. We'll see, maybe if the Infernal Trigger is going to be enough. Stacking up here. Look how much damage they're doing. And here comes the rest of the squad for Team Invincible. They're making their namesake known. That's a Quadra and a Pentakill for Jay Cho.
What a play coming out from our blue team. I have no idea how they won that fight. That looked like a lost fight to me. We see Camille go so deep. Carry just like mad respect to go to his guns there for his teammate. Jumps on in the middle of everything. They buy so much time and space. And then Long there, Jay Chow there, just carnage coming out from the two of them. Both of them just spinning around like crazy in the fight. Ends up in a pentakill.
That's actually crazy. Hey, we didn't get the Uzi pentakill. We got the Jay Cho pentakill. I love it. And I'm all here for it. And on the Tryndamere too. He called it out, right? They said, we're going to bring out the Tryndamere. Well, hey, here you go.
And let's be honest, Jay Cho and Carry have been the stars of these pro matches anyway. So I feel like it's almost
speaking up. Oh my God, that damage. It is not enough. There's no hope. You need to be careful as Masters Challenge because they are coming to bear, and that's all 5 members in the mid lane. That could just be game.
Yeah, might well be. It's a couple of picks coming on through. It looks like going to be going towards the Drake first. It's up in 8 seconds time here. Well, maybe not. We have to wait and see.
They just want to fight. He's so tanky though, even if he's AP. And he's just still, I guess he went more of a tank build in the end of this one. But it's not my build. That's not my Galio, all right? That's not my Galio.
Standard Syndra build.
They actually catch them out here though, and look at Barry. He goes in with the death sentence right to his death.
Yep, wrote that one for himself. More of a death paragraph, if you will. Oldest joke of there from Thresh. As with 3 down, that might now be game.
Well, so the only thing with Wild Rift is the Nexus does fire back, it does bite back, so you got to make sure to have all the waves possible. But the biggest thing is inhibs are permanent. If you take down these towers, you get super minions going in, so a little bit of a buffer there in mid lane. Now that team Invincible has knocked down that mid lane inhib. We'll actually see the final chapter go in, and J2 wants it. He wants to go in. He's got everything he could possibly ask for with the team. Oh, never mind. I guess I don't get to talk. He didn't even pop his ulti. And now Carry and the rest of the squad doesn't matter. Because Long, what did we say? It's the Samira, baby!
Yeah, it's the long arm of the law, if you will. Easy double kill at the end there. Just charges on in, and they are taking their time. They are doing this one by the book. You see the pings on towards that bottom tower. 2 inhibs down.
Yep, 2 inhibs down, and smiles aplenty, even on the side of Masters Challenge, because everybody's having fun. It's a show match. But I think J-Cho and Carry probably have a little bit more fun.
Yeah, we're all here in the name of charity at the end of the day. But, you know, 14,000 gold lead at 18 minutes. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Almost 1,000 gold a minute. They're doing all right for themselves.
They absolutely are. We do get our 4th tank item completed there for Carry as well.
One thing I will say, J-Chow having a much better time of it on Wild Rift than he was on Real League.
It's 14-2. Not bad. 14-2 and 13. Okay, I can't leave the supportive stats out there. All right, I feel you. You gave me the look, but J-Show really in the end is putting up some fun numbers here in our second game. Much, as you said, much better than the Master Yi in the League of Legends game. But I think Carry as well is that Carry. Like absolutely and totally. It's been 2 games back to back, and even on the Galio, as supportive as he is, 24 assists and 5 kills.
All right, we're just going to kick the Baron off here.
Destiny.
Yeah, Destiny comes on out. Are they going to be able to find the fight, though, is the question. Barry wants it.
Oh, the flash Destiny. You love to see the mechanics come through and the killer instinct to follow it up. They do get a lot of time bought by Carry. He flashes, but he will not get out this time around. Long trying to set up the Infernal Trigger, and it's not enough. That's a quick shutdown.
I keep on looking to the bottom of the screen for my minimap, and it's never there. And then I struggle to find it at the top left.
Top left.
As I was wondering where the rest of the team were, they were on an inhib is the answer. We got J-Chow and his little pet cat trying to finish the game here. We've got a chase on for the Camille, and the Camille gets away with it again.
Yakety sacks. Where's Papa Smithy when you need him? Ooh. Let's see, is J-Cho trying to get some engage there. We do have the Elder Dragon coming up in about 10 seconds. With the damage, the profile that they have, and all the super minions now pouring into the base of Masters Challenge, I think it'll be an easy objective.
Yeah, you would think so. You would definitely think
they're going to go for kill.
They've got to contest this, right?
Oh my God.
Game if you don't.
Don't look away. Look away right now because he is going to kill everybody at this point. The final chapter is there. One more auto attack. They hadn't even had to use the Hextech ultimatum. This will be a nice little double knock up. A lot of time bought here, but you still have the ultimate for the Tryndamere for Cho, and now you have the box coming, the heroic entrance as well. There is no hope. The gold lead's too big. The lead is too big, and Team Invincible, well, they're too darn invincible.
Yeah, they certainly are. I feel like they're toying with their food at this point, honestly. You see the Vi face checking into the jungle. J-Cho just starts wailing away, getting those crits in. That'll be Elder Dragon taken, and that will be just about everything.
They're going straight to Baron. Yep, they're just going to barrel down to Baron. Barrel Baron? I don't know.
I'm not sure they need the Baron.
Well, you know what? They're going to get it anyways.
Yes, they are.
What were we saying about pride? It's going to be a little bit of extra sting as they come into the base with both super buffs.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling good on this
if
one.
They get the back
go
up
for a
too.
reset, get the health, get the mana, finish off any item builds that weren't complete just yet. You see even items being replaced at this point, optimizing these builds. And
we got no new ones
charging on.
so far. I'm holding out for the Malphite. We'll see if we get a new one there. But right now, it's all stock standard. We got the Quicksilver Sashes. We got the Gargoyle Stone Place, the Zanyas, the Solari. I just want to see the repulsor, man. Nobody ever goes to repulsor. I don't even go to repulsor.
I'll go repulsor for you.
Oh, really? Okay, we're going to play Wild Rift later then.
I will. I promise you, Mazel, I vow to you, I will go repulsor in my next Wild Rift. I was going to say I'll always go repulsor, but actually I do play Wild Rift sometimes. I don't want to promise that.
Might not want to go that far. We will see at least Team Invincible go pretty far. As Cho coming over the wall here. The box already popped to try to get everybody out of there. The final chapter comes through. Nice little front to back here, but the heroic entrance going to separate the fight. The killer instinct, not enough. And that's an easy dub for Team Invincible. Make it another triple kill for Cho. And that has... Wait, no. There's so many minions. You have to think. That's BM. And the game is over. Our show match is over. Team Invincible, they'll come out on top 2 times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't need to end the game. The minions were going to do it for them. So many supers all baroned up in the base. And I mean, we got to a point at the end there where they were just so far ahead. I think it might have been statistically impossible for the other team to win a team fight because, like, I felt like both the Camille, the Tryndamere, even the Samira as well could pretty comfortably 1v5. Well, I guess 2v5 if they had the Yumi on their shoulder. That was terrifying to watch in the late game.
It was. But hey, huge props to Cho being able to call the Tryndamere, bring it out, and yeah, it did.
He brought it up for the interview beforehand, and then brought it out on stage. Was like,
hey, here you are. Yeah, it's a little bit of foreshadowing that was not heeded, at least to some extent. But I also just got to shout out Carry. 2 games in a row, 2 different games, 2 different platforms, and Carry performances for Carry.
Yeah, absolutely. Carry and Cho stepping up in our second one as well. But that's the end of our show matches, Mazel.
That is, dude. I actually didn't hear what was said in my ears, so there you go. Much was you can lead us on.
You know what? We'll take a look at what's going on tomorrow on the LPL stream. We're going into our regional finals elimination match between V5 and LNG.
I'm so excited for this one. It is very, very disheartening that one of these teams will not represent the LPL at Worlds. And like I said earlier on the desk in the regional qualifiers, like, I don't even know who I want to win at this point. I've already put in my prediction. I don't even remember who it is because I'm so up in the air between both these 2 teams. I want to see Rookie at Worlds. I want to see DoinB at Worlds. And the fact that we won't get one of them, it's tragic.
Yeah, it really is a heartbreaker, honestly. I'm excited for that series, though, because I feel like both of these teams will be changing dramatically coming into that series. They've had a long time to prepare for this one. You know that they're going to be coming in on their A game. So I feel like it's very possible it's a one-sided series, but I have no idea which side that's going to go on. I'm hoping that we see an interesting strategy coming into game number 1, and then we see that meta develop within. Because I feel like with DoinB on there, with V5 in general, like, it's very possible we see wacky picks, and it's very possible we see this completely unique meta for that series develop over the course of best of 5.
For me, I know I already shouted out earlier as well, but it's not just the DoinB Nocturne pick, it's how he utilizes it. It's the utility that comes through the Nocturne pick that I'm really looking at, and what Rookie's response to picks like that will be. Because you also have to think, right, it's not only just an elimination match tomorrow. They still have to go on to face RNG for the 4th world spot. So there's a lot of tough tests there.
Yeah, this is the beginning of a journey. But that's it from us for the day. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Mazel, do you want to close us out since you were the host today?
I'm just really excited to get to tomorrow, see who wins between V5, LNG, and especially who will go on to face RNG. It's been incredible that we've had 2 best of 5s go the distance in 2 days.
It's been emotional.
I know everybody's going to be mad at me, but I'm hoping we get day 3 and 4 as full-length best of 5s. We'll see how that works out. But that's it from me.
I'm not mad about that. I'm on board.
But that's going to be it from all of us here for the day of regional qualifiers. We'll be right back tomorrow at the same time, in the same place in the OTP studio. So make sure you tune in and find out who will go on to face RNG for the 4th world spot.